The game has descended from the virtual world into reality. Ferocious beasts are rampant. Secret realms, dungeons, and abysses are spread everywhere, and humans have entered an era of universal job transfer. Mage, warrior, priest, assassin, all kinds of professions emerge in endlessly. But in this era, the most important thing is still talent. Talent is divided into 10 levels, from the worst F level to the strongest SSS level. If a main combat profession awakens a talent below level E, it is likely that nothing will be achieved. However, if one has talents above grade A in life profession, one can still stand out from the crowd. What is even more shocking is that people have discovered that the level of talent awakening is predictable. Through quantification and training, the current talent point system has been formed, and a set of training methods for improving talent points has also been explored. Nowadays, the awakening of talent depends not only on luck, but more on diligence and hard work. However, in the last semester before changing jobs, my ex-girlfriend cheated me out of all my talent points. The teacher who was once proud of me is now extremely disappointed in me. When everyone thought that my genius had reached its end, I successfully fought back with the help of a rare career change card. And using his awakened god-level talent, he evolved a mythical beast, the Immortal Phoenix. At this time, in Yujiang City, Jiangnan Province, the Dean of Studies led 9 teachers, each holding a crystal-clear short stick in his hand. The students who changed their jobs stepped forward one by one and gently touched their hands on the crystal rod to establish a mysterious connection with the will of the world. This action symbolized their job change. However, in order to get their ideal career, some students often take a more special approach, licking a crystal wand, which they call tongue-heart communication, in order to convey their truest desires to the world's will. The first group to go on stage was Senior 3 Class 1. As their bodies lightly touched the crystal rod, talent points emerged one after another and quickly transformed into gorgeous beams of light that shot straight into the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. The result of the job change was announced by the teacher soon. Tian Xiaoyang's job change surprised everyone. He became a Knight of Light. This profession not only has powerful combat capabilities, but also can provide important assistance to teammates, making it a natural leader in the team. Moreover, Tian Xiaoyang also awakened an S-level talent, the Favor of the God of Light, which increased all auxiliary skills and self-healing speed by 400%. The self-healing speed is increased by 400%, which is equivalent to being immune to poison attacks of the same level. And all auxiliary skills can be increased by 400%. In the future, if we team up with him to fight monsters, won't we be invincible? I must join his team. When he breaks the record, I can also put my name on the leaderboard. Li Ming couldn't help but smile as she listened to everyone's heated discussion. This was the man she had set her sights on, a man destined to shine. Please invite the next group of students to come on stage, and the students in Class 2 of Senior 3 should be ready. Li Ming walked towards the stage while humming a song, and then slowly said, "Congratulations, Tian Xiaoyang." Tian Xiaoyang smiled slightly and reached out to gently support Li Ming's cheek. "All these achievements are thanks to Manga. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today." Li Ming's face immediately turned red, and the classmates around her began to make a noise, with laughter rising one after another. "Quiet, quiet." The teacher stood on the stage, looking serious. "Tian Xiaoyang, although you have achieved a lot this time, remember that there are always people better than you." "I understand, Teacher Qin." Tian Xiaoyang nodded with a smile, then turned to Li Ming. "You have to work hard too." "Well, I will definitely not let you down." Li Ming walked onto the stage confidently. Although her mouth was small, she almost swallowed the whole stick in one breath. Her skillful movements made Lu Wulong couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. "How come that woman is so skillful? Could it be?" Feng Shu kicked him on the instep. He realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly shut up, looked at my expression, and chose to remain silent, which was rare. Li Ming changed his job to become a light priest and awakened the A-level talent, Holy Light. His magic recovery speed increased by 80%, and his healing skills increased by 50%. She once again became the focus of everyone's attention, because everyone knew her relationship with Tian Xiaoyang. Tian Xiaoyang was a Knight of Light, and she was a Priest of Light. In everyone's eyes, This pair of partners was a match made in heaven. This brilliant combination made everyone ignore one fact: Li Meng's betrayal of me, and the reason why Hatian Xiaoyang was able to awaken his S-level talent. He stole my talent points. In the following job changes, there were no unexpected professions or talents. However, for the teachers, being able to cultivate students like Tian Xiaoyang and Li Meng is enough to make the school shine in the rankings over the years. Having more main combat professions and advanced talents would be icing on the cake, but it doesn't matter if you don't have them. When it was my turn to go on stage, the head teacher suddenly stopped me and said, "You don't even have any talent points. Are you sure you still want to go up?" Facing the teacher's doubts, I calmly replied, "Changing jobs is a right granted to every citizen by the empire, so why can't I go up? I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed and conspicuous if you go up there. Do you understand? Even if it's embarrassing, it's my business." I walked around the teacher, went straight to the podium, and stood in front of the transfer teacher. Looking at the crystal rods in their hands, I didn't think it was very important before, but for some reason, seeing it at this moment actually made me feel a little disgusted. I stretched out a finger and gently touched the crystal rod. A number appeared on the rod, 10. How come that kid still has talent points left? Didn't they say that all his talent points were given to others? Tian Xiaoyang saw this scene and turned to Li Meng in confusion. Li Meng lowered her head, her eyes flickering. She was thinking quietly in her heart. He actually dared to hide 10 points of talent from me. How could he do this? Doesn't he know that this will make brother Xiaoyang misunderstand me? Tian Xiaoyang touched her head and chuckled. Even if you have 10 points of talent, I still don't like it. Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengshu were both stunned when they saw this. They knew that my talent points were emptied by Li Meng. But how come I have accumulated 10 talent points in less than 2 months? I remember now. What do you remember? Running. Haven't you forgotten? Since then, he has been running to school every day. If I'm guessing correctly, his 10 points of talent should be related to speed or physical strength. But even if that's the case, it's impossible to accumulate so many talent points. It took me 6 years to accumulate 70 points, and I already felt that I had reached my limit. He accumulated 10 points in less than 2 months. How much effort does it take to do that? Alas, no matter how hard we try, it's useless. 10 points of talent are still too few. It's almost impossible to turn the tables. Everyone had almost the same idea. However, just when everyone thought I had no more tricks, I took out a crystal card. "Teacher, I want to use the job transfer card." When they heard the words job transfer card, everyone's faces showed wonderful expressions. Tian Xiaoyang frowned slightly, and Li Meng's heart rose to her throat. What does he want to do? How dare he do this? Is he trying to harm me? Great. Why didn't I think of that? Although using a job change card will consume all your talent points, there is no minimum requirement. That guy actually has this trick up his sleeve. He is indeed a friend that I, Lu Wulong, value. Zhu Fengshu glared at him and said, "Come on, didn't you just say that 10 talent points are useless?" The transferred teacher finally laughed, and the principal beside him stroked his beard with a trace of relief in his eyes. Although Tian Xiaoyang was a surprise, I gave him a bigger surprise. Ding! The job transfer card has been used successfully. Congratulations to the professional for obtaining the rare job, Beast Tamer. Bang! A white light suddenly exploded in my mind. After the light faded, I found myself on a green hillside. On the top of the hill stood a large tree with lush branches and leaves. Under the tree stood a woman in a white dress, like an angel, walking towards me with her arms outstretched. I was startled and blurted out, "Mom, my little man, you have finally grown up. Mom, why are you here?" My mother didn't answer, but just stroked my head gently, as if it was a pre-recorded video. "My child, I know you have many questions for me, but I am sorry that I cannot tell you now. However, as my little man, I have left a gift for you." As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out a finger and lightly touched my chest, and the pendant began to float slowly, emitting a dazzling light. Then, the pendant transformed into a large white jade dragon seal with 8 golden seal characters engraved on it. Mandated by heaven, long life and prosperity. Could this be the legendary imperial seal? "Kid, are you ready?" "What?" I asked with a puzzled look on my face. The mother smiled slightly and waved her hand gently. The jade seal began to rotate. Countless white starlight seemed to pour in from the sky and finally gathered in it. With another wave of his hand, the jade seal turned over, and colorful light shone directly on my forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the professional for awakening the SSS level talent, Amaterasu. Ding! Congratulations to the professional for awakening the SSS level talent, Enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the professional for awakening the SSS level talent, Amplification. Ding! Congratulations to the professional for awakening the SSS level talent, Covering the Sky. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and 4 SSS level talents awakened instantly, and my heart was extremely shocked. Mom, what's going on? Before I could finish my words, my vision went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in the light column of my job transfer, and the reminder sound of the worlds will rang in my ears. Ding! The professional's battle pet space has been opened. Congratulations to the professional for obtaining contract skill, summoning skill, healing skill, and beast taming skill. Congratulations, kid. You have been transferred to a rare profession, beast tamer. I stood in the beam of light, my mind still in a state of confusion. Was everything that had just happened real or fake? It had clearly been a long time, but it seemed like just a moment. Teacher, don't I have any talents awakened? Silly boy, as long as a beastmaster's pet is strong enough, what else can he say about talent? Go, work hard. The teacher has high hopes for you. I stepped off the stage, and the looks around me had changed. The fool in the past, the genius now. Even though all his talent points were taken away, he was still able to turn the tide and become a beastmaster, a rare profession at the top. I'm curious, where did you get your job transfer card? From what I understand, you can't afford this kind of card. I looked back, and it was Tian Xiaoyang. We are not related. Does it have anything to do with you? Tian Xiaoyang smiled slightly. Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious and hope you can answer some of my questions. I glanced at Li Meng next to him. Her eyes were as cold as ice. It was obvious that she had determined that there was no chance for me to succeed and even thought that I was just a joke. And now that I'm standing here and have successfully counterattacked, doesn't it make her realize how stupid her original judgment was? I looked away and smiled calmly. Speaking of which, I have to thank her. Thank you, Xiaoming. Why are you thanking her? Guess what? After saying that, I walked straight through the 2 people and disappeared into the crowd. Li Meng was still confused, thinking, why did he thank me? Is he really a masochist? At this moment, Tian Xiaoyang pretended to be sarcastic and said, Xiaoming, you call me so kindly. Looking at Tian Xiaoyang's face, Li Meng finally realized that she had been deceived. She quickly explained, Xiaoyang, don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with him anymore. Now the only person I love is you. Who would believe it? Tian Xiaoyang obviously didn't believe it. I returned to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. They patted my shoulders with a smile and said, Brother, you are awesome. You have even got the rare class of Beast Tamer. By the way, was the job transfer card bought for you by Li Meng? I shook my head. No, I sold the house. You sold the house. Where do you live now? So, now I have to make money quickly to pay off the loan. Then while you're paying the money, can you buy a battle pet? I heard those battle pets cost millions. No, but you two should be able to help, right? Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child shook their heads immediately. We don't have money. Even if we were to be broken up and sold, we wouldn't have that much. Who said I wanted to borrow money? I just wanted you to take me to kill monsters and contract a normal battle pet first. But we haven't changed our job yet. What if we change to a living job? How was that possible? My brother has always had such good luck. He definitely wouldn't be that unlucky. Lu Wulong said confidently. Yes, you are so lucky. We must not be much worse. If you don't leave now, the job transfer ceremony will be over. Hey, Lao Zhu, it's really not nice of you to wait for me. Looking at their backs, I couldn't help but recall the 4 god-level talents I had awakened. Whether it was true or not, I had no idea. So, I opened the character panel. Name, Fong Chung. Occupation, Beastmaster, Rare. Level, 0%. HP 100. Mepe, Doasute. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 20. Constitution 10. Battle Pet Space 0/1. Skills, Contract Level 1. Summoning Level 1. Healing Level 1. Taming Beasts Level 1. Talented Skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, Covering the Sky. Amaterasu can detect the strongest bloodline hidden in the body of the fierce beast. No consumption. Enlightenment. Evolve the bloodline of the fierce beast to the ultimate form and randomly obtain a combat pet skill. No consumption. Amplification. Amplify all skills tenfold. Passive. Cover the sky. Conceal the attributes of oneself or the combat pet, and even the gods cannot spy on it. It's actually true. I really awakened 4 god-level talents. Even the job-changing teacher didn't notice these 4 talents. My heartbeat quickened, and I hurriedly covered my chest and grabbed the pendant hidden under my clothes. The pendant is still there, and everything is not a dream. What did my mother mean by those words? Why didn't she let me know some things? Why did this pendant become a jade seal? Mandated by heaven, long life and prosperity. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the imperial seal, but I don't understand why it appears in this world. Could it be that my mother and I are from the same world? At this moment, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, who had completed their job transfer, came back, but their faces did not seem to be very good. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Zhu Fengchu suddenly patted me on the shoulder, interrupting my thoughts. What is wrong with you? I looked at the 2 sad-looking guys in front of me, my face full of confusion. Didn't you hear what happened just now? Zhu Fengchu pointed at his nose and said with a depressed look on his face, I became a blacksmith. He became a pharmacist. I was a little stunned. This is not bad. They're all professions that can make a lot of money. Could it be that the awakened talent is not good? It's not bad. Zhu Fengchu sighed. We have awakened an A-level talent. The success rate has increased by 40%, and the consumption has decreased by 20%. Then why do you look so bitter and resentful? You are stupid. We have all changed our jobs to living professions. It will take you to catch a battle pet tomorrow. Without a battle pet, how can you repay the loan? If you can't repay the loan, are you planning to move into our house to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate? I suddenly realized. So this is what you were worried about. Don't worry, I have a solution. What can you do? Does your family own any property? Lu Wulong asked sarcastically. I shook my head. Please ask the teacher for leave for me. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. No way. You're not going to attend the graduation ceremony. No, I'm leaving. See, it's all your fault. It's fine if I switch to a living profession, but why are you following suit and switching to a living profession? Fuck, you're the same. Besides, is it my decision what career to change to? I left the school feeling upset and went straight home. I started looking through the things Uncle Chai had left me. When my mother died, she entrusted me to him, so he must know something. However, he died in the Magic City without having the chance to tell me anything. He was just a laborer in Yujiang City. A big city like Shanghai had nothing to do with him. Why would he suddenly go there? In the afternoon, after the graduation ceremony, students walked out of the school in 2s and 3s. Those students who switched to combat or support professions were all very excited, holding the novice weapons distributed by the school. In the grove of the school, Li Ming squatted under a tree and cried aggrievedly. Tian Xiaoyang stood not far behind her, and a bodyguard with a middle-parted hair came up behind him. Master, we have investigated clearly. That guy mortgaged his house to Dajiang Bank and used the loan to get a job transfer card. This is his loan contract. Tian Xiaoyang glanced at the contract, then looked at Li Ming, and his heart was burning with anger. How dare that kid play tricks on me? He slammed the contract onto the bodyguard and said, Pass the word on. Anyone who dares to sell him a battle pet will become an enemy of our Tian family. I want to see how a beastmaster without a battle pet dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. He walked behind Li Ming and said coldly, I misunderstood you before. Come home with me. Li Ming raised her head, tears in her eyes. Now you finally know that he and I have nothing to do with each other? Tian Xiaoyang felt angry when he thought about being fooled. Okay, you always wanted the magic lipstick from Zembazhai, didn't you? I'll buy one for you today. Don't be angry anymore. I don't want it. Who wants your broken lipstick? Then I'll add a gold-level staff. Do you also think that I am with you because I am attracted to your family's money? Tian Xiaoyang didn't answer, but just looked at her quietly. Li Ming was stunned, not knowing how to react. Gold-level staff was much better than the bronze-level staff issued by the school. Li Ming finally wavered and began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Can't you just let me have some peace of mind? I have nothing but you now. Not angry anymore. I'm still angry because of you. By the way, he has changed his job to become a beastmaster now, so we can't let him buy a battle pet. Why do you hate him so much? Because I have a small mind, so small that it can only accommodate you, not anyone else. What's more, he provoked me first. If it weren't for him, how could you have misunderstood me? Tian Xiaoyang chuckled and reached out to touch her head. With his status, what kind of woman could he not want? But Li Meng had a purity that was different from other women, especially when she knelt down in front of him and called him daddy with a red face. That feeling made his blood boil. At this time, when I got home, I felt like there had been thieves and the house was turned upside down. Finally, I found a letter from Shanghai in one of Uncle Chai's old clothes. The content of the letter was nothing special, just a greeting between two old friends. However, the sender was not a simple person. By you, a professor at Magic City College. How could a laborer in Yujiang City know a professor at Magic City College? There must be something wrong, and the only way to find out is to go to Magic City College and find out. Just as I was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door and saw that it was Wulong and Fengchu. Lao Feng, is there a thief in your house? Lu Wulong looked at the chaos in front of him, his face full of surprise. I'm looking for something. Why are you here? Although I said I was looking for something, Wulong and Fengchu obviously knew that I was looking for money. However, judging from my expression, I obviously hadn't found it yet. Zhu Fengchu handed me a novice staff. This is issued by the school. I sent it to you. I took the staff and threw into the inventory. Thank you. Come in and sit down. There's only water in the house. Is it hot or cold? The two looked at each other, and Lu Wulong smiled and said, Forget it. I have a large water supply, so I won't waste your tap water. Zhu Fengchu poked me and said, What tap water? I guess your family hasn't paid the water bill for a long time. By the way, which college do you plan to apply to? Lu Wulong asked. I said casually, Devil's City. Magic City. Wulong and Fengchu were stunned, looking surprised. I say, Lao Feng, have you become too proud after changing your job to become a beast master? From what I know, the application requirement for the Magic City College is level 20, and you don't even have a battle pet now. How can you reach level 20 in just 2 months? Everything depends on human effort. I think we should apply for Jianan College together. Although it's only a second-rate school, the application requirement is only level 12. We should be able to pass if we try hard. Moda College, and I couldn't change the topic, so I changed the direction. By the way, there's still 2 months before the final exam. What are your plans? We've both chosen a career in life, so what other plans do we have? Of course, we'll follow in the footsteps of our predecessors and become apprentices in a guild or a shop, they said with a smile. Both of their professions require a large amount of magic materials for practice, and their families are not wealthy, so they can only work for others to earn some money and hone their skills. Then, they turned the topic to me, asking me about my battle pets and offering a suggestion. How about you go to the guild square to collect eggs? Ferocious beasts can be laid from eggs or born alive. The value of the latter can be seen at a glance, but the former may not be the case. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Who can be 100% sure whether the egg will hatch into a bird or a turtle? So the price will be cheaper, but this thing is like gambling on stones. Whether you make a profit or a loss depends entirely on luck. Of course, for someone like me who has the talent of Amaterasu, it is a sure win. However, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick seem to have forgotten that the big exam is in 2 months, so how would they have the time to hatch the eggs? So we went directly to the vegetable market. There were beast meat sellers here, and naturally there were also beasts for sale, and they were sold by the pound, which was much cheaper than the battle pet shop. The only problem was that most of these beasts were ordinary low-level individuals. But they may be of no value in the eyes of others. But in my eyes, they are quite different. Pig Beast, Level 1, Strongest Bloodline. Level 3, Skills, None. Six-Legged Horse, Level 2, Strongest Bloodline. Level 3, Skill, Gust Level 1. Iron-Headed Sheep, Level 1, Strongest Bloodline. Level 2, Skill, Savage Charge Level 1. Spitting Turkey, Level 1, Strongest Bloodline. Level 5, Skills, None. Fire Sparrow, Severely Injured and Dying. Level 30, Strongest Bloodline. Level 10, Skills, Flaming Arrows, Flaming Feathers. 10th level? I quickly activated my talent and checked carefully. Yes, it was 10th level. Boss, how much is this bird? The owner looked at me in confusion, then looked at his leather apron and said, I don't sell my birds. I'm asking how much this firefinch is for. If you want to buy a firefinch, just tell me directly. Ask me how much the bird is. I thought you had some special hobby. 1,000 yuan per pound. No bargaining. So expensive? I couldn't help but say. Expensive? The meat of this animal can warm the middle and replenish the yang, and it's wild. 1,000 yuan per pound is already very cheap. After buying the job transfer card, I only had 400 yuan left in my pocket. But looking at the white firefly, it should not weigh more than half a pound. Please weigh it. No need to weigh it. Mature firefinches are all about the same. Do you want 4 ounces? Yes, can you give me a cage? Cage? You didn't buy it to make soup? I want to fatten myself up before I eat. Okay, let's see if you can raise it into an old hen. When I got home, I immediately signed the highest contract with Fire Sparrow. On the one hand, it was dying, and on the other hand, this level 30 Fire Sparrow was most likely a pet abandoned by other Beastmasters. Such a powerful pet would find it difficult to trust humans. And the stronger the bondage of the contract, the more it dislikes it. But for me, the 4 god-level talents allow me to change my fate. If I'm lucky, I may be trained by some forces. If I'm unlucky, it's a dead end. But I will not leave my fate to luck, nor will I gamble on the conscience of the Firefinch. The highest contract became its only choice. While I was unconscious, I quickly cast the contract. Fire Sparrow, level 30. Potential, level 2. HP, 600. Mepe, o mie osuta. Estia, 40. Agility, 90. Con, 60. Spirit, 110. Skills, Fire Shot, level 3. Flying Flame Feather, level 1. The attributes of a level 30 Fire Sparrow have not yet reached the average level. Apparently, its previous owner had abandoned it. But who would have thought that it actually possessed the blood of a level 10 divine beast? I casually cast a healing spell, and with a 10-fold amplification, its wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, it opened its eyes. Although it was still weak, it was no longer dying. Who are you? I am your new master. In Yuzhong City, one is the zombie city in the city, and the other is the goblin mine outside the city. The former has many monsters and rich experience, but the equipment burst rate is low. The latter is just the opposite. Most people would choose to go to the goblin mine first, accumulate equipment, and then challenge the zombie city. However, there are exceptions, such as Tian Xiaoyang. Isn't today the first day of a novice dungeon? Why are there so few people? Tian Xiaoyang looked at the few sparse teams in front of the dungeon, with a hint of disappointment on his face. Li Meng smiled slightly. Others will naturally go to fight for equipment. After all, even bronze-level equipment is not something that everyone can afford. The Meijiang heir and the team smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. The first person to clear the dungeon will be notified to the entire network, no matter how many people there are." In Tian Xiaoyang's team, except for him and Li Meng, the other 3 are all mages with the strongest output. And except for Tian Xiaoyang himself, everyone else's equipment is gold level, and their goal is to achieve efficiency in clearing the level. As for why there is no tank profession, he has a 4-fold auxiliary skill enhancement and does not need a tank at all. He is an indestructible tank himself. Xiaoyang, look, someone is coming out. Li Meng pointed in front of the copy, and a light flashed. Xiaoming, come here and let me introduce you to the guy lying on the ground, beaten like a pig's head. Yes, that's him. Do you know who he is? He is the genius of our number 1 middle school, Luo Zijian. Oh, so you're the eldest son of the Luo group. I have heard of your name for a long time. Luo Zijian was seriously injured and couldn't get up for a while. He tilted his head and glanced at Li Meng. Beauty, are you a pastor? Can you give me a healing spell first? You look a little bit unrefined from this angle. After receiving Li Meng's self-healing technique, Luo Zijian was finally able to stand up from the ground. Not bad. I've already leveled up 2 levels before entering the dungeon. That's pretty impressive. This is all thanks to Xiaoyang. If he hadn't bought a ferocious beast for me to level up, how could I have reached level 2? Li Meng explained modestly. Are you his girlfriend? Luo Zijian replied coldly. Tian Xiaoyang immediately interrupted and asked, "What does it have to do with you? Don't think of hitting on her." Luo Zijian glanced at the knight equipment on Tian Xiaoyang and said, "So you really changed your job to a knight? I heard that you awakened an S-level talent. Are you scared? I am destined to be the first one to complete the dungeon this year." Tian Xiaoyang sneered. TSK, do you think it's awesome to awaken an S-level talent? It's still uncertain who will be the first to clear the dungeon this year. Besides, even if you really clear the dungeon, does that count as your ability? Luo Zijian counterattacked. What do you mean? Tian Xiaoyang frowned. This beauty is Li Meng, right? Luo Zijian looked at Li Meng with a smile and continued. If I had a girlfriend like you, my awakened talent would definitely not only be S level, but definitely SS level. Are you giving up? Tian Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows. Give up? Luo Zijian laughed. It has never happened before. and it is even more impossible this time. Then let's wait and see. Tian Xiaoyang sneered. Wait, as an old rival, I have to remind you that it's best to start from the easy level when you go to a dungeon for the first time. Luo Zijian said provocatively. Tian Xiaoyang ignored him, because each person can only challenge the dungeon 3 times a day, and his goal is to be the first to clear the nightmare level dungeon and trigger a network-wide notification. Choosing to start from the simple level is obviously a waste of an opportunity. Mr. Luo, it seems like I didn't listen to you and chose a normal level copy. The person next to him whispered. Luo Zijian smiled slightly. I thought he would challenge the difficult level directly. The normal level can also teach him a lesson. So young Master Luo said that on purpose. That's true. The ferocious beasts used for leveling are far inferior to the elite monsters in the dungeon. Didn't we just? The other party didn't finish his words. Seeing a look from Luo Zijian, he immediately swallowed the second half of his sentence. They were completely wiped out in the previous dungeon because they were too arrogant. Mr. Luo, the brothers have almost recovered now. How about we go in again? Someone suggested. No, Rus. It won't be too late to go in after Tian Xiaoyang comes out. Luo Zijian said lightly. The dungeon is not just one team that can enter, and the others can only wait. The novice dungeon has a protection mechanism, and players will be teleported out when they are about to die. At this time, Luo Zijian wanted to see how miserable Tian Xiaoyang looked after being kicked out. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Tian Xiaoyang's team was teleported out of the copy one after another. Looking at Tian Xiaoyang lying on the ground with a confused look on his face, Luo Zijian couldn't help but laugh. Oh, our Tian Xiao came out so soon? If it weren't for those idiots, do you think I would be like you? Tian Xiaoyang replied coldly. You really haven't changed. You blame others when you lose. Luo Zijian laughed. This hit the sore spot of the 3 mages. They had agreed to clear the small monsters first and then fight the small boss. Tian Xiaoyang had just killed a few small monsters when he was in a hurry to pull down the small boss. As a result, the monsters surrounded him at once and the entire team was wiped out. Now you have the nerve to blame us for our poor output? If you can do it, just do it yourself. The mages were dissatisfied. The goblin mine outside the city is extremely bustling. Warrior looking for a team, a level talent's guaranteed to satisfy you. 2 warriors, 1 healer, 1 mage, and a tank. A cute mage girl who knows how to act like a spoiled child and yell 666 needs a warm-hearted brother to take care of her. I smiled and thought, this cute girl knows how to act like a spoiled brat, so her talent must be similar. Suddenly, I realized that someone was using the detection technique to detect me. However, with my talent of covering the sky, the other party could not see any information about me. Huh, classmate, why can't I see your message? The person who came was a girl, probably the one who had just shouted on the communication panel. She was pretty, but because of my preconceived notions, I had no interest in her at all. Don't you know that it's very rude to use the detective technique on others? I responded coldly. Sorry, everyone had just changed their job and is using this, you see. She smiled awkwardly and was about to explain. At this moment, several more detection spells fell on me and her respectively. By the way, why can't I find your information? No comment. Okay then, what's your profession? We are still short of an output. Beastmaster. Oh my god, you are a rare profession. Can you let me see your battle pet? The people around me instantly focused their attention. Among the thousands of graduates from the 18 middle schools in Yujiang City, I was the only one who transferred to a rare profession. Wasn't it worth their attention? I pointed to the bird on my shoulder. That's it. Fire Sparrow? Your battle pet is actually like this. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What a pity. I chose the Fire Sparrow as a rare profession, but its potential is only level 2. What a prodigal son. He should have chosen a 4th-tier battle pet. Before I could respond, the other party hurriedly apologized. Sorry to bother you. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Others also lost interest, and some even started laughing at me. I didn't mind it because I didn't want to team up with them. Teaming up has its advantages, but I felt more comfortable playing alone, especially since I had to enchant the Fire Sparrow in the dungeon, and I couldn't let anyone know the secret. However, the reminder just now made me realize that although the effect of covering the sky can hide my information, if I encounter players of level 30 or 40 in the future and they cannot detect my information, it will obviously mean that I have concealed something. Fortunately, the sky covering effect is controllable, and as long as my information is not conspicuous, there shouldn't be any problems. Master, do you regret signing me now? I took one look at it and said with a smile, to tell you the truth, your potential might scare yourself to death. Haha, Master, are you kidding? But I'm quite happy to hear you say that. Standing in front of the dungeon entrance. Detected that the professional has no team. Do you want to play the dungeon alone? Yes. I nodded. Please select the difficulty of the dungeon. Master, please choose the normal level. My combat power is just right for the small boss. Then you won't fight the big boss. Professionals have chosen the nightmare level. Please be prepared. You will enter the dungeon in 3 seconds. Master, you are crazy. That's right. I should have just chosen the hell level. I was so damn cautious. In the dungeon, the firefly was stunned when it saw the goblin with a total attribute of 300 points. This was just a small monster at the entrance, not to mention the boss behind it. It was estimated that it would be burned to ashes in a short time. Are you ready? I looked at the firefinch. My calm expression made it think that this owner must have a problem with his brain. Why should I prepare? Can't I just let him die? What I'm saying is, are you ready to welcome your new life? New life? Master, you're not really planning to let me reincarnate. How was that possible? You're the battle pet I worked so hard to select. You took so much trouble to pick it. It's just something I picked up at the market. I really have to thank you for not using me to make soup. You talk too much nonsense. After saying that, I pointed a finger at the firefly's head and said, Enlightenment. In the dim mine, a scorching flame suddenly shot up into the sky. With a cry of phoenix, a huge phoenix spread its wings and rose up in the flames. Congratulations to the professional. The enlightenment was successful. Obtained the 10th level beast, the phoenix. Obtained the battle pet skill, the phoenix seal. The phoenix? Doesn't that mean that, according to the law of the highest contract, it also has endless life? Before I could celebrate, the frightened goblin suddenly rushed over with a knife in hand. Don't be so proud, you silly bird. Master, my name is not Shan Yao. My name is Shu Ying. As soon as he finished speaking, countless flaming spears dropped from the sky and instantly blasted the goblins that were rushing towards him into pieces. Then, the fire phoenix flew in front of me and transformed into a human form. I was stunned. When I heard the voice of Firefinch before, I thought that even if she turned into a human form, she should be a little girl. But the one in front of me turned out to be a beautiful lady with fair skin, red lips, and long legs. Her voice became charming and moving. At this moment, I also noticed the changes in myself. My senses and strength instantly doubled. I opened the character panel and saw. Name, Fong Chung. Occupation, Beastmaster. Rare. Level, 150.1%. HP, 1000. Mipe, Domi. Strength, 10 by 10. Agility, 10 by 10. Spirit, 20 by 10. Constitution, 10 by 10. Battle Pet Space, 1 out of 1. Skills, Contract, level 1. Summoning, level 1. Healing, level 1. Taming Beast, level 1. Phoenix Seal, passive, cannot be upgraded. Talented skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, covering the sky. Phoenix Seal, fire immunity, all attributes double. Phoenix Seal is a skill obtained by enchanting a battle pet. Since I have a talent that increases skills tenfold, all my attributes have now increased tenfold. This also directly led to an instant tenfold increase in my health and mana. I was a little overwhelmed, but when I opened the battle pet panel and saw Shuang's attributes, I was instantly disappointed. Phoenix, level 1, potential, level 10. HP, 16,000. Mipe, Shopdisposition STR, 1600. Agility, 1600. Constitution, 1600. Spirit, 1700. Skills, Flame Spear, level 1. Flame Feather Dance, level 1. Fire Scroll, level 1. Nirvana, passive, cannot be upgraded. I used to think I was a cheater, but when I saw these attributes, I suddenly felt like I was just a small character. Shuang's total attribute was 6,500 points when she was born, and even with the increase, I could only barely catch up with a fraction of hers. She also has 2 gold skills and 1 dark gold skill. Shuang cleared her throat, bringing me back from my shock. I saw her tossing her long, wavy red hair, crossing her arms, and throwing me a seductive look. My little master, you have been staring at me for so long. Do you want to have a deep communication with me? If so, I will never refuse you. I frowned and said, you misunderstood. I was just looking at the attribute panel. By the way, you need to hide your attributes, otherwise they will be too conspicuous. With a thought, Shuai immediately turned into the 6th level Ferocious Beast Burning Sky Swallow. Isn't it good to be a little more ostentatious? At least in the future, when someone dares to bully you, they should first consider your sister's presence. As far as I know, there are only 4 rank 10 divine beasts in the Empire. What do you think I am worthy of being the master of the 5th divine beast? That makes sense. Then let's do as you say. Next, I will help you level up. The total attribute of 6,500 is enough to crush the entire instance. In the face of absolute power, there's no need for defense or strategy. Just rush over and fight the monsters. Before long, half of the monsters in the dungeon had been cleared, and I successfully reached level 3. As the level increases, the difficulty of upgrading also gradually increases, but it should not be difficult to reach level 5 after clearing the level. My dear little master, why are you picking up all kinds of trash? Let's quickly clear the dungeon and gain experience points. It did waste a lot of time picking up these things, but the problem is that I now have a mortgage, and whether I can keep the house left by my mother depends on these garbage. You're not in charge of the household, so you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. What do you mean firewood and rice are expensive? You're just stingy. Well, come and pick up the trash. Wait a minute, run around first and lure all the monsters together, then attack them together. It would be a waste of time to pick them up one by one. As you command, my little master. This operation greatly improved the efficiency, and soon I arrived in front of the final boss. The exit of the dungeon is a huge mine. A goblin wizard is standing on the altar with a bone staff in his hand. A group of goblins below are collecting blood, apparently performing some kind of sacrificial ritual. What are they doing? Never mind, just kill them. Shuai snapped his fingers, and with a precise strike from the flaming spear, the goblin wizard was nailed to the altar from a distance. This big boss probably died, the most miserably. All the monsters under him were still alive, but he was reduced to scum. Of course, I won't let go of those monsters. After all, they can drop equipment and materials. Congratulations to the professional for clearing the level successfully. The instance will be closed in 3 minutes. Please be prepared. 3 minutes? Shuai, don't just stand there. Quickly clear out the monsters. Time is running out. The professional's clearance record is being graded. Congratulations to the professional for receiving an SSS grade and a gold treasure chest as a reward. This constitutes the conditions for a network-wide notification, which will be made after the professional exits the dungeon. I didn't have time to look at these. I just saw that the boss dropped a lot of equipment, so I rushed to the altar quickly. After picking up trash along the way, I finally found 3 pieces of gold equipment, including a goblin staff, which was actually of dark gold grade. Little master, you have to hurry up. There's quite a lot of garbage. Can't you pick it up for me? I'm sorry, little master. The battle pet category can only be opened after reaching level 10. Now you can only rely on yourself. Chapter 8 Network-Wide Notice. In the Zombie City dungeon, as a ray of teleportation light disappeared, Tian Xiaoyang and his team fell down at the door of the dungeon. You guys clear the level? Luo Zijian, who was about to enter the dungeon, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Although it was just normal mode, he didn't want Tian Xiaoyang to walk ahead of him. Tian Xiaoyang smiled smugly and said, "Don't be so nervous, it's just normal mode. After I clear the nightmare-level dungeon tomorrow, it won't be too late for you to look at me like this." Tian Xiaoyang, don't be so proud. Do you dare to say that your S-level talent was awakened by your own ability? Why do you sound like you're jealous of me? My talent points, whether mine or someone else's, are all earned by my own ability. Why are you dissatisfied? These words left Luo Zijian speechless. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone so shameless. Xiaoyang, let's not waste time. We can reach level 5 after one more clearance, and then go directly to the goblin mine. There are few monsters in that dungeon. With our strength, if nothing unexpected happens, we can become the first team to clear the nightmare dungeon today. We don't have to wait until tomorrow at all. Tian Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. That makes sense. My little Meng is really smart. Let's go get some potions first, and then we can treat it as leveling up after we brush it again. Luo Zijin was dumbfounded. Was he really going to lose at every step? Everyone, please make way. We need to go out and restock some medicine. In fact, there are not many people in front of the Zombie City copy. This is just Tian Xiaoyang showing off. When he saw the crowd parting, the smugness on his face reached a new level. I cleared the normal level dungeon on my second try on the first day. This time my strength is enough to make everyone stand in awe of me. Just as Tian Xiaoyang was walking among the crowd with a proud look on his face, a blue magic light curtain suddenly opened in the air. Ding! Congratulations to professional Fong Chung for clearing the nightmare level dungeon, and the clearance process was rated SSS. Tian Xiaoyang's smile suddenly froze on his face. Cleared the nightmare level dungeon, right? That Fong Chung. Looking up, Tian Xiaoyang was dumbfounded again. Professional Fong Chung. Age 17. Occupation Beast de mer. Battle pet Burning Sky Swallow. Graduated from number 13 Middle School, Yujiang City, Jiannan Province. Li Ming was also dumbfounded. How could it be him? Hasn't he done enough to hurt me? What on earth does he want to do? The Burning Sky Swallow was a 6th-level ferocious beast. It was impossible for him to catch such a combat pet in the wild. Who? Who sold it to him? Xiaoyang, didn't you say that no one in Yujiang City dared to sell him a battle pet? Hearing Li Ming's question, Tian Xiaoyang couldn't help but get angry and said unhappily, "You asked me. Who should I ask? No, this 6th-level battle pet is not cheap. Can you explain to me where he got so much money?" Xiaoyang, do you suspect it's me? Because I can't think of anyone else besides you. When Luo Zijin saw this scene, he was immediately happy. He felt this was an opportunity to overtake Tian Xiaoyang. Huh? What are you laughing at? You are not the one who was reported to the entire network. Luo Zijin's laughter sounded particularly harsh to Tian Xiaoyang at this moment. Don't get me wrong, I just remembered that some guy had said that he would be the first person in Yujiang City to pass the nightmare level dungeon. Brother Tian, how can this guy be so shameless? Yep. Luo Zijin stretched out his hand and pressed Tian Xiaoyang's finger, and continued with a smile. Mr. Tian, if I remember correctly, the 100 talent points you stole by your own ability should belong to that classmate Fong Chung. I have to say that this guy named Fong Chung is really a talented person. Even though I lost all my talent points because of you, I was able to turn the tables and firmly defeat you. At this point, Luo Zijin gestured twice on Tian Xiaoyang's head. Tian Xiaoyang was so angry that he almost fought with him to the death. Get lost. No, Mr. Tian, if I remember correctly, your girlfriend seemed to have been picked up by Fong Chung. Look, my sister-in-law must be regretting it now. Tian Xiaoyang subconsciously looked at Li Ming, who quickly explained, I didn't. What do you mean, Luo Xiao? It means exactly what it says. Do you dare to say that you don't regret it now? It was just announced to the entire network, which means that at this moment, the name Fong Chung has been remembered by the deans of all colleges. So do you think his future will be what you imagined? Li Ming hesitated, and she suddenly felt that she might have really made a mistake. Tian Xiaoyang is very rich, but now it seems that Fong Chung will definitely be successful in the future. Giving up the person who truly loves you and becoming someone else's plaything, is this really a good deal? Luo Zijin laughed and pointed at Li Ming and said to Tian Xiao, look at her expression. If this isn't regret, then what is it? I say, Mr. Tian, with our strength, what kind of woman can't we want? Why do you have to mess with someone else's whore? And this whore is still thinking about someone else. I feel ashamed for you. Xiaoyang, I am sincere to you. You have to believe me. Without waiting for Tian Xiaoyang to speak, Luo Zijin immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, you also said this to Fong Chung. What happened? Before you changed your job, you gave all his talent points to another man. I say, why do you still keep a woman like Tian Xiao around? Aren't you afraid that she will stab you like this in the future? Li Ming didn't have time to care about Luo Zijin now, and quickly grabbed Tian Xiaoyang's hand and said, no, Xiaoyang, I love you so much. How could I betray you? As a result, Tian Xiaoyang got annoyed and shook her hand off. Xiaoyang, go away. I don't want to see you again. Xiaoyang, go away. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Seeing this, Luo Zijin's mouth curled up slightly. Now, Tian Xiaoyang's stupid team is missing an 8th-level priest. I want to see how he can fight me. Fong Chung is very depressed now. The golden treasure chest rewarded by the dungeon only gave him 1,000 experience points, which is not even enough for a level up. This copy is too stingy. My young master, the boxes given by the nightmare level are just a consolation prize. To get the real good stuff, you have to go to the Hell level dungeon. Hell level. That's right, and there's one every time you clear a level. What are you waiting for? Go out and start Hell mode. As soon as Fong Chung left the copy, It triggered a notification to the entire network. While everyone was still in a daze, he immediately went back into the copy. Is it him? The entire network just reported it. Who else could it be other than him? He was the only one who activated Nightmare Mode just now. And he's the only Beastmaster in Yujiang City this year. I didn't see it wrong. He just went in again, and it seems that he opened a Hell-level copy. Is he crazy? He dares to play the Hell dungeon alone on the first day? No. In our Yujiang City, no one has ever played the Hell-level dungeon before. You're crazy. I don't think I have the ability to do that. Didn't you see what was just written in the notice? Is it difficult for a 6th-level battle pet to clear a Hell dungeon alone? Oh my god, are all Beastmasters so awesome? This is not the point. The point is that this year, Yujiang City will avenge its previous humiliation because of Fong Cheng's appearance. Chapter 9, this battle pet is not serious. The total attributes of monsters in the Hell-level dungeon have been doubled, the experience has been doubled, and the critical rate has been increased by 50%. This made Fong Cheng a little worried that his inventory would not be enough soon. There are 9 small bosses in this copy, and the equipment dropped is at least silver-level equipment. If he can't pick it up, won't that be the end of his life? It was sloppy. Shuang heard his sigh and smiled slightly. My little master, you've already come in. Do you want to go out again? We should have gone to Zombie City. My little master, the Zombie City has many monsters but few small bosses. The Goblin Mine has few monsters but many small bosses. It's the same wherever you go. How can it be the same? The drop rate here is too high. I'm afraid my inventory won't be able to hold it all. Can't fit it. Shuang rolled her eyes charmingly. So the young master is worried about this? What should we do now? Are you really going to leave? There are only 3 chances a day. How is that possible? Then hurry up and brush it. You transform first. It's faster to fly. Okay. With a cry of phoenix, a huge phoenix rose from the flames. My young master, I'm ready, come on. Fong Cheng was stunned for a second. Why did he feel that the battle pet he had contracted with was a little bit unserious? What are you still standing there for? Come on. I said, when you talk, can you please stop being so flirty? Is there? Maybe I like my little master. My little master, do you have a girlfriend? Let's talk business. Fong Cheng jumped on his Shuang's back and continued. There are 9 small bosses in this dungeon. We should fight 1, 4, 7, and 8 first, then 2, 3, 6, and 9. This way, we don't have to repeat the same route, and we can clear the dungeon in just 3 battles. Understood, little master. Sit tight, I'm gonna fly. The firelight illuminated the dim mine, and a group of goblins holding various weapons followed behind and screamed. Don't be fooled by them shouting happily now. Once the 4 small bosses are lured together, they can all be killed with a flame feather dance. Gain 55 experience points. Get 120 points. As a wave of experience points flashed, the white light on Fong Cheng and Shu Ying lit up and then lit up again. This wave allowed them to directly level up by 2 levels. I opened the character panel and took a look. Name, Fong Cheng. Profession, Beastmaster, Rare. Level, 7, 40.1%. Health, 4,400. Magic value, 6,800. Strength, 24 by 10. Agility, 24 by 10. Spirit, 68 by 10. Physique, 44 fois 10. Free attribute points, 70. Battle pet space, 1/1. Skills, contract, level 1. Summoning, level 1. Healing, level 1. Taming beast, level 1. Phoenix seal, passive, cannot be upgraded. Talented skills, Amaterasu, enlightenment, amplification, covering the sky. The system allocation points for a Beastmaster are similar to those for a Mage, namely 1 for strength, 1 for agility, 4 for spirit, and 4 for vitality. The allocation of free attribute points is quite particular. Some people specialize in output, and all attribute points are added to spirit. They can learn more powerful skills and have stronger output. The disadvantage is that they cannot wear equipment and are easy to die due to low blood volume. Another way is to add 6 points of spirit, and then add 2 points each to physique and strength, so that a balance can be achieved between defense and output. The above 2 are the more mainstream ways of adding points. At the same time, there are 2 growth paths for Beastmasters. One is to take the path of a magician, and with the addition of a battle pet, the output ability is far superior to that of a magician. The second is to take the path of a priest, forming both offensive and defensive capabilities with a combat pet, being both an output and a nurse on the battlefield. But Feng Cheng didn't want to choose either of them. After finally changing to a rare profession, why did he want to go back to an ordinary profession? Was it just to have one more battle pet than others? Also, no matter whether it is a mage or a priest, no matter how you add points, the inability to fight in close combat is a fatal flaw. So Feng Cheng decided to take the path of a magic swordsman, a rare profession that practices both magic and martial arts, also known as a melee mage. The points are added in the following way: 2 strength, 3 agility, 3 spirit, and 2 physique. The fixed points are 2 strength, 2 agility, 3 precision, and 3 physique. I have a 10-fold bonus, so this path is completely feasible. In this way, when someone wants to bypass my battle pet and engage in close combat with me, I can give him a big surprise. Little master, what are you daydreaming about? Don't you want these rubbish anymore? My little master, you can slowly pick up the items here first. I will go and lure all the remaining small bosses over here so that you don't have to make another trip. After the second wave of small bosses were dealt with, Feng Cheng reached level 9 and his inventory was full. Why don't you pick it up? It's full. There's no more room. Then forget it. Let's go and take care of the big boss and start the next game as soon as possible. What I hate most is waste. You can't even fit any more. What else do you want? You can also give it as a gift. So Feng Cheng immediately opened the friend panel, and there were only 2 friends in it, Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengchu. All the bronze-level equipment and materials were packed up and mailed to Lu Wulong. As he was a blacksmith, he could use these things to hone his skills. Feng Cheng did not show favoritism and sent all the medicines, herbs, and other materials to Zhu Fengchu. West Street in Yujiang City is known as a street of professional shops. It is graduation season now, and people coming to this street to look for apprenticeships are as numerous as Christian carp. Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengchu met in the crowd. How's Lao Zhu? Did you find a job? Zhu Fengchu shook his head. We had already agreed on it, but as soon as they heard my name, they kicked me out. Why is this happening to you two? You two? Lu Wulong nodded. Old Zhu, do you think someone is deliberately targeting us? Zhu Fengchu pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Do you think it could be that bastard Tian Xiaoyang? We didn't offend him, so why did he do this? Is it because of that guy Feng Cheng that he holds a grudge against us? I think this possibility is very high. You forgot that he had said that Feng Cheng's friends were his enemies, so no one in the school dared to pay attention to Feng Cheng. Only the 2 of us were so stubborn. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid he has been hating us since that time. In addition, this time, Feng Cheng slapped him in the face again, saying that anyone who dared to sell him a war pet would be against his Tian family. Don't you think that bastard would mention us when he said this? Damn it, that bastard is no match for Feng Cheng. So how can he bully us? Who says we are Feng Cheng's friends? The big exam is only 2 months away. What are you going to do? What else can we do? If all else fails, we can only try our luck in other cities. No matter how long the Tian family's arms are, they can't extend beyond Yujiang City. Wait a minute. Feng Cheng seems to have sent me a message. Ugh, mine too. Oh my god, that kid sent me a bunch of magic materials. Mine too. How much would all of this be worth? Did that guy get rich? No matter what, with these materials, my skill proficiency can be raised by at least 1 level. I'm going to practice my skills. What about you? Nonsense. Of course I'm going to use these things to improve my proficiency when I get home. But when we become rich in the future, you must not be ungrateful. Don't worry, no matter whether I become successful or not, Feng Cheng will always be my brother. Chapter 10: Breaking Records and Witnessing History. Modu College is one of the best institutions of higher learning in the entire Dragon Country. On the campus, magic towers stand tall. On the tallest magic tower in the middle, the Academy's dean, Ji Chiobai, an old man with white hair and beard, was sitting on the balcony, sipping tea elegantly. Opposite him sat an old man with a sturdy build and a strong waist. He also had white hair and beard, but the difference was that his beard was as straight as steel needles. This person is Marshal Qinglong, Yin Liqiu, one of the 4 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect that the first kid to pass the level this year would be from Yujiang City. As Yin Liqiu spoke, he skillfully poured out the tea for both of them and replaced it with his own brewed wine. This is the Hongdingshan from Wuyuan Mountain. Do you know how much it costs per pound in the market? Ji Chiobai said with a painful look on his face. It's so bland. How can it be as enjoyable as drinking? Oh, you haven't answered my question just now. Did you ask? Didn't you ask? If I didn't ask, it was because you interrupted me and made me forget to ask. How can there be such an unreasonable old thing as you in this world? What do you think of that kid? What do you mean? He is not your disciple. Oh, you say that as if you were one of your students. That's hard to say. Yin Licho glanced at the other person and said, I think that's accurate. Why are you ready to rob it so soon? It's just a nightmare-level copy. You old man are too impatient. You old bastard, if you have the guts, don't fight with me this time. Of course I won't compete with you for it. It's just a nightmare-level copy. I don't think such a guy is worthy of my attention. Wait a moment. I'll record it with a recording crystal. Can you please repeat what you just said so that you don't have to deny it later? It's the same even if I say it 100 times. A kid like that won't fit in. Before Ji Chiobai could finish his words, a female secretary in professional attire appeared in front of the two elders. Reporting the latest news to the dean, the first student this year to clear the Hell-level dungeon and obtain an SS-level evaluation has appeared. Oh, really? Is it from the Magic City, Yinxing, or Xinhai City? Ji Chiobai picked up the cup and took a sip, appearing very confident. The female secretary shook her head and said, To answer the dean, it's neither. It's Yujiang City, or the boy named Fong Cheng. What? That kid again? Yin Licho stood up suddenly and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. By the way, old man, you have to keep your word and don't snatch it from me. What am I fighting for? Don't try that on me. Look how excited you are, old man. Ji Chiobai took a sip of wine and said with a smile, You can beat the Hell-level novice dungeon on the first day. It's true that there hasn't been such a kid in my dragon country for a long time. But have you read the notice carefully? Yin Licho was slightly stunned. Are you talking about the Burning Sky Swallow? The Burning Sky Swallow is a 6th-level beast. Is it difficult to defeat the Hell-level novice dungeon with a 6th-level beast? Yin Licho also calmed down immediately. The biggest difference between a beastmaster and other professions is that a beastmaster can rely on external forces. For other professions, this is simply cheating. Taming beasts is the biggest advantage of this profession, but also its biggest disadvantage, because the highest combat power of this profession depends largely on the combat pet. Battle pets can be bought with money or given by family elders, so the combat effectiveness of a beastmaster depends to a certain extent on the family's financial situation. After all, decent battle pets are not cheap. So the question is, among the prominent families in Yujiang City, I have never heard of the Fong family. So how did that kid get his 6th-level combat pet? Thinking of this, Yin Licho's eyes lit up, and he almost fell into the trap of this old guy. That makes sense. Since that kid surnamed Fong has won the first prize this time, our bet is void. What are you going to do? It's none of your business. Just enjoy your wine. I spent a lot of effort to make this wine. Don't waste it, old man. After saying this, Yin Licho disappeared from the magic tower. At this time, the female secretary couldn't help but said worriedly, Dean, as far as I know, there is no Fong family among the noble families in Yujiang City. Ji Chiobai shook his head. So what? The upper limit of a beastmaster is still limited. Ding. Congratulations to Professional Fong Cheng for clearing the Hell-level dungeon, and the clearance process was rated SSS. The moment Fong Cheng walked out of the copy, a huge blue light curtain opened in the sky again. Hell level. He really did it. Are we witnessing history? Someone in Yujiang City has finally cleared the Hell-level dungeon. Fuck. Why can't I change my job to a beastmaster? This is too abnormal. Clearing a Hell-level dungeon on the first day is really enviable. I heard from my cousin from number 13 middle school that the reason he was able to change his job to a beast tamer was because his ex-girlfriend cheated him out of all his talent points. So he used a rare job change card as a last-ditch effort. I didn't expect that he actually succeeded. No way. Then his ex-girlfriend must have awakened an amazing talent this time. Why haven't we heard of any amazing talents appearing this year? This is no longer a secret in number 13 middle school. His ex-girlfriend cheated the talent points and didn't use them herself. Instead, she gave them to Tian Xiaoyang of the Tian family. Now I heard that she is Tian Xiaoyang's girlfriend. Is he the guy who boasted that he would be the first to clear the nightmare-level dungeon this year? Yes, it's him. He took someone else's talent points, but was still surpassed by others. You can imagine how useless such a person is. If I were his ex-girlfriend, I would be regretting it right now. I think so. This has little to do with his ex-girlfriend. The key is his own ability. If it were you, in that situation, how many of you would be able to do what he did and think of using the job transfer card for a last-ditch effort? I don't want to admit this, but I have to say it. If I were to suffer such a blow, I would definitely want to die. Who would have thought of the loophole in the job transfer card? Look, he seems to be going in again. No way. He just came out and went again. If I remember correctly, he has already done it twice in a row. I mean, doesn't it cost him blood to do it? He must have bought a few bottles of potions before going in again. It's a genius's operation, which is beyond the comprehension of us mortals. He was able to think of the loophole in the job transfer card under such a huge blow. Can you do it? I estimate that he should be able to reach level 10 this time. How is this possible? How could someone reach level 10 on the first day? It has never happened before. He's a solo player, so what's impossible? Didn't you notice that our Jinsha technique is ineffective on him? This means he is now more than 5 levels higher than us. Oh my god, no way. He's already level 8? It should be level 9, and I'm already level 4. We are together. How come we don't know when you arrived at level 4? Warriors have a 30% experience bonus. I'll open it again and again. I'm going to reach level 5 no matter what I say today. Fuck, today's dungeon has reached its limit. Hurry, go to Zombie City. I have to reach level 5 today no matter what. Together, we can't even think about reaching level 10, but we can still give it a try at level 5. Joining the team to clear the Zombie City. According to Fong Cheng's original plan, he should go directly to West Street to clear out the spoils after going out this time. But after killing the last boss, my experience bar has grown to 98%, and I can level up by killing at most 3 monsters. After reaching level 10, Shuaing can open the inventory. In addition, after reaching level 10, both she and I can learn new skills. The difference is that she can comprehend them on her own, while I need skill scrolls. Chapter 11. The Tree That Stands Out in the Forest. My young master, I beg you a favor. Shuaing, who had just been released from the battle pet space, looked at Fong Cheng with resentment on her face. Even a heartless person would become soft as a silken finger when seeing her. Fong Cheng said with a vigilant look on his face, "Tell me first. In fact, it's just a small matter for the young master. Forget it if you don't say anything." "No, I just don't want to enter the battle pet space again." "Why? It's too dark in there for my liking." "Are you afraid of the dark?" Shuaing shook her head. "The most important thing is that no one talks to me." Fong Cheng nodded, and Shuaing immediately said happily, "Master, do you agree?" "Don't be too happy yet. If you don't want me to put you in the battle pet space, it's not impossible, but you have to promise me one thing." "No problem, Master. You say, as long as you don't let me enter the battle pet space, I will agree to anything you ask for. I will agree to anything." Fong Cheng rolled his eyes. "Be more restrained and don't cause trouble for me." "No problem. Is this the only request from the master? How about you think about it again? After thinking about it, I think it's better to put you in the battle pet space." "Stop. Master, how can you go back on your word? It all depends on your performance." After saying that, Fong Cheng looked at the goblin in the distance. "Master, rest assured, Shuaing will make sure you are satisfied." As a group of goblins fell, Fong Cheng and Shu Ying's bodies lit up with upgraded light. "Congratulations, professional. Your battle pet has mastered the dark gold level skill, Fire Sigh. The battle pet storage space is opening. Open the battle pet panel. Immortal Phoenix. Level 10, 0.22%. Potential, level 10. Health, 21,000. Magic value, 22,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 2,100. Physique, 2100. Spirit, 2,300. Skills, Flame Lance, level 2. Breath of Fire, level 1. Flame Feather Dance, level 1. Fire Scroll in the Sky, level 1. Nirvana, passive, cannot be upgraded. Although the Divine Beast gained 200 attribute points each time it was upgraded, Fong Cheng's mentality did not collapse this time, because with a tenfold bonus, the attribute points of the two were exactly the same. Furthermore, starting from the second level, the attribute points gained from each upgrade will increase by 5 points. The only thing that made Fong Cheng a little dissatisfied was that after reaching level 10, one could learn the skills of the battle pet by himself, but he had to spend money if he wanted to learn skills. Moreover, skills like equipment are divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and diamond. The higher the level, the stronger the power and the more expensive it is. This will be a considerable expense for me, who still has a loan. "Master, what are you still doing standing there?" Why don't you come and pick up the trash? The backpack is full, so I'll leave it with you first. No problem. By the way, Master, a flame wristband just dropped. If I remember correctly, Master also has a flame robe and flame combat boots, right? This is a dark gold level suit. If you can get a complete set, it will be very expensive. It is indeed not cheap. If I could put together a house, I should be able to pay off my loan. That depends on luck. After saying that, Feng Chung cast a self-healing spell on her. Master, I'm not injured. Why waste magic power? There's nothing we can do about it. Skills need to be improved in order to be upgraded. That's right, Master. You're already level 10 now. Logically, your initial skills should be upgraded to at least level 3 when you're level 10. So I can only practice more on you. Because this was their third time in the dungeon, they were already familiar with the route, and with their levels having increased, it only took them less than a quarter of an hour to kill the big boss, leaving a lot of items on the ground. Looking at these things, Feng Chung felt a little disappointed. Didn't they say that the final boss would drop skill scrolls? I've already done it twice, but there's nothing there. Is it really my bad luck? Just then, a fragrant breeze blew into Feng Cheng's ears. Master, you are so lucky. You have collected the flame necklace and a set of dark gold suit all by yourself. Feng Chung felt that this woman did it on purpose. Why did you get so close to me? If I turn around, I couldn't imagine the consequences. You can't take advantage of me. So Feng Chung took a step aside, then turned around and asked, do you like it? I don't even look at novice-level equipment. A woman who says one thing and thinks another. Although the flame set is dropped from the novice copy, the equipment requires 200 spirits. The total attribute points that a level 10 professional can have, including the fixed allocation, is only 200 points. If ordinary people want to wear this set of equipment, they need to add high-precision magic jewelry. So this can't possibly be an ordinary novice equipment. Moreover, each component of this set of equipment has a magic buff. After the set is completed, the total attribute is increased by 100 points. Of course, for Shuaing, whose total attributes are about to exceed 10,000, she will definitely not look down on this bonus. But after completing the set, all buffs will be increased by another 10%. They are 20% reduction in magic cooldown, 170% increase in fire damage, 15% increase in mana recovery, and 13% increase in life recovery. In addition, there is an additional skill of teleportation with a distance of 10 meters and a cooling time of 5 minutes. This is simply a magical outfit for the mage profession, especially the fire mage. She doesn't like the basic effects, but she also doesn't like these buffs. Her eyes began to light up when the first pair of flame boots appeared. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. This set of flame suit can be sold for 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. If you add the general equipment I picked up earlier, if you sell them all, I should be able to get 700,000 yuan. Master, are you short of money? Feng Chung did not deny that he still owed the bank a loan. Pack up your items and exit the instance. Once again, the entire network was notified. Although the scene was still shocking, for the people of Yujiang City, it seemed to be expected. After all, this was the third time that the entire network was notified. Everyone knows that Yujiang City produced a genius this year. He was not only the first to clear the nightmare level dungeon, but also broke the record of no one in the city clearing the hell level dungeon, making everyone feel proud. Good boy, you cleared the level so quickly and got an SSS rating. Do you think this hell level dungeon is your own backyard? Yin Li Cho, who had just come out of the teleportation array, looked at the blue light curtain in the sky. While feeling emotional, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The network that was announced to the entire network is called the Magic Network, which connects all the countries on this planet. The announcement to the entire network means that everyone in the world knows that a young man with great potential appeared in the Dragon Country this year. If it was just one nightmare level dungeon cleared, it would be nothing, but if it was 2 hell level dungeons cleared in a row, and both were SSS level, then some countries would be uneasy. Sauerkraut Country. Have you checked it out? Are you sure it's not the Dragon Country? Who's cheating? Mr. President, this is impossible. Dragon Country does not have that technology yet. Great. This person must be a descendant of our great Sour Cabbage Empire. Only the bloodline of our great Sour Cabbage Empire can be so domineering. I order you to take this young genius back to his homeland, no matter how much it costs. Plaster Country. Mr. Inoue, what do you think of these 2 reports? He triggered 3 notifications in one day, and all of them were SSS-level evaluations. Such a genius has not appeared in 300 years, and now he appears in Dragon Country, so he should not be alive in this world. Oh, I'll leave this to you. Make sure you do it without anyone noticing. Chapter 12. My master is not enlightened. On the other side of the planet, the North Atlantic Federation. St. John, have we contacted the people in Yujiang City? I'm sorry, sir. Yujiang City is just a small city in Manhwa. It was not on our radar before. Oh my god, how could the parliament support such a bunch of good-for-nothings like you? Don't worry, sir. Our people will arrive in Yujiang City tomorrow morning at the latest. We must get rid of this person. This world belongs to us. We must not let the Dragon Kingdom have the opportunity to make decisions. Magic City College. The female secretary in a professional suit appeared on the magic tower again. Before she could speak, Ji Chiobai asked, "Have all the mice come out of the hole?" "Yes, Dean. Should we notify Yin Shuai?" "Don't worry, he's not a rough guy." "But, Dean, according to reliable intelligence, Visky from the Northwest Federation is also on his way to Yujiang City. I heard that he changed his profession to become a holy swordsman 2 years ago." "Yes, a level 73 golden holy swordsman, currently serving as the captain of the first team of the Knights of the Northwest Federation." Ji Chiobai stroked his beard and suddenly laughed. "Then we have to inform that old guy. We must not let him get away with this big fish." "But, Mr. President, will this cause a major diplomatic crisis?" "Bai Ling, how long have you been with me?" Ji Chiobai's sudden change of tone made Bai Ling's heart skip a beat. This year is the 11th year. It's been 11 years, and Teacher Yang is still in need of an assistant. You will go and help him starting tomorrow. Teaching assistant. Bai Ling's eyes widened in an instant. As the secretary of the dean, he was second only to the dean in the academy. If I suddenly have to be a teaching assistant, it would be like I have to do it all the way. What did I do wrong that the dean wanted to punish me like this? Master Dean, I don't quite understand. I don't understand? The vicious dog has entered the house and bit our cub, and you are worried about that vicious dog. It's true that you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog, but it also depends on the time. If it weren't for the fact that you have been with me for 11 years, you wouldn't even be able to be the assistant coach. Inform those little bastards in the demon hunting division that if anyone lets this vicious dog escape Dragon Country alive, they will no longer recognize me as their teacher. Fang Chinka had no idea of the turbulent international situation, and he had no idea that he had become an assassination target of spies from an enemy country. Because a dungeon can only be entered 3 times a day, there are not many people in the Goblin Mine dungeon in the afternoon. Regardless of whether they got equipment or not, everyone went to the zombie city to upgrade. This made Fang Chung feel relieved. People are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. If the network-wide notification wasn't mandatory, he really wouldn't want to be on that damn notification. While no one was noticing him, he quickly pulled Shuang into a taxi. "Master, go to West Street." The driver subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror, then turned around as if he had discovered a new continent. "What's wrong, Master? Is there a problem?" "That young man, is this beautiful woman next to you your sister?" "No, it can't be my girlfriend. Is it half price for couples?" Sorry, I just want to ask for this beautiful lady's contact information on behalf of my son." "Aren't you afraid that she's my girlfriend?" "Impossible. How can a guy like you find such a beautiful girlfriend?" Shuang chuckled. "Then I'll give you the contact information. Can I get a discount on this trip? If you can become my daughter-in-law, I'll do it for free." "Girl, don't be so quick to reject me. My son is a top student at Jimin College. He was recruited by the Demon Hunting Division before he even graduated. I could say that my son has a promising future and good looks. Would you consider marrying him, girl? I can give you the contact information, but if I want to be your daughter-in-law, I have to ask my master for his consent." At this moment, the car shook violently twice and almost overturned. The driver, who finally managed to hold the steering wheel, looked back with a lingering fear and asked, "Your master?" "Yes." Shuang leaned on Fang Cheng's shoulder, pointed at him, and said, "It's him." The driver was stunned for a long time before he said with emotion, "Young people nowadays really know how to have fun." "Master, you misunderstood. It's not what you think." Fang Chung pushed Shuang away and wanted to explain, but the driver didn't even give him a chance. I know. To be honest, even though I'm quite old, I've seen those movies too. Master is really not what you think. I understand, but as the old saying goes, good fire consumes charcoal. and a good woman consumes a man. You are still young, so don't ruin your health. Hearing this, Shuang smiled even more charmingly, and the driver almost overturned the car again. Driver, you are worrying about nothing. My master is just a dullard who doesn't understand romance at all. It's obvious that this kid is a rookie. If he gets trained more, he still has great potential. Shuang looked at Fang Cheng and said, Master, do you want us to try tonight? I think it was a mistake to let you out. Stop it. Master, I was just joking. Why are you so angry? The driver shook his head and sighed. What a stupid guy. After finally arriving at West Street, Fang Cheng was paying the fare when Shuang snatched it away. Master, please get off first. I will pay for the fare. Fang Cheng got out of the car without thinking much. Not long after, Shuang also got out of the car. The driver stuck his head out and said, Next time you need a ride, beautiful lady, come find me. I'll be there whenever you call. No problem. Next time my master needs a car, he will look for you. Watching the taxi drive away, Fang Cheng asked in confusion, Do you have his phone number? Or have you added him as a friend? No. Then how do we find him? Hey, I was just saying it casually, Master. You took it seriously. I just think it's a waste not to take a free ride. Master, you know everything? Don't forget that I am your master. What can you do that can escape my eyes? TSK. It's because of the supreme contract that other battle pets get paid, but I don't. Can I earn some pocket money? What do you want money for? As soon as he said this, Fang Cheng felt that he had asked a nonsense question. In this world, if you want a combat pet to stay with you, you not only have to pay it a salary, but also provide it with food and accommodation. Unless you are like me and can sign the highest contract with your battle pet, then you don't have to worry about your battle pet betraying you. At the same time, after the ferocious beast becomes a war pet, it is equivalent to obtaining a residence permit in the human city. It can walk freely in the city and naturally cannot avoid consumption. Of course, low-level ferocious beasts are an exception. They cannot transform and are still beasts in the eyes of humans. Of course I'm buying clothes. I don't even have any clothes right now. Master, can't you see that? So what are you wearing? It's just a trick. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Give me the gear in your backpack. What? Sell for money. TSK. You stingy guy. Then Fang Cheng handed the flame suit to Shuang. Chapter 13. Enemies on a narrow road. How could Fang Cheng possibly sell such magical equipment? As a privilege of being a beastmaster, you can enjoy the bonuses of 2 sets of equipment at the same time, one for yourself and one for your battle pet. So this flame suit looks the same no matter who wears it. What are you doing? Shuang asked with a puzzled look on her face. Haven't you been eyeing this flame suit for a long time? Who said that? I don't like it. Are you sure you don't want it? Well, I should be able to pay off the loan if I sell it. Shuang snatched it away and said, How stingy. You actually want to take back something you gave away. How can you be a master like this? She is indeed a woman who says one thing and thinks another. Didn't you say you didn't like it? No matter how much I dislike it, it is the first piece of equipment my master gave me. It has special meaning. How could I not want it? Then Fang Cheng took out another 200 yuan and gave it to her. Here, this is all I have. If he gave me everything, what would the master do? Shuang couldn't help but feel a little touched. It seemed that her little master was quite reliable. If I sell these things, won't I have money? Shuang was stunned, realizing that she was moved for nothing. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. If you want to go shopping, go ahead. I'll call you if there's anything else. No way. How could the highest contract be fake? Shuang said in pretended surprise. The reason why I asked you to sign the highest contract is because I need my battle pet to keep a secret for me. So I will try my best to satisfy you with the treatment that other battle pets have. You said this yourself. Don't go back on your word. Won't. After saying that, Fang Cheng turned and left. Hello. Do you have anything else to do? That's all. Go away. Looking at Fang Cheng's back, she was really moved this time. That stingy guy gave me such precious equipment without even blinking an eye. You're still trying to satisfy me with the treatment that a battle pet should have? I'm a rank 10 divine beast. What kind of treatment should that be? Can you satisfy me? Looking at the flame suit in my hand, I decided to find a place to change into it first. Although as an illusion, the coldness on my body makes me feel uncomfortable. In a single room of the public toilet, a red magical light flashed by. Shuang changed into the flame suit, came to the mirror, and posed. The tight, red dress outlined her curvy figure, and the magical lines made of mithril gave her a sense of restraint. Long legs and black stockings and pointed high heels with a metallic texture make crisp sounds when they step on the tiles. Staring at herself in the mirror, she placed her slender fingers on her red lips and tapped them. Will this make me look too mature? Forget it. Just wear what you have for now. It was rush hour after get off work, and the streets were crowded with people. Shuang arrived at the bus stop, looked at the sign, turned around, and said to a little girl who had been staring at her, "Little sister, do you know how to get to the library?" The little girl hugged a brown teddy bear and cried. "What's wrong, little sister?" Mom is gone. Why is your mother missing?" The little girl pointed at the bus that had just arrived at the station and said, "My mom was taken away by the truck." "Is that so? Don't cry, it's okay. Mom will come back to find you. Can I wait for you here with you?" At the pharmacy across the street, Luo Zijian bought a backpack of recovery potions. "Mr. Luo, look." Luo Zijian subconsciously followed his follower's gaze, and when he saw the shadows in the bus stop, he was immediately stunned. "Ow, is Mr. Luo?" "Just in time." "Master Luo, haven't you always said that Tian Xiaoyang flaunts his woman in front of you, which makes you lose face? If you can catch that beautiful girl over there, then Tian Xiaoyang's Li Meng won't matter." "What the hell? She already has a child, can't you see?" "That's impossible. That beauty doesn't look much older than us. How could she have a child of 4 or 5 years old?" Luo Zijian thought, yes. If that little girl is really her child, then she must have given birth when she was 14 or 15 years old. Just then the little girl's mother came and took the little girl away. "See, I told you, that little girl is not his child. Let's go and take a look." At the bus stop, Shuang learned the location of the library from the little girl's mother, but the library was already closed at this time. Just as she was hesitating about where to go, a luxury car stopped in front of her. Are you waiting for the car, beautiful lady?" Luo Zijian asked, sticking his head out of the car window. Interesting. The corners of Shuang's mouth curled up slightly, which made Luo Zijian feel excited. "Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time, but no car has come. It's hard to get a taxi at this time. How about I give you a ride?" "Thank you very much, handsome boy." Luo Zijian couldn't help but feel delighted. He quickly got out of the car, opened the door, and welcomed Shuang to the passenger seat. After closing the car door, he asked, "Where's the beauty going?" The first thing Shuang thought of was Xingfu community, because that's where Fang Cheng lived. But seeing that it was still early and it was not worthwhile to go back just because I had finally come out, he smiled and said, "This is my first time here, and I'm unfamiliar with the place. How about you give me some advice, little brother?" "Haha, beautiful lady, you have finally asked the right person. There is no place in Yujiang City that I don't know. How about we go have a meal first, and then I will take you for a good walk? How about that? Won't this cause you trouble?" No, it's my honor to serve a beautiful lady." Soon the two arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion, the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Luo Zijian was very gentlemanly. He brought out a chair for Shuang, and after she sat down, he quickly sat down opposite her. He handed the menu to her. "Just order whatever you want, beautiful lady." Shuang took the menu gracefully, flipped it open casually, and was immediately shocked by the prices she saw. A moonlight steak costs 43,000? If his little master knew that a meal cost him tens of thousands of dollars, he would be heartbroken. This, and this." She pointed at the most expensive dishes and ordered them one by one, then asked, "By the way, little brother, what kind of wine do you want to drink?" "I drink whatever the beautiful woman drinks." Shuang smiled slightly and immediately returned the menu to the waiter beside her. The latter looked at the menu in his hand, then looked at Luo Zijian, who was treating them today, and said unnaturally, "Sir, are you sure you want to eat so much?" At this moment, Luo Zijian wanted to show his face in front of Shuang, but when he saw the waiter's look, he got angry. "What's that expression on your face? Am I the kind of person who can't afford to eat?" Luo Zijian said unhappily. "Is there any problem?" "No problem, it's just—" Luo Zijian interrupted him and said, "No problem, then serve the food quickly." "Did I order too much?" Shuang asked. "A lot?" "No. By the way, beauty, I don't even know your name." But at this moment, an annoying voice sounded in their ears. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Luo?" Chapter 14, Fighting for the Master. Luo Zijian frowned slightly. Who else could that annoying guy be but Tian Xiaoyang? What surprised him was that Li Meng, that woman, was really capable and actually got together with him again. "Brother, is this your friend?" Shuang raised her head and glanced at Tian Xiaoyang. Tian Xiaoyang looked over subconsciously, but was stunned. This woman is quite hot. When did this bastard Luo Zijian hook up with such a beautiful woman? Looking at Li Meng beside him, he suddenly felt that this woman was not attractive anymore. There's no way. In the face of sexiness, purity is worthless. I guess so, Luo Zijian said angrily. Tian Xiaoyang casually picked up a chair and sat between the two of them, looking at Shuang with his eyes full of love. My beautiful lady, my name is Tian Xiaoyang, and I've been good friends with Luo Xiao for many years, right? Luo Xiao. Seeing Tian Xiaoyang's licking behavior, Li Meng on the side immediately became dissatisfied. Gently pulled Tian Xiaoyang's sleeve. Xiaoyang. Tian Xiaoyang pointed unhappily. Go over there and wait for me. My dear brother, you are actually a Knight of Light? Tian Xiaoyang immediately straightened his chest and said, Beautiful lady, you have good eyesight. You can tell at a glance that I am a Knight of Light who has awakened an S-level talent. Luo Zijian rolled his eyes. This kid deliberately mentioned his S-level talent. Wasn't he just trying to flatter himself? TSK, you didn't awaken by your own ability, so why are you so proud? What do you mean by that, Mr. Luo? What do you mean? Luo Zijian smiled coldly. Now in the entire Yujiang city, everyone knows that you stole your S-level talent from someone else. Shuang looked at Luo Zijian with a puzzled look on her face. Mr. Luo is such a joke. Can this talent be stolen? Why not? Before changing jobs, I can just ask my woman to cheat a fool out of all his talent points. Really? Who is that idiot? How could he give away something so important? That idiot, if I don't tell you, you will never guess that he is the genius who triggered the entire network's notification 3 times in a row today. Shuang's heart trembled. Triggered the entire network notification 3 times in a row. Yes, it's Feng Cheng. Beauty, you might not know this. The woman who just passed by is Feng Cheng's ex-girlfriend. Enough. Tian Xiaoyang suddenly interrupted Luo Zijian. Why don't you want to tell others about your own ugly deeds? I admire Feng Cheng a lot. He was hurt so badly by you, but he was able to turn things around and become the rising star of our dragon country. Who else can do that? Shuang never imagined that her little master, Cheng Ran, had such a story. Thinking of this, her gaze uncontrollably turned towards Li Meng. I didn't look carefully before, but now I look carefully. That woman is just like that. I really don't know what kind of vision the young master had to fall in love with such a woman. I say, that Feng Cheng you were talking about has poor taste. Luo Zijian laughed. Sure enough, the beauty has the same taste as me. I also think that Feng Cheng must have been blind at the beginning. Shuang frowned. It should be that woman's job. Plus her identity as a priest of light, this kind of contrast is unbearable for most boys. Right, little brother? Shuang looked at Tian Xiaoyang and blinked her right eye, which made Tian Xiaoyang's heart shrink suddenly. The whole person was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, It's really good, but she's waiting for you there. Why don't you go over and keep her company? What's there to accompany her for? She's just attracted by my money. As long as I have money, I'll ask her to be my dog. Li Meng's body tensed slightly. Obviously, she heard it. I never thought that you would treat her like a plaything when she's so infatuated with you. Aren't you afraid that she'll break up with you if she finds out? It would be nice if she could really break up with me, but she's like a dog that won't go away. I didn't expect that this little brother is so handsome, but he is such a heartless person. I really misjudged him. Beauty, you misunderstood me. My relationship with her is not what you think. It's just a deal. Yeah. Of course, I never lie to anyone, especially to a beauty like you. Shuang chuckled. Mr. Luo, your friend is really interesting. Just now, Shuang and Tian Xiaoyang were talking back and forth, which made Luo Zijian full of jealousy. He felt as if his woman was snatched away. Don't pay attention to him, beautiful lady. He is a shameless man. No, I think this little brother is quite interesting. Tian Xiaoyang immediately said excitedly. Young lady is still good at judging. Shuang smiled slightly. Okay, you guys chat first. I'm going to the bathroom. When her figure disappeared in the restaurant, Luo Zijian, with eyes full of jealousy, suddenly slapped the table and said, Tian, what the hell do you mean? Tian Xiaoyang laughed and said, Why are you jealous of the beautiful woman who likes me? I'm jealous of your mother. I'll warn you to stay away from her. Don't scold my mother. I just like her, so what? If you have the guts, come fight me in a one-on-one duel. You think I'm afraid of you? Hey, what are you doing? Shuang, who had just returned, pretended to be surprised and said, I just left for a while. Why are you quarreling? Tian Xiaoyang smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just that Luo Xiao wants to spar with me." "How can that be?" "Luo Xiao, your friend, is a Knight of Light, and he has even awakened an S-level talent. You will be at a disadvantage if you spar with him." Luo Zijian was most afraid of others saying that he was not good enough, especially when these words came from the mouth of the beautiful girl he liked. It's still unclear who will suffer. He is not the only one in the world who has awakened an S-level talent. After saying that, he stood up and angrily said to Tian Xiaoyang, "If you are a man, come out with me." Thomas Tian stood up and said confidently, "Beautiful girl, please wait a moment. I will be back soon. I don't like fast little boys." Hearing this, Tian Xiaoyang was completely blown away and said foolishly, "Don't worry, beauty, I promise it will last ridiculously long this time." Both of them went out with a lot of anger in their hearts. It seemed that if one of them didn't lie down today, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Shuaing didn't care about this. She only cared about why the dish hadn't been served yet. "You did that on purpose, just now." Li Ming came uninvited and sat opposite Shuaing. Shuaing scissored her long legs, leaned back, folded her hands, and smiled slightly. "You lied to someone who loves you. Doesn't your heart hurt?" "None of your business." "That's right. Then I don't need you to interfere in my affairs." Are you happy to hear that you are just a plaything? You're looking for death." Li Ming just stood up and wanted to slap her, but Shuaing slapped her in the face, stunning her. "How can my stupid master fall for a bitch like you? Just looking at you affects my appetite." When Li Ming reacted, Shuaing had already left. She wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the waiter who served the food. "Miss, you can't leave. The bill hasn't been paid yet." "What bill? I don't even know them." "Miss, you don't have any money. Do you want to call your boyfriend?" "You said I have no money." Li Ming snatched the bill from the waiter and looked at it, and her whole body went numb. That woman spent 320,000 yuan on a meal? Why does she have to spend 320,000 yuan on a meal, but Tian Xiaoyang only gives her 200,000 yuan in pocket money for a month? Chapter 15. Being Impersonated. Shuaing walked out of the restaurant and looked around. She didn't know where those two idiots had gone to duel. What if the two of them don't fight to death? She didn't know that in Dragon Country, fighting was strictly regulated in order to protect the interests of vulnerable groups. If you want to resolve differences through force, there is a duel arena specifically provided for professionals. After searching for a while without finding it, I had to hail a car to go home. Of course, this trip is free. Fang Chung sold all his spoils and made a profit of 560,000 yuan. It was the same as he estimated because today was the first day and most people didn't have equipment, so the price would be a bit higher. By tomorrow, it won't be sold at this price. Forget it tomorrow. Let's go to the secret realm outside the city tomorrow. The monsters there can drop strengthening stones. When everyone has equipment, there will be a huge demand for strengthening stones used to strengthen equipment. After thinking about it, Fang Chung got on the bus and went directly to the vegetable market near his home. He bought some ingredients, and it was already evening when he returned home. The old people were taking a walk downstairs, and the children were destroying the fitness facilities. Everything seemed to be no different from usual, but if you looked up, you would find that there was a person standing on the roof of Fang Cheng's building. Yin Liqiu, one of the 4 great marshals of the empire. I watched Fang Chung get off the bus, watched him enter the vegetable market, watched him bargain with the fishmonger, watched him haggle with the old man selling celery. It is hard to imagine that such a stingy boy is actually a genius boy who triggered network-wide notifications 3 times in one day and received SSS-level evaluation all the time. How many people nationwide received SSS-level evaluation last year? There seem to be only 18. As for how many people can trigger 3 levels of network-wide notifications in succession, there isn't a single one, not just last year, but even in the past 300 years. The ceiling for Beastmasters is too low? I don't think so. Greetings, Marshal Yin. A young agent from the Demon Hunting Bureau appeared behind Yin Liqiu. Yin Liqiu looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, they are somewhat similar. The agent glanced at Fang Chung downstairs. He never thought that the only time in his life that he was summoned by Yin Shuai was because of his face. Do you know what you're going to do next? The agent swallowed. He came here just to be the bait, but when he thought about the big fish he was going to catch, he couldn't help but feel his throat getting dry. Yin Liqiu walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I will take good care of you. You won't die. It is my honor to be of use to the country." "Good, go down and get ready." Fong Chung came to his door, carrying vegetables. Just as he took out the key, he was suddenly stunned. Something was wrong. He felt something was wrong from the moment he entered the community. The closer I get to home, the stronger this feeling becomes. I looked up at the ceiling and felt like there was something staring at me. On the rooftop, Yin Licho smiled slightly. Good boy, your perception is quite good. That old man Ji Bai, not snatching it from me this time, is definitely the stupidest thing he has ever done in his life. After saying that, he disappeared on the rooftop in a flash, and Fong Cheng's feeling of being monitored also disappeared. Because this feeling appeared for the first time, Fong Cheng did not think much about it, and went home to cook his big meal. Pig's feet, kelp, carp, old hens. The last time I bought so many ingredients was on New Year's Eve when Uncle Chai was still around. But in the blink of an eye, Chai has been gone for 2 years. He came to the photo, lit 3 incense sticks, and told Uncle Chai and his parents that he had earned his first pot of gold in his life today. It was not to show off, but to tell them that he could definitely repay the bank loan and that he could support himself so that they would not worry. Then he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He wanted to treat himself well today. Pig's trotter stewed with kelp is Uncle Chai's favorite dish. Old hen stewed with mushrooms is the chicken soup that my mother often drank in my memory. As for my father, although I have no memory of him, he should like sweet and sour pine nut fish like me. Fong Qing knew how to do these things in his previous life, and he's been doing them for more than 10 years in this life, and has become even more adept at them. After a while, the whole house was filled with fragrance, making people salivate. After dinner, he cleaned up the dishes and took out 2 dark gold treasure chests rewarded from the dungeon. The gold treasure chest gives experience, and I don't know what the dark gold treasure chest can give me. I hope it is a skill book, whether it is martial arts or magic, which can save me a lot of money. He rubbed his hands in front of the treasure chest and looked at the photos of his parents on the wall. Should he burn some more incense for them and ask them to give him some luck buff? At this time, the door rang, and then Shuang's voice came. Master, open the door. I'm back. You're back so early? Master, what's with that expression on your face? Don't you want me to come back? I just didn't expect you to come back so early. If it's boring, come back early. Shuang opened the door and went straight to the sofa. Have you got a meal yet? No. Is the master going to make me something delicious? The food is in the pot on the stove. Remember to turn off the fire. Shuang quickly got up and rushed into the kitchen. Open the steamer on the stove, and the aroma of chicken soup wafts into your nose. The first thing you see is a bowl of rice. The second layer is pine nut fish and pig's feet, and at the bottom is a pot of chicken soup. Don't say that this young master is not very old, but his cooking skills are really good. The pine nut fish is sweet and sour, the pig's feet are soft and tasty, and the chicken soup is simply delicious. In the living room, Fong Chung was about to unbox something when his cell phone rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was Lu Wulong. Hey, we're all friends now, so if you have something to say, just send a message. It's such a waste to make a phone call. That thing is not easy to use. It's more practical to make a phone call. By the way, you are not going to pay your phone bill anymore, are you? I have this idea. I know it. Only you can do this. Okay, what do you want from me? I almost forgot what I was doing. Hurry up and go to TikTok. There's a guy online pretending to be you and doing a live broadcast. Why don't you check it out? Fong Chung glanced at the old-fashioned phone in his hand. If someone wants to impersonate me, what can I do? Call the police. What if someone offers a reward? Wouldn't you be at a huge loss? Is there anyone else offering a tip? Is it a lot? Not yet, but it's very popular, with nearly 100,000 people online. That's all money. Brother, don't you feel bad if others make money? It's a pity that I can't see my phone. How about you call the police for me? All right, you're my brother after all. Fong Qing hung up the phone, and after a while Zhu Fengshu also called and talked about the same thing. But Fong Qing really doesn't care about this matter. There's a saying that goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Before, he was worried that some idiots would come and cause trouble for him. But now, someone came out to help him attract fire. As for the money the other party earned from live streaming, he also understood that you can't have your cake and eat it too, so just treat it as a reward for the other party's hard work. Master, I really didn't realize that you can cook so well. Shuang was leaning against the kitchen door, burping and stroking her chest. It seemed that she had eaten a lot. Have you washed the dishes? I have washed it and cleaned up the kitchen. By the way, Master, what are you doing? Fong Chung pointed to the 2 treasure chests on the table and said, Open the treasure chests. Chapter 16, Living with a Beautiful Woman. Fong Chung opened the first treasure chest. Fearless sword, two-handed sword, diamond. Physical attack power, 167 to 231. Magic attack power, 135 to 278. Lucky plus 20%. Critical hit plus 30%. Magic consumption, 19%. Required strength, 92. Required agility, 190. 2-item activation. Weapon enchantment, freezing effect. Activate 3 items. Movement speed increased by 300%. Is worthy of being a copy treasure chest. The diamond level equipment that comes out of it, in terms of attack power alone, is 50% higher than that of ordinary dark gold weapons, and it also comes with 3 attributes. Especially the lucky attribute, which is a rare attribute and rarely appears even in diamond level equipment. There is also the critical hit rate. Some of the equipment obtained before also have critical hit rate, but they are all in single digits. The Sword of Fearlessness actually adds 30% directly. The only downside is that the equipment requirements are a bit high. Even if most people get it, they probably can't use it, because there are not so many attribute points. Unless the armor and jewelry are powerful, more attributes can be added. But it's different for me. All my attributes are multiplied by 10. Not to mention first-level professional equipment. I can even afford second-level equipment. The first treasure chest was a good start, so Feng Chung quickly equipped himself with weapons, added 20% luck to himself, and then opened the second treasure chest. This time, with a swordsman skill book or a mage skill book, it would be complete. Fearless suit, light armor, diamond. Physical defense, 80 to 175. Magic defense, 98 to 187. Agility plus 20. Strength plus 13. Constitution plus 30. Spirit plus 21. Health recovery plus 50%. Magic recovery plus 50%. Absolute defense 30%. Lucky plus 20%. Agility required 88. Spiritual needs 132. 2-item activation. Weapon enchantment, freezing effect. Activate 3 items. Movement speed increased by 300%. I didn't look at it carefully before, but now I see that this thing is actually a set. It would be fine if you didn't give me the skill book, but I have 2 treasure chests, so what do you mean by giving me a 3-part set? Moreover, the agility required is 263. This might not be his second-level equipment. Feng Chung quickly opened his character panel and took a look. Name, Feng Chung. Profession, Beastmaster, Rare. Level, 10, 40.1%. Health, 7,400. Magic value, 10,100. Strength, 41 by 10. Agility, 48 by 10. Spirit, 101 by 10. Physique, 70 fois 10. Free attribute points, 0. Battle pet space, 1/1. Skills, Contract, level 1. Summoning, level 1. Healing, level 1. Taming beast, level 1. Phoenix seal, passive, cannot be upgraded. Talented skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, covering the sky. Fortunately, my agility is 480, so I have no pressure wearing it. If someone else gets a divine outfit like Master's, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Why do you look a little unhappy? Because I thought it could give me a skill book. Master, if you want to learn magic, I can teach you. Yes, why didn't I think of that? In this world, besides learning skills and using them, you can also become a disciple. Although it's a bit slower than using skill books, the advantage is that you don't have to spend any money. As for combat skills, just make do with basic swordsmanship and learn magic first. It's a deal. It's no problem for me to teach you. But Master, you need to get a wand first. Does the magic swordsman use a magic wand to cast magic? That's not the case. Wait a minute, Master. Do you want to become a magic swordsman? Is it not possible? But Master, you seem to be a beastmaster. Shouldn't you follow the path of a wizard or priest? I have a talent that increases all my skills tenfold. If I only knew magic, wouldn't that be a waste? All skills are increased tenfold. Shuang's pupils shrank. Master, are you kidding me? Given our relationship, do I need to lie to you? What is our relationship? Shuang's eyes lit up, and she suddenly leaned closer and asked, Master, what is our relationship? The glossy red lips were very attractive, but Feng Chung retreated, leaned back his chair, and said, the highest contractual relationship. Shuang's mouth drooped immediately, and she shrank back in her chair and said, TSK. You really don't understand romance. By the way, you just said that this is one of your talents. How many talents do you have? Isn't it said that humans only have one talent? Why are you asking so many questions? Go to sleep. Okay, together. You have two choices, either sleep in the battle pet space or sleep on the sofa. You actually let a beautiful woman like me sleep on the couch. What else? Sleeping in the battle pet space. Why is my life so miserable? I have to deal with a stingy master like you. Even if I don't want to sleep with you, isn't there another room? You actually want me to sleep on the sofa. You're used to looking at those 3 photos on the wall, but can I sleep well? Yes, there's another room, but it belongs to Uncle Chai. Although Uncle Chai is no longer with us, Fong Chung still wants to keep it as it was, imagining that he is still there, but has not returned home. To put it nicely, he is nostalgic and loyal, but to put it bluntly, he is indecisive. But when he saw the crystal clearness in Shu Ying's eyes, he still softened his heart. Forget it, I'll sleep next door. You can sleep in my room. Real. Without waiting for Fong Chung to nod, he stood up suddenly. He rushed in happily, slammed the door, and locked it, as if he was afraid that Fong Chung would go back on his word. Leaning against the door, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Silly boy, can't your sister cure you? Not to mention that this kid's room is quite clean. Lying on the bed, she stretched comfortably, then kicked off her high heels, turned over and buried her head in the pillow. I took a deep breath and smelled a faint smell of sweat. Does this count as me living with that stupid boy? Fong Chung was used to getting up early, and as soon as the sky got light, he stumbled into the bathroom in a daze. I mechanically picked up the toothbrush on the sink and brushed it twice when I realized something seemed wrong. I subconsciously glanced towards the toilet. Good morning, master. The white shirt, long legs, and messy long hair sparkled in the morning light. Fong Chung swallowed the toothpaste in his mouth. Why don't you close the door? It's closed. Wasn't it pushed open by the owner again? I mean, how do you lock it? Oh, I have a stomachache. Who has time for that? By the way, master, shouldn't you avoid girls when they go to the bathroom? Oh. Seeing Fong Chung running away and closing the door, Shu Ying couldn't help but chuckle. This silly boy is really interesting. After a while, Shu Ying appeared at the bathroom door, scratching her messy hair. Fong Chung said awkwardly, Sorry, I didn't mean it just now. It doesn't matter if it's intentional. By the way, your shirt. It's yours, master. Why won't you let me wear it? Fong Chung didn't mind her wearing his own clothes. The problem was that she was only wearing a shirt and the buttons were not yet buttoned. Chapter 17 Crisis. The buttons. Button them up a little. Fong Chung pointed at her chest. It's too tight and uncomfortable. By the way, master, don't you want to wash up? Why don't you go in? The two passed each other at the door, and Fong Chung sniffed subconsciously. What kind of perfume was that so fragrant? I heated up the dinner I didn't have yesterday, and it will be today's breakfast. What are your plans for today, master? Go to the goblin mine 3 times first, then go to the endless forest. Master is already level 10 now. I'm afraid there won't be much experience if I refresh the beginner's copy again. Fong Chung nodded. That place has a high drop rate. It's mainly for equipment. By the way, you can rest at home for a while. I'll call you in after we enter the dungeon. Aren't you going together? If we take the bus together, it will cost $2 more. Shu Ying spit the chicken soup into the bowl with a chuckle. Master, are you going to save $2? It's not about saving money. It's about not wanting to waste that money. Of course, the most important thing is that Fong Chung doesn't want to waste time. It is only the second day that the dungeon is open. There are many people going to the dungeon. If I go with her, I will definitely get into trouble on the way. Xiaoyang, it's time to get up. Li Ming, wearing white silk pajamas, opened the curtains and sat in the sun combing her hair. Looking at myself in the mirror, the smile on my face is no longer there. She feels that her current life is somewhat boring. It's not that Tian Xiaoyang is no longer capable, but that she is beginning to regret it. Luo Xiao was willing to spend 300,000 yuan on that woman just for a meal, so why did Tian Xiaoyang only give himself 200,000 yuan a month? I was really blind at the beginning. If I had known that Master Luo was so generous, I should have followed him. The sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining on Tian Xiaoyang's face, completely waking him up from sleepiness. I had a duel with Luo Zijin yesterday and was beaten half to death. If that guy hadn't relied on the large amount of potions on him, would I have lost to him? Using potions in a duel is so shameless. Xiaoyang, are we still going to the zombie city today? Nonsense. You don't want to upgrade? How about we go to the goblin mine first? Why? I watched a live broadcast yesterday, and there were a lot of good stuff, including a hidden gold treasure chest. If we had those equipment, wouldn't it be faster to defeat the zombie city? Then you will definitely win the bet with Luo Xiao. When Tian Xiaoyang heard what Li Meng said, he got angry. If you remember correctly, there was only one person who had a dark gold treasure chest during the live broadcast yesterday, and that was Fang Cheng. This woman actually dared to watch her ex-boyfriend's live broadcast behind my back. What does she want to do? Rekindle her old relationship with him and cheat on me? Wait a minute, a mysterious guest came to my house last night and seemed to be asking about that boy. Because I knew the boy, my father called me to his study to ask about this matter. In addition, he also warned himself not to inquire about the mysterious man, let alone tell anyone. Otherwise, the whole family would face a devastating disaster. But if you can make that mysterious person happy, the benefits will be huge. For example, returning to his hometown in Shanghai was just a matter of a word for him. The Tian family of Demon City is one of the 4 major families in Dragon Country, and its foundation and power are beyond imagination. Returning to my hometown in Shanghai was my father's lifelong dream and my own wish since childhood. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaoyang looked at Li Meng, and the anger in his eyes was gone. Can you still contact that guy now? Li Meng froze. What did that guy want to do? Did he want to kick her? No way. Xiaoyang, who are you talking about? Who do you mean? Are you talking about Fang Cheng? Didn't Xiaoyang say not to mention him? Why are you mentioning him again? I'm telling you something serious. He's a poor boy. What business can you have with him? I want his life. Do you think this is a serious matter? Xiaoyang, are you crazy? This is Dragon Country. Do you know the consequences of killing someone? Tian Xiaoyang smiled coldly. Aren't there enough people dying outside the city every day? You mean you wanted to lure him out? No matter what people say about Xiaoyang, he is still my ex-boyfriend. I can't do such a heartless thing. 1 million. He and I are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together. Even if there is no love, is there no affection? 2 million. 3 million. Make a deal. Li Meng was stunned. He agreed so readily. It seemed that my price should be lower. All right, I'm yours now. What do you want me to do? You won't leave any evidence, right? Although it was still morning, there were already crowds of people in front of the dungeon trying to get equipment. After all, it was only the second day that the dungeon was opened, and the highest level would not exceed level 5. Moreover, at a glance, most of them only had one novice weapon given by the school. As for protective gear, except for those who are well off at home, most people wear it. Of course, those who are wealthy will not come here. Apart from a high critical rate, this dungeon provides no experience and the monsters are very difficult to defeat. The first choice for leveling up is, of course, the zombie city. Brother, shall we form a team? Our team is only short of 1 soldier. Brother, you should be level 5 now. Join our team. We have 2 mages. I'm a berserker, and there's a cute priest girl. It will definitely take less than 2 hours to clear the whole game. Fang Cheng was carrying the fearless sword and wearing the fearless battle suit, and he looked like a warrior. The most important thing was that his equipment was of diamond grade. Regardless of whether they can fight or not, anyone who can wear this equipment will definitely not compete with them for the spoils. But they didn't know that Fang Cheng came here just to get equipment, and his purpose was to sell it to pay off his debts. Sorry, I like to play solo. The people around couldn't help but look disappointed. Today, some people had indeed started solo play for the sake of experience, but they were all on the simple difficulty level. Although a little slower, the experience gained from 1 trip was equivalent to 3 trips, and the most important thing was that they didn't have to share the spoils with others. After all, the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Looking across the entire Dragon Country, there are people like Fang Cheng who can reach level 10 on the first day. I wouldn't say Scorpion Baba is the only one, but you can count them on one hand. It's still hell level, and 1 person enters the copy. Then summon a battle pet. As a magic circle appeared in the air, a pair of long legs and black silk stockings stepped out from it. The high heels made a crisp sound as they landed gently on the ground. Master, you feel very accomplished, don't you? I saved you $2. Fang Cheng was too lazy to explain to her and asked directly, How do you teach me magic? It's not that simple. Shuaing clasped her hands in front of her chest, and then rays of light drew a mysterious magic circle under her palms. In the palm of his hand, a flame slowly turned from virtual to real. Then she pinched the flame with 2 fingers and said, Master, come closer. Chapter 18. Instant Magic plus 10 times amplification. Feng Chung took a step forward. Closer. Feng Chung took another step forward with doubt in his eyes. Now the two of them were almost standing on tiptoe. Smelling the other person's scent made him feel very uncomfortable. It's not that she didn't smell good, but he was afraid that he couldn't control his hands and would hug her slender waist. Is this distance okay? Shuai smiled slightly and moved her mouth closer. Feng Chung was so scared that he quickly turned his head away. What are you doing? Shuai reached out and plucked a long hair from the back of his neck and said with a smile, Look how scared you are. You didn't even notice that something fell from your body. It must have been on the bus, accidentally bumped into. Shuai smiled and said, Why are you explaining to me? I didn't ask you where it came from. Not to mention that after spending these 2 days together, this little master is quite fun. Isn't it time you taught me magic? Oh, after saying that, Shuai pressed the flame on Feng Cheng's eyebrows. This time Feng Chung did not dodge. Under the highest contract, he didn't have to worry about Shuai hurting him. The flame entered his forehead and immediately turned into countless rays of light, interweaving to form a red magic circle in his mind. Gold level fire skill, Flame Lance, level 1. Magic damage, 130 to 212. Magic consumption, 37. Cooling time, 5 seconds. Release distance, 10 meters. Damage radius, 5 meters. Have you learned it? Shuai looked at Feng Chung expectantly. Feng Chung nodded. I think so. Then he opened his palms towards the goblins in the distance, and a red magic circle instantly appeared between his palms. Go! A flaming spear shot out from the magic circle, instantly landed among the goblins. With a loud bang, the fire wave rolled 20 meters away, and the goblins at the center of the explosion had already turned into ashes. Shuai's eyes widened. Is this the effect of a tenfold increase? My master is too abnormal. Feng Chung was very satisfied with the effect. Next, he and Shuai could act separately, and the time for each trip could be shortened by at least half. Set off. Wait a minute, master. Did you forget to chant the spell just now? Do you need a chant? I didn't see you chanting when you used it. After saying this, Feng Chung was stunned. This really didn't make sense. But then I thought, that doesn't make sense. I don't even know what a spell is. There's only a magic circle in my mind. So where does the spell come from? How can this be the same? I am a divine beast, and this is my bloodline skill. Naturally, I can release it at will. But when you taught me magic just now, all I had in my mind was a magic circle, no spells. Could this have become my bloodline skill? Is it possible? Whatever it is, it exists for a reason. Don't you think it's a waste of time to think about this kind of thing? Then the two of them acted separately. Looking at the group of goblins and small bosses chasing him, Feng Chung fired a flame spear and sent them to death. Then a series of experience points began to appear on the screen. Even though I'm level 10 now, I don't get much experience point from beating these level 8 or 9 monsters, but the visual impact of the screen refreshing looks really cool. Maybe it was because of the luck bonus. Although the experience was less, the loot that dropped was not less, and the quality was even better than yesterday. It took about a quarter of an hour, and the final big boss was blasted into pieces by Feng Chung. I cleared the game with an SS score, which did not trigger a network-wide notification, but I got a dark gold treasure chest. Then immediately start the second and third brushes. After 3 views, Feng Chung and Shu Ying's backpacks were both empty-handed. As usual, I sorted out some of the garbage, packed it all up, and sent it to Wulong and Feng Chu. Oh my god, boss, you got rich again? Lu Wulong sent a message. Boss, I'll take care of all the medicines you need in the future. Zhu Fengchu sent a message. Level up well and get into the Magic City College, then we can still be brothers. Feng Chung casually replied to a message. That's necessary. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now that the boss is feeding me, I will stick with you to the end, even if it costs me my life. By the way, boss, do you have any equipment you want to strengthen? I can strengthen the equipment now. Not yet. I'll come back to you when I get the strengthening stone. By the way, what's your success rate? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. At this time, Zhu Fengchu suddenly sent a message. When you mentioned the strengthening stone, I remembered something. The guy who pretended to be you yesterday said that he was going to the Endless Forest to get strengthening stones today. Boss, do you want to go and take a look? Lu Wulong added. That kid yesterday received a lot of rewards. Boss, no matter what, we have to go find him to share the spoils. It depends on the situation. The Endless Forest is so big, it's not easy to find someone. This is not easy. I'll give you something that will guarantee you can find him. Lu Wulong said. It just so happens that I also have a gift for the boss. Zhu Fengchu said. Then Fong Cheng received 2 mobile phones, both of which were Longwei, a domestic brand from Longhua, and even the model numbers were exactly the same. Boss, this is just a small token of my respect. With this thing, you can watch the live broadcast. It won't be easy to find that guy. No way. Lu Wulong, you also gave me a mobile phone. Zhu Fengchu, you too? Nonsense, boss, you can use mine. The data is monthly, and I've already topped it up for you. Bah, Zhu Fengchu. What do you mean, don't I know the boss's personality better than you do? Why would I bother the boss with something like topping up his phone? The boss uses mine, and that guy is very stingy. The phone he bought must not be a good one. Get lost. I bought this for the boss, but it's the latest model of Longwei. Fong Qing interrupted them and said, I can use both phones. This should be okay now. Both? The boss has found a girlfriend? Who is your sister-in-law? When you have time, bring her out to meet him. Boss, are you looking for a sister-in-law for us again? Yes, bring her out when you have time, and let the brothers check her out for you. Don't run into a woman, likely Meng again. Zhu Fengchu, do you know how to speak? You're bringing up something irrelevant. After chatting with these 2 guys, Fong Cheng felt a headache. He took out his phone and closed the chat panel directly. Here, Fong Cheng handed one of the mobile phones to Shuai. This thing shouldn't be cheap for you. Are you sure it's for me? She had seen the entire conversation between Fong Cheng and Wulong and Fengchu just now. When she thought of the sister-in-law that Wulong and Fengchu mentioned, she felt a little excited. It would hurt my feelings to give it back to anyone, so after thinking about it, I might as well give it to you. Master, don't you think that what you said is very hurtful? It seems that you gave it to me because you were afraid of hurting your brother's feelings. You don't want it? That's great. I can make a few thousand more bucks by selling it. Who said I don't want it? Shuai snatched the phone away and asked Fong Cheng to save each other's numbers. Wait for me here. I know. Wait until you get to the endless forest and then call me. That way I can save you a few bucks for the fair, right? Fong Cheng nodded. Actually, I'm not just trying to save money. I mainly want to practice my summoning skills. Shuai rolled her eyes, clearly showing that she didn't believe it. Master, I think you should go to West Street and sell all your spoils now. Otherwise, the price may not be the same in the afternoon. Fong Cheng thought about it, and it made sense. As more and more people are able to complete the dungeon, the amount of equipment dropped will surely increase. With more people selling equipment, the price will naturally drop. Seeing Fong Cheng hurriedly getting into a car, Shuai couldn't help but smile. He is really a money grubber. She immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Chapter 19, A Family of Traitors. The number was pre-stored by Lu Wulong. When he saw the new number displayed on his phone, he immediately put down his work excitedly, picked up the phone, and said, Hey, boss, I knew you would use my phone. Shuai coughed lightly. I'm not your boss. Lu Wulong on the other end of the phone was stunned. Why is a woman? Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked excitedly, Are you my sister-in-law? Haha, you're really good. You guessed my identity so quickly. Hearing Shuai's laughter that went deep into his bones, Lu Wulong's soul floated away. After waking up, he immediately patted his chest and said, Of course, sister-in-law. Why did you think of calling me? Is it because I'm handsome? Yes, handsome boy. Can your sister-in-law ask you for a favor? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll take care of it. By the way, what exactly are you going to do? It's not a big deal, actually. I just want you to help me find some old newspapers from 17 years ago. Old newspapers from 17 years ago? Sister-in-law, where can I find these now? Stupid. Isn't it in the library? When you find it, take a picture and send it to me. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will complete the task. Then sister-in-law is looking forward to your good news. After hanging up the phone, Shuai picked up her phone and started taking selfies in the square. As I was filming, I noticed a disgusting guy in the camera. Hi, pretty girl. I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon. Luo Zijian was genuinely happy. He had fought a fierce battle with Tian Xiaoyang yesterday and wanted to knock him down in a few moves. But when he thought that beautiful girls didn't like boys who moved too fast, he beat Tian Xiaoyang for 4 hours. When he came back, the beauty had already left. I thought I would never see her again, and I couldn't help feeling lost. But I didn't expect to meet you here again today. This must be fate. She must be my, Luo Zijian's, destined daughter. I didn't expect this. I actually saw Luo Xiao here. Could it be that Luo Xiao wants to come here to brush equipment? Of course not. I'm just here to play the dungeon. That's what I thought. Luo Xiao doesn't look like someone who can't afford to buy equipment. But Luo Xiao, shouldn't you level up in Zombie City? Not only is this dungeon difficult to beat, but you don't have much experience yet. I came here because this instance is too difficult. Otherwise, how could I have made that guy yesterday accept his defeat with such a sincere heart? By the way, were you okay yesterday? I went out to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Really? You came to see me yesterday? Is she caring about me? Luo Zijian was very excited. How? As Mr. Tian? When he heard Shuai mention Tian Xiaoyang, he got angry again. How could that loser be my opponent? I almost killed him yesterday. Why is it still a little short? Although we can duel, no one can die in the duel. That's the rule. When Shuai heard that Tian Xiaoyang was not dead, she immediately lost interest. Master Luo, aren't you going to play a dungeon? I won't bother you anymore. It's okay. The dungeons are the same everywhere. Mr. Luo, have you ever thought about your companions? If I'm not mistaken, you should be their captain. As a captain, how can you be so irresponsible? I don't like irresponsible boys. Who said that? I'll take them there right now. But, beautiful lady, can we exchange contact information? After finally meeting Shuai again, Luo Zijian didn't want to miss it again. Next time, if we are really destined to meet, we will definitely meet again. Does Luo Xiao also think that we are not destined to be together? Now that things have come to this, what else can Luo Zijian say? He left reluctantly, but was greeted with a wave of flattery from his younger brothers. The boss is worthy of being the boss. If it were us, we would be speechless in front of a beauty like that. But the boss was able to ask for her phone number. Boss, you must let her be our sister-in-law. With such a sister-in-law, we will be very proud. Luo Zijian smiled from ear to ear. Don't worry, that day will definitely come. Tian family study. Sitting behind the domineering boss desk was not the head of the family, Tian Quan, but a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. After listening to his son's plan, Tian Quan thought it was very feasible and reported the idea to his superiors. I didn't expect that the mysterious adult would come in person. This made him overjoyed, but also very uneasy, and he was very cautious for fear of saying something wrong. Mr. Tian, don't be so reserved. Don't you have a saying in Long Country? The foreigner thought for a long time, but couldn't remember it. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, this is not important. What's important is that little girl. How confident can she be? Tian Xiaoyang felt that this was an opportunity to show off, so he quickly replied, Don't worry about this. The fact that that idiot gave all his talent points to her at the beginning is enough to show how deeply that idiot loved her. How can you let go of such feelings just by saying so? The foreigner nodded, looked at Tian Quan, and said, Is this your son? Yes, Mr. Joseph. He seems to have no education. Tian Quan was startled and quickly kicked Tian Xiaoyang in the popliteal fossa. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Mr. Joseph? Dad, kneel down. Seeing his father so angry all of a sudden, no matter how stupid Tian Xiaoyang was, he knew that he had made a mistake. So he knelt down quickly and said, Mr. Joseph, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. In fact, he didn't know where he went wrong. The foreigner nodded with satisfaction. Remember to be polite when talking to people in the future, especially to losers like you. You should be more polite. Tian Xiaoyang nodded and knelt more properly, because he wanted to be a polite child from now on. The foreigner continued, I'd just like to see you dragon people kneel down. It is my honor to kneel before Mr. Joseph. The foreigner laughed. Interesting, since you are so despicable, I will save your life again. Remember, a waste like you, never make irresponsible comments about anyone in the future, especially the person we are looking for. Do you know what the idiot you mentioned is in Lord Visky's eyes? He is a genius that the Northwest Federation should be worried about. You call him a fool, then what are we? When Tian Quan heard this, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Is this prodigal son trying to kill me? He slapped Tian Xiaoyang on the back of his head. Why don't you kowtow to Mr. Joseph and admit your mistakes if it weren't for Mr. Joseph saving you? Our entire Tian family would have been finished with you. The foreigner laughed and laughed unrestrainedly. When he had laughed enough, he said, Let's choose the location in the endless forest. There happens to be an imposter there who can provide us with cover. Chapter 20. The Self-Torture Scheme. This was the first time that Tian Xiaoyang became a traitor, and he was not used to it, so he was very angry. Return to your room. When Li Meng saw him, She immediately came over and said, Xiaoyang, you're back. What did your father say? That's 3 million. How could she not pay attention to it? But in the end, Tian Xiaoyang responded to her with a hard slap in the face and threw her directly onto the bed. Before she could react, Tian Xiaoyang had already pounced on her. Xiaoyang, what did I do wrong again? Is it not possible to beat you if you haven't done anything wrong? Don't you just like this, bitch? After saying that, he turned over and slapped him a few more times. Xiaoyang, be gentle. You're hurting me. It's okay for it to hurt. Do you like it? Is the sting stimulating? After saying that, there was a crackling sound. The dress on Li Ming turned into 2 pieces of rags and floated to the ground. Xiaoyang, this belongs to Xiangler. It's very expensive. Before he could finish his words, Tian Xiaoyang grabbed his neck with one hand, and the last obstacle between the two of them was instantly torn apart by his other hand. Hey! The man in the oil press hit the wooden wedge hard with the hammer. As the wedge was struck again and again, the oil in the oil tank was squeezed out. It started with drops and gradually became a trickle. Li Ming was a little confused. According to legend, Tian Xiaoyang's body had been hollowed out a long time ago. So why did he become so fierce today? Bang! Tian Xiaoyang slapped her in the face. Say sorry. Li Ming was completely confused. Why should I say sorry? As a result, he was half a beat late, and Tian Xiaoyang slapped him again. Say sorry quickly. I'm sorry. She had difficulty speaking because her neck was being strangled. Louder. Another slap. This bastard must have taken the wrong medicine today. I'm sorry. Li Ming said with effort. I can't hear you. Another slap was thrown. Just like that, in less than 3 minutes, Li Ming was beaten black and blue. Tian Xiaoyang might have caught a cold, as he shivered and then became paralyzed. Fatigue extinguished the anger, and I finally felt relieved. Don't use healing. Seeing Li Ming raise his hand and want to cast healing spell on himself, Tian Xiaoyang reminded him. Why? The self-torture trick can increase Fong Cheng's chances of being fooled. Didn't this guy always call Fong Cheng an idiot? Did the sun rise from the west today? This bastard actually changed his words. As the saying goes, being debt-free brings relief. Fong Cheng, who had just come out of Dajiang Bank, stood at the gate and stretched towards the sky. Now that the loan has been paid off, I no longer have to worry about the house left to me by my mother being taken away by the bank. Fong Cheng didn't expect that so many gold-level equipment would drop today. Of course, I also have to thank Shuai. If she hadn't reminded me to sell it in time, I wouldn't have been able to get such a high price. How about we not go to the endless forest today, buy some delicious food, and celebrate with Shuai? After saying that, Fong Cheng snapped his fingers and said, let's do it. I took out my cell phone and called Shuai. It must be said that this cell phone is indeed easier to use than the communication panel. Who is it? How do you know my phone number? It's me. So, what's the master? If you have anything to say, can't you just call me directly? It's such a waste of phone bills to call. Come back. I'll cook a big meal for you today. Shuai was a little confused. Did the sun rise from the west today? Master, have you changed your gender? No, you are not pretending to be me. Just tell me whether you will come back or not. Could it be that you have paid off the loan, master? Fong Cheng smiled slightly. This woman is quite smart. Yes, I want to celebrate with you. Okay, I'll be right back. Wait a minute, master, you better call. The ride will cost you $2. We don't need those 2 pieces of gold now, so you should come back soon. No, I still want to be called by the master. Taking a car is too slow. It's okay. I'll go sell vegetables first. I'll wait for you to come back in time. But I want to go to the market with my master. Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that you don't know what I like to eat. This woman is really weird. Other women like to go shopping in shopping malls, but she likes to go to the vegetable market. Use summoning magic to summon her over. The two went to the market together and bought a lot of things in large and small bags. But as soon as I got home, the old phone on the table rang. Fong Cheng picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Li Ming. Shuai saw him holding the phone in a daze and couldn't help but ask in confusion, What's wrong, master? Who's calling? Li Ming. Fong Cheng answered the phone. Hello. But there was a cry coming from the phone. Fong Cheng frowned. Speak. Fong Cheng, I miss you. Can we meet? Where? Endless Forest. Can you come? Hold on. Fong Cheng hung up the phone, but when Shuai heard the word Li Ming, she became extremely angry. It looks like today's feast is ruined. There's something I want to tell you. Fong Cheng told her everything about him and Li Ming. Because Shuai already knew about it, She didn't bother to pretend to be surprised and just said unhappily, "Then why are you going to see her?" "I have to end things with her. Besides, don't you think it's strange that a woman who has changed her mind suddenly asks me to go to the endless forest?" Shuang's eyes lit up. It turned out that this little guy was not stupid after all. I had wronged him. "Stop calling me little guy. You're only a few years older than me. You actually used the contract to eavesdrop on my thoughts. Standing so close, it's hard not to hear." Shuang raised her hand to cover Feng Cheng's mouth and said, "Stop talking. Let's go to the endless forest. It is easy to control your mouth, but it is not so easy to control your heart." She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Feng Cheng again. "Wait a minute. That woman obviously has bad intentions this time, so we have to prepare as well." Under Shuang's doubts, Feng Cheng took out 2 dark gold treasure chests. Because Feng Cheng reached level 11 during the 3rd try, the reward was not triggered. The preparation he mentioned, is it opening the treasure chest? Open the first treasure chest. Fearless Boots, Light Armor Diamond. Physical Defense, 60 to 125. Magic Defense, 88 to 163. Agility plus 20. Strength plus 11. Constitution plus 22. Spirit plus 21. Health Recovery plus 50%. Magic Recovery plus 50%. Movement Speed plus 50%. Lucky Haimuis. Agility required 98. Spiritual Needs 102. 2-item activation. Weapon Enchantment Freezing Effect. Activate 3 items. Movement speed increased by 300%. Master, you are so lucky. You got a diamond suit from 3 treasure chests. Maybe it's thanks to the first 2 pieces of equipment. I think this shouldn't be called the Fearless Suit. It should be called the Lucky Suit. Feng Cheng smiled slightly, equipped himself with the Fearless Boots, and continued to open the 2nd treasure chest. Now that there is a 60% luck bonus, it's not too much to use a combat skill. Diamond level combat skill, Cloud-Breaking Slash with sword drawing. Life and death are only a matter of second. Draw your sword and the world will change. Draw your sword. Young man. Congratulations, master. You finally got what you wanted. Feng Cheng smiled slightly, took the skill book, and said silently, "Use it." As a magic circle opened under the skill book, the book turned into a golden light and sank into his brow. Chapter 21, Lawless Land. Draw the sword and break the clouds. Level 1. Attack power, 1001000. Release distance, 1.5 meters. Magic power consumption, 10 to 100. Demon breaking effect, 150%. Defense breaking effect, 130%. Feng Cheng and Shu Ying arrived at the light rail station. The endless forest is located in the mountains 50 miles away. There are ferocious beasts, ghosts, and undead creatures. There are also magical ores for making equipment, herbs for refining potions, and even natives from another world. But in the eyes of adventurers, this place is an inexhaustible gold mine. In order to facilitate adventurers' travel, the authorities specially built this light rail to connect Yujiang City with the endless forest. The so-called secret realm is actually part of the game world. Its area is said to be comparable to that of the entire Jiangnan province, and the terminal station of this light rail is actually just one of its many entrances. In addition to the secret realm, this world also has a battlefield of ferocious beasts, which is actually a larger secret realm. It is similar to the difference between an island and a continent, except that the beast battlefield has no entrance, only a borderline. After hundreds of years of fighting, human ancestors have completely wiped out the battlefields of ferocious beasts in human settlements. Now all that is left are isolated overseas, forming the new continent of this world. Half an hour later, the light rail train arrived at its final stop, Adventure Camp. Feng Cheng felt as if he had come to another world. Here there are log cabins from Norse mythology, as well as concrete buildings from the real world. Brick and stone roads are intertwined with asphalt roads. What Feng Cheng found most interesting was that he saw a group of knights riding ferocious beasts, waiting for the traffic light there. Master must be stunned. Feng Cheng nodded subconsciously. The book said that this place used to be a small village in the game world. Now it is much bigger than I imagined. That's because Dragon Country's laws prohibit hunting natives without reason. But this law is actually only effective near the camp. After all, this is another world full of dangers. Even if the authorities want to intervene in matters outside the camp, they are powerless. So this resulted in a large number of indigenous people migrating here. One group today, another group tomorrow. Over time, the original small village became the small town it is today. I see. It turns out that outside the camp is a lawless place. Where are we going now, Master? I heard there is a teleportation array in the camp. Let's go buy some return scrolls first, just in case. You mean Li Meng will ask you to meet her in the wild? I wasn't sure before, but after hearing you say that the area outside the camp is a lawless place, I am very sure. The teleportation array is located in the center of the camp, and the shop where you can buy the city scroll is right next to it. Before, Fangcheng thought that the teleportation scroll would be very expensive, but when he asked the price, he found out that it was only 100 yuan per piece. In addition, there was also a return book, an item that allowed 10 returns to the city, which was only sold for 900 yuan. Later, after listening to Shu Ying's explanation, I realized that this was actually an official industry. Longwa has always put the safety of its citizens' lives first. Therefore, for props like this that can save lives at critical moments, the official only charge a symbolic fee. As for the transfer certificates from abroad with amounts below 4 digits, you can tell they are fake without even looking at them. So much so that this small teleportation scroll can actually rank among the top 10 in transnational smuggling. Fangcheng bought 2 teleportation scrolls and handed one to Shu Ying, which made her tease him. Is it for me? It's $100. Isn't it a big expense? If there's real danger, can't you just put me in the battle pet space? Take it. This is not a refresher copy. There is no protection mechanism. What will you do if I don't react by then? Shu Ying took the scroll back to the city and smiled. I didn't expect that you were usually stingy, but you were quite generous at the critical moment. At this time, Fangcheng's old cell phone rang. It was Li Meng calling, and the meeting place was indeed outside the city. Has the location been decided? Fangcheng nodded. Qingting Valley outside the city. How come we don't look lost at all? Do you know where Qingting Valley is? It was a place full of poisonous ivy. The so-called green vine is also called the weeping ghost vine. Once entangled by it, even a ghost will cry. This is not a metaphor, but a fact. She asked you to meet her there, clearly intending to kill you. I know. Then you're still going? She's my childhood sweetheart. How can I let her go without dying once? Besides, with you here, what do I have to fear? Green Ivy Valley. As soon as Li Meng hung up the phone, Tian Xiaoyang couldn't wait to ask, how about he coming? Of course, don't you believe in my charm? Is he really coming? Tian Xiaoyang still couldn't believe it. Could it be that Fangcheng was really a fool? Could he not see the strangeness in it? Li Meng smiled and said, Xiaoyang, just keep your heart to yourself. Haven't you heard that love can make people stupid? Just like me, I am a fool in front of you. Tian Xiaoyang glanced at Li Meng. What's so good about this woman? I played with her for a while and got tired of her, but he still couldn't forget her. Is it true that what you can't get is the best? But he no longer had that chance because this would be his burial place today. In addition to the assassins that Mr. Joseph ambushed here, the people from the Demon City family also sent people to join in the fun after hearing the news. He is my cousin, and he acts like a big shot. I get angry whenever I see him. What are you doing? Are you coming or not? Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. His original name was Tian Xiaojia, but he preferred others to call him Peter Tian. A level 20 warrior, about 20 years old, with blonde hair, a broadsword on his back, looking at Tian Xiaoyang with his nose up. Cousin, why are you here? Go away. Who is your cousin? I ask you, is he coming or not? Cousin, are you still worried about me doing things? People have already arrived at the adventurer camp. MD, there's no point in going to the adventurer's camp. I'm asking you, will he come to this green Ivy Valley? Of course he'll come. I just hung up the phone. If Qingting Valley wasn't so far away, Fangcheng might have arrived by now. He's a genius in Lord Visky's eyes. Can't he see that this is a trap? Tian Xiaoyang smiled and said, as the saying goes, love can make people stupid. Who told him to like my woman? Peter Tian glanced at Li Meng, whose face was bruised and swollen. Damn, this woman was as ugly as a ghost. They were indeed a bunch of country bumpkins. Their taste was really unique. Oh my god, that devil woman was actually flirting with me. Damn it, if I didn't think she was still useful, I really wanted to kill her with a sword. Okay, don't stay here anymore. Follow me to where we can ambush you. Fangcheng was still preparing the medicine, but when he asked about the price, he found that he had really lost a lot this time. The price of medicine here is 5 times that in the city. After paying off the loan, he had very little money left. In addition to buying recovery potions, he also had to prepare some antidote potions. After all, there were poison ivy everywhere there. But the problem is that now there is not enough money to buy recovery potions. Chapter 22. The fake who came out to take the bullet. Master, how about we go back again? Feng Chung shook his head. He was just nostalgic and not really indecisive. It is difficult to accomplish anything great if you're too fussy, so he directly called Zhu Fengchu. Hey, boss, I knew you were using my phone. Do you have any medicine? Potion? Yes. Boss, you don't know that you have already fed me to level 4. I don't have any advanced potions, but I have plenty of intermediate potions. Intermediate potion. Life potion restores 500 health points at a time. Recovery time is 5 seconds, and the effects can be stacked. The same goes for magic potions. Such a potion would be a waste for a normal level 10 professional, but it is a bit far-fetched for me. But I don't have the money to buy advanced potions. Fortunately, the effects of potions can be stacked, so as long as the quantity is sufficient, there shouldn't be any problem. After thinking about it, Feng Chung said, "Give me 50 bottles first." So, how many? Boss, is the endless forest really that dangerous? Even you have become a medicine jar. 30 bottles. If you don't have any, please go buy some for me. The medicine here is too expensive and not worth it. How can I let you spend so much money? I have 70 bottles of life potions and 60 bottles of magic potions. If they are not enough, give me 10 minutes and I will deliver them to you. As soon as Zhu Fengchu finished speaking, 2 more email messages appeared on Feng Cheng's friend panel. That's enough. By the way, do you have an antidote? Is 30 bottles enough? If not, I'll go buy some. I guarantee they'll be delivered in 10 minutes. That's all for now. If it's not enough, I'll come back to you. Feng Chung gave most of the potions to Shu Ai. After all, she was the main force. So, Wu Mini? Where did they come from? A friend gave it to me. That Lu Wulong? Lu Wulong is a blacksmith. How would he have these things? It's Zhu Fengchu, a blacksmith and a pharmacist. Master, you really know how to make friends. The most important thing is that they are both so generous. So many potions must cost at least tens of thousands. This is a favor that needs to be repaid. Then Feng Chung called Lu Wulong again and borrowed a set of silver-level mage equipment. When Shu Ai saw him changing into mage equipment, she instantly realized that this young master was definitely planning to cheat people. I didn't expect the master to be so insidious. Whether you can speak or not is called showing weakness to the enemy. It is a tactic to confuse the enemy. Okay, it's tactics. Can we set off now? We still need a map. What map do you need? I am a living map. Come on up. I will take you there. After saying that, Shu Ai turned into a burning sky swallow. This was just a trick, but with Feng Cheng's talent covering it up, even if a god came, she would still be a burning sky swallow. Shu Ai's speed is incredible. In the blink of an eye, the adventurer camp behind him disappeared on the horizon. How far is it? Wow, you're so anxious to see your ex-girlfriend. It's probably still more than 50 kilometers away, but it'll only take a blink of an eye. Just here, a flock of birds suddenly flew out in fright in front of us. Wait a minute, there seems to be something going on ahead. Master, we can go around it. Don't worry about it. Go down and take a look. What's so good about this? It would be a shame not to gain more experience with such a good opportunity. That's right. For a rookie like the Master, it would definitely benefit a lot to watch the Masters fight. After Shu Ai fell into the woods, he turned into a human form and, together with Feng Chung, he moved forward cautiously. Why does that person look so familiar? In the woods ahead, a young man was live-streaming killing monsters. Hearing Feng Cheng's doubts, Shu Ai smiled slightly. Take out the mirror and take a look, then you will know. Feng Chung was stunned. I wondered why he looked so familiar. It turned out he looked like me. Live broadcast? It's that fake one. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, Chu told him that the guy who pretended to be him was doing a live broadcast in the Endless Forest today. It was such a coincidence that he ran into him. Master, do you want me to go over and teach him a lesson for you? Feng Chung held Shu Ai back and said, Don't be impulsive. Take a closer look. After Shu Ai threw a reconnaissance technique at the other party, he suddenly stopped talking. Since she didn't detect anything, in this case, either the opponent's level was much higher than hers, or he used powerful magic items. But no matter which one it is, the other party's background is definitely not simple. Feng Chung smiled and said, How is it? Do you still want to teach him a lesson? I'm just afraid of getting in trouble with my master. You mean I'm a burden? I didn't say that. The opponent is a level 31, level 2 professional. Are you sure you can defeat him? Master, how did you know that? Use the detection technique. But I used it too. Why can't I see anything? That's because you can increase it tenfold. Shuang was immediately upset by these words. Her master was a freak. He actually possessed such a perverted talent of tenfold amplification. If he reached level 100, wouldn't he be able to cut down the sky, even as good as a god? At this moment, the imposter in the distance suddenly turned off the live broadcast and said to the woods, "Since you are all here, come out. Is it fun to hide? Master, have we been discovered by him? Calm down. You may not be talking about us. How do you know? Didn't you hear him just say all? If they're all here, there must be a lot of people." Just as Fong Chung turned around to see Shuang talking, more than a dozen figures had already landed around the counterfeit. Both the Sour Cabbage Country and the Plaster Country are here. Why aren't the people from the Northwest Federation here? A young man from the Plaster Country with dyed red hair and earrings stood up and said, "According to the saying of your Dragon Country, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? To kill you, our great Plaster Empire is enough." At the same time, a girl from the Sour Cabbage Country also stood up. "Appa, don't worry, we will protect you." "You guys protect me? Did I hear you right?" "Appa, you heard it right. In fact, you are a descendant of our great Sour Cabbage Empire. We are here to take you home." The fake suddenly felt nauseous and wretched. "Stop. Don't say anything more. I'm going to vomit if you say any more." "Appa, why are you still so stubborn? If you are really a dragon, why didn't the dragon come to protect you after you triggered 3 network-wide alerts? Don't they know how dangerous this kind of thing is for a genius like you?" For Fong Chung, he knew that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, but he never dreamed that 3 consecutive network-wide reports would lead to an international assassination attempt on him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a shitty thing could happen. But now he was not worried at all. On the contrary, he felt very warm in his heart, because that imposter was obviously sent by the authorities to protect him. Shuang said with feeling, "Your Dragon Country is indeed different from other places. No wonder." "No wonder what?" Chapter 23, Solving the Problem. Shuang shook her head. "Nothing. Don't eavesdrop on my thoughts. I don't even know what this damn happiness is. I'm already under official protection. This is the characteristic of your Dragon Nation. You always put the safety of citizens first, and you always do it silently without saying anything. This is your country, too." Shuang was stunned for a moment. "Really? Forgot? You are my battle pet. When I return this time, I will go and get you a residence permit." Shuang moved her body and laid down in front of Fong Chung, her red lips slightly raised. "Then we have a deal." At this time, the girl from the Sour Cabbage Country in front seemed to have failed to reach an agreement with the counterfeit. She said unhappily, "Don't be ungrateful. If you don't come with us today, your life will be in danger. Just relying on a bunch of you bastards, you think you can stir up trouble in my Dragon Country. Do you really think that there's no one in our Dragon Country?" The sound came from far away. The wind arrived before the person. The strong wind caused the surrounding trees to rustle. "Baga, I fell into the trap." "Sheba, go. Can we leave?" The voice came again. At the same time, a huge magic circle appeared under everyone's feet, binding everyone in place. Outside the magic circle, 3 Dragon Country wizards appeared at some point, forming a horn-shaped formation with each other, and with one hand pressing the ground, they cast out this earth-based magic circle. There was also a wind mage in the air, standing in the air with a staff in his hand. This man is the leader of the anti-demon division and also Ji Qiubai's student. His name is Chun Jingyang. "Chun Jingyang, you dare to kill us? Do you know the consequences?" The red-haired man from Plaster Country said angrily. "Consequences? You came to my Dragon Country and killed my people. Do you know the consequences? We are envoys from the Plaster Nation. According to the laws of your Dragon Nation, we should be tried for treason instead of being wiped out by you." The girl from the Sour Cabbage Country shouted, "You can't just wipe us out. You are violating the laws of your Dragon Country." Chun Jingyang sneered. "The laws of our Dragon Country are used to protect people, not you beasts. Don't waste your time talking to him, little dog. Send a signal quickly, or we'll all die here." Suen Kegwo also woke up instantly and took out a magic scroll. Looking at the 2 small fireballs exploding in the air, the people from the Plaster Country and the Sour Cabbage Country finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, instead of reinforcements arriving, a series of explosions were heard in the surrounding woods. The people from Plaster Country and Sour Cabbage Country were dumbfounded. That damn Chen Jingyang was actually using them as bait. They also knew at the time that the Dragon Country officials would definitely not sit idly by. Therefore, these few people were just the vanguards who came to find out the truth. Once the Dragon Kingdom's protection personnel appeared, they would send out a signal to let the people lying in ambush nearby to surround and kill them. From this, it can be seen that their target is not only Fang Chung, but they also want to make Longwa's Demon Hunting Bureau suffer a loss. But now it's over, all over. At least half of the spies from the two countries lurking in Longwa were killed. Now it's your turn. When the explosion stopped, Chen Jingyang looked at the unlucky guy below. No, you can't kill me. I'm the Prime Minister's illegitimate son. I have diplomatic immunity. In our Dragon Country, there is no such shitty right. After saying that, Chen Jingyang waved his staff, and countless wind blades appeared out of thin air, instantly crushing the enemy spies trapped in the formation into pieces. Fang Cheng's eyes widened. Is this the power of a third-level magician? Killing a second-level professional is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The most terrifying thing was his control over magic. Under such intensive wind blade attacks, those spies were chopped into pieces, but the imposter standing in the formation did not lose even a hair. The show is over. It's time for you two little guys to come out. Ling Qingyang suddenly turned around and looked towards the hiding place of Fang Chung and Shu Ying. Fang Chung and Shu Ying walked out, and Chen Jingyang was stunned when he saw him. Are you Fang Chung? Why are you here? We were just passing by, and thank you. Chen Jingyang smiled slightly. This is what we should do. You don't have to feel any burden. By the way, I just heard from you that people from the Northern Ocean Federation are here too. But they didn't show up? Don't worry, you kid. Marshal Yin has his own arrangements. I'll have someone take you back now. It's best not to leave the city during this period. I mean, I might know where they are. When Fang Chung learned that foreign forces wanted to kill him, the first person he thought of was Li Ming. He knew that Li Ming had no good intention in asking him out this time. But at first, he just thought that it was Tian Xiaoyang who was plotting against him. Now that I think about it, the person who wanted to kill me must have investigated my relationship with Li Ming and set this trap for me. When he thought of this, Fang Chung broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to meet an agent from the Demon Hunting Bureau on the way. Otherwise, I would not know how I died. In fact, there is no such coincidence in this world. All of this was carefully planned by Joseph. He knew that the target of the Sour Cabbage Kingdom and the Plaster Kingdom was a fake. That's why we chose the location in Qingting Valley, which is behind this place. According to Funtianyan speed, it would take Fang Chung at least half a day to reach Qingting Valley. At that time, the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau had already left, and they had just wiped out spies from two countries, so they would not focus on this direction in the short term. This creates a blind spot in thinking. But he never dreamed that Fang Chung had a talent for concealing information, and even a magic network could be deceived by him. So he didn't know that Shu Ying was not a 6th-level ferocious beast, but a 10th-level divine beast, and its speed was much faster. As a result, he arrived early, and not only met the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau, but also learned the truth of the matter. Fang Chung expressed his guess. Chen Jingyang only thought about it for a moment, and felt that Fang Cheng's guess was almost right. The Tian family, one of the 4 major families in Longwa, had actually been on the blacklist of the Demon Hunting Bureau. It's just that the Tian family is quite powerful and has complicated connections with both the black and white worlds. We can't take any action until we can eradicate it completely, otherwise we would have destroyed it long ago. Your guess is not impossible, so what are you going to do? Chen Jingyang's words sounded like a test. Fang Cheng asked back, what do you want me to do? What's the meaning? If it was just Tian Xiaoyang's idea, I would definitely go, but now there's a group of people from the Northwest Federation. Before today, I had only seen people like that in movies. How much do you think I know about them? So I want to know first how confident you are. If I'm sure, I will go. If I'm not sure, I will go back now. Chen Jingyang smiled slightly. Fang Cheng's performance surprised him a little. He is so calm and smart. He doesn't look like a 17 or 18-year-old boy at all. In just a few words, he pointed out the crux of the problem and threw the problem back into his own hands. Chapter 24, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. While Chen Jingyang admired the other party, he also felt a little dislike for him. How should I put it? This kid seems to lack the passion of youth. Over the years, he has been ordered to protect many talented young people. But every time this happens, the other party either goes blank and is at a loss, or becomes eager to act as bait, eager to catch all the foreign forces in one fell swoop. Only Fang Cheng showed neither fear nor excitement on his face, and he threw the question to himself. Why didn't I have the same character as him back then? My boy, what if I say we are absolutely sure? Then don't waste time. Tell me your plan now, so that we don't have to worry about it later. Chun Jingyang was stunned for a moment. Don't you suspect that I'm lying to you? Why are you so fussy? If I don't trust you guys, who else can I trust? Chun Jingyang never thought that he would be taught a lesson by the boy in front of him. But Fang Cheng was right in saying that the longer the night, the more dreams one will have. So they used the enemy's trick and let Fang Cheng be the bait. They protected him secretly and waited for the enemy to show up and captured him in one fell swoop. Fang Cheng nodded, then rode on Shu Ying's back and prepared to set off. At this moment, Chun Jingyang suddenly thought of something and asked, "How long did it take you to get here from the camp?" Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "About an hour." Chun Jingyang slammed his fist into his hand and suddenly realized, so this is the problem. It seems that your battle pet is not simple. It is nearly 4 hours faster than the other party expected. So Fang Cheng was kept back again and did not set off until afternoon. On Shu Ying's back, Fang Cheng was holding a dark gold-level staff, which was given to Chun Jingyang by his mentor when he was admitted to the Magic City College. It was of great commemorative significance to him. In addition to this, there is a diamond-grade ring that requires very little magic power to activate a magic shield that can withstand a full-strength attack from a second-level professional. Both things were forced upon Fang Cheng. In Qingting Valley, Li Meng squatted under a tree and drew circles, which took him 3 hours. Tian Xiaoyang had come here once before and suspected that the call she made was unreliable. After being scolded by the people of the Northwestern Federation, he never came again. According to the plan of their commander Joseph, at Fang Cheng's speed, he would not be able to arrive here until noon at the earliest. So Tian Xiaoyang became an impatient idiot in their eyes. Li Meng saw it all, but she couldn't understand it. Isn't Tian Xiaoyang in the same group with them? Why were their eyes full of disgust when they looked at Tian Xiaoyang, and they scolded him as if he were their grandson? When talking about Fang Cheng, there was respect in his eyes and tone. Why should a poor boy, whom they looked down upon, gain their respect? And Tian Xiaoyang, the one he was trying to curry favor with, could only act like a dog in front of them? Am I blind, or are those people blind? With such doubts, Li Meng finally made it to noon. This is the time when the sun is highest in the day, and the shadow on the ground shrinks into a round cake and hides under the feet. Suddenly, a huge shadow passed by, and Li Meng looked up in shock. In the sky, a huge bird with flames all over its body was flying by. Fun Tianyan. This was the first time Li Meng saw a 6th-level ferocious beast. Its huge figure was so shocking that her mind went blank for a moment. Suddenly, a small stone hit her forehead, and she reacted with pain. Fun Tianyan, Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng, I'm here, Fang Cheng. Li Meng rushed out from under the big tree, waving his hands desperately. Seeing that Fang Cheng seemed not to hear her, she quickly took out her cell phone. But at this moment, Fun Tianyan suddenly turned sideways in the air and flew back. On the burning sky swallow, there was a handsome young man in a white robe and holding a golden staff. Who else could it be but Fang Cheng? She and Fang Cheng had only not seen each other for 4 days, but meeting them at this moment felt as if they were in another world. He has fair skin, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome appearance. The sunlight shining on him makes him shine. The Prince Charming in the hearts of thousands of girls is probably just like this. Is this still the poor boy I know, with dark skin and a dirty look? At this moment, she finally understood why those foreigners were filled with disgust when they looked at Tian Xiaoyang. When talking about Fang Cheng, both his eyes and tone were full of respect. Because Tian Xiaoyang is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Li Meng regretted it, really regretted it. She felt that there must be something wrong with her brain that caused her to choose to betray Fang Cheng. If I can go back alive this time, I must kill my 2 best friends. If they hadn't kept telling me that Fang Cheng wasn't worthy of me and that I could find someone better with my qualifications, they would have kept trying to match me up with Tian Xiaoyang. How could I expect the other person to change his mind? But now it's too late. In order to ensure the success of this operation, Tian Xiaoyang put his parents under house arrest. Seeing Fang Cheng getting closer, she clenched her hands tighter and tighter. When she let go, blood had already dyed her nails red. "Master, There is something wrong with this place. None of us noticed her just now. It would be strange if anything was right here. I mean, there might be a barrier array here that can block information. Don't go down yet. Sparse shadows began to circle in the sky, and Fang Cheng took out his cell phone and called Chun Jingyang. What's wrong with you, kid? I found a barrier array here, and I want to confirm whether I am still within your perception. Chun Jingyang smiled slightly. You are quite careful. You have discovered the magic circle that was carefully arranged by others. I did lose touch with you for a moment just now, but now I'm looking at you with my eyes. Stop turning around and get down quickly. Once the people from the Northwest Federation show up, your mission will be accomplished. Shuang, let's go down. Okay, master. By the way, have you noticed that your ex-girlfriend's face seems to be covered with wounds? So what? Master, that's your ex-girlfriend. Why are you so cold? Fang Cheng smiled coldly. If I remember correctly, she changed her job and got the job of a light priest and also awakened an A-level talent. Are you saying she did it on purpose? Fang Cheng shook his head. I just feel a little regretful. Why didn't I realize how stupid she was at the beginning? Shuang laughed and brought Fang Cheng to appear in front of Li Meng. Fin Xianyan's huge body gave Li Meng a great sense of oppression. She wanted to run over according to the script, but she stood where she was and didn't dare to take a step forward. Fang Cheng, can you put into the battle pet space first? She doesn't like staying in the battle pet space. What do you want from me? Aren't you its master? How could it disobey your orders? If you're okay, I'll leave. Don't. I'm just a little scared of it. Since you don't want to put it into the battle pet space, shall we go over there? I have something to tell you. Chapter 25, A Meal of Gratitude. The two came to the other side of the tree. Fang Cheng said, Okay, you can say whatever you want to say. Tian Xiaoyang is not nice to me at all. Ever since you triggered the full network, he has beaten me every day. Look at the wounds on my face, they are all caused by him. If I remember correctly, I triggered the network-wide notification yesterday. What's the meaning? It means that he beat you twice at most, not every day. You don't love me anymore? Do you have another woman? Have you changed your mind? Fang Cheng looked at her in surprise and said calmly, Yes, you are right. Li Meng had previously thought that Fang Cheng liked her, but Fang Cheng's calm tone now made her realize that Fang Cheng was not just speaking in anger. He no longer cared about her at all. How could you do this? You once told me that you would hold my hand and grow old with me. Did you lie to me? If you came to me today just to tell me this, I'm sorry I can't keep you company. He changed his mind. He actually changed his mind towards me. You unfaithful man. Since I can't get you, no one else can get you. Wait a moment. Li Meng, having made up his mind, chased after him, tripped over on purpose, and lay on the ground, saying, Don't go yet. Wait a moment. What happened again? When I fell down as a kid, you would come and help me up. Now you won't even help me up. Thinking of the scenes from her childhood, Fang Xian's heart was still touched. He walked over and helped Li Meng up. However, at the moment of helping her up, Li Meng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she stabbed Fang Cheng's abdomen with the dagger hidden in her sleeve. But the next second she was stunned, looking at Fang Cheng in surprise. You? How could you? How do I know you want to kill me? What can a woman who has changed her mind not do? At the moment you made your move, you must have been thinking that stabbing me to death would be too easy for me, right? After saying that, Fang Cheng grabbed her wrist and pushed her out. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through by the other party, Li Meng said angrily, Fang Cheng, who do you think you are? Do you think you can survive today? You can't kill me. Arrogant. A cold shout suddenly came from the woods. She can't kill you. So can't we kill you too? The next moment, more than a dozen figures came from all directions and surrounded him. The leader was Tian Peter, and it was he who said those arrogant words just now. In his eyes, no matter how talented Fang Cheng was, he was just a high school student who had just changed his job 4 days ago. Killing him would be a sure thing, catching the turtle in the jar. Fang Cheng took a quick look and saw that there were only dragon people, but no foreigners. This is a bit troublesome. If Chun Jingyang and his people come to rescue me now, then the plan to ambush the Northwestern Federation agents will fail. If he didn't come out, except for Tian Xiaoyang, whose level was not as high as his, the others were all above his, and there were 2 second-level professionals among them. Those people really think highly of me. In order to kill me, a high school student who just changed his job 4 days ago, they even sent a second-level professional. At this time, Chun Jingyang, who was lying in ambush in the distance, also had a conflicted look on his face. Captain Chun, what should we do now? Those bastards from the Northwest Federation are really cunning. Chun Jingyang slapped the ground and said, Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we can only save that kid first. But Captain, the Northwest Federation killed so many of our brothers. Now we finally have a chance to avenge them. Are we just going to let them go? We must avenge our brothers, but not now. Our top priority now is to protect Fang Cheng. Having said that, Chun Jingyang still held a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. I hope Fang Cheng can get rid of these people and lure out the people from the Northwestern Federation. But when I saw the strength of those people, I suddenly felt that I was just daydreaming. And Shuang over there had already taken action. The arrogant Peter Tian was laughing happily when he was suddenly grabbed by the bodyguard and taken behind him. Master, be careful! Tian Xiaoyang's bodyguards threw him to the ground almost at the same time. Before the two of them could react to what was happening, they felt a heat wave sweeping over them. Shuang's flame gun exploded right in front of Tian Peter. Fortunately, his bodyguard was a second-level mage who provided him with a shield in time. Otherwise, this flaming spear would have killed him. Shuang, how sure are you? Shuang had already arrived beside Fang Cheng while releasing the flaming spear. We'll know after we beat her. What should she do? Fang Cheng looked at Li Meng in front of him and said, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Fang Cheng had already made up his mind to kill, but at the last moment, he remembered a bowl of steaming wontons. When she was a child, Uncle Chai was often not at home. Whenever Li Meng was waiting for him to come home alone in the corridor, her mother would ask her to go to her house to eat wontons. What do you mean? Do you think you can survive today? Li Meng said ignorantly. Idiot, get out. Fang Cheng was too lazy to waste time talking to this stupid woman and directly asked Shuang to throw her out. For her mother's sake, I'll let her go today. But whether she has the ability to walk out of the endless forest alone is none of my business. At this time, the surrounding killers also surrounded and killed them. Sparse shadows, dancing rain of fire. Shuang understood and immediately soared into the sky, spreading its wings above Fang Cheng's head. Then countless red feathers flew down, and in a flash, the feathers that were just flying slowly turned into countless flames and flew down. Launch indiscriminate attacks on the area within a radius of 20 meters below. There is nothing that can be done about it. Shuang's current control over magic is not as good as Chun Jingyang's. But she knew that Fang Cheng was immune to fire, and her fire rain dance could not hurt him at all. As for the others, half of them were turned into charcoal by this wave of flames. Those who managed to escape were now burnt to a crisp and could not fight again in a short time. Peter Tian was completely dumbfounded, looking at the shadow in the sky. Was she really just a 6th-level ferocious beast? Court death. The bodyguard protected him behind him, holding up his staff and chanting spells. Shuang, interrupt him quickly. Shuang flapped her wings, and 3 flaming spears suddenly appeared out of thin air. When Peter Tian's bodyguard saw this, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Human mages need to chant when casting magic, but high-level ferocious beasts do not need to chant when casting bloodline magic. Level 6 just passes this threshold. The bodyguard decisively interrupted his magic, grabbed Tian Peter, created an afterimage, and sent him out of the circle. Then he quickly said to the killers, protect the young master. To him, Peter Tian was a burden. With him behind him, he couldn't move freely. After rushing out and using his shield to withstand Shuang's 3 flaming spears, his magic was finally completed. Countless wind blades whizzed towards the sparse shadows in the air. In a blink of an eye, the two were fighting each other. Tian Xiaoyang was jealous of Shuang's fight with the opponent and turned to his bodyguard and said, Can Lao Jin catch that bird alive? Chapter 26, shocking everyone. Lao Jin glanced at Tian Xiaoyang and said, Master, you are not a beastmaster, so you can't sign a contract with it. It's useless. Damn it, I forgot about that. Then he looked at Fang Cheng, who was riding the burning sky swallow. It was no exaggeration to say that this guy, who had just changed his job 4 days ago, had actually tied with the 2nd-level magician by relying on his battle pet. The thought of this guy, who he had once played with and applauded, now making him unable to even approach his potential in just 4 days, instantly ignited the rage in his heart. Old Gene, while someone is holding back his pet, go kill him for me. Master, my mission is to protect you, and now that Fang Cheng has appeared, our mission is accomplished. What Lao Jin meant was that the credit has already been earned, so you don't have to go looking for trouble again. Tian Peter, who was also outside the circle, also saw this, and with his only 7 remaining men, he rushed towards Fang Cheng. The Beastmaster only relied on the power of his battle pet. Now his battle pet had been held back by Uncle Ma, so he, as a Beastmaster, was not much stronger than a sheep. At this time, Fang Cheng was practicing his healing skills on Shu Yingshi. Because this technique can be stacked like a life potion, Shu Ying has not lost any blood until now. 2 more times, and my healing skill will reach level 3. Fang Cheng waved his magic again, but heard a shadow in the air warning, "Master, be careful." Fang Cheng looked back and saw that Tian Peter and his group had already approached him from behind. Prepare to cast the healing staff and point it forward immediately. A red magic circle instantly appeared in front of the staff. He could have released a flame gun immediately, but he paused for a few seconds on purpose, waiting for those guys to get closer before taking action, so that more of them could be killed. That guy actually learned fire magic. The archer interrupted his chanting. As soon as Tian Peter finished speaking, an arrow emitting green light appeared in front of Fang Cheng. It was too slow. In Fang Cheng's eyes, the speed of the arrow was really too slow. The tenfold increase in agility attribute is not just a number, it also greatly increases his speed. The speed of a level 21 shooter was no match for him. He just tilted his head slightly, and a magic arrow exploded behind him. That kid's luck is so good. He managed to escape this. Tian Xiaoyang, who was standing aside, was stunned. Fang Cheng waved his magic staff, and a flaming spear flew out. As for the targets, Peter Tian and his group did not dodge or evade, but just put up a shield in front of themselves. This made Fang Cheng feel that his strength was insulted. I used a tenfold amplified flaming spear, and you didn't even try to dodge it? However, the next moment, Peter Tian and his group regretted it. The flame gun released by the kid who was 10 levels lower than him was so powerful. Not only did it destroy all their shields, it also blew them all up into the sky. The most infuriating thing is that the boy is a beast tamer. How come a magic skill released is more powerful than that of a wizard? Peter Tian fell heavily to the ground, his chin like a plowshare, plowing a long, blood-red groove in the ground. As soon as I turned over and hadn't gotten up, I saw the sound of blood rain falling. Then with a bang, a broken arm hit his eye socket, making him see stars. Although he had just charged forward with everyone, but as a young master, he still had people protecting him intentionally or unintentionally. Otherwise, he would have been among the broken limbs and arms in the sky. Master, Uncle Ma, who was fighting with Shu Ying, looked at Tian Peter anxiously. At this moment, his mouth was full of blood, his jaw was dislocated and couldn't close, and the blood flow was even more horrific. Uncle Ma saw that Peter Tian didn't say anything and didn't know how serious his injuries were. He couldn't get away now, so he could only pin his hopes on Lao Jin, who was watching the fun from outside the circle. Old Jin, if anything happens to my young master, you won't have an easy life. As soon as he finished speaking, a flaming spear was seen flying towards him from Fang Cheng's direction. Fang Cheng had seen these guys before. Each of them was over level 20, and he thought they were very powerful. As a result, as soon as they started fighting, they found out that they were so weak that they couldn't even block a shot from their flame spear. In that case, why are you hesitating? Just do it. Uncle Ma just released a wind halberd towards Shu Ying, and then he quickly opened a shield for himself and pressed it in front of Fang Cheng's flame spear. With a loud bang, flames spread out. Uncle Ma was knocked to the ground. The sigh of sparse shadow fire. Shu Ying raised her head and opened her mouth. A ball of red energy gathered in her mouth. Then she pushed it downward with force and spit out a long fire dragon. Uncle Ma, who was knocked to the ground, only felt his ears buzzing. He was not hurt, but the loud noise from the explosion almost broke his eardrum. Is that guy really only level 10? And he's also a beast master? This flaming gun must be at least level 9, if not level 10. Otherwise, how could he kill 6 or 7 warriors who were 10 levels higher than him with one shot, and also break the magic shield of himself, a 2nd level mage, with one shot? But he just changed his job 4 days ago. How did he practice this magic skill? Uncle Ma stood up with difficulty and waved his staff again. This time his target was Fang Cheng. This kid is too perverted. He deserves to be the person that the Northwestern Federation wants to kill. Once such a person grows up, he will definitely be the nightmare of the Northwestern Federation. Facing such a monster, he would have no chance of winning if he followed the conventional strategy of killing the battle pet first and then the Beastmaster. The only way is to abandon his battle pet and die with him. So we have to be quick, otherwise we won't even be qualified to die with him. But Shuang was faster. Even when he was still lying on the ground, Shuang had already begun to brew the breath of fire. As soon as he raised his staff, he found that the area around him was illuminated red by the fire. Looking up blankly, Uncle Ma felt them all over. High-level magic fire sigh? Is it really just a 6th-level beast? The flames fell like a waterfall, and Uncle Ma was burned to ashes without even leaving a last word. Let's go, let's go. As a 2nd-level professional, Lao Gan had previously considered Feng Chung insignificant in his eyes, but now he just wanted to drag his young master away from here as quickly as possible. Tian Xiaoyang was still confused. How could things suddenly turn out like this? Wasn't it a sure thing, like catching a turtle in a jar? You can't leave. Tian Peter suddenly stopped the two of them. Master Peter, our mission has been completed. Why can't we leave? Lao Gan, who was called, was very angry. After being called like that, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Tian Peter was speechless for a moment. For Tian Xiaoyang, it would be a great achievement as long as he could lead Feng Chung here. But if Tian Peter cannot kill Feng Chung, he will get nothing. Wouldn't this trip be in vain? As the master of the house, I order people not to leave. Chapter 27, Unexpected Invitation. When Tian Xiaoyang woke up, he was also very angry. He wanted to kill Feng Chung more than anyone else. But the problem was that he couldn't beat him now. If they really started fighting, it was not certain who would kill whom. The credit has been won. Wouldn't it be better to keep your life and go back to collect the reward? I'm not stupid enough to stay and fight for you. Peter Tian, stop bluffing. If you want to kill Feng Chung, go ahead and do it yourself. I want to accompany you. Have you asked me before you leave? Hearing Feng Cheng's voice, Tian Xiaoyang couldn't help but shudder. Do you still want to kill me? Are you crazy? Do you know how powerful my Tian family is? Do you think you can kill me? Tian Xiaoyang said proudly. Feng Chung shook his head. He really didn't check the almanac before going out today. He only ran into some idiots. I dare to kill even your family members. So why should I be afraid of you, a loser? The next moment, when Tian Xiaoyang saw the red magic circle in front of Feng Cheng's staff, his whole body went numb. He actually dared to attack me? A flaming spear flew towards Tian Xiaoyang. With a loud bang, a large hole with a radius of 1 meter was blown out on the ground. Tian Xiaoyang was grabbed by the collar by Lao Gan and moved 10 meters away in an instant. At this time, he was already sweating profusely from fear. He actually dared to kill me. I'll leave Shuang's 2nd-level shooter to you. Is that okay? I can only promise to help the master hold him back, but I can't guarantee whether I can kill him. No problem. I'll come help you after I take care of those 2 idiots. The sparse shadows spread their wings and opened their mouths to let out a sigh of fire. Lao Gan was so scared that he quickly threw Tian Xiaoyang out. Facing such high-level magic skills, if he still carried a burden with him, he would be seeking death. Tian Xiaoyang rolled in front of Tian Peter. Before he could get up, he heard Tian Peter say in a weird tone, "Go. Why don't you leave? MD, stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, we will all die." After saying that, he stood up, took out his giant golden shield, and then activated his auxiliary skill, Defensive Aura. Peter Tian looked at the halo that lit up under his feet and said in surprise, "You, a piece of trash, actually awakened an S-level talent? Stop talking nonsense and get on with it." I fucking... Before Peter Tian could finish his words, Feng Cheng's flaming spear had already come towards him. Relying on the defensive aura, he slashed directly at the flaming spear with his sword. Tian Xiaoyang curled up his body and hid behind the giant shield. Having already obtained the credit, he did not want to fight with Feng Cheng desperately. As long as he had the chance, he would run away immediately without any hesitation. Peter Tian still underestimated Feng Cheng. Although this sword split the flaming spear in half, he himself was blown into pieces. Blood and flesh hit the giant shield like raindrops, and the subsequent air wave also blew Tian Xiaoyang away. "Xiaoyang, are you okay?" Seeing Tian Xiaoyang falling in front of him, Li Ming quickly cast a healing spell on him. "MD, where did you just go?" Okay, come with me." Tian Xiaoyang is worthy of being a knight, with thick skin and strong flesh, so he was not hurt at all. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Peter Tian's sprint just now moved the explosion far enough away, greatly reducing the impact of the explosion on him. Seeing the two of them quickly running into the woods, Feng Cheng was about to chase them, but subconsciously turned back and watched the fight between Shuang and Lao Gan. The opponent relied on his flexible body and long-range attacks to put Shuang at a disadvantage. At this time, she was trying her best to buy time by relying on her thick blood. Fang Chung didn't even think about it. He just raised his hand and shot a flaming gun at him. Lao Gan, who was only concerned about the beginning and not the end, was hit directly in an instant. He didn't turn on his shield and was directly blasted dizzy by Fang Chung. Shuang seized the opportunity and fired another round of shots, finally knocking him to the ground, vomiting blood. Taking this opportunity, he brewed a sigh of fire and killed it. "Master, why did you let them run away?" There was a hint of resentment in Shuang's tone. "They are not as important as you." Even if Tian Xiaoyang had the ability to cross the endless forest, it would take at least a day, so he had plenty of time to catch up. Shuang was just risking her life to buy time for herself. If she had a chance to kill that second-level professional at this moment, she would naturally choose the latter. Shuang felt warm in her heart. "Really? All right, help me pick up the loot. There are so many of them that I can't pick them all up by myself." Murder, arson, gold belt. Robbery is indeed the fastest way to get rich. Although this world has been invaded by the game world, there is no such thing as returning to the city to be resurrected after death. Once dead, you are dead, and all the items in your inventory will explode. For Fang Chung now, the equipment of a second-level professional is extremely expensive. At the same time, there are more than a dozen professionals in their 20s, and the equipment and magic items on them are worth at least tens of millions. The only thing that made Fang Chung feel regretful was that he got a bunch of mobile phones, which must have money in them, but no passwords. Chun Jingyang and his group in the distance were all dumbfounded at this moment. No one could have imagined that 15 professionals above level 20, plus 2 second-level professionals, could be solved by a level 10 kid in less than half an hour. "Boss, is it true that the boy has only been transferred for 4 days? Isn't it written in the bullshit information?" "But boss, we have protected many monsters over the years. Have you ever seen anyone as perverted as him? Isn't it good that each generation is stronger than the previous one?" The subordinate was slightly stunned, but then he said excitedly, "That's true. I am looking forward to the Chonglu Island competition next year. With that kid in Dragon Country, we can at least win a bronze medal." In the distance, Fang Qingdu had almost finished cleaning up the battlefield, but the people from the Northwestern Federation had not appeared yet. This made him wonder if he guessed wrong. Was this a murder by Tian Xiaoyang and had nothing to do with the people of the Northwest Federation? At this moment, Shuang, who was picking up spoils in the distance, suddenly warned, "Master, be careful." Fang Qing looked up, but it was too late. A huge fireball has appeared above his head. Shuang increased her speed to the extreme, pounced on Fang Chung, and tried to push him out. But someone was faster than her. Fang Qing only felt a flash before his eyes, and the huge fireball forced a turn in the air and flew away. He was still in shock, and when he looked carefully, he found that the person standing in front of him was actually a foreigner. He looked to be in his 50s, wearing a shiny warrior armor, with a golden ponytail and a neatly trimmed beard. Standing there, it feels like a mountain. "I didn't scare you, did I?" "Just now." Fang Chung shook his head. "Thank you." At this time, Chun Jingyang brought people to the scene, but did not dare to get close. His eyes were full of fear towards this foreigner. The next moment, Joseph also appeared with his men. He walked over to the old man and gave a noble salute. "Lord Visky, why did you come in person? This kind of trivial matter does not require your help at all." Waisky said calmly, "If I hadn't come, this kid would have been killed by you." Joseph looked puzzled. "Master Visky, have you changed your plans again?" "Yes, I changed my mind." Then Waisky looked at Fang Chung and said, "Little friend, you're the most promising genius I have ever seen. Now I invite you to join our Northwest Federation. Are you happy?" Chapter 28, I was right about you. Is being a traitor a happy thing? This foreigner looks like a decent person, but why doesn't he use his brain when he goes out? "I refuse," Fang Chung said firmly. This made Chen Jingyang, who had been worried about him, feel relieved. He mustered up the courage to walk to Fang Cheng's side and said, "Get back, quickly." Waisky said in surprise, "Having the nationality of our Northwest Alliance is not what you dragon people desire most. Do you know that every year many dragon people want to join us, but we reject them? If you can join our Northwest Federation, I promise you as the captain of the Holy Sea Knights that your monthly training funds will not be less than 30 million, and you will also have a manor of your own near the imperial capital." Fang Chung, who was walking back, stopped and said, "There are all kinds of birds in the forest. It's normal to have a few soft bones occasionally. But I'm sorry, I have never lacked calcium since I was a child. What's the meaning? What I mean is that I'm not cut out to be a traitor. You got the wrong person. After being rejected twice, Weisky still refused to give up and said again, you should know that with your potential, you will have the opportunity to become one of the most powerful people on this planet. But in Manhwa, they don't have the conditions to train you. Come to our Northwest Federation. Only we can help you reach the pinnacle of your life. This is also your last chance. A son will never think his mother is ugly, and a dog will never think. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you this. No matter how poor Longwa is, it is still my home. I may not become what you call a superior person, but what does it matter? What I have to do is to work hard to make this country a better place, just like my ancestors did, so that our descendants will not have regrets when faced with such temptations. Because in the Dragon Kingdom at that time, they could still be trained to become the most powerful people on this planet. Well said, Chen Jingyang suddenly said loudly. I, Chen Jingyang, really did not misjudge you. Today, even if I risk my life, I will protect you. At this moment, all the agents from the Demon Hunting Bureau came to Fangcheng and, together with their boss, blocked Fangcheng behind them. Whiskey frowned. Some people in Longwa are still very cute, such as the Tian family. As long as you give them a little benefit, they will wag their tails in front of you desperately. But there are some people who are very annoying, just like the ones in front of me. These bugs can be killed with a slap, but they want to disgust you before they die. People like this are the most annoying. Weisky looked at Chen Jingyang and said disdainfully, in front of me, will your desperate efforts be of any use? What a big tone. When did it become the turn of scum like you to be so arrogant in our dragon country? Before the man arrived, a sword energy had already struck Whiskey, who quickly raised his sword to block it. But with such powerful force, his feet in combat boots still plowed a ditch dozens of meters long on the ground. An old man with a burly build and a strong waist appeared in the position before Whiskey. Who else could this man be but Yen Lichou? Whiskey wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, Despicable dragon people, are you all just sneak attacks? Yen Lichou turned around and said to Chen Jingyang, Is it okay to leave these little bastards to you? No problem. Please rest assured, Marshal Yen. Yen Lichou nodded, then used a sprint technique and instantly came in front of Whiskey, who was dozens of meters away, and swung his sword to make a sky-slashing move. Whiskey was so frightened that he almost died. He, a 4th-rank holy swordsman, was no match for the 5th-rank swordsman. If he had intended to kill me just now, I would have been killed with that one sword. But it's not that easy for him to kill himself. Whiskey quickly activated the magic item on his body, and at the moment the sword light approached, he transported himself several kilometers away. But he did not think that he was safe, so he immediately took out his return ticket. Although the adventurer camp is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, there are countless eyes watching there. As long as Yen Lichou does not want to cause a diplomatic crisis for the Dragon Kingdom, he will not dare to attack himself there. At this moment, Yen Lichou also rushed over, but Weisky looked at him and smiled coldly. Sorry, you are late. The transmission aperture has been lit up, and the next moment, Whiskey's figure disappeared into the woods. Yen Lichou calmly slashed the air with his sword, directly cutting the space in half. Whiskey, who had a smug look on his face just now, fell from the space crack. This damn Dragon Country return ticket is really not easy to use. Whiskey thought he had returned to the city, but before he could get up, he saw a pair of combat boots appear in front of him. When he looked up, he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. How is this possible? You're using a civilian-grade return ticket in front of me. Who the hell are you looking down on? What do you mean? Weisky really didn't know. He only knew that the Dragon Country's return ticket was of good quality and cheap, and was many times more useful than their Northwest Federation's return ticket. This is the first time I've seen a car fail halfway like today. Go down and ask your god. No, you can't kill me. I have diplomatic immunity. Fuck you, we in Dragon Country have never had this thing. With one sword, Yen Lichou cut Whiskey and his 9th-level generals into 2 pieces. The first captain of the Knights of the Northwestern Federation fell. But the next second, he regretted it when he saw this 9th-level equipment worth trillions turned into scrap. If I had known this, I would have chopped his neck. If I gave this equipment worth trillions to that kid, would I be afraid that he would not want to become my disciple? Thinking of Fangcheng, Yen Lichou became more and more satisfied. When I first saw Whiskey recruiting him, offering 30 million in a manor, I was really worried about this guy. You have to know that based on the current exchange rate, 30 million federal coins is equivalent to 200 million Dragon Country coins. But unexpectedly, although the boy was greedy for money, he had a sense of justice and refused without hesitation. But this undoubtedly increased the cost for him to recruit a disciple. After all, the other party had offered 200 million yuan. If he couldn't come up with a decent gift, wouldn't it be too cheap? Green Ivy Valley. Joseph brought a total of 54 people this time, and half of them were rare nature mages. With such a lineup and such a location, it was obvious that they did not come just for Fong Cheng. Chun Jingyang stuffed a return ticket into Fong Cheng's hand and said, "If the fight starts, take this and leave quickly." "Are things a little bad?" Fong Cheng asked. "It's no problem to protect you, but our goal is to keep these bastards. You are such a weakling. You'll be a burden if you stay here." "Well, I was looked down upon." Fong Cheng put away the return ticket. Although it was cheap, it was still 100 yuan apiece. Moreover, the return ticket produced by Dragon Country was universal in all secret realms, so there was no waste. "Call out all your men. Otherwise, you'll have no chance," Joseph, a mage, said arrogantly while standing behind a row of soldiers. Chapter 29, Ambush. "There's no need to deal with you bunch of bastards," Chun Jingyang said with disdain. "Is it not necessary? I am afraid they are setting up an ambush around." Fong Cheng can remember that when he killed the Sour Cabbage Country and the Plaster Country before, there were far more people around Chun Jingyang. Joseph looked around, and he knew that there must be Dragon Country agents lying in ambush around here. Moreover, with the style of the Dragon Kingdom, if they don't take action, then it's fine, but once they take action, it will be a complete destruction. But he can't afford to waste time now. Lord Visky is no match for Yen Liqiu. If they wait until Yen Liqiu comes back, they won't even have the chance to surrender. Get started. Following Joseph's order, more than 20 nature mages released their magic power at the same time, casting a huge spell over everyone's heads. The ghost weeping vine in the Green Vine Valley began to grow rapidly, like a fountain breaking out of the ground and rushing straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the empty valley turned into a dense forest that blocked out the sun. "That's good. We've all become bait." "What do you mean?" Shuang looked at Fong Cheng with confusion. "Don't you understand? Lao Chun has some people ambushed outside to prevent the enemy from escaping. Now, this foreigner is showing a posture of wanting to die together. What would people outside think when they see this? Rush in to save people? That's right. Once the people outside come in, they'll have a chance to escape. The people from the demon hunting department can't be so stupid. Didn't you think of that just now? I know you're smart. Okay, then what should we do now, my smart master? Fire magic can easily hurt our own people in this environment. Let's wait and see." Chun Jingyang's approach is simple and crude. Order the wind, Mage, to release the sharp blade of wind to clear space. While the old vines were being cut down and new vines had not yet grown, everyone rushed forward together and fought with the people from the Northwestern Federation. The opponents carefully prepared 20 or so natural mages immediately became useless. "Hurry up and follow me." With a phoenix cry, Shuang turned into flames and cleared a path ahead, with Fong Cheng following closely behind. "Why are you following me? Didn't I tell you to go back to the city?" This kind of battle is very beneficial to a rookie like me. I can learn a lot from watching it. Fong Cheng was not wrong. Watching masters fight was indeed very helpful for newcomers. Chun Jingyang hesitated for a moment, then said, "Just stand here and don't go any further." After saying that, he joined the battle. Of course, as a mage, he wouldn't be stupid enough to rush over and engage in hand-to-hand combat. With just his own strength, he held up an umbrella of wind blades for everyone in this dense patch of poisonous vines, and he could even suddenly strike down one or two unlucky guys. The people sent by the Northwestern Federation are no cowards either. Although they do not have an advantage in numbers, they are well equipped. It's okay if you hit him with your sword, but if he hits you with his sword, it might be fatal. As for those nature mages, when they saw Chun Jingyang and his men rushing towards them, they immediately ran away. Although they were unable to launch large-scale attacks at this time, their precise sneak attacks were hard to defend against. As soon as the battle started, it became a stalemate. "Master, are we just going to watch?" "Of course not. Did you see the natural mage who just took action? It runs very fast. Then do you think they can outrun our flaming guns?" Clear. When this world wants to release magic, a magic circle will appear. For a sniper, it is like a target with a red heart painted on it. When they saw a magic circle appear in the ghost weeping vine, Fang Cheng and Shu Ying would not hesitate to fire a volley of flame spears at them. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least interrupt their magic. However, there were too many mages on the other side. Even though Fang Cheng and Shu Ying's flame spears could be fired instantly, some members of the Demon Hunting Bureau were still hit. At this time, the antidote that Fang Cheng had prepared earlier came in handy. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Chun Jingyang, who got the antidote, gave Fang Cheng a compliment without hesitation. If I'm not fully prepared, how dare I go to the meeting alone? Chun Jingyang rolled his eyes and even gasped when someone praised him. Although he said this, Chun Jingyang still recognized the other party's success in his heart. He's smart and calm. Although he just graduated from high school, he gives people the impression of a veteran of the battlefield. The most important thing is that this kid has amazing potential. He is simply a monster. Next, Chun Jingyang also changed his strategy. Whenever he saw Fang Cheng taking action, he would be responsible for intercepting him from the rear. While taking care of his men to prevent them from being attacked by poisonous vines, he also cooperated with Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng asked Shu Ying to use Breath of Fire instead, so that he could kill the opponent accurately. As the opponent's mages fell one after another, Joseph soon felt overwhelmed. If they continue like this, their failure is only a matter of time. But if they can kill Fang Cheng, even if they can't turn defeat into victory, it will still be a great achievement. Besides, wasn't the purpose of coming to Dragon Country this time to kill that kid? As for killing the Dragon Country agent, that was just the icing on the cake. After determining the target, the people from the Northwestern Federation no longer fought with the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau and began to attack Fang Cheng with all their might. The Demon Hunting Department also built a solid wall in front of Fang Cheng. Joseph saw this scene, but he smiled coldly and said to the shadow behind him, "It's up to you, Nakus. I will have someone hold back his pet and make sure to kill that guy with one strike." Several ghost vines suddenly appeared around Fang Cheng at the same time. Shu Ying, fire rain dance. Shu Ying flew into the air and rain of fire poured down, instantly turning all the ghost vines into ashes. However, at this moment, countless ghost vines suddenly appeared in the air, fixing Shu Ying in the air like a noose. When Chun Jingyang saw this, he secretly said that this was not good. Sure enough, within his spiritual realm, he immediately spotted an enemy assassin sneaking in that direction. Old 7, go and protect Fang Cheng. Immediately, a mental mark was cast on the assassin, indicating the target to the agent named Lao Chi. The 7th brother leaped into the air and slashed the earth with a blow that was like a rainbow, piercing the sun. The moment it landed, sparks flew in the air. Although Fang Cheng could not see the mental mark, he now knew that the other side had an old man coming towards him. Decisively used the flame gun to sweep the location where the sparks just appeared. This made Lao Chi, who had just landed, startled. Was that kid holding a machine gun? Could magic be played like this? He was indeed a demon. Complaints aside, the explosion in distance at this moment made him lose his position on the enemy assassin. When the other party appeared again, he was already behind Fang Cheng. Old 7 was so frightened that he almost died. He shouted at Fang Cheng, "Fang Cheng, be careful." The assassin was wounded and his entire right arm was missing. But for a second-level assassin, even if he only has one left hand, it is not easy to kill the Beastmaster who is right in front of him. The assassin laughed, a cruel laugh. As long as he killed the boy in front of him, this mission would be successfully completed. Teleport and stab in one go. Chun Jingyang and Lao Chi were so angry at that moment, but due to the distance, they could only sigh in despair. Just as they lowered their heads, unwilling to watch Fang Cheng's death, a flash of sword light suddenly blinded their eyes. Draw your sword and slash through the clouds. Chapter 30 Side Effects of Antidote. Fang Cheng didn't know how much attack power he could generate with this strike. If he couldn't kill him, he would be the one to die. He could only try his best. The assassin was very fast, but Fang Cheng's sword-breaking, cloud-breaking slash was even faster. The teleportation and the thrust were done in one go. This only existed in his mind. It was the speed of his right hand. But the truth is, at that moment, his left hand holding the dagger was 0.001 second slower. In just 0.001 seconds, Fang Cheng's fearless sword had pierced through his body from bottom to top. The first level of the cloud-breaking sword has an attack range of 1 meter. But with a tenfold increase in power, the crescent-shaped sword light disappeared only 10 meters away. Therefore, Fang Chung felt that this sword was quite smooth. He did not encounter any resistance during the whole process, just like cutting tofu. Dead. When Lao Chi came to Fang Chung, the assassin was still standing, but with a poke of his finger, the other party exploded into 2 pieces like a firecracker. You're actually a warrior? This is my low card. Don't tell anyone about it. Fuck. Never mind. I didn't see anything just now. You're just a monster. Not only can you use fire magic as a beastmaster, but you can even kill a rank 2 assassin with 1 sword. No one will believe me, even if I tell others. Excuse me, help me put down my battle pet. Lao Chi glanced up at the sky and saw the sparse shadows tangled up like dumplings. With 2 swipes of the sword, all the ghost vines were chopped into pieces. Seeing that Fang Chung was fine, Lao Chi did not stay any longer and joined the battle in front again. Joseph on the opposite side was dumbfounded. The intelligence was seriously wrong. Who the hell got this information? He didn't even know that the other party was a soldier. That assassin was his trump card, but because of the wrong information, his trump card didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes before it was cut into 2 pieces. It still seems impossible to kill Fang Chung. According to the tradition of their Northwest Federation, only fools would do the impossible. Withdraw. The weeping ghost vines that covered the sky began to disappear, and the people of the Northwestern Federation fled in all directions. Fang Chung didn't care about those, because he knew Chun Jingyang and a group of old men were lying in ambush around him, and none of them could escape today. He turned around and looked at Shuai in his arms. This is already the 2nd bottle of antidote. Is it still painful? Shuai covered her forehead and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore, but I still feel a little dizzy. Would you like another bottle?" "No, I won't drink it. This stuff tastes like expired juice. It's so unpalatable. Just let me lie in your arms for a while." After a while, Shuai's stomach growled, and she sat up suddenly. "What's wrong?" Fang Chung looked confused. Shuai blushed and pointed at the empty bottle on the ground and said, "This thing must be expired." Then she looked around and rushed into the woods with a blushing face. The same thing happened to Qin Jingyang and his gang. They were chasing each other along the way, but suddenly someone got a stomachache halfway through the journey. I heard that birds can soar while flying. But Qin Jingyang looked at the pile of shit that almost hit him just now, and it was definitely not caused by a bird. Looking at the flies falling from the sky, he quickly thought of a person named Fang Chung. Because all these flying creatures had taken Fang Cheng's antidote, and considering that guy's miserly nature, the antidote must have been expired. Those of you who are flying, rest where you are. Leave 1 priest behind, and the others will continue chasing with me. We must capture all of them today. Don't walk out of the woods, holding your stomach. His face was red. He was really embarrassed this time. If he had known it would be so painful, he would not have drunk the damn antidote. "How is it? Are you feeling better?" Fang Chung asked with concern. Shuai nodded, then immediately shook her head and started walking back quickly. Seeing the scene, he shook his head. This won't work. He still has to chase Tian Xiaoyang, that bastard. If he runs away, it will be hard to find him. So Fang Chung called Zhu Fengchu. "Hey, boss, what do you want me to do? I was wondering what happened to the antidote you gave me. It solved the poison, but my stomach got diarrhea again." "No, boss, what kind of poison did you use it to cure?" "Devil's cream vine." "Devil's cream vine." Zhu Fengchu thought for a moment and said, "That's right, boss, this is normal. My detoxification potion is too low grade to completely remove the poison from the devil's crying vine. The remaining poison can only be removed through detoxification." "Boss, are you good at pulling?" "I'm fine, but Shuai?" "Never mind. Is there any way to relieve this detoxification?" Yes, boss. You should know the healing technique. It can be cured with the healing technique." "By the way, boss, who is Shuai?" "Judging from a name, she must be a woman. Is she my sister-in-law?" Fang Chung hung up the phone directly, too lazy to talk to this guy. Fang Chung released a healing spell in the direction of Shuai. Soon Shuai came out of the woods. Seeing that she was no longer holding her stomach, Fang Chung breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Fengchu was finally reliable for once. "My dear little master, can't you wait until I come out before casting the healing spell on me? You'll make others very embarrassed if you do this. Do you know that?" "What are you embarrassed about? Were you embarrassed when we ran into each other in the bathroom before?" "I'll pay attention next time." "Do you want to have it next time?" "Let's clean up the battlefield. We still have to chase Tian Xiaoyang later, so he won't run away." In fact, there was nothing to clean up on the battlefield. Although some agents of the Northwestern Federation had died, the speed at which the Demon Hunting Bureau picked up the spoils was much faster than his own. Because they have the Backpack Elf, a magical item that can pick up loot with one click. The only assassin equipment left, the 4th level light armor, was chopped off by Lao Chi when he fought with Lao Chi. Now it seems that if it weren't for Lao Chi's previous sword strike, it would be hard to say whether I could have killed him with one sword. The scrap light armor was sent to Lu Wulong so that he could practice his skills. The remaining loot included some potions, more than 100 strengthening stones, and a cell phone. I successfully unlocked the phone with the other person's fingerprint and opened it to take a look. Wow, there is still a balance of more than 50 million in the mobile payment. The people in the Northwestern Federation are really rich. Fong Chung really wanted to transfer all the balance to his mobile phone, but after hesitating for a long time, Fong Chung stomped the phone to pieces. Master, that's more than 50 million. You just want to give it up. The transfer will leave a record. I don't dare to take the risk. Okay, let's get going. Master, you must be prepared. Trying to find someone in the endless forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He has been running for so long, we may not be able to find him. If we can't find him, we can go wait in the Boxwood Valley. As long as he's not dead, he will definitely pass by the Boxwood Valley. Chapter 31 Big Words on the Grass. Endless Forest, an unknown place. Tian Xiaoyang, who had just killed a demon wolf, was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in wounds. Li Ming sat aside and meditated. She had just killed the demon wolf, and in order to cast healing spell on Tian Xiaoyang, she had used up all her magic power. A moment later, a healing spell was cast on Tian Xiaoyang again. This finally gave him the strength to get up from the ground. When Lao Gan led him into the endless forest before, the journey was no different from an outing. But now that he had to rely on his own 2 legs to walk out of the endless forest, he realized what it meant to walk with difficulty. If he had known this would happen, he would have insisted on taking a return ticket. But who could have thought that Fong Chung was such a good fighter? 2 second-level professionals and a dozen or so thugs in their 20s were no match for him. Xiaoyang, are you okay? Seeing Tian Xiaoyang in a daze, Li Ming asked with concern. Useless thing, you can't even use a small healing spell. What use do I have for you? Tian Xiaoyang said unhappily. Li Ming felt very aggrieved. If it weren't for her healing skills, this guy would have died long ago. Now he actually blames his own healing skills for not being released enough. Why don't you just say that you are so useless that you can't even deal with a level 10 demon wolf? If it were Fong Chung, a mere magic wolf would not be enough to fill his teeth. I don't know if he's dead now, but he should be dead. She saw those people from the Northwest Federation. They were all second-level professionals. No matter how powerful Fong Chung was, he would not be able to survive. What are you still doing standing there? Do you still want to spend the night here? Tian Xiaoyang left cursing, and Li Ming hurriedly followed him. She felt that she was really despicable now. But what could he do? Not to mention that his parents were in his hands. He couldn't even get out of this endless forest by himself. Just then, Tian Xiaoyang, who was walking in front, saw an adventure team of 5 people. He suddenly felt like he had seen a savior and quickened his pace to chase after him. Hey, wait a minute. The 5 members of the adventure team are all men. The leader is called Wang Batsi, a level 25 berserker with a scar on his face that runs from his left eye to the corner of his mouth. It looks very hideous. Hearing Tian Xiaoyang's voice, Wang Batsi turned around and saw a pretty boy. He asked unhappily, "What's the matter?" Tian Xiaoyang was frightened by the scar on Wang Batsi's face. He swallowed and said, "Big brother, can you take us to the adventurer camp? The price is negotiable." At this time, Li Ming also caught up from behind. Wang Batsi, who was hesitating, saw Li Ming and his eyes lit up. Li Ming, whose bruises and swellings had been healed, was still a beauty with her pure temperament. A rough man like Wang Batsi had never seen such a girl before. "It's not impossible to send you out, but the price, let's put it this way, 2 million. You also know that the distance from here to the adventurer camp is not short. The most important thing is that sending you back will disrupt our previous plan." "No problem. 2 million is no problem. I'll give it to you as soon as we get to the adventurer camp." 2 million is not a small sum, kid. You agreed so quickly, are you kidding me? If you're worried, I can give you a written agreement. I am the eldest son of the Tian group. 2 million is nothing to me. Are you really the eldest son of the Tian group? My name is Tian Xiaoyang. You can find out by searching online. Wang Batsi was stunned. The money was too little. If I had known this, I should have offered 5 million. I have another condition. Wang Batsi pointed at Li Ming and said, your girlfriend is pretty. How about lending her to us guys for some fun? Li Ming was startled and quickly hid behind Tian Xiaoyang. Tian Xiaoyang said, brother, this is a little inappropriate. It's okay if you don't want to pay, then add more money. How many? 5 million. The eldest son of the Tian family has a noble status. 5 million is reasonable, right? Tian Xiaoyang let Li Ming out. Brothers, please feel free to do as you please. Xiaoyang. Li Ming was shocked and said, Xiaoyang, do you know what you're talking about? Tian Xiaoyang said angrily, you useless thing, you can save me 3 million by giving the big brothers a good time. What else do you want? Wang Batsi and others were dumbfounded. Originally, he said that just to add more money. A mere 5 million was nothing to his Tian family. But this kid actually agreed. What do we do now, boss? When Wang Batsi heard his men's questions, he was very annoyed. MD, it would be a shame to let such a pretty girl go. Let's have some fun first. Boss is wise. Everyone line up, boss. Take the first dip, I'll take the second. Why did you come for a second bath? With the sword in my hand, what's wrong? Everyone lost their temper immediately, but Li Ming was already pale from fright. Xiaoyang, save me. Get lost, useless thing. Tian Xiaoyang, you'll not die well. You fucking bastard. If you curse me again, do you believe I will leave you here? Li Ming was dragged into the bushes, and Wang Batsi did it himself, while 4 big men grabbed her hands and feet and pressed her into a big character. Master Wang, who was operating the pile driver, was very happy. He used to drive piles on dry land, but today he encountered a paddy field, which was very convenient for driving piles. About an hour later, Li Ming came back in disheveled clothes, with bruises all over his body and his voice hoarse. There was disgusting snot everywhere, on his messy hair, face, and legs. As the wind blew, a disgusting strange smell came to my nose. Tian Xiaoyang pinched his nose and hid aside with a look of disgust. Li Ming didn't say anything and didn't even look at him. He just followed everyone mechanically. She wanted to go out alive and take revenge, not on Tian Xiaoyang or Fang Cheng, but on her 2 best friends. Without the instigation of those 2 women, he would not have lost Fang Cheng, let alone suffered such humiliation. Killing those 2 women with 1 knife would be too easy for them. I will also let them taste this humiliation, and I will make them taste it 10 times. In Huangyang Valley, Fang Cheng and Shuaying were roasting a rabbit around a fire. I just had breakfast today. I was planning to cook a big meal at home, but it ended up being this crap. Looking at the fiery clouds in the sky, Shuaying's stomach started growling again. You have a stomachache again? Shuaying blushed. Are you hungry? It will be ready soon, so eat more later. I want to eat more. A roasted rabbit without even any salt. How delicious is it? I want to save some food for a big dinner later. Fang Cheng slapped his forehead and said, I think I forgot to put the things I've bought this morning in the refrigerator. I hope they won't go bad in the hot summer. How can it be so easy to break? You are not going to regret it. Don't talk. Someone is coming. Shuaying looked back and saw a group of adventurers coming to the valley entrance. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, I've waited for that boy to come. By the way, do you want to do it with the woman who betrayed you, master? It will save you the annoyance of watching her. Chapter 32. Gratitude and Resentment. Wang Batsi was carrying a battle axe and picking up some grass roots, walking at the front of the team. Suddenly he stopped, because there was a person standing in the middle of the road ahead, a person who looked unserious. Who is a decent person who stands in the middle of the road? Fang Cheng. When Tian Xiaoyang saw Fang Cheng in the middle of the road, he was as surprised as if he had seen a ghost. Why is Fang Cheng here? Shouldn't he be dead? Know him. Wang Batsi glanced at Tian Xiaoyang, who was shaking like a sieve. He wants to kill me. You have to protect me. Is that so? That'll cost extra. Didn't we already agree on this? You guys are going to escort me back to the camp, but you're going to charge me extra for that. Wang Batsi said disdainfully, killing people is illegal in Manhwa. You want me to kill people for you, for 2 million? You are dreaming. So how much do you want to add? 10 million, no bargaining. That kid's life is worth 10 million? Are you crazy? I don't know if that kid's life is worth money, but my brother and I's lives are valuable. We're only taking 2 million from you as a resettlement fee. Do you think it's too much? Okay, can you let that woman pay another 3 million? Do you fucking want to die? Even Wang Batsi couldn't stand it anymore. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? He is the eldest son of the Tian family. Are all rich people so shameless? Okay. 10 million is 10 million. Help me get rid of him. I don't want to die. After agreeing on the price, Wang Batzi glanced at Fang Chung and cast a chastity spell on him. 2. Wang Batzi spat out the grass root and said unhappily, "You are just a level 10 rookie, and you dare to rob here? You heard it too. This guy wants 10 million to buy your life. Just kill yourself. It will save us from having to do it." Fang Chung said calmly, "This is a matter between me and Tian Xiaoyang. It has nothing to do with you. It is our employer now. How can it be okay? Actually, I'm very powerful. I advise you not to get involved in this matter, or I will beat you all to death." Wang Batzi was so angry at Fang Cheng's words that he laughed. Haha, that's interesting. You're just a level 10 rookie. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty here? Wait a minute. Is that beautiful woman next to you your woman? Fang Cheng glanced at Shuaing and knew what those bad guys were planning, so he was too lazy to waste time talking to them. "If you let her stay with us brothers for one night, I'll let you live a few more days. How about that?" Shuaing, "Kill them." "Good master." After saying that, Shuaing transformed into a burning sky swallow, spread her wings, and flew into the sky. As a red magic circle appeared, 5 flaming spears shot down instantly. "That boy is actually a beast master. Tian Matzi, what are you still standing there for? Shoot it down for me." After Wang Batzi finished speaking, he raised his battle axe and chopped at Fang Chung. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. The best way to deal with a beastmaster is to kill the beastmaster first. He gathered strength from his legs and rushed in front of Fang Chung. However, Fang Chung smiled coldly at him. This guy was too slow. No wonder he was already level 29 and hadn't reached the 2nd level yet. Then he raised his hand and drew his sword to break the clouds. He didn't even use his full strength, but the sword light went from bottom to top, piercing through Wang Batzi's body. "I told you I was great, but you didn't listen. Are you satisfied now?" Fang Cheng didn't know whether Wang Batzi heard it or not. The 2nd level equipment on Wang Batzi suddenly exploded, which made him feel quite regretful. Thinking about the equipment of the previous assassin, Fang Cheng decided that he must chop the opponent's neck next time. On the other side, Shuaing also finished the battle. They were just a bunch of trash. Now it seems like a waste to give them 5 flame guns. At this moment, Tian Xiaoyang felt numb all over. The killer he hired for 10 million was killed by Fang Changquan in less than a minute. Seeing Fang Chung walking towards him, he subconsciously stepped back and said, "You can't kill me. Killing people is illegal in Manhwa. Don't you know that this is the Endless Forest? It's a lawless place. Impossible. Who do you think you are to say such a thing? Who do you think you are? A poor boy. Do you think you are worthy of ruling Yujiang City? Only I and my Tian family have such strength. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. Yeah, that's right. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of killing me. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. Just go to hell." After saying that, Fang Chung drew his sword and slashed out a sword light, which flashed past Tian Xiaoyang, who was 5 meters away. His hand was still pointing at Fang Chung, with an incredible look in his eyes. Only now did he realize that Fang Chung actually dared to kill him, but it was too late. As the first blood flower exploded on his forehead, he continued to move forward with unstoppable force, splitting him in half from the middle. Fang Chung made a sword flower and sheathed the sword. His movements were so cool and majestic. What a poor fellow. He doesn't even have a bottle of potion in his backpack. How dare such a fool enter the Endless Forest? Shuaing smiled slightly. "Master, you are so powerful. Who would have thought that so many people cannot kill you? It is normal for this kid to come with light luggage." Fang Chung shook his head, then picked up Tian Xiaoyang's phone and took a look. Wow, there was still a balance of more than 3 million yuan in it. "Master, you transferred all this money to your phone. Aren't you afraid of leaving a record of the transfer?" "Don't be silly. Even if there is no transfer record, Tian Quan knows that I killed his son. Then what should we do with the master's woman? Should we?" Shuaing put her hand under her neck and made a gesture of wiping her neck. Li Meng looked over. She wanted to know how Fang Chung would treat him. But Fang Chung didn't even look at her and just took Shuaing away. Looking at Fang Cheng's background, Li Meng didn't have any relief in her eyes but loss. She even felt disgust towards herself for the first time. That's right. If someone like me dies in your hands, it will only dirty your hands. At this time, on the top of the mountain north of Huangyang Valley, Yanlicho was also looking at Feng Cheng's back. Now, the more he looked at Feng Cheng, the more he liked him. He knew that Feng Cheng killed Tian Xiaoyang for revenge and did not kill Li Meng for gratitude. He has a sense of loyalty and righteousness, and he is clear about gratitude and resentment. The most important thing is that this kid has ridiculous potential. I really found a treasure this time. The next moment his brows frowned again. It was a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom that the boy was born in the country, but it was a misfortune for him. According to past practice, since foreign forces failed to kill him this time, they will not attempt to assassinate him again in the short term. But this kid is different. He has so much potential that he can kill a second-level job changer just 4 days after his job change. Since the game world came to Blue Star, there has never been a monster like him. If such a person was born in the North Atlantic Federation, a hegemonic country, naturally no one would dare to touch him. But he was born in Longwa, a rising country. The rise of Dragon Country in recent years has made many people jealous, and now a monster like him has been born. One can imagine how crazy the next assassination attempt on him will be. No, whether for the revival of Dragon Country or this kid's own life, he must grow up as soon as possible. After thinking about it, he disappeared on the top of the mountain, and when he appeared again, he was already in the Xingfu community. Chapter 33 Women's Stuff is really expensive. Sour Cabbage Country, Presidential Residence. Shiba. President Park Busung slapped his rosewood desk, breaking it into pieces. Are you sure you're not mistaken? None of our heroes lurking in Dragon Country survived. Report. Sorry, Mr. President. After Miss Jean Meicheng and her team failed, Longwood carried out a large-scale purge of our people. This is indeed bad news. Let's start the beauty plan. Although that kid is a descendant of my great Sour Cabbage Empire, he has recognized the enemy as his father. We can't let him stay in this world. Now, next month is the college entrance examination for Longwa. Clear. Plaster Country, Prime Minister's Office. What? Inoue-kun, are you sure that Section Chief Aso and the others are all dead? Yes, Prime Minister. This is our shame. The Emergency Department will never forget this day. We have already recognized the Northwest Federation as our father, and we must never recognize Longwa as our father again. The college entrance examination of Longwa will begin next month. Start the national service plan and send some guys in. We must kill it. If you fail again, you will commit seppuku. Northern Alliance, Office of the President. The Dragon Kingdom is becoming more and more outrageous. They even dare to kill our people. We must teach them a lesson. St. John, do you have any plans? Mr. President, I think it would be better to select people from Gran, Gaul, and other 5 states this time. St. John, are you sure? This defeat in Dragon Country has greatly humiliated us. Mr. President, are you worried that if they succeed in the assassination, it will be another blow to our prestige, thus strengthening their determination to be independent? That's right. We have finally incorporated the land across the ocean into our territory. We cannot let them become independent, even if they have to continue to be our dogs in the future. Excuse me, Mr. President. Even if we are the hegemon of this world forever, we cannot erase their determination for independence. If you look at the history of that continent, you will know that independence and freedom are bullshit. They only want to cause division. It is in their bones and cannot be changed. But a group of people who don't know how to unite want to split from our North Atlantic Federation. They simply don't have the strength to do so. The only country that threatens us is Longwa. If they get the support of Longwa, independence will no longer be a fantasy. Understand, if they succeed this time, it will completely cut off their possibility of joining forces with Dragon Country, and we will also be less threatened by Dragon Country. That's right, Mr. President. Even if they fail, it will also worsen the relationship with Dragon Country. It will also let them know that this failure is not because we are incompetent, but because our ideas are too hard. Yes, St. John is indeed St. John. I'll leave this matter to you. Yujiang City. Feng Cheng came out of West Street with 16 million in his pocket, which was a huge sum of money he had never seen before. They say money is a person's courage. Now he even walks with the wind. Master, are we going home now? Shuaing was a little hungry, and thinking of the big meal prepared at home, she felt even hungrier. No, let's go buy some clothes first. Buying clothes? Shuaing's eyes lit up. Oh my god, could it be that this kid finally got it? Feng Cheng nodded. Although he gave Shuaing a golden wizard suit, it was still a combat suit. He couldn't wear it 24 hours a day. Thinking about how she used her shirt as pajamas this morning, Fong Chung realized that this was very necessary. Master, let's go to Haotian International Shopping Center. I heard the clothes there are very beautiful. Fong Chung shook his head. The clothes there are too expensive. Not worth it. What do you mean it's not cost-effective? I think you were just stingy and don't want to spend money. Then the master can't go to the wholesale market. Although the clothes there are cheap, the quality is too poor and the cost performance is too low. Shuaing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her stinginess was not too hopeless. Where is the master going? Fong Chung pointed to a comprehensive supermarket in front and said, Supermarket, the price is acceptable and the quality is guaranteed. But there are no brand names. Brand names are just a trap set by capitalists to target people's vanity. We won't fall into it. As for clothes, good-looking and durable are the most important things. Shuaing was really impressed by this little master. He could see so clearly. But think about it. He is just a poor boy, so it is not surprising that he does not know the benefits of luxury goods. Arriving at the clothing section of the supermarket, Shuaing quickly picked out a red V-neck dress. Master, what do you think of this one? I don't quite understand, as long as you like it. Shuaing looked at the clothes and shook her head. The neckline is too high. Choose a lower one. I think this one is great. You can pick this one. Do you think this neckline is too high? If your majestic and magnificent breasts were lowered, would they still be able to hold them? Shuaing smiled slightly, and then she picked a few more skirts. In Fong Cheng's opinion, it should be like this, with a black silk pajamas and a one-piece pajamas. Then I bought a few pairs of stockings. Master, what color do you like? It's up to me. That's not right. It's you who wears it, not me. Why are you asking me? Shuaing smiled and said, Then I'll just get the same pair. I'll change them every day for you to see. Finally, I bought 3 pairs of high heels and a pair of slippers. Although the clothes in the supermarket were cheap, when Fong Chung checked the receipt, he found that he had spent nearly 70,000 yuan. This made him sigh. From childhood to adulthood, all the clothes he had, added together, probably wouldn't be worth 10,000 yuan. Holding large and small bags in Shuaing's hands, Master, don't you want to buy a few things for yourself? No, I still have some. What do you have? I looked at your closet yesterday, and there were only 6 sets of clothes in it, 2 for summer, 2 for winter, and 2 for spring and fall. So you only have 2 sets of clothes. Isn't this good? I don't have to think about what to wear every time I change clothes. Shuaing rolled her eyes. She was really impressed by her master. It was only he who could come up with such a reason. Anyway, Shuaing couldn't stand it. How could there be only 2 sets of clothes in her closet? When passing by the cosmetics area, Shuaing took a look inside. Would you like to buy some more makeup products? Okay. No, Master, why did you change your nature today? If it weren't for the contract, I would have thought you were possessed by someone else. I never skimp on what I should buy. Real. Besides, makeup is something you put on your face, so don't worry too much about the price. That's what you said. Here. Shuaing handed the shopping bag to Fong Chung. Then she went in and picked out a bunch of cosmetics, but except for the lipstick, Fong Chung didn't recognize any of the others. Then he glanced at the receipt. 30,000? Why are this woman's things so expensive? Master, you were the one who said you didn't want to call for money anymore. Are you regretting it so soon? Fong Chung shook his head. Why should I regret it? It's your salary that I spent anyway. No way. Master, you've earned at least 10 million today, and you only gave me 100,000? You spend money so lavishly. I'll save the rest for you. How many more? 5,900,000. Shuaing calculated it in her mind. That is about 40% commission. Under normal circumstances, it is good if the battle pet can have a 20% improvement. Of course, this does not apply to those where the potential between the master and the combat pet is too different. If it is the highest contract, then the battle pet is a slave. It is good enough if the master does not abuse the battle pet and don't even think about getting a salary. And his little master actually gave him a 40% commission. It was really a mistake to say that he was stingy. Then master, can I take another 100,000? Chapter 34 Second Transfer Certificate. No. Fong Chung refused without even thinking. If you want pocket money, I can only give you 1,000 at most. Why? I'm afraid you'll spend it recklessly. Unless the things you want to buy are really useful, your monthly allowance is only 1,000 yuan. $1,000 or a month? Shuaing was dumbfounded again. If my salary is not in my pocket, is it still my salary? What do you mean he changed his character? He made me happy for nothing. He is stingy, and he is a very stingy person. When I came out of the supermarket, it was rush hour after to get off work. At this time, let alone squeezing into the bus, I couldn't even get a taxi. Just as Fong Chung was standing at the bus stop, Yang Tian's side, suddenly, I saw something flying between the buildings. Upon closer inspection, I found it was a griffin. The means of transportation in this world include not only those with wheels, but also those with wings and legs. So he turned around and looked at Shuai. Master, you don't want me to transform and take you back, do you? Fun Tianyin shouldn't scare people. Are you sure? Let's just go take the light rail. This is a city, not an endless forest. With so many people watching, it is indeed inappropriate to let a beautiful woman transform into a mount. Shuai smiled slightly, caught up with Fong Chung, and leaned close to his ear and said, It's okay if you want me to be your mount, but I have a condition. What conditions? I'm afraid of the dark when I sleep alone. Can you sleep with me tonight? What the hell is going on in this woman's mind? I told you it was in heaven, and you told me it was in bed. Let's take the light rail. Stingy guy, I just asked you to accompany me, not to do anything else. What are you afraid of? After finally returning home, Fong Chung took out the key and was about to open the door when he was stunned. What's wrong, master? Something is wrong. Seeing Fong Cheng's serious expression and that he didn't seem to be joking, Shuai immediately prepared for battle. But at this moment, the person in the inner room laughed and said, Come in. Boy, if I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. Master, why does your voice sound so familiar? If Fong Chung guessed correctly, the person who spoke should be the Yin Shuai mentioned by Chen Jingyang. When I opened the door, I saw, as expected, an old man with a beard sitting in his living room drinking wine. Meet Yin Shuai. It is definitely an honor for one of the 4 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom to be a guest in his home. What's more, this old man saved his life. Do you know me? Yin Liqiu looked at Fong Chung and said, I heard Captain Chen mention it. I've also heard that guy mention you. He said you're very smart. So, tell me why I showed up at your house today. You don't want to see if I'm dead? Yin Liqiu spat out a mouthful of old wine. You kid are really fucking different. I'm not afraid to tell you that there are indeed many people who want to kill you now. What are you afraid of with Yin Shuai here? The Dragon Kingdom has an obligation to protect you. But why should I, a dignified marshal, come here to protect you? Boy, you think too highly of yourself. Yin Liqiu stared straight at Fong Chung, but unfortunately, he did not see any embarrassment on the other's face. This kid is really special. If it were someone else, even if he didn't cry to save himself, he would at least look embarrassed. But this boy looked calm and confident. Fong Chung nodded. It is true that I am a little delusional, but if I tell others that Yin Shuai came to visit my house today, won't others think that I am delusional? You are an interesting kid, so I'll be frank. It's not impossible for me to protect you, but I have to have a title. Otherwise, it's too unreasonable for a marshal like me to protect a nobody like you. Marshal Yin, please tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. You said it yourself, so how about this? You take me as your master and become my apprentice. The master protects his disciple, who dares to say anything. I want to be your disciple. Fong Chung almost doubted his ears. One of the 4 great marshals of the Dragon Kingdom actually wanted to accept me as his disciple. So, if I want to learn any skills in the future, do I still need to spend money to buy them? Yin Shuai felt even more satisfied when he saw how he ate. I thought this kid only had one expression on his face. I didn't expect him to be surprised. You heard me right. If you are willing to take me as your master, I will have a legitimate reason to be your master. As the saying goes, it's easier to get things done if you have someone above you. If you don't hug such thick thighs, your head will be stuck in the door. Fong Chung did not hesitate at all and immediately bowed and said, Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Master Yin smiled smugly and said, Okay, my good disciple, get up. I originally thought it would take some effort, but it turned out to be so easy. This kid is always so different. Master, now that I have accepted you as my disciple, where is your meeting gift? Gift for meeting you? Yes. How can a master accept a disciple without giving a gift? So what do you want, kid? Master, do you have any props that can change your appearance? What do you want this for? As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Now there's so many people who want to kill me. Isn't it because I triggered the entire network's notification 3 times in a row before? Yes, it's good that you can understand this. After saying that, Yin Shuai took out a badge and handed it to Fong Chung. Master, can this badge allow me to transform myself? No. The reason why people are thinking about you is not because you were too prominent before, but because you are too outstanding. Even if there is no network-wide notification for the novice copy, there will be other notifications about you, so it doesn't matter whether you pretend to be Zhang San or Li Si. So, does this disciple have to hide from place to place for the rest of his life? Don't I have any dignity? How can I let my disciple live like a mouse? With the badge I just gave you from now on, as long as you are in the territory of Dragon Country and don't do anything against the law, this badge will allow you to walk around freely. And when your life is threatened, I can use this badge to come and rescue you at any time. Fang Chung looked at the badge in his hand. It was a good decision for him to be worshipped by this master, as he gave him a talisman as soon as they met. How about this gift? Are you satisfied? As long as it is given by the master, the disciple will like it. If the master can give me some martial arts or magic skills, it will be even better. What are you thinking? You are too greedy. Even if I give it to you, can you practice it? We can talk about this after the second transformation. After saying that, he threw another scroll to Fang Chung. After opening it, Fang Chung couldn't help but ask in surprise, second job transfer certificate? In this world, a second career change is not something that can be achieved just by reaching a certain level. You also need a career change certificate like the one you have in your hand. However, this thing cannot be produced with the current technology of Blue Star. It can only be found in some large secret realms or on the battlefields of ferocious beasts. Therefore, this thing has become an important strategic resource for various countries on the Blue Planet. After all, only those who have switched to a higher level of professionalism are the symbol of a country's strength. Therefore, this thing cannot be bought with money and can only be exchanged for contribution points. The official will release tasks in the professional guild for professionals to redeem contribution points. But a second transfer certificate requires 10,000 contribution points, which is really unaffordable for most people. However, the job transfer certificate of the Northwestern Federation is cheaper. Because their national strength is stronger, it is easier to obtain job transfer certificates in secret realms and ferocious beast battlefields. This almost creates a cycle where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. And under such circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom can still rise. One can imagine how much our ancestors paid for this. Whether you can successfully change your job depends on your own ability. After saying that, Yin Shui looked at Shuang. Chapter 35, The Cooked Duck Flies Away. At this moment, Shuang's charm that emanated from her bones had disappeared without a trace in front of Yin Shui. She looked like a good girl, standing there obediently, folding her hands in front of her, not daring to breathe. Fang Chung was shocked by the well-behaved appearance. Although she is a divine beast, she is a divine beast that has not yet grown up. In front of a fifth-level professional like Yin Shui, she is just an ant that can be crushed to death with ease. Fortunately, Yin Shui only glanced at her, then turned to Fang Chung and said, "Yes, the highest contract. This saves me a lot of trouble." According to Yin Shui, if Shuang didn't sign the highest contract, he would ask her to change the contract with him. "Master, why don't you stay for a meal and try your disciple's cooking?" Now that Yin Shui has successfully accepted a disciple, he is in a hurry to show off to Ji Bai. He has no time to waste time here. "What good things can you make, kid? When you arrive in the Magic City one day, I will let you taste the skills of fourth-rank chef." "Master, are you leaving?" "Nonsense. There's an old man waiting for me to drink. When I think of that old man, I can't wait any longer." "Forget it. I won't waste my time with you." Yin Shui was walking to the door when he suddenly turned around and said, "I almost forgot. I have a task for you." After that, he threw another scroll to Fang Chung, and before Fang Chung could open it, he continued, "Also, when you are doing the job transfer task, don't look for me. I can't afford to lose face." After saying that, he really left. He was so anxious. Are you sure he was drinking with the old man and not the old woman? Shuang fell down on the sofa with a plop and said while holding her chest, he finally left. If he hadn't left, I would have been scared to death by him. "It's not that scary, is it?" Fang Chung didn't feel anything at all. "You didn't feel the pressure from him?" "That's right. You were his favorite disciple. How could he release pressure on you?" Fang Chung shook his head and went into the kitchen. After sitting for a while, Shuang saw the clothes she had just bought today, so she picked up the bag and rushed into the room. "Today's dinner is very sumptuous. It was originally meant to reward myself for paying off the loan. Who could have thought that so many things could happen in one day? First, Li Meng set up a trap for him. Then foreign forces assassinated him. And then he killed Tian Xiaoyang, and finally he became a disciple of Yin Shui, one of the four marshals. With Yin Shui's badge, I will no longer be a rootless duckweed and can no longer be bullied by others. No wonder so many protagonists in novels like to curry favor with powerful people. It feels so good to curry favor with powerful people. Now, this reward banquet is truly worthy of its name, but the atmosphere in the living room seems to be a little off. Shuai was still changing clothes in her room, so Fangqing opened the beer and poured himself a glass. It tasted bitter and didn't seem very tasty. "Master, why didn't you wait for me and drink it first?" Fangqing looked up and saw a pair of red-pointed stilettos and long legs and black stockings. He couldn't wait to look up. With a puff, a mouthful of red wine was spat onto the ground. What she was wearing was not stockings at all, but a plaid suspender bodysuit. On both sides of her spectacular cleavage, black peach-shaped bra stickers were faintly visible through the bodysuit. Shuai walked to the table, put on a pair of cat ear headbands, threw her long wavy red hair to her chest, and sat on the edge of the table with her hands folded and her butt raised. "Master, do you like it?" Fangqing quickly shook his head to sober himself up and said, "Why would a phoenix pretend to be a cat-eared girl?" Shuai stared at her bright starry eyes and said with a smile, "Don't you boys like this? You've watched too many spy movies." Shuai finally understood why her little master was so unromantic, because he was just a poor boy who had never seen the world, who still watches discs nowadays. Everyone has switched to mobile hard drives, right? However, there are advantages to not having seen the world, as it makes it easier for me to train you. "What do you mean by watching a DVD? I just want to make my master happy. Don't be so depressed all day long." After saying that, she took the wine glass from Fangqing's hand and took a sip, leaving a red lip mark, and then returned it to Fangqing. Fangqing looked at the lip print on the wine glass and decisively exchanged it with hers. "Master, do you want to eat shrimp? I'll peel it for you. Open your mouth. You haven't picked the shrimp thread yet." "Shrimp line? You don't look at my cleavage, but you look at the shrimp line?" Fangqing felt very uncomfortable during the meal. "I'm not some kind-hearted man, so why would I pretend to be Lu Xiaohui? It would be a waste if I don't eat something that is served to me. But that's not right. We've only known each other for a few days, and if we talk about our relationship, it's that of a master and a pet, not a boyfriend and girlfriend who have been in love for many years. Why would she throw herself into my arms? There must be something fishy going on here. Could it be that she wanted to give her a raise after having that kind of relationship with me? It seems unlikely. A woman like her would never risk her body for a little salary." Suddenly, Fangqing's eyes widened, and he thought of something. This woman must want to be his wife, and then take control of the financial power? Yes, that must be it. When Fangqing thought of the scene in his previous life where he had gone to great lengths to hide his private money, he suddenly came to his senses. It was a painful and happy time, but unfortunately it can never be returned. How has she been doing these years? Has she found the private money she hid? Thinking of this, Fangqing vowed that he must not be hasty in finding a housekeeper. If you really need that, wouldn't it be better to find someone for pure friendship? People like Shuai, who you spend every day with, should never be touched. Fangqing suddenly stood up. "I'm going to take a shower." "Okay, I'll help you." "Unnecessary. But I'm worried that with a master's physique, he will definitely feel sore when he does it." "What on earth is this woman thinking about?" "It's not what you think. I really just want to take a shower." "Is that so? Then would the master like to try a bubble bath?" When Fangqing thought of the bubble bath scene, he felt lost again because that woman was really a great bath towel. But no, that woman wants to seize power. A little impatience will ruin a great plan. When he thought of this, Fangqing's mind finally became clear again, and then Yin Qingfeng walked into the bathroom lightly. When Shuai saw this scene, she was like a deflated ball, lying on the table and complaining. Alas, the cooked duck flew away again. Unwilling to give up, she went to the bathroom door and listened. Was he really taking a shower? There is absolutely no show tonight. Who is in his heart? Is he still thinking about that woman Li Ming? What a romantic man. The next day, Fangqing went to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as he reached the door, he pointed at it and said, "Look, you didn't close the door yourself today." After saying that, he slammed the door. Shuai was startled, then looked down at her black silk nightgown. Is the master blind? He doesn't even look at my beautiful figure, but he actually goes to watch the door? I guess there's something wrong with his hobbies. But yesterday's performance didn't seem like that. Am I really that unattractive? Fangqing returned to the living room and quickly poured himself a glass of ice water to calm his nerves. What was that woman doing? She wanted to break my defense so early in the morning, not to mention her figure. It was even better than I imagined. It's a pity that her intentions were not pure. Fong Chung shook his head again and said, "Don't think about it anymore. Thinking too much will make you angry." He quickly took out the task scroll given by his master to distract himself. Chapter 36 Li Meng is dead. Mission objective: clear out Hua Qinggu. Mission level: unknown. Mission rewards: 1 battle pet space expansion card and 3,000 contribution points. Finally, there is an introduction to this mission. It turns out that the purge is to kill bees in a secret place, and there is also a map. It looks like it's near Yujiang City. Why haven't I heard of it before? In addition to the endless forest, there's also a secret place around Yujiang City, and the reward for this task seems to be tailor-made for me. What are you looking at, my little master? Before the person arrived, the fragrant breeze had already blown to Fong Cheng's face. Shuaing came over to take a look and said, "Is this the task your master gave you yesterday?" Fong Cheng nodded, but did not look up because if he looked up at this angle, he could just see the ravine between the towering mountains. If the angle was a little bigger, he might be attacked by her. The mission reward is a battle pet space expansion card. This mission must be not easy. Shuaing then sat next to Fong Chung. Fong Chung said, "The mission level is unknown, but can you please change your clothes first? It's not proper to dress like this. What are you afraid there are no outsiders here? But do you really want to do this mission? You should know that this battle pet space expansion card is a rare item. It is usually only a reward after the 3rd level of the Beastmaster. Furthermore, there is only a 2 chance of a Lord-level boss appearing in the Ferocious Beast battlefield. I think there aren't many of these things even in the entire Dragon Country. So what? So this can't be an ordinary mission. The analysis makes sense, but your attack power is sufficient, but your defense power is insufficient. I need a 2nd battle pet to improve our defense power. Besides, since the old man has accepted me as his apprentice, he can't give me a mission that will result in my death." "That's true. So the old man is testing you." Fong Chung nodded and then took out the certificate for his 2nd job change. After the 2nd transformation, not only will you gain 5 more attribute points each time you upgrade, but the conversion rate between attributes and combat power will also be greatly improved. For example, now 1 point of spiritual attribute represents 1 point of magic attack power. Then after the 2nd transformation, it will be 2 points or even 3 points. Of course, the most important thing is that after the 2nd transfer, the skill level no longer requires proficiency and can be directly improved with experience. The above job transfer task requires you to eliminate 100,000 level 10 or higher beasts, plus 6 world bosses, within 1 month. We can take care of 6 world bosses in 6 days at most, but where are we going to find 100,000 level 10 beasts? When did the requirements for the 2nd level become so outrageous? It's not outrageous. It's just that we don't have money. If we had money, we could hire a lot of people to help us catch the beasts. Not to mention 100,000, even 1,000,000 would be no problem. Since the old man has arranged everything for you, when do we set off? No hurry. Let's prepare some things first. After saying that, Fong Chung called Lu Wulong. "Hey, boss, you heard about that so quickly. What's up?" "No way. You didn't know yet? I thought you already knew since you called me so early." "What is it?" "Actually, it's not a big deal. Forget it. Just check your phone. It's already trending. You can see it online. By the way, boss, what do you want to talk to me about so early? What level is your transformation skill at now?" "It's level 3 now. Isn't that impressive? I have to thank the boss for feeding me a lot." Fong Chung nodded. "Can you help me transform a sword?" "As long as it's equipment below level 3, there's no problem. Don't forget that I have an A-level talent that can increase the success rate by 30%. Boss, you can change it however you want. I want to transform it into a knife. I'll send you a pattern later." After hanging up the phone, Fong Chung opened the browser on his phone and wanted to find a picture of the Tang horizontal sword. The cloud-breaking slash attack must be equipped with a sword to exert its maximum power. As soon as I opened the browser, a piece of news popped up. A high school girl in Yujiang City brutally murdered her best friend. When I clicked on it, I saw the picture was exactly the crime scene. In the hotel room, covered in blood, there was a female corpse lying on the bed and the floor. Her body was covered with mosaics and looked horrific. There was another photo taken outside the hotel, where a female corpse was shattered beyond recognition. Although the head was blurred, Fong Chung recognized the corpse at a glance. It was Li Meng. After torturing and killing her two best friends, she committed suicide by jumping off a building. Seeing this, Fong Chung remembered the two missed calls on his phone. They were from Li Ming at 5:30 in the morning. Thinking about it, it should be her who called before she died. I didn't answer, so it seems that I have no regrets. Shuaing, who was sitting nearby and watching TikTok, also saw a video like this. The comments are more detailed than the news. Oh my god, isn't that Li Ming? Pay attention to the bottles that appear on the ground in 15 seconds. They are sulfuric acid. As far as I know, they were best friends during their 3 years in high school. Is this a mistake? How could Li Ming be the murderer? Oh my god, I lived next door to them yesterday and heard screams all night long. I thought they were just playing tricks, but it turned out to be a massacre. Pay attention to the official announcement. The deceased actually died of a mental breakdown. Don't mess with a pastor in the future. He is too cruel. He can kill you and then treat you, then kill you again until you have a mental breakdown and explode and die. When Shuaing saw this, she subconsciously looked up at Fong Chung, but saw that his face looked normal, as if he didn't know the news yet. Should I tell him? Fong Chung sent the selected pictures to Lu Wulong, and when he looked up, he saw Shuaing turning away hurriedly. What are you doing? Sneaky. Nothing. By the way, Master, did you see any news on your phone just now? About Li Ming. Yes, she is dead. Why do you have this expression? What else can I do? There's so many people dying in this world every day. I can't cry for every death. But wasn't she your first love? You weren't sad at all when she died. Thinking about what she did to me, I'm already unhappy. Do you think I can still be sad? Besides, who told you that she was my first love? Besides her, you actually have other women? Of course, it's a pity that she is not in this world. She died too. You are the one who died. She is now at most an old aunt. Shuaing thought about it. Could it be his teacher in kindergarten? Calculating the time, isn't she an old lady now? I used to see a short video of kindergarten kids showing off to their teachers, and I thought the boys in the video were so cute. I never expected that there was one standing in front of me. At this time, Fong Chung picked up his old mobile phone. In addition to the two missed calls from Li Ming, there seemed to be a text message from her. In addition to saying how much she regretted it now, the text message also stated that she hoped she could help her again and save her parents. Fong Chung didn't know if this was a trap, but he still felt a little worried when he thought of Aunt Zhu, who had made wontons for him since he was a child. The food is in the refrigerator. You can heat it up yourself. I'm going to run something. No way. Eating leftovers for breakfast again? Are you really that stingy? So what do you want to eat? At least I have to give you some steamed buns and fried dough sticks. It's not too much. By the way, you haven't given me the pocket money you said you would give me yesterday. Fong Chung transferred 1,000 yuan to her via his mobile phone and reminded her, this is for a month. Don't spend it recklessly. Shuaing, what can you do with 1,000 yuan a month? Fong Chung, just be content. Back then, my monthly pocket money was only 300 yuan. By the way, where are you going? Aren't you going to have breakfast with me? Eat when you come back. After saying that, Fong Chung went out. Chapter 37, Mixed Blood. Fong Chung first went to Li Ming's home, and after making sure that her parents were not at home, he took a taxi and headed straight to the Demon Hunting Bureau. Only a fool would go to the Tian family to ask for someone. What if it was a trap set for me? Even if it wasn't a trap, I just killed his son yesterday. What if he got so angry that he killed Aunt Zhu after seeing me? The Demon Hunting Department is actually just a general name. Under its wing are the Jing'an Guard, which is equivalent to the FBI, the Lingniao Guard, which is equivalent to the National Security Bureau, the Shenlong Guard, which is equivalent to the Intelligence Bureau, and so on. Xinjiang belongs to the Jing'an Guard. Few people know that there's also a Jing'an Guard in Yujiang City, and its base is just behind the police station. Fong Chung didn't know this before. Didn't he chat with Chen Jingyang for a long time, yesterday, just to wait for time? Chen Jingyang felt that this boy would eventually join the Demon Hunting Division, so he told him some things in advance. In the office, Chen Jingyang made himself a cup of wolfberry tea, sat at his desk, cigarette in one hand, and swiping his phone with the other. He was here on a business trip, and he had no say in the affairs of Yujiang City. So as long as Fong Chung was fine, he was the most idle person in the entire Jing'an Guard, even more idle than the gatekeeper. Just as he saw a hot dance video and pressed 2 fingers on the screen to enlarge it, the office door rang. Enter. Uncle Chun is quite leisurely. Huh? Chun Jingyang quickly turned off his phone, looked up at the beautiful woman in front of him, and smiled. Meow meow, why are you here? The beauty in front of me is called Su Meow Meow. She is in her 20s and have a long ponytail. She wore a short-sleeved, white shirt with no buttons buttoned, only tied around her slim waist. She wore a white sports bra underneath, which looked quite sexy. It seems that 32D is available. She was wearing a pair of blue slim-fit jeans. Because of her thin waist and severe forward tilt of her hip bones, the jeans wouldn't fall down even without a belt. He was wearing a pair of white sneakers, and his whole body was full of youthful vitality. Has there been any result for what Uncle Chin told you last time? What's the matter, Meow Meow? Su Meow Meow gave him a look. Keep pretending. Chun Jingyang finally reacted. Oh, you were talking about your permanent position. We have to wait for that. Why? Is it because my performance is not good enough? That's not the case. You are very outstanding among this class of young people. Then why have others been promoted, but I haven't? Is it because my mother is a vicious beast? Chun Jingyang, who was about to drink wolfberry tea, put down the cup when he heard this and asked seriously, "Who told you that? Isn't it? Everyone else has been converted to a regular employee, but I haven't yet." Chun Jingyang thought about it and decided to tell her some things to prevent this promising young talent from getting into trouble. Actually, it's not your mother's problem. It's your mother's master's problem. When your mother's contract expires, I promise to be the first one to make you a regular employee. You mean the Tian family? How is that possible? Su Meow Meow's father was a human. After knowing that her mother was pregnant, he decisively abandoned her and her daughter. She was raised by her mother, so she took her mother's surname. In order for her to have a legal identity, her mother signed a 10-year intermediate contract with the Tian family in Demon City, and she became Tian Bond's war pet. She is also very hardworking. With the advantage of being mixed race, she has been the child of other people's families in the eyes of her classmates' parents since she was young. In the year of the college entrance examination, she became the top scorer in her class in a central province. Do you know why you were not allowed to go with yesterday's operation? Because among those people yesterday, there are people from the Tian family. Do you think I would rebel because of my mother? No, I have never doubted your loyalty to Longhua. What I am worried about is that if Tian Bondo is here, it will embarrass you and your daughter. Chun Jingyang's inner thoughts were, your mother is Tian Bonda's pet, and under the constraints of the contract, she will definitely attack you. What should we do then? Watch you and your daughter kill each other? Seeing that Su Meow Meow didn't speak, Chun Jingyang sighed and comforted her. If I remember correctly, your mother's contract will expire in a month. 1 month is not long. At this time, a woman in professional attire knocked on the door. Because Su Meow Meow hadn't closed the door before, Chun Jingyang asked directly, "What's the matter?" "Captain Chun, there's a young man named Fong Qing outside who wants to see you." "How did that boy get here?" After thinking for a while, he said, "Call him in." "Uncle Chun, since you are busy, I won't bother you anymore." Chun Jingyang nodded. "Don't feel any psychological burden. A month will pass quickly." "Yes, I understand." When Su Meow Meow went out, Fong Qing just came in. "Are there so many beauties in the demon hunting department? I just saw one when I entered the door. I thought she was a beautiful lady and put her at the front desk to decorate the storefront. I didn't expect that the one I see now is more beautiful." When the two passed each other, Fong Qing sniffed subconsciously, which made Su Meow Meow think that he was teasing her, so she turned around and glared at him fiercely. "It smells so good, and it looks even better when it glares at you. It would be even better if I could develop a purely friendly relationship with this young lady." "Hey, what are you looking at? You already have one at home, and you're still not satisfied?" "The one at home is very pleasing to the eye, but you can only look at it and not eat it. The beauty just now is different. It can develop into a pure friendship. I'm just curious, why do you have so many beauties in your demon hunting division?" Chun Jingyang was about to warn Fong Qing not to let his imagination run wild, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his mouth and said, "You just found out now? So, are you interested in working in our demon hunting division after graduation? You haven't even started school yet. It's too early to talk about graduation now. Then why did you come to see me today?" Fong Qing took out his old-fashioned phone and showed him the text message Li Meng sent him before she died. Chun Jingyang's face gradually became serious, and Fong Qing knew that he had made the right decision this time. "When did it happen?" Fong Qing shook his head. "I don't know, but it should only be a matter of 1 or 2 days. It shouldn't be possible to kill them in a day or two. Although Li Meng's parents are ordinary people, they are also citizens of Long Country. As a member of Long Country's demon hunting department, it is our obligation to rescue them alive. What's more, the people who were kidnapped were from the Tian family. Don't worry about it. I have my own arrangements. I hope you can hurry up. After all, Their daughter committed suicide this morning. I know. You go back and wait for news. I promise it won't take too long. Fong Chung nodded, left the Demon Hunting Bureau, and hailed a car to go to the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild is connected to the national network, and all missions, whether official or privately issued, can be found there. However, Fong Chung searched the guild's computer but couldn't find a task given by his master. It seemed that it was really customized. At home, Shuang had also tidied up. She was wearing a white suspender skirt today, the kind with diamonds on the chest. Combined with her spectacular cleavage, she was bound to dazzle many people's eyes today. When I put on my high heels and was about to go out, I felt like something was missing. Oh, there's still one bag missing. This beauty never goes out without a bag. So he called Fong Chung and said, "Master, can I get some more salary? It's only been a short time, and already $1,000 is gone. No, I want to buy a bag. It's not impossible to buy a bag. So are you obedient?" "Master, of course I will obey you. If I don't listen to you, who else can I listen to? Then we won't buy it." Shuang was stunned. This little master actually dared to trick her. She was so angry that she stomped her high heels hard. Then he picked up the phone and called Lu Wulong again. Chapter 38. Senior Brother Duan Shuelu. "Hey, sister-in-law, why did you think of calling me today? How dare you say that? How did you do the thing I asked you to do last time?" Sorry. I've been busy these past 2 days and haven't had time to go yet." "Then do you have time today to go to the library with me?" Lu Wulong thought about it and realized that he had just taken on the job of modifying equipment for the boss, but he shouldn't be in a hurry to do it on this day. "Well, it's more important to see my sister-in-law. I can tell from her voice that she is a great beauty." "No problem, sister-in-law. I'll drive over to pick you up right away." After hanging up the phone, Shuang thought of her little master again. If my master hadn't been so stingy and deducted my salary, I could afford to buy a car now. No, I have to find a way to get my salary back no matter what. When I arrived outside the community waiting for Lu Wulong, I saw a small supermarket at the entrance of the community and went in to buy a box of lady cigarettes. As soon as she lit the cigarette, a lighter popped and lit it in front of her eyes. Shuang naturally borrowed a lighter. "Thank you. How much is this lighter?" The owner of the supermarket is a teacher at a nearby primary school. He's an honest man. Today is the weekend, so he is here helping his wife run the store. $2. It's windproof, so it's $1 more expensive. The boss was afraid that Shuang would misunderstand him, so he explained quickly. But he should be more worried about himself because the boss's wife, who had just returned from outside, was glaring at him with jealousy. Shuang paid, picked up the cigarettes and lighter, and left the supermarket under the watchful eyes of the boss. As soon as she left, the boss was hit in the face by the boss's wife's shoe. "Why did you hit me?" The boss felt so aggrieved. "Why did I hit you? You lit the cigarette for me very skillfully just now. Didn't you say you don't smoke? You're a big liar. It's unfair. Honey, don't you know whether I smoke or not? Isn't it because she is a customer that you light a cigarette for her?" "Customer? Your eyes are almost on him. What does that mean?" Shuang didn't know that because she bought a pack of cigarettes, she triggered a bloody fight between a couple. She extinguished the half-smoked cigarette, flicked it with her finger, and it fell into the trash can across the street. Seeing that Lu Wulong had not arrived yet, he lit another cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, picked up the phone, and said, "Hey, how far is your home? Why haven't you come yet?" "Here we are. We'll be downstairs in a minute." "Wait a minute. Is that you riding the little red electric donkey?" Seeing that the electric scooter that had just arrived at the gate of the community suddenly stopped, Shuang continued, "Look behind you to the left." Seeing him looking at her, Shuang waved at him. The next moment, Lu Wulong was completely stunned. This beauty is my new sister-in-law? This is so beautiful. She has a good figure, a pretty face, and most importantly, she has a good temperament. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He can actually win over such a hot woman. Ew. Are you really my sister-in-law? Shuang nodded. Is this the car you were talking about? Lu Wulong threw the electric donkey aside in disdain. How can I use this car to pick up my sister-in-law? I'll call Zhu Fengshu now. He and I bought a car together. He drives on odd days and I drive on even days. Today happens to be Sunday, so I left the car with him. He walked to the side and called Zhu Fengshu. Hey, what are you doing? Come to the boss's place to pick up your sister-in-law. Don't scare me. Li Meng just died this morning. What are you thinking? I'm talking about our new sister-in-law. That woman Li Meng is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Hurry up and don't let my sister-in-law wait anxiously. After saying that, he secretly took a photo of Shuai and sent it to her. Soon, Zhu Fengshu called and said, "Are you sure this beauty is our new sister-in-law? You didn't find a photo of a beauty on the internet and lied to me. Are you blind? Don't you recognize this road in front of the old community? Okay, I'll be there soon. Wait for me." After finishing the call, Lu Wulong ran back to Shuai happily and said, "Sister-in-law, wait a moment. The boy's home is not far away. We will be there soon. You just said that the days he used the car are calculated on a weekly basis?" "Yes. He drives on odd days, and I drive on even days. Won't he be using the car again tomorrow?" Lu Wulong slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, "I just feel something is wrong. That guy is too shameless. No, I have to follow him on a monthly basis. That depends on the size of the moon." "Why?" "Because the moon is 31 days long." "I'll go. What should I do?" "I don't know either. Just think about it slowly." Zhu Fengshu arrived soon, driving a second-hand brown SUV. A new car would cost about 200,000 yuan, but this one could probably be bought for only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. "Hello, sister-in-law. Is this the car you two bought together?" Sister-in-law, we just got our driver's licenses, so we want to buy a second-hand car to practice first, and then buy a new car when we are more comfortable with driving." "That's not what I meant. Forget it, let's go." "Where are you going?" "Stop wasting time and go to the library." After Lu Wulong finished speaking, he quickly opened the door of the back seat. After Shuai got in the car, he got in immediately. Zhu Fengshu looked at the empty co-pilot seat. "That's not right. Shouldn't beauties always be in the co-pilot seat?" "Old Lu, I think I'd better let you drive the car today." "Stop it, drive quickly. My sister-in-law is waiting to go to the library." Seeing that Lu Wulong didn't change, he had to put down the handbrake and said, "Fasten your seat belts. Let's go." "Isn't it just a seat?" Shuai didn't mind, but she was a little worried about Lu Wulong's electric donkey. "What about your e-donkey?" "It's okay. I'll call the boss later and ask him to help me clean up. By the way, is the boss home?" "He said he would be back for breakfast, so he should be back soon." At the most luxurious hotel in Yujiang City, a group of tourists from Shanghai have just completed the check-in procedures. In the elevator, Tian Bongda had a side-parted hair combed into a shiny, oily mess and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, looking gentle and refined. With his black stand-collar Zhongshan suit, he looked exactly like the eldest senior brother of Duan Shuailu. "Call your daughter. You don't have anything to do these days. You can go and spend time with your daughter." "My daughter is also in Yujiang City?" The person who was speaking was Su Miao's mother, Su Jia. Although she already had a 20-year-old daughter, she herself looked very young, probably only 30 years old at most. Her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her white neck. There's a saying, "fragrant jade neck," which is tailor-made for her. It's a pity that there's a necklace missing, otherwise it would be perfect. She has a beautiful beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, and she was wearing a khaki dress, which coupled with her graceful temperament, attracted a lot of attention along the way. Tian Bongda nodded. "It should have arrived a few days ago." Su Jie quickly dialed the phone. "Hello, Miao, this is Mom." "What happened to Mom?" "No, Mom is fine. She just missed you. Mom just arrived in Yujiang City. She just missed you and wanted to see you." On the other side of the phone, Su Miao was stunned. How did her mother know that she was in Yujiang City? The next moment, she seemed to understand something and thought to herself, "The thieves are still determined to do what they want. The Tian family has sent someone again. Mom, why didn't you tell me earlier? My daughter just arrived in the Magic City." "You've gone back already?" "Yes. Now that the mission is completed, let's go back. By the way, when will you come back? Mom, your daughter misses you too." Chapter 39 Brothers Give Advice to Sister-in-Law. Su Jie was about to speak, but Tian Bongda suddenly held her phone and said, "Let's do it tomorrow. I just received a message that the contact won't come, so we'll go back tomorrow." Su Jie didn't think much about it and said, "Mom will be back tomorrow." "So soon? Didn't you just arrive in Yujiang City?" "Yeah, but the master said something went wrong, so we'll go back tomorrow." "Damn, it's Tian Bongda who came this time." Su Miao frowned, then said, "Great, I'll pick you up at the teleportation station tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Su Miao thought about it, then picked up the phone and called Chun Jingyang. "Hello, Captain. Tian Bongda has arrived in Yujiang City." In a hotel room on the other side, Tian Bongda stood in front of the French window, looking down at Yujiang City. "Have you found out?" A man in a suit behind him said, "Master, We have checked everything out. The 8th young master is indeed dead, and the murderer is none other than our last target, Fong Chung. Where is he now? I just came out of the adventurer's office 10 minutes ago, and I'm still on my way home. Keep a close eye on him. If he leaves the city, notify me immediately. After the man in the suit left, Su Jie walked in. Master, are you looking for me? Tian Bonda smiled slightly. Come and sit down. The two sat down at the small table in front of the window. Tian Bonda picked up the foreign wine on the table, poured a glass for Su Jie, and said, We have been together for almost 10 years. Yes, master. Our contract expires next month. In 1 month, I will be free and can accompany Meow Meow every day from now on. But I want to renew my contract with you. Su Jie was stunned for a moment, then said, Master, we agreed at the beginning that we would only sign for 10 years. But I regret it now. Such a beautiful lady has been by my side for 10 years, but she never let me touch her finger. He was young and ignorant before, but now he is sensible. However, his contract has expired, which makes him very unwilling. I am sorry you refuse. What if I order you to renew your contract with me? Master, have you forgotten that we only signed an intermediate contract? I can refuse you 3 things, and this is the last one. Have I been bad to you these years? So I didn't terminate our contract early. Master, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go back to my room. Wait a minute, give me your phone. I bought it for you, and I have the right to take it back. Su Jie did not hesitate. She pulled out the SIM card, restored the phone to factory settings, and returned it to Tian Bonda. As soon as Fong Chung arrived at the gate of the community, Lu Wulong called him. Hey, boss, I left my electric scooter at the gate of your community. Can you help me clean it up? I'll come get it later. Fong Chung looked around, and sure enough, there was a small red electric scooter lying under the electric pole. Who else could it belong to if not Lu Wulong? Why did you park your car here? Come and pick up my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is so charming. I can't let her ride on the electric donkey with me. Why did you pick her up? No, who is your sister-in-law? Okay, I understand. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would want the whole world to know about it. Only you like to hide it. You haven't told me yet. Why did you pick her up? When Shuang heard this, she quickly snatched Lu Wulong's phone and said with a smile, You're asking so loudly. Are you worried about me or your little brother? Have fun. After saying that, Fong Chung hung up the phone. Shuang glanced at her phone and said unhappily, What a fool who doesn't understand romance. Lu Wulong picked up his phone from the chair and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, you misunderstood him. The boss is actually a reserved person. Sultry. That's right. You haven't been with him for a long time. As time goes by, you will know that although the boss doesn't like to talk much, he can tell you some silly jokes in the most serious tone. I guarantee you will be stunned by it. So interesting? That's not true. If you want to capture our boss, you have to be more open. Shuang was unhappy when she heard this. Am I not open enough in front of him? Are you sure? Of course, he and I are brothers who grew up playing in the mud together. We know all his tricks. It would be better if we could have some physical contact, which would be more effective. Shuang's eyes couldn't help but light up. At this time, Zhu Fengshu said, You are wrong. What can achieve twice the result with half the effort is that you have to show that you are not interested in financial power. Lu Wulong immediately agreed. Yes. How could I forget about this? Don't think the boss is stingy, but he is not vague at all about the money that should be spent. Shuang nodded. I can see that, otherwise I wouldn't like him. After hearing what she said, Zhu Fengshu took over the conversation and said, In fact, the eldest brother was also poor since he was young. His parents passed away early, and Uncle Chai only knew how to do manual labor, so he raised him with just a shoulder pole. Fortunately, Li Meng lived downstairs. Otherwise, I don't know how much more hunger my eldest brother would have gone through when he was little. When Lu Wulong heard Zhu Feng talking about something irrelevant, he kicked him on the back of his chair and said, You bastard, do you know how to talk? Sorry, sister-in-law. You won't bother with a dead person, right? Shuang smiled slightly. How could that be? By the way, what interesting things did he have when he was a child? Hide money. Hide money everywhere. Why is that? Is it because of poverty? Maybe. When I asked him, he said it was a habit he had developed over the years. He would not feel at ease if he didn't hide some private money. Zhu Fengshu smiled and said, I can testify to this, it is indeed true. You know, he was only 6 years old at that time. When he was 6, we didn't even know what private money was, but he had already started hiding it. So the boss is obviously a henpecked man, sister-in-law. You must grasp this opportunity. The three of them talked about Fong Cheng's interesting stories all the way to the library. Fong Cheng also rode his electric scooter home. Just after noon, he received a call from Chun Jingyang. Are you getting impatient, kid? Don't worry, I have confidence in you. You sound like you're praising me, but why am I not happy at all? Are they all right? Don't worry, they've all been rescued and are being held in a hotel. Apart from not being able to go out, they have people to serve them food and drink. Fong Cheng nodded. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. Don't waste your phone bill. Why do I feel like I'm being wasted? This wasn't the case when you asked me to do something for you this morning. Aren't I worried about wasting your phone bill? Bullshit. I think you were just a heartless guy. Really not. Okay, I won't tell you anymore. I'll tell you one last thing. Tian Banda has arrived in Yujiang City. You better be careful. Tian Banda, who is it? You just killed someone's brother. Who do you think he is? Tian Banda was standing in front of the window, shaking his wine glass. After a while, Tian Quan was brought behind him. I heard your son died. Didn't your brother die too? Bang! The wine glass in Tian Banda's hand shattered. Tian Quan sat in front of him without any hesitation. Tian Banda wiped the wine stains off his hands and said, Do you want to go back home? If you want to cooperate, just say so. You're not qualified to let me return to my family. You're such a nasty person, but I like your straightforwardness. Chapter 40. Shuaing's Trial. In the afternoon, Shuaing got the answers she wanted in the library and then returned home. She kicked off her high heels as she entered the room, limped to the sofa, and sat down. Fong Cheng, who was preparing dinner, saw her strange look and couldn't help wondering, what's wrong? These high heels are not for human beings. I'm so tired after walking all day. If it doesn't feel good to wear, then don't wear it anymore. Shuaing's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Will you buy me a new one? Maybe it's because of the new shoes. I'll be fine after wearing them for a few more days. Shuaing pouted in disappointment and said, But my feet are really hurting right now. I can't rub them, master. How about you come over and rub them for me? Fong Cheng poked his head out of the kitchen and took a look. It did look quite strenuous. The key point was that she was rubbing her feet with the ball. How could she do that? The stockings are very shiny and the legs are very long. They are neither thin nor plump. If you shake such legs out, anyone who wants to touch them will definitely fight for it. But Fong Cheng was hesitant, thinking that this woman was probably setting a trap for him again. Forget it. I can't trouble you. I'll go downstairs and buy some plasters myself. Looking at Shuaing's limping back, Fong Cheng finally softened his heart. After all, it is your battle pet. Although you have signed a highest-level contract, you still have to cultivate the necessary feelings for it. Otherwise, it will not be able to exert its maximum combat power. Having found an excuse, Fong Cheng waved to Shuaing. Sit down. I'll give you a massage. Real. Forget it if you don't want it. Yes. 同じ。Akusan shiru konfurex. Akusan shiru konfurex. Shuaing sat down happily on the sand, thinking that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick had indeed not lied to her. This kid was hard on the outside, but soft on the inside. If she had known this, she would have arranged a torture trick on him long ago. Seeing Fong Cheng coming out of the kitchen, she quickly suppressed her thoughts to prevent him from hearing them. As soon as Fong Cheng sat down on sofa, Shuaing happily stretched out her legs towards him. Does it hurt? Fong Cheng pointed to his ankle. Yeah, my toes hurt, my calves hurt. Give them a squeeze. Fong Cheng pinched it carefully. The black silk is delicate, silky, and elastic. Did you forget to wash your feet? It was so painful just now that I forgot about it. Does it smell bad? Should I go wash it now? After wearing high heels for a day, the smell on these little feet is very special. But looking at the smile on her lips, it was obvious that she did it on purpose. Forget it. It doesn't smell that bad. I'll need it for you now, and I have to make dinner. Shuaing smiled slightly and confirmed one more thing, that the master was indeed a reserved person. Oh. After about 10 minutes, Fong Cheng stopped and said, Okay. So soon. Why so fast? It hurts here too. Shuaing pointed at her thigh. It was not known whether her hand was not long enough because she was lying down or she was getting carried away, but the point she pointed was at the slope of the tunnel. Fong Cheng only took one look and threw her legs onto the sofa. Rub that place yourself. Although Fong Cheng despised her, Shuaing was still very happy. She finally found a breakthrough this time. After dinner, Shuaing went to wash the dishes. Fong Cheng stood in front of the window to digest his food and inadvertently saw the electric scooter downstairs. Why hasn't that guy come to pick up the car yet? Did he forget? However, Speaking of Chow Chow, Chow Chow's call came. Hey boss, can you help me deliver my electric donkey? Didn't we agree that you would come and get it yourself? Boss, I'm busy modifying your equipment. I know you're anxious for it, so I'm working overtime for you. I'll send it to you later. No rush. It won't be a problem if it's delivered in the evening. Shuaing came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. Who called you? Your old lover? Lu Wulong asked me to give him a small electric donkey. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. No, I'll be back soon. If I'm in danger, I can call on you. What kind of dangers can there be in this city? Besides, am I worried that you might be in danger? I just want to sit in the back seat and hug you, to have more physical contact. Oh, but I'm alone at home. It's so boring. If I check my phone, you'll definitely say it's a waste of money. If I want to watch TV, you'll be reluctant to buy it. So what do you want me to do sitting at home alone? Fong Chung was stunned. Am I that stingy? But seeing Shuaing's aggrieved face, Fong Chung still agreed. Okay, but when I get home, I'll probably walk. It's okay. As long as I'm with my master, I'm willing to walk to the ends of the earth, let alone those few steps. Shuaing happily put on high heels. Didn't you say these shoes are uncomfortable to wear? But you also said, Master, that new shoes should be worn several times so that they don't hurt your feet. All right, that's what I said. Fong Chung rode the electric bike. Shuaing sat on the back seat and naturally hugged his waist. Although it is a bit itchy at first, you will get used to it after a while, and the fragrant breeze behind you makes you feel refreshed. I didn't see her by perfume, but the scent was so refreshing. Suddenly Fong Chung slammed the brakes, and the feeling of being pushed on the back was really exciting. What's wrong, master? Fong Chung pointed at a dog on the side of the road and said, I almost hit it to death just now. It's okay. If we kill him, we can go home and stew the dog meat. You should do some good deeds. Besides, silk and wool don't taste good. When we arrived at Lu Wulong's house, it was his father who opened the door. Fong Chung, why are you here? It's still the same as always. The first thing he asks when he opens the door is, why are you here? Or, why are you here again? I have a very good relationship with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, but as adults, life has stripped away the innocence, and we are always a bit snobbish. But today, his father's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Look at what I'm asking. Come on, come in and sit down. Then he shouted to his wife, Wife, cut some fruit. Fong Chung is here. Lu Wulong's mother poked her head out and took a look. Ah, Fong Chung is here. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in and sit down. Annie will cut some fruit for you. The sudden enthusiasm made Fong Chung feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Wulong heard the noise and came out at this time. Hey, Mom and Dad, stop busying yourself. Fong Chung is here to deliver the car to me. His mother poked him with a finger in frustration and said, What are you talking about? Without Fong Chang's help, you wouldn't know where to work as a laborer. Lu Wulong felt very aggrieved. Am I such an ungrateful person? I am worried about my dad. When you see his girlfriend, you two will have a fight. In order to prevent his father from kneeling on the washboard and sleeping on the sofa today, Lu Wulong successfully sent Fong Chung downstairs by himself. I'm sorry, boss. It's not that I, Lu Wulong, am a bad person. It's just that my sister-in-law is too beautiful. If my dad sees this, he will have to go to the hospital to use the Wi-Fi tomorrow. Fong Chung didn't care at all. On the contrary, his parents suddenly became so enthusiastic that he didn't know how to deal with it. After chatting with him downstairs for a few minutes, he gave him more than 100 strengthening stones and asked him to strengthen his and Shuaing's equipment. Now he could say that he had completely offended the Tian family. Staying in the city might not be a problem, but leaving the city will definitely be a problem. Although Chun Jingyang is protecting us in secret, there is still a loophole. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Only when you can rely on yourself can you be truly reliable. On the shady path back, Shuaing tried to hold his arm, and when she saw that he didn't object, she leaned her head on his shoulder. Fong Chung was thinking about something and didn't notice these things, but that didn't stop Shuaing from being happy alone. Oh, carrot, oh. 3 days later, Lu Wulong delivered the equipment. It was time for Fong Chung and Shuing to set off. Chapter 41 Old Chin's Shock. The blacksmith's transformation skills can change the appearance of equipment without destroying the original properties of the equipment. Fong Chung was very satisfied with the Tang sword modified by Lu Wulong. Not only were its properties not damaged at all, but it also perfectly reproduced the shape of the sword in the photo, and the center of gravity was also just right. In addition, The equipment of the two was also strengthened to +5. According to Fong Cheng's previous estimate, it would be good enough if that guy could strengthen these equipment to +3. According to the strengthening rules of this world, as the strengthening level increases, the properties of the equipment will increase by 20% each time, but the strengthening stones required will increase exponentially. Excluding the failure rate, that guy was able to use more than 100 strengthening stones to upgrade each piece of equipment to +5, which is really pretty good. Fong Chung and Xu Ying came to the light rail station, got off at the Yingzue bridge station outside the city, and then walked 1 kilometer to reach the Huaqian Valley Secret Realm. The light rail has just arrived at Liachenku Station, which is the third-to-last stop before leaving the city. Chun Jingyang and Tian Bongda received the news that he was going to leave the city. Captain, I just received news that Fong Chung will arrive at Liachenku Station in 3 minutes. It seems that he's going to leave the city. Notify Team 2 to follow me. Yes. As soon as Chun Jingyang walked to the door, he ran into Su Miao Miao. Uncle Chun has a mission. Chun Jingyang nodded. It's not a big deal. You don't have to go with me. Although Su Miao Miao felt a little disappointed, it was all because of her mother. She is not cruel to her mother. On the contrary, she loves her mother very much, because everything she has now is obtained by her mother sacrificing her freedom for 10 years. The people she hated were the Tian family. She had already confirmed with her colleagues that someone from the Tian family had indeed appeared in the last operation, and the one who came was the 8th young master of the Tian family, Tian Peter. There is no doubt that the Tian family committed treason. In 1 month, Mom will be free and everything will be fine. On the top floor of the Haoheng Hotel, Tian Bongda stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Yujiang City. That boy is finally leaving town? Is the news accurate? He should have arrived at Liachenku Station by now, and the possibility of him leaving the city is very high. Tian Bongda nodded. Notify Tian Quan, and we will set off immediately. Master, what are we going to do? Go kill someone. Fong Chung, you know a lot, but do you have the right to reject me now? Of course you can exchange it for something, such as renewing your contract with me, or becoming my woman. Let's go. Looking at Su Jie's back, Tian Bongda was so angry that fire seemed to be spitting out his eyes. You don't know how to appreciate it. Master actually want her to be your woman, and there is a way. Explain. Since Master is willing to sign a 10-year contract with him for the sake of his daughter, it shouldn't be a big deal to sign another 10 years. This sentence suddenly enlightened Tian Bongda. This woman's biggest weakness is her daughter. As long as her daughter is in her hands, is she afraid that she will not obey her? You are quite clever, kid. Once this is done, the mithril mine in the Falling Star River will be handed over to you. Thank you for your cultivation, Master. The light rail arrives at Lujiaba Station, which is the second to last station out of the city. It is a small station, and logically there shouldn't be many people getting on the train. But now a group of people got on the bus. Fong Xing only took a glance and knew that the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau had got on the bus. Because he had seen these people last time, although most of them were only met once, but with his ability to see clearly, he still remembered the appearance of these people in his mind. The light rail started again, and Chun Jingyang sat down beside him calmly. What are you doing out of town? The college entrance exam is less than a month away. I can't stay in the city forever, right? That's right. Where do you want to go this time? The Endless Forest. Fong Chung shook his head. Huaqiangu. What are you doing there? No, how do you know that place? My master said so and gave me a task. After saying that, he handed him the mission scroll. Master? When did this kid have a master? Why is there no master in the information? Chun Jingyang opened the scroll with doubts, and his eyes widened immediately. Mission objective: eliminate Huaqiangu. Mission reward: Battle Pet Space Expansion Card, 3,000 contribution points. Sigma, surprised face. Huaqian Valley is rich in magic honey, which is an important raw material for making high-level medicines and a national strategic resource. However, the magic bees in the magic honey producing area will erupt once in a while. At this time, the magic bees will stop making honey and instead attack the entrance to the secret realm. This is just like raising bees. If there are too many bees, they need to be divided into boxes. But there are only a few places where magic honey can be produced, so the only option is to eliminate the extra magic bees. He had seen a report on the outbreak of Huaqiangu's demonic bees a few days ago. He didn't expect that the person sent to clean up this time would be this guy. But the reward is too high. Not only has the contribution points increased tenfold, but there's also a Battle Pet Space expansion card. Especially for the Battle Pet Space expansion card, you may not be able to get one even with level 1 military merit. But this kid got such a reward for a simple cleaning task. How strong must his background be to receive such treatment? Who is your master? Fang Chen glanced at him and asked, "Why are you so excited?" Chun Jingyang shook the scroll in his hand and said, "Do you know how outrageous the reward for this mission is? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I find it hard to believe the legitimacy of this mission." Fang Chen had no choice but to take out the badge. "I don't know if you recognize this. If you don't recognize this thing, I will doubt the legitimacy of that old man." Fang Chen casually took the badge out of his pocket. Seeing that he took it out so casually, Chun Jingyang didn't take it seriously at first. He took it in his hand, looked at it carefully, and stood up suddenly. Holding the badge in both hands, he said excitedly, "Where did you get this badge?" Fang Chen looked at him and said, "An old man named Yan. You seem to call him Yin Shuai." "This is indeed Shuai Yan's badge." Fang Chen did not lie. So Chun Jingyang asked again, "Why would he give you this?" He didn't have anything good to offer as a gift, so he used this to make up the difference. "Are you really his disciple? If you don't believe me, you can go ask him yourself. He gave me that mission, too. We can go ask him together then." No need." Chun Jingyang quickly returned the badge to Fang Chen. Did he dare to ask about this? When someone says, "I'll skin you alive," it may be a threat. But if Yin Shuai said this, he was stating a fact. Immediately, Chun Jingyang made another call. "Tell everyone to gather at Yingzue Bridge Station, quickly. No need to make such a big fuss. Do you know how many people from the Tian family came this time?" "How many?" Chun Jingyang thought about it and decided not to tell the number of people, for fear of scaring the boy to death. When the light rail arrived at the next stop, Chun Jingyang gave a few instructions to his men and got off the train. It seemed that he was going to personally set up defenses for the last kilometer. As for why we are sure that Tian Banda will not do in the car, that's because the government has installed defensive magic arrays on all light rail trains leaving the city. And in this carriage, except for himself and Shuai, everyone else is from the Demon Hunting Bureau. As long as Tian Banda is not mentally ill, he will never choose to do it in the car. Chapter 42, Loot Explosion. 20 minutes later, the light rail arrived at Parrot Bridge Station. Fang Chen followed the instructions on the map and walked towards the entrance of Huaqian Valley 1 kilometer away. Lao Chen once described this last kilometer as a battlefield of hell. But when he really got here, Fang Chen found that the road was calm and there was not even a ghost in sight. Fang Chen glanced at Shuai, who shook her head, indicating that she didn't notice anything unusual. It is impossible to say that the Tian family planned the assassination attempt on him. But now there is not even a ghost in sight. We can only say that the Demon Hunting Bureau is very capable and has helped us to intimidate those villains. It is a military site, and tourists are not allowed to enter. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Fang Chen and his companion were stopped 10 meters away by a sentry. Fang Chen took out the mission scroll. "We are here to complete the mission, not as tourists." The sentry cast a reconnaissance spell and took a look at the two of them. It turned out to be a Beastmaster and his battle pet. But he was just a level 11 Beastmaster. What mission was he on? To clear out the extra demon bees in the valley? Are you sure the mission you received is here? Yes, the mission is clear. Clear out all the demon bees in the valley. The sentry took the scroll, took a quick look at it, and then returned it to Fang Chen. "Go back. Your level is too low. Going in will lead to your death." "Very dangerous?" "It's very dangerous. My comrades and I are over level 20, and we couldn't get out safely after entering. What's more, you are an 11th level Beastmaster. If I'm not mistaken, you should still be a student now." "I'm still a student, but I have to do this task." After saying that, Fang Chengxian took out the badge for the first time. "Do you recognize this badge?" The sentry took a look and immediately stood in awe. "Did Marshal Yin ask you to come?" Fang Chen nodded. "Can we go in now?" "Of course, but you really have to be careful." After that, he gave Fang Chen a teleportation ticket. "When you encounter danger, be sure to activate this ticket. It can send you out of the secret realm." "Thanks." When you enter the secret realm, you will see a sea of flowers and the buzzing sound of tens of thousands of motorcycles running wildly around you. Everywhere you look, you can see magic bees. Some are as big as dogs and some are as big as buffaloes. The levels are not high, ranging from level 10 to level 20, but their advantage is their huge numbers. Flying in the sky and crawling on the ground, there are black masses one after another. Can Shuang teach me the fire feather dance? It's not impossible, but what's in it for me? What do you want? I want a bag. Not a practical one, but one that looks good. And I can't just buy something from a street stall. I could give you 10,000 at most. Stingy guy, okay. 10,000 is 10,000, but you can't deduct it from my salary. Now it was Fong Cheng's turn to be surprised. The price he had in mind was 50,000. In order to prevent Shuang from asking for a sky-high price, he offered 10,000. But I didn't expect this silly woman to agree so readily. What's wrong? Do you want to learn or not? Study. Fire Feather Dance is a dark gold level magic. Neither its power nor its attack range can be compared to that of the gold level Flame Spear. Coupled with Fong Cheng's tenfold amplification talent, these demon bees were no match for him at all, and it was such a pleasure to burn them. In addition, the levels of these magic bees are now mostly higher than Fong Cheng's, so in less than a quarter of an hour, the upgrade light appeared on Fong Cheng and Shu Ying's bodies. According to the upgrade rules of this world, the more potential a creature has, the more experience it requires to upgrade. At the same time, the upgrade experience of ferocious beasts is 10% higher than that of humans. However, as a 10th rank divine beast, Shuang was able to synchronize with Fong Cheng every time he upgraded, all thanks to the supreme contract between the two of them. Under the highest contract, although Shuang, as a war pet, lost all rights, she could enjoy some of the benefits brought by Fong Cheng. For example, her upgrade experience will be consistent with Fong Cheng's, greatly reducing the experience required for her upgrade. At the same time, there is no such thing as a job change for the ferocious beasts, but every time Fong Cheng changes his job, she can also share the benefits he gets. It can be said that this supreme contract has completely bound the two of them together. If they want to terminate the contract, they will never be able to do so in this lifetime. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. There is no way around it. The more powerful the magic, the greater the consumption of magic power. If Fong Cheng didn't have a tenfold increase in magic power, which was 10 times that of a normal person, he wouldn't be able to use magic like Fire Feather Dance even if he learned it. Shuang, you take the lead first. Good master. Fong Cheng drank the last bottle of magic potion and immediately called Zhu Fengchu. Hey Lao Zhu, give me another 100 bottles of magic potions. No way. Boss, those 50 bottles of medicine I gave you were used up in less than half an hour. Can Fong Cheng be blamed for this? The potions he gave were all intermediate, and 5 bottles of such potions were enough to restore enough mana to cast 2 Fire Feather Dancers. If it weren't for the fact that every time he upgraded, his status could be restored to its peak, plus the 15% recovery speed bonus from his equipment, Fong Cheng's basic magic value would have been large enough. With a magic potion like that, it would be a luxury to use magic continuously, let alone for more than 10 minutes. If that were the case, Fong Cheng would have chosen to exit the secret realm long ago, because if he couldn't sustain continuous flame burning, he would be buried alive by the swarm of bees. In that situation, Fong Cheng could only retreat outside to restore his magic power, then go back in after it was restored, and come out again after it was used up. Not to mention the trouble. If you fail at the critical moment, it will be fatal. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. I'm waiting for it. Okay, I'll just give you all the stock I have. 200 bottles in total. While accepting the potion, Fong Cheng also sent some of the exploded equipment and materials to Zhu Fengchu and Lu Wulong. With such intense consumption, it would definitely not be possible to just wait for Zhu Fengchu to make medicine on the spot. So Fong Cheng simply asked the two of them to buy it for him, and the cost would be paid directly from the equipment. The more monsters you kill, the more loot you'll get. In the past, we only packed up some worthless things and sent them to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Shu, but today a lot of equipment that can be sold for a lot of money were also sent over. There was no way the backpack could hold all the things in it, so Fong Cheng swore that he would expand the space in his backpack no matter what when he returned, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Wulong was at home, and the moment he opened Fong Cheng's package, he felt numb all over. At this moment, his 20-square-meter living room was filled with spoils, and the door was squeezed open. Fortunately, this guy had just arrived home and was standing at the door. If he was in the living room, he would have been crushed to death by these trophies. Boss, whose warehouse did you rob? If you sell it, won't I be an accomplice? Oh, the same thing happened to Zhu Fengchu. But he was in a miserable situation as he was directly crushed under the spoils. Fortunately, Fang Chung sent him mostly medicinal herbs, so he was not crushed to death. Boss, you can't do anything illegal. What is this? Zhu Fengchu pulled out a test tube containing yellow medicine from the mountain of spoils and took a closer look. Bee venom. Looking at the spoils, there was actually quite a bit of this kind of bee venom. So much bee venom? He wouldn't really rob someone else's warehouse, would he? And he would rob an official warehouse. Bee venom is available on the market, but there is absolutely no way there would be so much of it. As far as he knows, there is only one place in Yujiang City where you can get so much bee venom, and that is Hua Qinggu, an official forbidden area. Zhu Fengchu was so frightened that he quickly called Fang Chung. Hello, boss. Where are you? Chapter 43, Bombing the Light Rail. Hannah Chitani, what's wrong? You really ran to Huaqian Valley. Do you know where that is? Are you trying to save your life? There are a lot of ferocious beasts, but they are not fatal. Is that about the beast? Do you know where that place is? Come on, stop wasting time and go buy me some potions. I'm in urgent need of a large amount of high-level potions. Boss, do you know how serious your crime is? Huaqinggu is an official forbidden area. The things you gave me, let's not talk about other things, just talk about the bee venom. Do I dare to sell it? What's there to be afraid of? Just tell me my name, and I'll be fine. By the way, is the bee venom valuable? It's not a question of money. The problem is that once you sell it, people will know you stole it from Huaqinggu. If you can prove that your source is legal, you should be able to sell one for 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. So it's so valuable? Please keep the bee venom for me and sell it when I come back. It's over. The boss has completely fallen into the trap of money this time. He even dares to steal official things for money. After hanging up the phone, Fang Chung thought that he had made the right choice in choosing his cheat master. This task not only helped him solve the problem of insufficient battle pets and second-level certificates, but also solve the problem of lack of money. You should know that the most common item dropped here is bee venom, and every bee will drop it. High-level bees can even drop 5 or 6 at a time. 100,000 magic bees, how much would that cost? Besides, are there only 100,000 magic bees in Huaqian Valley? At the end of the day, Fang Chung didn't know how many demon bees he had killed, but he remembered clearly how much bee venom he had harvested. There are a total of 320,520 sticks, which, if converted into money, would be a conservative estimate of 906,156 yuan. And this was only the first day, and the ones we killed were basically low-level magic bees. The further we went in, the higher the levels of the magic bees we encountered, and the more bee venom we would get. If you continue like this, the billionaire you dreamed of in your previous life will be just around the corner in this life. When he came out of the secret realm, Fang Chung was exhausted. When the sentry saw him, he was startled. The kid didn't come out for a day, and I thought he was dead in there. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. This kid is no ordinary guy. He can actually stay in there for a whole day. The sentry looked at Fang Cheng's back and couldn't help but sigh. Another sentry said, he is really capable to be able to stay in there for a whole day and still walk out. But if we expect him, an 11th level student, to clean up Huaqinggu, how long will it take? What do you mean 11? Look carefully, he is already level 14. If he hadn't used the experience beads, how many demon bees would he have to kill to level up 3 times in one day? As it turned out, some people actually calculated how much experience was needed to reach level 14. They were all experienced people, so they naturally knew it clearly. After taking various factors into consideration, they came up with an astonishing number, 5,000. It was at least 5,000. After all, as the level increased, the experience gained would decrease. How much less would it be? They had no experience in killing demon bees now, so they could not make an estimate, so they could only make an approximate calculation. But even so, the number of 5,000 is outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. You have to know that everyone who comes to do this kind of mission is at least a second-level professional, and they have to form a team. Even so, those who were on the mission before could only kill 5 or 6,000 a day. Half a month later, Tian Quan appeared in Haohing Hotel again. I don't plan on waiting any longer. So what do you want? He waited for half a month. If Su Jie had not agreed to renew his contract, he might have been even more anxious than Tian Quan. As for why Su Jie agreed, it was naturally because of Su Miao Miao. As long as Tian Bongda stopped looking for Miao Miao, she was even willing to sign a lifelong contract with him. I want to blow up the car, Tian Quan said in a deep voice, In the past half month, I have checked the entire route countless times and found that only the section from Xinglong Station to the city gate has the weakest defense. So you want to blow up the light rail right there? That's right. Then do you know that there are not only civilians on the light rail out of the city, but also adventurers? How many people will be killed by your bombing? Or how many people will be offended? I am now a childless person. What do I have to be afraid of? Then I wish you success. Aren't you going to take action? This is too big a responsibility for me to shoulder. Don't forget that it's only been a few days, and that kid is already at level 22. At his rate of growth, how much time do you think you have left to wait? Seeing Tian Bongda's hesitation, Tian Quan continued, "Don't worry, I'll go blow up the light rail. I'll take the blame for anything that happens. You just need to make sure the guy is dead or not. As long as you can draw all the hatred to yourself, it's not impossible for me to kill him. But if you can't do that, don't blame me for standing idly by. It's settled then." Hannah Chitani. Fong Chung, who is already at level 22, has no experience here. But bee venom smells good. Now he has collected tens of millions of bee venoms, which is worth at least 200 million yuan. So Fong Chung decided to increase the amount of money he gave to Shuaing to buy a bag from 10,000 to 100,000, so that he would not be accused of being too stingy. "Master, is this strength okay?" On a hillside covered with flowers, Shuaing knelt behind Fong Chung and massaged his shoulders vigorously. This was the tip Lu Wulong gave her to have more physical contact with Fong Qingxing, and it really worked. After her unremitting efforts in the past half month, she no longer needs to find excuses when she wants to do something intimate with her master, except that the relationship has not been confirmed yet. Fong Qing nodded. Shuaing's massage was indeed very comfortable. Of course, the two big and springy pillows behind his head were even more comfortable. This woman not only knows how to provide benefits, but is also very capable. It is hard to imagine that a charming lady like her can clean the house and cook delicious meals. In addition, she can increase the price of the spoils by half to double each time she sells them. Ever since I knew she had this ability, I suddenly felt that the spoils I sold before were a huge loss. Looking at the cave on the opposite hillside, that is the last beehive in the entire Huaqian Valley. Now the whole Huaqian Valley is quiet, the weather is sunny, and the flowers are in full bloom. It is really a great place to relax and have a vacation. Shuaing patted Fong Cheng's shoulder and said, "Master, my waist is a little sore. Please rest your head on my legs. I will rub my head." Fong Cheng's head slid down from above. Shuaing let out a soft moan, and the hair on the back of her head scratched Grape again. "What's wrong?" Looking over the two bulky headlights, Shuaing's face flushed. Nothing, master. Is this strength appropriate? Your technique is so good. Which bath center did you learn it in?" "What?" "Before I knew my master, I was still a bird. Where can I learn?" At this time, Fong Cheng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After the call was connected, Yin Lichou's voice came from inside. "Hey, my dear disciple, it's been half a month. How was the mission going? If it's not going well, tell your master. Don't force it. How did you know my phone number?" "Don't worry about how I know this. Just tell me whether you want to be released or not." Fong Chung glanced at the hill opposite. With his and Shuaing's strength, they could handle it in 10 minutes at most. This old man always asks me to give up. Could it be that he can't bear to part with that expansion card? There's one last beehive left. I'll help you with it in a minute. Want to renege on your debt? No way. Really? Wait, what did you just say? What do you mean by the last hive? That's what it means. Stop now. What happened again? Chapter 44. As expected, showing off your love at the station. All the demon bees in Huaqian Valley have been killed by you, kid. How can they produce honey? To wipe out Huaqingu, one only needs to kill half, or at most 2/3 of the demon bees. However, this young man Fong Chung is doing such a mission for the first time. How could he know all this? He thought purge meant killing everyone. Yin Lichou said angrily, "You killed all the demon bees, who will make honey in the future. Will you go? Isn't there still a nest left? Okay, let me see your mission scroll. I want to see if you are bragging or not." So the two of them added each other as friends, and Fong Chung sent the task scroll over. The task scroll is the certificate for handing over the task. It can record the entire task. Whether the task is completed or not can be known just by looking at the task scroll. When Yin Lichou opened the scroll, he was completely stunned. That kid was actually about to kill all the magic bees, and he was using the dark gold level skill Fire Feather Dance. Even though he was constantly drinking potions, he was able to unleash skills like Fire Feather Dance at level 11, which meant that this kid's magic base was at least over 1,000. But that's not right. When I first saw this kid, his magic base was the same as that of a normal person, and he couldn't even release a Fire Feather Dance. But the record on the scroll said that as long as he had enough potions, he could burn until the end of time, and the power of the Fire Feather Dance he released was ridiculously great. In his opinion, it was magnified at least 10 times. There's no way the mission scroll could be wrong, so the problem could only be with that kid who was hiding his abilities. Moreover, he not only concealed his own information, but also tampered with his battle pet's information. Judging from the frequency of his battle pet's skill releases and the frequency of taking potions, this is definitely not something that a 6th level ferocious beast like Fantian Yin can do. Not a 6th level beast. Yin Licho's body suddenly shook, and a possibility came to his mind: a divine beast? It would have to be at least a 9th rank divine beast to be able to achieve this level. Thinking of this, Yin Licho decisively destroyed the task scroll. MD, if those bastards in the Northwest Federation knew that Dragon Country had produced such a powerful monster, wouldn't they just declare war on Dragon Country? I'm rich. I'm completely rich this time. I've worked hard all my life, but I didn't expect to get such a wonderful treasure when I'm old. Jichubai, you old bastard, just wait for me. My disciple will definitely scare your old teeth off. By the way, that old man seemed to look down on him before. He said his ceiling was too low. All right, when you meet this guy, if you don't smash the ceiling of your broken tower, I'll take your last name. Fangqing naturally didn't know how excited his cheap master was at the moment. After waiting for half an hour, there was still no reply from the old man. I was just about to make a phone call to ask him if he couldn't afford to play. A message suddenly appeared in the friend panel. When I opened it, I saw 2 cards, a Battle Pet Space expansion card and a contribution point recorded card. Good boy. Do a good job. I'm rooting for you. So, well, my mission is accomplished? Of course. Haven't you received all the mission rewards? I want to ask. I got some spoils during the mission, you see. Of course, the spoils are yours to use, but don't take too much of the magic honey inside. It's an important strategic material and is useful to the country. Fang Cheng was still thinking that the magic honey was something that had always existed. It was not something that suddenly exploded, so it would be unreasonable to get this thing out. But after hearing what the old man said, Fang Cheng decided not to take too much and just take 1 bowl, the big bowl used for eating noodles in the north. Master, have you completed your mission? Did you get the mission reward as well? After saying that, he noticed that Shuang looked a little strange, so he asked again, what's wrong? Then after the master has a second battle pet, will he no longer want me? Fang Cheng stretched out his hand and scratched her cheek, then said with a smile, how could that be? We signed the highest contract and we are completely bound together for life. We can't separate even if we want to. Shuang thought about it and it made sense. It was impossible for her to be separated from her master in this life. What if the master's second battle pet is also a beauty? What's wrong with the beauty? Then will I still let you press my head like I am now? Meeting, will you still rub my feet? Meeting, then you will also... Before she could finish her words, Fang Cheng raised his head and covered her mouth. Fang Cheng's sneak attack made Shuang a little at a loss. She stared at her master who was so close to her with wide eyes. Oh no, this is my first kiss. Why didn't you even let me prepare? Then your stinky master stole it away. Shuang immediately put her arms around Fang Cheng's neck and did not separate until a long time later. She lowered her head shyly and wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth, not knowing whether they were hers or her owner's. It should be the owner's because it is very sweet. Are there any questions now? Shuang shook her head shyly. Then let's go home. Why aren't you getting up yet? My legs are being pillowed by the master. I want the master to carry me on his back. Fang Cheng smiled slightly and said, you are a 10th level divine beast, but you get numb after just lying down for a while. But the next moment Fang Cheng still gave her his back. Come up. Oh. Shuang rushed over and hugged his neck. Master, for your second battle pet. You should find a female one. Okay, let her wash the dishes from now on. No problem. And let her do the flooring. She is responsible for all the housework. Well, let her take care of it all. The two walked out of the secret realm. Why did you come out so soon today? Is she injured? The sentry at the door was called Wang Jun. They had become familiar with each other over the past half month. When he saw Fang Cheng carrying Shuang on his back, he thought she was injured. "We won't come tomorrow." "Not coming anymore, why?" "Because the mission has been completed." Shuang answered quickly while lying on Fong Cheng's back. "So fast. It was completed in just half a month. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself." "Oh, my master is still in there. He has collected a few corpses." He said, "They must be your comrades. He has buried them under the big peach tree 10 miles away." Wang Jun knew the big peach tree. It was a place with beautiful scenery. "Thanks." After saying this, all the sentries saluted Fong Cheng together. "You're welcome." Fong Cheng carried Shuang all the way to the light rail station. A student of about 17 or 18 years old, carrying a beautiful girl with a good figure and a pretty face on his back, immediately attracted the attention of the young man at the station, who wanted to replace her. "Why are the beauties I see always in a relationship? Go take a piss and look in a mirror. Even if a beauty like that doesn't have an owner, it doesn't matter to you. I'm full. This dog food has filled me up." What a good boy. Not only does he have a beautiful wife, but he also shows her off on his back. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal your love away? You? You want to steal my love? If that beautiful lady can look at you for a second, I will eat the floor. I mean what I say. The same goes for women. That woman must have had plastic surgery, otherwise her figure wouldn't be so good. Where did you get it done? I want to get it done too. But no, look at those men, their eyes are fixed on them. It'd be great if I could have this talent. Fong Cheng felt the strange looks from everyone around him, and couldn't help but ask Shuang on his back, "Are your feet still numb?" "No more numbness." "Then why don't you come down? Carry me for a while longer. If you keep carrying it, I'll be full of dog food. Be obedient and get down quickly." Fong Cheng loosened his hand, but Shuang hung on for a while like a sloth before reluctantly letting go of his neck. The car came. Shuang took his hand and got on the car. The next stop was Xinglong. Chapter 45, The Second Battle Pet, has been found. The train just arrived at the early Anxia Bridge. Shuang was still snuggling in Fong Cheng's arms when suddenly a loud noise was heard. In the carriage where Fong Cheng was, everyone seemed to be weightless, and all flew up. Then it quickly smashed onto the roof of the car, and raging flames broke through the door. Without waiting for Shuang to react, Fong Cheng immediately put her into the battle pet space, and then fell down with the carriage. The flames instantly filled the entire carriage, and many people were burned to charcoal almost instantly. Suddenly, there was a series of sounds of breaking windows. The bridge was blown up and the train was falling rapidly. The adventurers who reacted began to escape through the windows. Fong Cheng was no exception. Everyone in the carriage died, but he was immune to fire and luckily escaped. He jumped out of the window, stepped on the falling car, and ran a few steps upwards, then used another car to gain leverage. His movements were even more agile than those of an assassin. After a few jumps, he landed safely. The train fell to the bottom of the valley and a secondary explosion occurred, with mushroom-shaped flames rising into the sky. There were at least several thousand people on this train, but only 1 in 10 is left alive. Terrorist attack or accident. Everyone was stunned. Fong Cheng, return my son's life to me. Who would have thought that Tian Quan, who seemed weak and frail at ordinary times, was actually a warrior? At this moment, he used a whirlwind slash move and soared into the sky, like a huge tornado top. If Fong Cheng guessed correctly, his next move would be either the earth-splitting slash or the sky-splitting slash, or a long straight-line attack. Without waiting for Tian Quan to change his moves, Fong Cheng raised his hand and fired a flaming spear. The impact force generated by the explosion instantly blew away the gyroscope. Tian Quan, you are crazy. To save your son, you dared to blow up a train and drag so many people to be buried with your son. Are you not crazy? Fong Cheng doesn't talk much usually. The reason why he said so many words in one breath now is that he wants to speak to the people around him, so that everyone knows who blew up the train. Since Tian Quan dared to blow up the train, he must have made sufficient preparations, and it is impossible for him to come alone. As expected, as Fong Cheng finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Tian Quan. Why does the name Tian Quan sound so familiar? The chairman of the Tian group. Did he really blow up the train? At this time, a group of people in black suits came behind Tian Quan. Among them, some were holding giant swords, some were holding rifles, and some were holding staffs. There were people of all kinds of professions. Among them, the 3 holding rifles were actually second-level shooters. Tian Quan stood in front of them. He was determined to save everyone. He pointed at everyone and said loudly, "You lowly people, it is your honor to bury my son with your lives." Everyone was angry at this time, but Tian Quan was still so arrogant. "Isn't this courting death? MD, I can't stand it anymore, kill him. It's nothing to have a lot of money. Don't forget this is Dragon Country, fuck it. Give me back my brother's life." Although most people on the train were killed in the explosion, there were still hundreds of people who survived. At this time, the crowd was excited and rushed forward. Tian Quan had no choice but to back down and immediately turn around and ran away with his men. However, Fangcheng found that something was wrong. In his impression, Tian Quan was definitely not such a moron who would be stupid enough to draw hatred in public like this. But it is still unclear at the moment whether he has a backup plan or he is just making a feint to the enemy. Chen Jingyang said that it was not only Tian Quan who came this time, but also Tian Bongda. However, that guy hasn't shown up yet. Never mind, just get people together first. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trick is bullshit. Fangcheng called Chen Jingyang. "Hello? Captain Chen, where are you now?" "What's wrong, kid?" "It wasn't a big deal. The Earlyong Gorge Bridge was blown up and many people died. Are you okay, kid?" "Nothing is wrong at the moment. Wait for me. I'm at Parabil Bridge now and will be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Fangcheng released Shuai. There would definitely be a fierce battle next. "Master, are you okay?" Shuai grabbed Fangcheng's hands and looked at him worriedly. "Fine, are you really all right?" Shuai looked around carefully and found that he was not injured, not even a scratch on his skin. So he pushed Fangcheng away and got angry. "You bastard. What happened again? Why did you put me into the battle pet space just now? Do you know how worried I was about you when I couldn't see you? I'm fine now, right? What about me? Have you ever thought about how I feel? Okay, stop messing around." Fangcheng pulled her into his arms. Shuai beat him relentlessly. "Don't make trouble. Listen to me. Under the circumstances, putting you in the battle pet space was the best option. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Have you ever thought about this? What if you didn't escape and I did? What should I do?" Shuai was stunned, looked at Fangcheng and said, "What will you do?" "I'll be heartbroken." "So can I." Just then, applause suddenly broke out. "What a life or death wish. I'm sorry to bother you with all this dog food." A lot of people came, all wearing black suits, standing in a row like gangsters. As for the guy standing in the front, Fangcheng only took a glance at him and couldn't help but think of someone, senior brother Duan Shuailu. A shiny side-parted hairstyle, black frame glasses, and a black stand-collar Zhongshan suit. His expression is just right, and at first glance he looks like a scoundrel. There couldn't possibly be such a person in the Demon Hunting Bureau, so the identity of this person was obvious. "Tian Bond. You know me? But I can't remember when we met. You look a lot like your damn brother." The sneer on Tian Bongda's face disappeared, and he looked at Fangcheng with cold eyes. Fangcheng also took the opportunity to release his reconnaissance skills. Level 32, second-class wizard, combat pet is Thorn Deer. Thorn Deer, water. Level 43, strongest bloodline. Life Dragon, nature, level 10. Fangcheng's eyes lit up. What luck he had. He just wanted to catch a divine beast, but it was delivered to his doorstep immediately. Although I wanted a defensive beast before, but hearing the name of this life dragon, it must have a lot of blood and can resist. Moreover, defense is divided into physical defense and magical defense. A combat pet may not be able to take care of both, but this walking blood bank of the life dragon can have the best of both worlds. This battle pet is definitely for me. "What's wrong, master?" Shuai noticed that Fangcheng was acting strangely and asked in confusion. "What level is the Thorn Deer?" Although his level is higher than mine, he is only level 5. "Master, don't take it to heart. I mean, it was a waste for the Thorn Deer to follow him. Don't kill it later, just beat it half to death." Tian Bongda heard every word of what the two said. He thought he was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that there was someone more arrogant than him. Even when he was about to die, he was still thinking about his war pet. "Master, that guy seems to be stalling for time. We can't fall for his trick. I want you to remind me." "Sujia, the thorns are piercing." Sujia instantly transformed into a white deer, raised her front hooves high, and stomped the ground. Countless thorns broke out of the ground and rushed towards Fangcheng like a flood. At the same time, Tian Bongda also released his wizard skill, Plague. A dark cloud like countless mosquitoes suddenly appeared above Fangcheng's head. "Shuai, exist. Free play. Good master." Chapter 45. Anyone who touches my master will be killed. Shuang raised her hand and spread out her 5 fingers, and a flaming spear shot out instantly. The flame spear is now at level 5, which is almost the highest level that can be reached based on proficiency, because the proficiency required to upgrade from level 5 to level 6 is 100,000. Every time you release a skill, you gain a little proficiency. Unless you have a normal brain, no one would choose this way of upgrading. In this way, the advantages of second-level professionals are revealed, and they can use experience to improve their skill levels. Tian Bongda is a second-level professional, but his plague skill is not of a very high level. As soon as Shuang released his flaming spear, the flames on the spear burned away all his plague. Then the flaming spear plunged into the thorns, and with a huge magical power, it was unstoppable, and all the thorns were reduced to ashes. Don't blow her up. Don't worry, master. I know what I'm doing. At this moment, Tian Bongda was completely numb. Sigma, de, ililil. What kind of magical operation is this? When did the 6th level burning sky swallow become so ridiculously powerful? Bang! Flames exploded in the enemy camp. Fortunately, they had a large number of people, and a wizard cast a magic shield at the critical moment. This prevented Shuang from shooting directly and taking their young master away. What are you all standing there for? Come on together. Chop that kid into minced meat for me. Listening to Tian Bongda's roar, Fang Chung just found it funny. Is it a big deal if there are more people? Is it a big deal if there are 2 transfers? A man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Do you really think I am the Amon of Wu at level 11? Just as the men in black on the opposite side rushed out, a fire tornado with a diameter of 20 meters rose into the sky, covering almost everyone. At the same time, a barrier was formed, blocking all attacks from the opponent's mages. No matter whether it was ice spikes, fireballs, stone spikes, or thorns, once they were immersed in the flames, they all turned into nothing. Shuang's fire feather dance is also level 5. During the half-month in Hua Qinggu, although there was no more experience to be gained on the 5th day, all of their skills were upgraded to level 5. Both Shuang and Fang Chang were like this. Is this really a 6th-order burning sky swallow? But no matter how Tian Bongda used the reconnaissance technique to scout, this was definitely the 6th-order burning sky swallow. So the question is, how did Fang Chang, a beastmaster trained to make a 6th-level burning sky swallow so terrifying? At this time, a man in black came around from the edge of Huwu. Shuang was about to switch skills, but Fang Chang stopped her and said, "Leave these people to me." Fang Chang raised his thumb and pointed at one of the men in black, saying to himself, "Pa." A level 5 flame spear flew out and instantly blew the man into sparks in the air. As more and more people rushed over, Fang Chang drank a bottle of magic potion, made the number 8 with his left hand, and placed it in front of and behind his right hand. Anjadang, da. The length of a flame spear was nearly 3 meters, and countless flame spears were flying one after another. Even Gatling would cry when seeing that scene. Only Katyusha could compare to it. The black-clothed men who had just rushed over were still relatively close to each other, and Fang Chang's flaming gun had a wide killing range. This flaming gun took away at least 3 or 4 lives. Tian Bongda, who was behind a shield, was furious. That boy is actually a fire mage. The Beastmaster knows magic, and so does Tian Bongda. But the problem is that the Beastmaster's magic power is limited, so he can only choose auxiliary magic with lower consumption, so his skill level is relatively low. Don't even think about high-level magic like the Flame Lance. And Fang Chang used it, and it looked even more powerful than a real fire mage. Scatter! Tian Bongda roared again. Although he had 300 or 400 people with him this time, it wouldn't take long for all of them to be wiped out if Fang Chang harvested them like this. Sujia, use the thorn cage to trap them. Mages, spread out to suppress them with firepower. Warriors, charge with the wind. Make sure to chop him into minced meat. Fang Chang originally wanted to take advantage of the other party's underestimation and defeat him in one fell swoop, but he still underestimated Tian Bongda. I didn't expect that guy to react so quickly. He immediately organized all the scattered men in black. This made Fang Chang feel the pressure doubled instantly. Shuang, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. I understand, but can you handle it, master? Go ahead, just remember not to kill the deer. No. Shuang was a little unhappy. thinking that her master must be attracted by the woman's beauty rather than her potential. Although the woman looked a little older, she still had charm. The two slimes on her chest were even bigger than his. If he was the fruit of midsummer, then she was the field of autumn, exuding mature charm from head to toe. Shuaing released the Phoenix Divine Flame, transformed into a giant flaming bird, and cut a bloody path through the crowd. Phoenix Divine Flame is a new diamond-level skill she learned when she reached level 20. It increases fire damage by 1,700% and reduces all damage received by 80%. It lasts for 10 seconds. It is powerful, but also consumes a lot of energy. If she were not a phoenix, the energy consumption of this skill would be reduced by 85%. She would be finished after using one skill. As for Feng Cheng, with his current magic base, he wouldn't be able to use it even if he learned it. With Shuaing speed, it took less than 3 seconds to see all the mages lying on the ground in front of him, and at the same time, he killed the one in front of Tian Bongda. In Shuaing's eyes, the magic shields in front of him were no different from paper. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch my master, I will kill you without mercy. Seeing Shuing covered in flames, Tian Bongda was really scared. He grabbed Su Jie and said, I order you to help me stop her at the risk of your life. Quick, you are not qualified to refuse me now. After saying that, he pushed Su Jie towards Shuaing. For Su Jie, signing a lifelong contract with someone like Tian Bongda, death may be the best relief for her. As for his most beloved daughter Miao Miao, without him as her mother who was treated as a war pet, and without him as a burden, she could live a better life as a human being. Green flames ignited on Su Jie's body. Shuaing smiled coldly. You want to self-destruct, have you asked my master? Before Su Jie could react, Shuing had already grabbed her neck, releasing the might of the phoenix, forcibly interrupting her magic gathering. This time does not need to be too long. In this case, only a moment of stagnation is needed to turn Su Jie into a complete disabled person. But Shuaing believed that this little injury would not be a problem for the master, just like she was cured by the master in the past, and she also awakened her hidden bloodline and evolved into a 10th level divine beast. As soon as Shuaing threw Su Jie aside with her right hand, she immediately grabbed Tian Bongda with her left hand. Tian Bongda's pants fell hot, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. You can't kill me. I can give you anything you want. Please don't kill me. Shuaing said domineeringly. I have said that anyone who offends my master will be killed without mercy. After saying this, flames leaped up in his hands, instantly sending him flying and annihilating him. On Feng Cheng's side, more and more men in black appeared around him. He also stopped using the flame gun and looked like he had given up. However, just when everyone thought he was desperate and gave up, suddenly a ball of fire shot up into the sky from under his feet, instantly forming a sea of fire with a diameter of 100 meters. Fire feather dance. Man in black. Damn it, that guy actually wants to die with us. Feng Cheng. Sorry, I'm immune to fire. Chapter 47 Your Battle Pet is the mother of my subordinates. The flames rising into the sky could be seen from 100 miles away. Chun Jingyang, who was running towards here, saw the fire rising from the direction of early Anxia and was so frightened that he turned pale. Feng Cheng, you must not die. If you die, I will be finished. Although he said so, he had no idea at all. This time, Tian Bongda alone brought nearly 200 people, and Tian Quan also brought nearly 300 killers. Once the fight started, there was no chance that Feng Cheng would survive. Now he only hoped that he could hold on a little longer and not die too quickly. Give himself 1 minute. In just 1 minute, he would definitely be able to reach early Anxia. Hurry up, everyone. Chun Jingyang and his men rushed here desperately, but the battle here by Feng Cheng had already ended. All 300 people died. Even Tian Bongda was turned into ashes by Shuaing. The only one left alive was Su Jie, but she looked like she was only half dead. Are you sure you didn't finish her off? Don't worry. Master, he is definitely still alive. How on earth did you do that? She wanted to self-destruct in front of me, so I intervened and interrupted her magic gathering. Don't worry, I know my limits, and she definitely won't die in one blow. Feng Cheng put his hand on Su Jie's neck, feeling the pulsation of the artery, and found that she had indeed left a breath for herself. Hurry up and sign the contract. Otherwise, you will die in the next second. With the completion of the highest contract, the 3 parties completed the sharing of life. Su Jie was breathing again, but Fang Cheng and Shu Ying's faces lost color. Only then did Shu Ying realize how badly Su Jie was injured. Fang Cheng originally wanted to cast a few more healing spells on Su Jie to heal her. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Since there is no one around now, I might as well just enlighten him. After he evolves, any injury can be healed. However, at this moment Chen Jingyang finally arrived. Looking at the scorched earth and the bodies lying all over the ground, his heart sank to the bottom. This is obviously a large-scale magic. One can imagine how fierce the battle was after it wreaked havoc. Only Fang Cheng, a kid who hasn't even reached the second level, could survive. Thinking of this, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. It was all over. Fang Cheng is dead. Won't Yin Shui peel off my skin? When he was leaving, I promised him that nothing would happen to Fang Cheng as long as I was there, but now... Captain, look over there. Just when Chen Jingyang was in despair, one of his subordinates suddenly pointed to the distance and said. He subconsciously looked forward and jumped up from the ground in an instant. He took 3 steps at a time and rushed towards Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng, you scared me to death. You're still alive? Captain Chen, what are you talking about? Don't I deserve to live? You should, you. Looking at the pale-faced Fang Cheng and Shu Ying, this battle must have been quite thrilling. I don't know what to say when you ask this. Forget it. As long as I can survive, it's good. Then Chen Jingyang noticed Su Jie lying on the ground. He was very familiar with this woman because she was the mother of one of his subordinates. This subordinate is called Su Miao Miao. Although she is just a newcomer, she has great potential and strong business ability. I am very optimistic about her. What are you looking at? This is my new battle pet. You don't want to arrest her, do you? What did you say? Your new battle pet. You heard it right. If you don't believe me, you can check whether a contract has been established between me and Hao. Shen Jingyang was dumbfounded. What are you doing? She is the mother of my subordinate. Why did you sign her? He couldn't believe it was true, so he took out the magic props to check it out. There really was a contract, and it was a highest contract. He was completely screwed now, and couldn't even terminate the contract. Originally, Su Jie would be free again in a month, and Su Miao Miao had been waiting impatiently for this. But now this guy has signed another contract, and it is the highest contract. It is impossible for Su Jie to regain her freedom in this lifetime. How should I explain it to Su Miao Miao? Wait, why should I explain? Fang Cheng is not that bastard Tian Bongda. He is Yin Shui's disciple, and it is a blessing for him to follow him after several lifetimes. Su Miao Miao failed the political review in the past because Su Jie's master was Tian Bongda. And now that her master has changed to Fang Cheng, Su Miao Miao has instantly become a good young man with a good family background. Now it seems that after Su Jie recognizes Fang as her master, she will not only no longer be a burden to Su Miao Miao, but will instead become a great help in her career. Fang Cheng found that the way Chen Jingyang looked at her battle pet was becoming more and more strange. This guy was most likely going to arrest her. The person involved, am not going to pursue the matter anymore, but you are still not letting it go. So Fang Cheng quickly put Su Jie into the battle pet space. What are you doing? This is my battle pet. I don't need to ask for your permission to put it in the battle pet space, right? That's not necessary. It's just that a terrorist attack just happened over there. If you don't rush to rescue them, it's inappropriate for you to stay here with me, right? Chen Jingyang just wanted to ask Fang Cheng if he knew that the battle pet you just received was the mother of my pet. But when he saw the crashed light rail train, he no longer had the heart to ask these questions. The important thing was to rescue people as soon as possible. Master, where are we going now? I remember this place is not far from the Goblin Mine. Let's go to the next dungeon. With Fang Cheng's current level, he has no experience at all in the novice copy, but there is no one there, which is just right for enlightening Su Jie. It has been almost a month since graduation from high school, and everyone has gone to the Endless Forest. The novice copy is deserted nowadays, and even the ghost can kill people. I entered the copy and released Su Jie, only to find that she had woken up without knowing when. What is this place? Goblin Mine. Why did you bring me here? I want to give you a chance. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Su Jie subconsciously grabbed the collar of her skirt. Obviously, she seemed to have some misunderstanding about what Fang Cheng said about fate. The key point is that the light here is dim, other people can't get in, and you're being looked down upon by a man, which makes it hard not to have fantasies. Fang Cheng continued, you know what? With your potential, following Tian Bongda is simply a waste of talent. Only by following me can you show your talent to the fullest. I don't need it. No, you need to, because you're my battle pet now. I refuse. I'm sorry, but we signed a supreme contract when you were dying. You don't have the power to refuse me. Despicable and shameless. Fang Chung shook his head. Don't be so sure. I believe you will thank me. After saying this, Fang Chung used the power of the contract to freeze her, then pointed a finger at her forehead. Enlightenment. The next moment, green light from Su Jie's body shot up into the sky like a flame, bloomed in the air, and transformed into a white dragon more than 10 meters long. It has a long neck, a pair of pink dragon horns, and a pair of pink wings. There is a green gem inlaid between its eyebrows, and its body is covered with snow-white scales that sparkle in the firelight, as if possessed by divine light. Chapter 48. This master is a good person. Life Dragon. Level 1. Potential, level 10. Health, 26,000. Magic points, 17,000. Strength, 1,200. Agility, 1,200. Physique, 2,600. Spirit, 1,500. Skills, Forest Song, level 1. Dragon Breath, level 1. Thorn Wrap, level 1. Ode to Life, level 1. Fang Chung immediately opened his attribute panel to see the feedback he had received. Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Increases health and mana recovery by 9%. Reduces negative effects by 10%. Increases health by 20%. Taking into account my own tenfold increase, wouldn't my current recovery speed be 90%? What does this mean? The recovery rate of the potion is only 80%, and the upper limit of the recovery of the advanced potion is 580 points. The recovery speed after tenfold increase is faster than taking medicine, and there is no upper limit. Directly immune to negative effects. As for the algorithm for increasing life, it should be calculated according to Su Jie's life value, which only increased by 52,000 points. This is only the health value that Su Jie increases for herself when she is at level 1. As her level increases, this value will continue to grow. With such a blessing, in the future, unless I encounter those particularly perverted ones, if I am at the same level as you, even if I just stand there and let others kill me, I will tire the opponent to death. How could this happen? How could I become a 10th level dragon? Su Jie fell from the air and turned into a human form. She looked at Fang Chung in surprise. She knew that all these changes were due to Fang Cheng's finger just now. Shuang couldn't help but say, "What's there to be proud of? I'm still a phoenix." Phoenix? A 10th level divine beast, the phoenix? You didn't expect that. Our master is very capable. But how did you become the master's battle pet? That's because before I met the master, I was just a 2nd level little firefly. It was the master who helped me awaken my hidden bloodline and turn me into a phoenix. At this point, Shuang looked at Fang Chung with a smug look on her face and then began to assert her sovereignty. Now, in addition to being my master, he's also my man, right? Little master, it's better to just keep this kind of thing to yourself. Why do you have to show it off to others? Shuang held Fang Chung's arm and said, "I'm happy. I want everyone in the world to know that you, Fang Chung, are my man. Don't you think I'm not worthy of you?" Fang Chung sighed. "As long as you are happy. So you don't object?" "No objection. Hee, I know that the little master treats me best." Then he looked at Su Jie and said, "I advise you to accept the master as soon as possible. You also know the highest contract, which is to last until death. It is impossible to separate from the master in this life." "I know. That's good to know, but I've already made an agreement with the master. From now on, you have to do all the housework, right? Little master." Fang Chung had no choice but to say, "I'll trouble you with the housework in the future. Apart from that, you can do whatever you want. If you have another place to live, you don't have to live with us. When I need to fight, I will call you." "Really? Then why did you sign the supreme contract with me?" "That's because I need you to keep it a secret from me. You just saw my talent. Once it's exposed, there will definitely be more people who want to kill me than there are now." Suya nodded. "Understand." Shuang smiled and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. Although this master doesn't restrict your freedom, he is very stingy and likes to deduct people's wages. Even though I am his girlfriend, he only gives me 1,000 yuan a month. I'm just worried that you'll spend money recklessly. Besides, we split the money 40% to 60%, and I've saved all the extra money for you. Yes, they're all stored with you. Where shall we keep them from now on?" "Okay, I'll forget it. I really like to spend money recklessly, so it's better to keep it with you. When I need money, do you dare not give it to me now?" Shuang almost forgot Wulong and Fengchu's reminder that financial power is Feng Cheng's lifeblood. This really made Feng Cheng feel very happy. Shuang actually didn't like to manage money. You have to know that whether it is the Yu city in the previous life or the current Yujiang city, which family's financial power is not in the hands of women. Now that he has a girlfriend, there's no one to manage his money, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. MD, I am such a jerk. Master, what did you say? Nothing. By the way, speaking of money, we still have a lot of venom that we haven't sold yet, so we can still make a lot of money. Really? Then hurry up. There's nothing good to grind in this dungeon anyway. Let's go home and cash in the venom. By the way, do you want my help? No, it's not convenient for you to go to this buyer's place. Sujia looked at the two people walking away together and couldn't help but feel curious about each other. What kind of master is he that he can get along so well with his war pet? Hey, why are you still standing there? Go home. Shuang turned around and said. Sujia smiled slightly and hurried to follow. This day was like a dream to Sujia. No, she wouldn't even dare to dream about such a dream. He was first forced to self-destruct with his current master, but his current master not only did not blame him, but also saved him. Not only did he save himself, but he also evolved himself into a giant dragon of life. That is a 10th rank divine beast. It was something I had never dared to imagine before, but now it has suddenly become a reality. Although he had signed a supreme contract with him, this master seemed to be easy to get along with and had no airs at all. He was also able to generously acknowledge the special relationship between him and his battle pet. Compared to the man she knew before, based on this point alone, that man is not even worthy of carrying shoes for his master. The only thing that worries her now is Meow Meow. She has become someone else's war pet, and she wonders if this will affect her future. I heard that because she was Tian Bongda's war pet, she has not been promoted to a regular employee yet. However, even if the current master did not show up, Tian Bongda would still force himself to sign a lifelong contract with him, and he would still be a burden to his daughter. Thinking of this, Su Jie was very glad that she met her current master, because it was because of him that she was able to evolve. As a 10th rank divine beast, the life dragon, with his own strength, he is confident that he can give his daughter happiness even if she leaves the demon hunting bureau. The three got off the car in front of the Xingfu community. Sister, do you have a place to live in Yujiang City? After a long conversation along the way, the three of them also decided on how to address each other. Because Su Jie is the oldest, Feng Cheng and Shuing call her sister. She called Shuang sister, but because of the contract, she's still called Feng Cheng master. Su Jie shook her head. No, I may have to trouble the master. Shuang said on behalf of Feng Cheng. It's not a problem. Although the master's house is not big, it has 2 rooms. We can live together. After that, he looked at Feng Cheng and said, Master, you are worth tens of millions now. When will you consider moving to a bigger house? We won't be living in Yujiang City for long, so buying a house would be a waste. See, I told you that our master is a miser. Now you believe it. Then he spread his hands towards Feng Cheng. What? Give me money. Don't you see that my sister's clothes are all torn? I'll take her to buy some clothes. You won't be reluctant to spend money again, will you? Demon Hunting Department, Chun Jingyang's office. After the rescue team arrived at early Anxia, Chun Jingyang took his men away from the scene. What he needs to do now is to arrange people to capture the escaped Tian Quan. Even if he has a powerful force behind him, it can't save him because of what he has done this time. After arranging work for his subordinates, Su Miao Miao broke into his office not long after. Chapter 49, Big Business with the Demon Hunting Department. Uncle Chun is arresting Tian Quan. Why am I not involved in such an important operation? Chun Jingyang slapped his head and laughed awkwardly. Look at my memory, I forgot. After saying that, he took out a badge from the drawer and handed it to Su Miao Miao. Uncle Chun, what's this? This is the badge of an official member of the Jingen Guard, and it is also something Su Miao Miao has always wanted. How could she not recognize it? Eugene finally got it, but she felt a little caught off guard. It was too sudden. According to her previous plan, she would have to wait until at least next month after her mother terminated the contract with Tian Bongda before she could become a regular employee. Is Tian Bongda already dead? Then, as the mother of the war pet, Su Miao Miao didn't dare to think further and asked quickly, My mother. Your mother has a new master now. So, congratulations, you are now an official member of our Jingen Guard. Hearing that her mother was fine, Su Miao Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she soon realized, what does it mean that my mother has changed her master? I'm not sure about this either. When we arrived, Tianbongda was already dead and your mother was in a coma. At the same time, we detected the contract between her and Fong Chung from her body. Su Miao Miao suddenly seemed to think of something, slapped the desk, and said angrily, "Are you saying that boy took advantage of my mother's coma and forced her to sign a contract with her?" Did I say that? Chen Jingyang was a little dumbfounded, feeling as if he had said something wrong. Isn't it? My mother was in a coma at the time. Wasn't it him who forced the contract? This is actually a good thing for your mother. Yes, it is a good thing. Chen Jingyang tried to remedy the situation, saying, in a case as big as early Anxia, thousands of people died. As Tianbongda's favorite, your mother must have been involved. If you didn't have the contract with Fong Chung, do you think she would still be alive? I don't care. My mother has sacrificed enough for me. Now she is finally about to be reborn, but she is forced into a contract. As her daughter, I can't just sit there and watch. What are you going to do? I want that boy to terminate his contract with my mother. Shuaing asked for money with confidence, and Fong Chung was quite generous this time. He took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 1 million to Shuaing's card. After all, I promised him a bag last time, but I haven't bought it yet. Then he took a taxi to Wulong and Feng Chu's home and left all the bee venom he collected in Huaqin Valley with them. Now, according to statistics, there are more than 80 million of them, and it took a semi-trailer to load them all. Boss, are you sure they will give you money instead of treating you to peanuts? The semi-trailer was parked in the backyard of the police station. As soon as Wulong Fengchu got out of the car, he felt numb all over. It's still not too late for you to leave now, Fong Chung said casually. Leave? Are you kidding me? You said you would give us 10 million. Are you trying to cheat? That's right, 10 million. Zhu Fengchu, have you ever seen so much money? No, but I'll see you soon. Are you really not afraid? Fong Chung asked. You, the principal criminal, are not afraid. So what should we, the two accomplices, be afraid of? That's right. At worst, we can just eat peanuts. The three of us will be together, and we'll have someone to keep us company on the road. But what if this guy gets shot first? What are you afraid of? Haven't you heard of waiting on the Naya Bridge for 3 years? If he dies first, let him wait for us on the Naya Bridge. We can still be brothers in the next life. Lu Wulong nodded and looked at Fong Chung. We have no problem now. Do you have any questions? No problem. Then start unloading. Wait a minute. It's not unloading here. It's unloading there. After Fong Chung finished speaking, he said to the driver, Master, please back the car in front of that building. Young man, can I ask you what exactly is the cargo I'm carrying? The driver was not stupid. Seeing the miserable appearance of Wulong and Feng Chu, he guessed that the cargo he was transporting must not be that simple. Nothing, just a load of bee venom. So it's bee venom. What kind of bee venom? The bee from bee, the poison from poison. Yes. The driver looked at his trailer, then at Fong Chung, who looked calm. MD, why didn't you tell me earlier? Those are control materials, didn't you know? I know you still. Never mind, I'm going to turn myself in. You guys can do whatever you want. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Young looked at the driver's anxious back with a puzzled look on their faces. Do you think he is stupid? Didn't we come to the police station to turn ourselves in? Why did he run away? You're the one who's stupid, aren't you? The police station is on the left. Which way did you see him running to? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Boss, do you want to catch that guy back? Let him be. After saying that, Fong Chung turned and walked towards the demon hunting division. Bee venom is a control material, so 1 or 2 is not a big deal. But now I have 80 million bee venoms in my hands. If it were to leak into the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. So if you want to sell it, you can only sell it to the Demon Hunting Bureau. Firstly, they have money, and secondly, they have acquaintances. Boss, did you go the wrong way? Yes, it is right here. Let me tell you another secret. This is the headquarters of the Demon Hunting Division in Yujiang City. Is this true or false? Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'll go in and ask someone to inspect the goods. You guys wait here. When I walked into the Demon Hunting Bureau building, I saw the same front desk lady as before. Student Fong Chung, are you here to see Captain Chen again? Well, is he back? Just got back. By the way, how did you know he wasn't here before? This young lady is quite alert, because I saw him in Earlyon Gorge before. You were actually in Earlyon Gorge at that time? Then you. Is this the end? Why is this young lady so long-winded? If you have anything to say, please ask Captain Chen later. I have something to ask him now. After saying that, he walked inside. It was Lao Chen's office. He had been there before, so he didn't need to ask the young lady to lead the way. Why are you here, kid? How's things going over at Earlyon Gorge? Old Chun sighed. The damage is quite serious. The firefighters have already gone there and are searching for rescuers. So you're back. We can't help much with the search and rescue. Besides, they're professionals. You know our identities. Staying there will only backfire. You don't think the murderer has been killed by me, do you? Don't worry, Tian Quan won't be able to escape this time. His Tian group will all be within our reach this time. So, are you busy now? I just finished arranging some things and you're here. By the way, what are you doing here? I want to ask, how much is a bottle of bee venom? Bee venom? This thing costs between 30 or 40,000. Why do you want it? If it were you, I could sell it to you for 30,000 each. Of course, the quantity cannot be too much. I can only sell you 5 at most. Fong Qing nodded. I want to do a big business with you. What big business? Come out and see for yourself. Fong Chung brought Lao Chun to the trailer, asked Wulong Fengchu to open the container, and casually took out a tube of bee venom and handed it to Lao Chun. Here, this is it. 83,392 of them. Do you think this is a big business? Are you saying that this is all that's in this truck? If it were someone else, I would definitely sell it for 40,000 yuan a stick, but for your sake, Old Chun, I'll give you 30,000 yuan a stick. Isn't that enough? Where did you get so much bee venom? Have you forgotten the mission I have been doing for the past half-month? Huaqinggu? That is the country's property. How dare you sell it? Chapter 50 Master, you finally understood. Okay, Lao Chun, I've asked my master. This bee venom is not magic honey. It's the spoils of the mission. I can use it personally. Did he really say that? Why don't you give me a call to verify it? Fong Chung took out his cell phone, dialed Yin Shuai's phone number, and handed it to Lao Chun. This is indeed Yin Shuai's number, but the question is, does he dare to ask? Make it cheaper. I can't eat so much bee venom. Who sold it to you? I sold it to the Demon Hunting Bureau. If you don't have money, does the Demon Hunting Bureau have no money too? You guys only charge 30,000 for each cigarette. That's 240 million. This isn't the Demon Hunting Division headquarters. How can they come up with so much money all at once? As soon as this guy opened his mouth, he started to round off the decimal point. However, for this huge order worth hundreds of millions, Fong Chung didn't care about the decimal point. Alas, I am too straightforward. I offered such a low price right away that I don't even have the room to bargain with you now. Old Chun said earnestly, 30,000 is indeed a bit expensive. The 30,000 I said is also our selling price. How about this? For his sake, I will make the decision and take all of them for 15,000. Fong Chung looked at Lao Chun and said, I am just an honest person, not stupid. You cut it in half at once. If I still sell it to you, wouldn't I be a fool? Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, load up the car and let's go to West Street. I don't believe that anyone would want bee venom worth 30,000 yuan per tube in West Street. Wait a minute. Do you know the consequences of doing this? What are you afraid of? If something goes wrong, I'll have that old man to take the blame for me. What if he doesn't admit it then? Fong Chung smiled slightly and turned on the call, recording on his phone. This long-wave phone is great. Listen to the recording of the call. It's so clear. You are such a cunning boy that you even don't let your own master go. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes, but I can't come up with so much money at once. It will take at least a month for all the money to arrive in my account. 3 days. Impossible. Absolutely impossible in 3 days. 2 days. Okay, you are ruthless enough. 3 days is 3 days. Lao Chun paid him 100 million first, and the rest will be credited to his account within 3 days. With his master around, Fong Chung was not afraid that he would default on his debt, so he immediately gave 20 million to each of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. This made the two of them very happy. One of them was a blacksmith, and the other was a pharmacist. If they wanted to make a lot of money in these two professions, they had to wait until the 3rd level at least. Moreover, life professions, unlike combat professions, can be upgraded through experience. They can only rely on their proficiency, so the initial investment is very large. As a result, many people with low talents or working professionals from poor families will choose the original subjects in this world in college and return to ordinary life after graduation. So now these two people are just poor bastards. Let alone tens of millions. Even 100,000 may be rare. Boss, did you give too much? You guys performed well today, so the extra money will be considered a reward. Really? Thank you, boss. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Me too. You are my biological brother in this life, the next life, and the next life. Adding the money from selling equipment in the past half month, Fong Chung now has over 200 million in cash in his account. Half a month ago, I still had a loan from a bank. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't anxious at that time. After all, I had never been burdened with so much debt in my entire life. But who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would become a first-generation wealthy man with assets exceeding 100 million? At this time, Fong Cheng's cell phone rang. It was Shuai calling. Master, did you transfer the money to the wrong account? Why is there suddenly an extra million on my card? In Shuai's opinion, she spent almost 100,000 yuan on selling clothes for herself last time. If the young master can give her another 100,000 yuan this time, she will be able to make up for it. But I didn't expect that when I saw the account information, there was an extra zero after the 100,000. She got it wrong twice in a row, and it was true that there was an extra zero, and it was before the decimal point. Now she was not calm anymore. Why would her usually stingy master suddenly transfer 1 million to her? Could it be that he added an extra zero because his hand was shaking? Didn't you forget that I promised to buy you a bag last time? I never bought it, so I'll make it up to you this time. But it doesn't cost 1 million to buy a bag. The rest is your pocket money. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you. By the way, don't spend money recklessly. I promise not to spend money recklessly. But little master, why have you become so generous all of a sudden? Do you know how much that Venom sold for today? Of course it's worth over 100 million, but that's all the master's money, master. Just keep it for yourself and save my future salary for me. These words really hit Fong Cheng's heart. I take back what I just said. What? Just don't spend money recklessly. I just thought about it. If you don't spend 1 million recklessly, how long will it take to spend it all? These words touched Shuai's heart, and her master finally let go of the burden in his heart. After spending this period of time together, she discovered that her master was living half in reality and half in memories. Although I don't know why this happened, it's a good thing that the master has come out now. But master, we still need to save money to buy equipment. Equipment needs to be purchased and money needs to be spent. I have come to realize that saving money is not enough. The key is to increase revenue. Thinking back to how he was a debtor who had mortgaged his house half a month ago, and now he has a huge sum of 300 million yuan. Did I save this money? I earned it. With my current abilities, as long as I work harder, I won't be afraid of running out of money. Of course, the most important thing is that I have now accepted Shuai. She is my only relative in this world. When there are no conditions, asking her to live frugally with me is a last resort. Now that I have the conditions, if I still want her to suffer with me, that would be really inhumane of me. So after hanging up the phone, Fong Chung transferred another 5 million to her. As for equipment, who would sell good equipment? Just like myself, I sold so much equipment, and it was all garbage. I keep everything I like for myself. If you want good equipment in the early stage, you have to rely on brushing boss equipment. As for the later stages, you can either brush boss equipment or buy it. Blacksmiths, after the third transformation, are called craftsmen, and the equipment they make at this time is barely presentable. As for the master craftsmen and god craftsmen who come later, blacksmiths of this level will not lower their status to make low-level equipment. Secondly, high-level magic equipment, which is equivalent to national treasures, cannot be bought with money, but must be exchanged with contribution points. After all, good equipment cannot be bought with money. There are 12 days left before the National College entrance examination. If you want to be admitted to Modu College and investigate the truth behind Uncle Chai's death, a second transfer is a must. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the job transfer quest to get a few sets of boss equipment, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Boss, do you want to have your feet washed? I'll treat you. Lu Wulong patted his chest and said proudly. How old are you? You want to wash your feet? Zhu Fengchu continued. Boss, we are all 18 years old, and we have wanted to go for a long time, but we just didn't have the money. Now that you have given us a huge sum of money, it's a good opportunity for us to test the waters. Have all of your professional levels reached level 10? No, I'm only level 6. I'm better than Lu Wulong. I'm level 7. Have you run out of the ingredients I gave you? No. In the past half-month, the eldest brother has been feeding me so much that my father has built a big warehouse for me. Me too. Then why don't you go back and level up? If I remember correctly, for life professionals who want to enter the Magic City Academy, the minimum requirement is to have the most basic skills. Well, what? I'm going to Magic City. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Don't. Boss, didn't we agree on this? The three of us brothers must advance and retreat together. That's right, we will follow you for the rest of our lives. Boss, you can't abandon me. Why don't you go back and level up? Why wash your feet? Boss, don't just talk about us. Are you confident that you can get into Magic City College now? I'm already level 22, and will be in my second promotion soon. You guys can handle it yourself. At this time, at home, Shuang entered the room holding a set of LSP female makeup clothing. She decided that she must reward her little master today. Chapter 51, The Younger Sister, Who Came to See My Mom. Happy community. Shuang, dressed in a maid outfit, was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the sound of the key opening the door, she ran out quickly. Master, you are back. She was wearing a black high-heeled miniskirt with silky fabric and a white headdress on her fiery red long hair. Which LSP designed this maid outfit? The two slimes hidden in Tao Xin's collar were lying at the door to protest to Feng Cheng that this house was too narrow. And the short skirt underneath was actually just a face-saving project. It was exposed as soon as she turned around. What are you trying to do? Isn't Sister Sue at home? Sister Sue is not here. She went to see her daughter. Master, please change your shoes first. Shuang knelt in front of Feng Cheng, took out a new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet at the door, and then started to take off Feng Cheng's shoes. Master, your shoes are too old. I bought you a few new pairs today. Try them tomorrow. Master, the meal will be ready soon. Please wait. Sister Sue has a daughter, and she is still in Yujiang City? Yes. I heard from Sister Sue that her daughter is a top student at the Magic City College and is currently interning at the Demon Hunting Department. Isn't her daughter a vicious beast? Her husband is human, so she is half human. According to Dragon Country's laws, such a mixed-race child can obtain Dragon Country household registration as long as he has Dragon Country bloodline and a good background. After this world was invaded by the game world, humans did suffer a huge shock at first. Of course, this crisis has not been completely resolved yet. But after the Dragon Kingdom was established, it tried to live in peace with the indigenous people of the gaming world based on the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences. The encounter between the two civilizations was an accident, not anyone's subjective will. It was a disaster for mankind, and it is also a disaster for them. Of course, in Feng Cheng's opinion, the most crucial point is that the Dragon Kingdom was weak when it was first established. If you want to carve out a path among the nations of the world, you can only seek change. However, obtaining a household registration in Manhwa is not as easy as Shuang said. First, they must be an alien in the territory of Manhwa. Second, they must have served in Manhwa for more than 10 years, or become a war pet like Shuang with a contract period of more than 10 years. If you can accept this condition, Manhwa welcomes you. If you cannot accept this, the Dragon Kingdom will have no choice but to destroy you. Why haven't I heard Sister Sue mention it before? It's the first day I met you. How can I tell you everything? Does Sister Sue have any opinions on the contract? You just remembered to consider her feelings now? Now that the contract has been completed, it's useless even if she has any objections. Did I do something a little unkind? Shuang poked her head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, Don't worry. She was indeed very resistant before, but now that she has figured it out, she is still very grateful to you. Yeah. Of course, he was resistant before because he was afraid that becoming your battle pet would affect his daughter's future. After all, this supreme contract is for a lifetime. If it really affects her daughter, then her daughter's life will be ruined. But later, when I told her that you are Shui Yan's disciple, not only will she no longer be a burden to her daughter, but on the contrary, she will become a great help to her son. She figured it out. So, she did it all for my master's sake? Not entirely. Didn't you let her evolve into a giant dragon of life? This is a rank 10 divine beast. It's something she never dreamed of. Even without Yin Shui's relationship, she could still use her identity as a divine beast to let her daughter live a better life. All right. Turn off the lights and eat. Turn off the lights to eat? What do you mean? Candlelight dinner. Shuang lit a red candle, poured red wine into the goblet, and then sat directly on Feng Cheng's lap. Open your mouth. Shuang cut a piece of steak and put it into Feng Cheng's mouth. Is it delicious, little master? Good. What do you mean it's okay? I studied the tutorial for a long time. It's mainly because I don't like eating it raw. Raw? No way. Shuang took a bite and said, No problem. It's delicious. Maybe I'm just not used to it. After all, I couldn't afford these high-end foods before. Shuang put her arm around Feng Cheng's neck and smiled. What does the master like to eat? I'll make it for you next time. Didn't you say that all the housework will be done by Sister Sue from now on? Housework is housework. How can it be confused with making delicious food for the master? Okay then, pine nut fish. Okay, I'll make it for you tomorrow. Master, let's have a drink. Fong Chung just picked up the wine glass, but Shuang held his hand. Then she took a sip herself and moved closer to Fong Chung. Seeing that Fong Chung didn't react, she puffed her cheeks, pouted her lips, and hummed twice. Is that what you call a sip for two? Fong Chung looked around and made sure that no one was home. Then he stopped her from talking. Gulp, gulp. After taking a sip of the wine, I found that this spicy red wine tastes even stronger than white wine. When the bottle of red wine was finished, both of them had sweat on their foreheads. There's nothing you can do about it. It's a bit hot in the July evening. Two people sitting together would be like a furnace. Shuang lifted the hair stuck to the corner of her mouth and said with a red face, Master, let's drink another sip. Gulp, gulp. The sunset clouds outside the window are particularly charming today. Although it is still early to turn on the lights, Fong Chung has already started cleaning the large chandelier in his home. Shuang was like someone with hemorrhoids, groaning and groaning, unable to sit still or stand up. Shuang let out a soft cry and discovered that someone was stealing her cherries. My little master, you are so bad. Bad. I just wanted to give you a small reward today, but you wanted to set me on fire. Now that the fire is burning, what do you say I should do? I remember there seemed to be a fire extinguisher in my room. You wish. Call me sister first. Elder sister. You are so good, my little master. Why do you like me so much? I have liked you since the first time I saw you. Do you know that? You seem to be a bird then. You've guessed wrong. Although I was conscious before, I was always in a daze because my rank was too low. It was not until the moment you enlightened me that I came to my senses. Looking at you in the flames, I wondered how there could be such a handsome little boy in the world. You're kidding. They say that when a baby bird hatches, it will identify the first creature it sees as its parent. Little rascal, do you want to take advantage of your sister? Okay, let's go find a fire extinguisher. Otherwise, it will be terrible if the fire gets out of control. I am sorry. Little master, I can't do that today. Why? Shuang smiled and took his hand, exploring into the depths of the universe. Wearing cotton pants in such hot weather? No, this is... The mythical beasts also have their periods? Shuang smiled slightly. My little master, I'm really sorry. You won't blame me, will you? It's okay. There's a long way to go. But don't be too discouraged, little master. I have a little trick for you. So Shuang knelt on the ground with her legs in an 8 shape, put her hands on Fong Cheng's legs, and smiled at him. Isn't this a bad idea? I don't want to see the little master suffer. I mean, this is the living room. But just then there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Such a killjoy. Maybe it's Sister Suhu's back. Go change your clothes quickly. I'll go open the door. Seeing Shuang enter the room, Fong Chung opened the door and saw that the person who came was not Sister Su, but the beautiful young lady he had met once before in the demon hunting team. Finally, I found you. Where's my mother? Chapter 52, The Troublesome Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Fong Chung was already unhappy because his good time was interrupted. As soon as he opened the door, this woman asked him for her mother. The kind of woman Fong Chung hates the most is the kind who thinks they are privileged just because they are beautiful. What's so great about being fierce? Sorry, I don't sell moms here. Please ask somewhere else. Su Meow Meow pressed the door that Fong Chung wanted to close with her backhand. Stop pretending and hand over my mother, or I will never let you go. I'm telling you, woman, are you sick? Your mother is missing. What does it have to do with me? At this time, Shuang, who had changed her clothes, came out. Master, who is here? I don't know, a psychopath. Just as Fong Chung turned around to talk to Shuang, Su Meow Meow pushed the door open and rushed in. Standing in the living room, he looked around and said, Where did you hide my mother? Is she in the battle pet space? Let my mother out now. At this time, Shuang asked, Are you Meow Meow? Did you call Meow Meow? This woman has a really bad temper, nothing like her mother. However, when he heard that she was Sister Su's daughter, Fong Cheng's anger subsided a lot. Your mother went to look for you. Didn't you meet her? My mother came to see me? Shuang nodded. Yes. After Sister Su and I parted at the mall, she said she was going to the demon hunting department to find you, but you came to our house instead. You must have taken the wrong path. Su Meow Meow looked Shuang up and down and asked, Are you also his battle pet? Yeah. What's wrong? LSP. Why would Yin Shui accept someone like you as his disciple? Fang Chink, Gradusov de Gradusov. Shuang chuckled. Meow Meow, you misunderstood. My master is not what you think. Okay, I don't care about your business, but my mother must be returned to me. Didn't I tell you? You got lost on the road, and your mother isn't here with me. I'm telling you to break up with my mom, or I'm not done with him. This may be difficult. Do it for me no matter how difficult it is, otherwise I will never let you go. The contract I signed with her is the highest one, and it cannot be broken. You actually asked my mother to sign the highest contract with you? I will fight you. After saying that, he pounced towards Fong Chung. Fortunately, Su Jie came back at this time. Meow Meow, stop, what are you doing? Mom. Su Meow Meow was stunned for a moment, then threw herself into Su Jie's arms, hugged Su Jie, and started crying. What's wrong, Meow Meow? It's okay, I just miss my mom. When she heard that Tian Bongda planned the early Anxia case, she was really scared. Because at that time, her mother, as Tian Bongda's battle pet, must fight for Tian Bongda. But this time the leader is Captain Chun. How can they be the opponent of Lao Chun? In addition, it was such a big case. Even if Captain Chun knew that she was his mother, he would not have shown any mercy under such circumstances. Later, even though I heard that my mother was fine, I was still skeptical. It was not until she saw with her own eyes that her mother was fine that she finally breathed a sigh of relief and burst into tears of joy. Su Jie stroked her daughter's back and comforted her. Okay, you're already this grown up and you're still crying. The master and the others are watching. Aren't you ashamed? I don't allow you to call him master. I asked him to terminate the contract with you. Mom, I've become a regular employee now. I can support you in the future. Really? When did it happen? Mom, that's not the point. The point is that I want him to terminate his contract with you. After that, the other party said, did you hear me? Cancel the contract with my mother. How? Kill me? Then your mother will die too. You, seeing that her daughter was about to attack again, Su Jie quickly stopped her and said, Master, can I talk to my daughter alone? I told you, except for the fighting time, you are free at any other time. Thank you, Master. Su Meow Meow was dragged out of Fong Cheng's house by Su Jie very reluctantly. Looking at the door that Su Jie closed, Shuang said with emotion, Sister Su looks so young, I didn't expect her daughter to be this big already. Fong Chung nodded in agreement. Yes, if you walk down the street, someone who doesn't know would think they are two sisters. But at this time on the road, Su Meow Meow was in a very low mood, completely different from the aggressive person she was in Fong Cheng's house. I am sorry, Mom. It's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have signed such a contract with him. Silly child. Mommy doesn't feel wronged at all, really. How can I not feel wronged? I heard from Captain Chun about the contract you signed with him. He was clearly taking advantage of someone in distress. Maybe, but Mom really doesn't feel wrong now. On the contrary, she feels very lucky. Mom, did he drug you? He forced you to sign the Supreme contract, and you actually feel lucky? Silly child. That's because you don't know what kind of fortune the Master has given me. Mom, you're not allowed to call him Master. Okay, don't yell, but do you know? After Mom follows him, even if you are not in the demon hunting division, as long as Mom is here, no one will dare to bully you. Just because he is Yin Shuai's disciple. Yin Shuai is actually just the icing on the cake. Then why? I'm sorry, daughter. I can't tell you right now without the Master's permission, and you shouldn't ask. He used the power of the contract to coerce you. No, Master is not that kind of person. He is actually a very interesting young man. You will know it after you get along with him for a long time. I don't want to get along with him. And didn't I tell you not to call him Master? Why did you call him Master again? Silly daughter, this is the highest contract. Even a divine beast cannot resist it. Su Meow Meow also knew this, but she felt uncomfortable hearing her mother call someone else Master. In Fong Cheng's living room, Shuang sat on the sofa, holding her chin with both hands, and acted cute towards Fong Chung. Oh, degree, Omega degree, oh. Young Master, do you think Sister Su will come back tonight? I don't know, I don't think he'll come back. Real. It's not easy for mother and daughter to be reunited. There must be a lot to talk about. One night is not enough. That makes sense. Master, should we continue? After Su Meow Meow's commotion, Fong Ching no longer had any interest. He looked out the window and said, It's still early. How about we go to the movies? Spazu shadozu. Ue. No, I just want to kiss my master. After saying that, she placed one of her long black stockings on Fong Cheng's leg and rubbed it. It's no use. What are you thinking about? I just want the master to massage my legs. So, well, please help me take off my high heels. I've been wearing them all day and my feet hurt so much. How many days have you not washed your feet? How often would the master like me to wash? After saying that, he put the other foot up. Master, please massage this one for me too. You are playing with fire. Then let's go find the extinguisher in the room. Did you forget that your aunt locked the door? Auntie is guarding the front door and not letting anyone in. But master, you forgot. Don't we have a back door? Is this possible? How do we know if we don't try? Besides, even if the back is blocked, don't we still have the skylight? But at this moment, Fong Cheng's phone rang. Who is it? The boss is me, Lu Wulong. What's up? Boss, something happened to Zhu Fengchu. Chapter 53, How can this kid be more brutal than the social people? Fong Cheng put Shuang's legs on the sofa and said to Lu Wulong seriously, what happened to that kid? That guy hired a technician at a bath center. No one knows what he did there, but he was caught by her boyfriend. Now he wants 5 million to redeem her, or else he'll break his third leg. It's not like you can't come up with 5 million. Boss, this is not about the money. The key is that the group has evidence in their hands. I'm worried that the group will turn this into a long-term sale. So what do you mean by calling me? Boss, don't you have connections with the Demon Hunting Bureau? See if you can settle this matter once and for all. Where are you? Blue Sea and Blue Sky Bath Center. After hanging up the phone, Fong Cheng decided to go and take a look. If it was really about money, Fong Cheng would have wanted to teach those two guys a lesson by paying for it. But now it seems that the two guys seem to have been set up by someone else. A group of people went to catch them in an affair and left evidence behind, which clearly showed that they were well prepared. And this has something to do with me too. If I hadn't given them so much money, they wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. Master, are you going? Well, Zhu Fengchu has done something wrong. I'll go take a look. Then I'll go with you. Forget it. That's not a good place. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Fong Cheng went out and took a taxi. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the bath center, he saw Lu Wulong squatting on the curb. What are you doing squatting there? When Lu Wulong saw Fong Cheng, he immediately ran away excitedly. Boss, why are you the only one here? So what else do you want? The boss and his men are quite numerous. I'm afraid you can't hold your own. Okay, where's that kid Zhu Fengchu? It's on the 7th floor. Boss, it's just the two of us going up. Is that really okay? Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. The two men came to the 7th floor, and Lu Wulong went forward and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a young man with Korean bangs. He stuck his head out from the crack in the door and looked around. Seeing that only Fong Cheng and Lu Wulong were there, he opened the door. When the door opened, there were 5 people sitting in the room, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman was wrapped in a bath towel, sitting on the windowsill smoking. 2 men were guarding the door. One was standing next to Zhu Fengchu, and the other one should be the boss of these people. He had Korean-style side bangs and was sitting on a chair with his legs spread out. Boss! Zhu Fengchu cried out in grievance and was about to stand up, but was pushed back onto the bed by the guy next to him. Fong Cheng now had time to look at him. The left side of his face was swollen like a bun, and there was blood under his nose. Fortunately, they were only minor injuries, and Fong Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Are you this boy's boss? Fong Cheng ignored him and pulled a chair for himself to sit down. Then he looked at the aggrieved Zhu Fengchu and said, what was the price you agreed with this woman? This? Explain. 3,000. This isn't some high-end club. $3,000 is obviously a scam. The woman on the windowsill was unhappy when she heard this. Bullshit. Who said I'm a technician here? Oh, that's a wild chicken, and it's even less worth the price. But since you agreed on 3,000, I won't deny it. After saying that, he took out 3,000 yuan and handed it to Ziliu Hai. What do you mean, sending away beggars? You heard it too. This is the price your girlfriend and my brother agreed on. I slept with my girlfriend, and you want to get away with it for 3,000 yuan. Are you crazy? Since she's your girlfriend, why did you ask her to sell herself out? Why would I give you 5 million when the price is clearly marked? You fucking... Ziliu Hai suddenly stood up and slapped Fong Cheng in the face. Fong Cheng just sat there without moving, as if he was frightened. After all, the opponent is a level 30 warrior, and Fong Cheng is just a beastmaster, and close combat is not his strong point. However, in the next moment, Fong Cheng's kick arrived first. With a snap, everyone seemed to hear Dandan's sadness. She covered her balls with her slanted bangs and knelt in front of Fong Cheng very reluctantly. At this moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded and subconsciously covered their balls. Even the woman on the windowsill was frightened. The side bangs, who was sweating profusely from the pain, shouted hysterically, "Kill him for me." The two guards launched a sneak attack from behind at the same time. The woman sitting on the windowsill, smoking, quickly flicked the cigarette, but in her hand towards Fong Cheng's eyes before standing up. As for the henchman who was watching Zhu Fengchu, he didn't move, so he was lucky. In a flash, Fong Cheng grabbed the man's bangs by the hair and lifted him up, causing the woman's cigarette but to hit his eyes. Then he slightly tilted his head to avoid the sneak attack from behind, and while letting go of his side bangs, he grabbed the hair of the person behind him and pushed him forward, using his face to block the other person's fist. Then he punched them both against the wall. At this time, the woman also formed a green magic circle with her hands. Fong Cheng grabbed his side bangs and looked at the woman and said, "Think carefully before using magic in the city." The woman hesitated, but heard Shi Luhai angrily say, "Kill him for me, and I will bear all the consequences." The woman no longer hesitated, completed the spell, and shot a wooden spear out from the magic circle. However, Fong Cheng grabbed him sideways and stabbed him in the calf with his backhand, pinning his leg to the floor, forcing him into a kneeling position. Even Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were dumbfounded. Wasn't Fong Cheng a beastmaster? How come he looked even more powerful than a warrior? Shi Luhai's hands were scratching in pain, but his calves were nailed to the floor, and he could only kneel and couldn't stand up. Fong Cheng glanced at Zhu Fengchu and said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go. I'm leaving now. I also know that it is better to kill someone than to make enemies, but this is a city with surveillance arrays everywhere. Do you want to kill me?" Silence? That's not what I meant. Let's sit down. One of the two guys who had been knocked away by Fong Cheng's punch suddenly jumped up, pounced on Lu Wulong, who was right in front of him, grabbed his neck, and blocked him in front of him. "None of you can leave today." Fong Cheng frowned. "From the country of pickle cabbage? What country do you care what I'm from? If you don't want a friend to die, kneel down." Fong Cheng smiled coldly, turned around, and slapped their boss, knocking out a row of his back teeth. "Let him go, or I'll beat him to death." The henchman was also stunned, looking at the boss's mouth full of blood, but unable to close. Is this guy really a student? How can he be more ruthless than us social people? At this time, the side bang behind him said vaguely, "Wake up, King, if you have the guts. Kill me today, otherwise you will die." "Do you know me?" The man with side bangs leaned on the wooden spear and smiled coldly at Fong Cheng with his bloody mouth. Fong Cheng reached out and grabbed the wooden spear behind him, then leaned over and smiled. Just as everyone stretched their necks to see what he would say, he suddenly pulled out a wooden spear, swung it with his backhand, and stabbed the henchman behind Lu Wulong. "Ah, my eyes." The henchman let go of Lu Wulong and rolled on the ground, covering his eyes. After all, they were in the city, so Fong Cheng had to hold back. Otherwise, the spear would not blind his eyes, but would directly pierce his head. At this time, the man and woman left in a room were completely frightened by Fong Cheng's brutality. "Let's go." They're leaving now. Lu Wulong looked at the three guys on the ground in surprise. One had his calf pierced, one was blinded, and the other was lying in the corner, his life or death unknown. After coming out of the room, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick still felt like they were dreaming. "Boss, are we leaving like this?" "You reminded me. I almost forgot to call the police. Things are a bit weird today, so I think it would be a good idea to tell Lao Chen." Chapter 54, Brainless Fans. When they heard Fong Cheng was going to call the police, Wulong and Feng Chu were completely paralyzed. "Call the police? Boss, are you kidding me? Even if we are the victims, the few times you hit us just now can be considered as excessive self-defense, right?" "Yeah, boss. Even if the police don't hold us responsible, it's not good for us as students to come to a place like this." Fong Cheng didn't bother to pay attention to these two cowards and directly called Chun Jingyang. "Hello, Lao Chun, it's me, Fong Cheng. I know it's you, kid. Don't worry, I'll give you the balance tomorrow. If you don't know, you might think I owe you a loan shark. I just ran into some people from the sour cabbage country." Chun Jingyang was stunned for a moment, then asked seriously, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. They are at the Blue Sea and Blue Sky Bath Center now. Do you want to come over and take a look?" "Okay, I'll be there right away." Seeing Fong Cheng hung up the phone, Lu Wulong was surprised and asked, "Boss, did you really call the police?" "Those guys might be spies from the sour cabbage country. It's better to be safe than sorry." "Spy? Don't be ridiculous, old man. How is this possible?" If it were in the past, Fong Cheng would not have thought about it in this way. After all, for most people, spies are something they have only seen in movies and TV dramas. who has seen one in real life now. However, Fong Chung, who had experienced 2 assassination attempts, knew that those things were not that rare and were around everyone at the time. Seeing the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau appear on the street corner, Fong Chung got into a taxi with Wolong and Feng Chu. Are you still going to wash your feet? No. Washing feet is too dangerous. From now on, we won't wash our feet anymore. Fong Chung smiled slightly. Although today's incident was most likely directed at him, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let these 2 guys learn a lesson so that they wouldn't become arrogant after having money in their pockets. It is a big taboo in life to be unworthy of one's position. Early the next morning, Lao Chen called. Hey, are you awake yet? What's up? I just want to tell you about the situation of those guys yesterday. Those guys are from our dragon country, not from the Swan Side country. Fong Chung was stunned. Was he overthinking? Then Old Chen changed the subject and said, but they did come for you, so they are half spies. What do you mean by half? The Swan Side country has a beauty plan targeting our dragon country, which is to use their country's popular stars, film and television works, and other cultural products to brainwash our dragon country's teenagers. It is then controlled by fan clubs, which have complex structures and clear division of labor. Those guys yesterday were members of the RJ fan club. After their idol slandered you, they got angry and wanted to teach you a lesson. A bunch of idiots. By the way, what is RJ? A star from the country of pickled vegetables, whose real name is Park Sung-jong. You don't even know him? I'm not interested in that. Does the government not care about this kind of thing? Alas, at present, fan clubs are still legal in Dragon Country, and you are not an important figure. It is impossible to ban them just based on what happened last night. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Wait a minute, don't hang up yet. Anything else? I think what happened yesterday was just a prelude. They will definitely have a follow-up. The college entrance examination will be held in 11 days. If they take advantage of this incident, there will be many idiots in the examination room who will want to kill you. Okay, I see. Oh, and my 2 classmates won't be implicated, right? Don't worry about that. Their so-called evidence has been destroyed by us. Besides, they are mainly targeting you. They don't even know the names of your 2 classmates. Even if they are on the 1-1 list, they are fake names they made up. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chen leaned back in his chair and rubbed his nose. Then he picked up the cup on the table and was about to take a sip of wolfberry tea. However, there was only 1 jar of wolfberries left, and the water had been drunk up long ago. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Enter. Su Meow Meow, with a long ponytail, pushed the door and walked away. Uncle Chun, are you looking for me? I have a wound to take care of for you. Really? I promised to complete the mission. By the way, what mission is it? Chun Jingyong took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and threw them on the desk. This is the key to room 302, Unit 1, Building B, Xingfu Community. Your mission is to protect your neighbors from now until the start of the college semester. Su Meow Meow frowned. Why did this address sound so familiar? Suddenly her eyes widened. Uncle Chun, are you talking about Fong Chung? You want me to protect him? That's right. Can I refuse? This is your first assignment after becoming a regular employee. Are you sure you want to refuse? But why me? There are so many people on the team. Can't we change someone? Who told you to look like a student? It was only half a month. It was over in the blink of an eye. Seeing Su Meow Meow's extremely reluctant look, Old Chun sighed. This silly girl really didn't know how to appreciate her blessings. Others would fight for the opportunity to appear in front of Yin Shuai, but she was unwilling to do so. Fong Chung bought 2 baskets of dumplings, for fried dough sticks, and 2 bowls of soy milk. When I got home, I saw Shuai wearing a golden suspender nightgown, coming out of the room yawning. Are you up? Shuai rubbed her messy long hair and asked sleepily, Master, why did you come back from outside so early? Go buy breakfast, go brush your teeth, and come over for breakfast. When Shuai came out after washing up, Fong Chung had already finished breakfast and was sitting on the sofa, browsing his phone. Sure enough, the topic related to yesterday's incident has been posted. What's wrong with them saving their girlfriend late at night? Shocking. A senior high school student actually did that kind of thing in a bath center. Fong Chung was worried that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix would be implicated, so he clicked on the news, only to find that the news had been deleted. It seems that the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau are also paying attention to this matter, and their actions are faster than I thought. Shuai, who was eating, suddenly had a cold look in her charming eyes. Her aura was so cold that it seemed that even the soy milk on the table was chilled. But the next moment, she burst into laughter. Isn't this courting death? Seeing Fong Chung looking at him with confusion, he showed him the short video he had seen. The background of the video is the Yujiang City Police Station. The protagonists are a group of young people, both men and women, dressed in fashionable clothes. They clamored for the police station to release the person and held up banners. A bunch of brainwashed idiots. Fong Chung expressed his opinion. Shuaing looked at her phone and nodded. Nowadays, these young people are so obsessed with idols that they go to ask for help without even understanding the situation. Do they really think the police station is their school? What's going on? Didn't the authorities say that? The guys we caught at the bath center last night were extortionists, which is a crime under the criminal law. How can we let these stupid guys go just because they make a few noises? If things go wrong, all those who are causing trouble will be arrested. No one who is looking for trouble can escape. After a while, Shuang suddenly picked up the phone, stood up and said, "Master, we may have to move." "What's wrong? You've been doxxed." Then he sat down next to Fong Chung and pointed at the phone and said, "Look, isn't this our home? Hey, why is it gone?" Shuang shook her phone and found that it was not because her phone signal was bad, but that the original video had been deleted. "Master, what's going on here? A few hooligans are setting up a trap at the bathing center. How come they are involving you?" "Because the one who was set up was Zhu Fengchu." "You mean that's why you went out yesterday?" "Well, this involves the country of pickled cabbage, a beauty project. You're still determined to do this. What should we do now? Look at all the idiots who posted videos online to denounce you, saying that you are the murderer and those RJ leaked from yesterday are the victims. Chapter 55 Plastique Alliance. What should we do?" Fong Chung said casually. Shuang pointed outside the window and said, "Those idiots outside are already at the gate of our community. Honestly, I really want to teach those guys a lesson on how to behave themselves on their behalf. But then I thought if I really do that, it might play into someone's hands, so I decided not to do anything. If we do nothing, won't they become even more arrogant? They have millions of fans combined, and even an official announcement is useless, let alone us two mouths. But I'm worried, if this matter gets out of hand, will it affect the master's exam?" "Don't worry, the Dragon Country officials are not stupid. They know exactly who the victim is. Besides, I have a cheat master here. How dare they stop me from taking the exam?" "That's true, but looking at those idiots on the internet, I still feel a little angry. Can you contact Sister Sue?" "What? Leave the city? Going out at this time?" "Well, on the one hand, the second-level mission has not been completed yet. On the other hand, Sister Sue has just evolved and her level has dropped to level 1. She needs to be upgraded. Also, we can silence her by taking action outside the city." "That makes sense. I'll call Sister Sue now." In a high-end office building in Shanghai, Park Sung-jong sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, one hand on his temple and the other on his phone. There was a faint sneer on his face, his chin was as big as a shoe horn, and no one knew how much glassy acid he had injected. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, he turned around and saw that it was his agent Park Taiwan. Park Taiwan, dressed in a black suit, had the same sauerkraut-style airbangs as Park Sung-kyung, and his chin was filled like a pig's elbow, making his smile uglier than his crying. On the surface, he is Park Sung-jong's agent, but in reality he is his boss. There are many groups like them in the beauty plan of Sauerkraut Country, and they are just one of them. "Did you post a video before?" Park Taiwan leaned on the desk, folded his hands, and looked at Park Sung-jong in front of the window. "Didn't you delete them all?" Park Sung-jong asked without even turning his head. "Are you stupid? Leave this kind of thing to those idiots from Dragon Country. Why are you joining in the fun? After all, I am their idol, so it would be bad if I don't express my opinion, right?" "What the hell? You are leaving evidence for the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunting Division. Do you know that? I think you have been a little arrogant these years, so don't talk nonsense outside without my permission, okay?" Okay. I just want those idiots to work harder. How dare you be so mean to me? Okay, stop being disgusting. If your stupid fans knew that their idol is a sissy, your value to our great Sour Cabbage Empire would be greatly reduced. There's no outsider here. What are you afraid of? Okay, let's get down to business. I just received an order from my superiors. The assassination of the Dragon Country genius is now in our charge. Please prepare. Oh, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that I was an agent. Isn't it good to be an idol? Not only can you make a lot of money, but you also have a bunch of crazy fans for Dragon Country. You don't know that when I came out of the teleportation station, I was surrounded by people. Even our president may not be treated like this. Park Sung-kyung, please be careful with your words. I know. I was just saying that. By the way, what did you ask me to prepare? Park Taiwan threw a folder on the table at Park Sungjeong. These are a few fans with good strength that I selected from the southwestern province. They have agreed to help us assassinate Fong Chung in the examination room. But the condition is that they have to have a meeting with you. I can't, you know. Besides, there are a few men on it. What does that mean? Of course, it's not unacceptable. But if this gets out, won't my positive and sunny personality be ruined? I'm just going to Shuangliu City to play with them for a few days. If there are really female fans who want to do that with you, don't you still have me? I heard that the guy named Fong Chung is quite powerful. Even the Tian family suffered twice at his hands. You gave me these idiots. Can they do it? They're just the main attackers. I have also prepared a group of cannon fodder for them to fight each other. How sure are you? There are many ways to destroy a man without necessarily killing him. Of course, it would be best if they could kill him. Even if they can't kill him, don't forget that they're all Dragon Country people. With such a spectacular fight among themselves, do you think that kid can still gain a foothold in Dragon Country in the future? Park Sungjeong gave Park Bu-sung a thumbs up and said with a smug look on his face, I think your method is very smart. Pu Buching smiled coldly. Okay, I still have to go meet the people from Plaster Country and the North Atlantic Federation, so please don't post videos like that again. Why do we still want to cooperate with the Plaster Country? I hate them so much. I hate it too, but if it can stop the rise of Dragon Country, there's nothing wrong with cooperating with Plaster Country. In Jinling City, the Tian family built a Plaster Country-style street. When this street was first built, it caused a lot of uproar in the city. Even now, every day there's still many people who are blocked outside by security guards and protest with signs. But with the Tian family's powerful strength and connections in both the black and white worlds, they still built this street. Moreover, after it was built, many idiots came here to experience the culture of Plaster Country. White paper umbrellas, small lanterns, cherry blossoms, cobblestone roads, wooden bridges, and flowing water, as well as young men and women wearing clothes from the Plaster Country on the streets. If you don't know, you would think Nanjing has fallen. A building with a plaster-style exterior. Madaro, a little dog wearing the costume of the Plaster Country, stood on the balcony with his hands on his hips, overlooking the long street. It would be great if the entire Dragon Kingdom could be like this. At this time, there was a sound of opening the door behind him. Konomitaro turned around and saw that it was his subordinate Mai Jiro, but he didn't think much about it. Little dog Shama, according to the latest intelligence, our superiors asked us to fully cooperate with the actions of the Sour Cabbage Country this time. Jiro Mai respectfully handed a black folder to the little dog Mataro. When he heard that he had to cooperate with the actions of the Sour Cabbage Country, he felt very unhappy. The small country of sauerkraut will sooner or later become the territory of our great Plaster Empire. Why should we cooperate with his actions? But after he read the order given to him by his superiors, he still agreed without any temper. The plan of the Swansai Nation is really vicious this time. They actually thought of letting the Dragon Nation fight each other. Even if that young man named Fong Chung doesn't die this time, he will no longer have a place to stand in the entire Dragon Nation. Little dog Shama, what is our next mission? Madaru Kuji casually slapped the folder into his hand and said with a smile, there are still many people in Dragon Country who yearn for our culture. Let's find a group of pioneers among them to cooperate with the actions of the Sour Cabbage Country. By the way, I saw a very interesting video before. After saying that, he handed the phone to Miyagi Jiro, who took it and looked at it, and asked in surprise, Park Sungjeong, isn't it interesting? After this operation is over, we will no longer have a cooperative relationship with Swansai. Then you can send this video to the Demon Hunting Department of Dragon Country. In Yujiang City, a group of idiots came to the gate of Xingfu community. They want to avenge Fong Chung for their families. Those idiots who were crippled by Fong Chung. They're all from the HJ family. Park Sung-kyung said, family. We are a family. We must unite and help each other. So this group of idiots didn't care what those guys had done wrong. They just knew that Fong Chung beat their family members, so Fong Chung was wrong. As a result, when the police car arrived, these family members immediately became timid. After a while, the police car also left, but two people were left behind. One was Su Jie, and the other was Su Miao Miao. Why did Sister Su bring that girl here? Chapter 56 Official Boss Map. Seeing Su Miao Miao, Fong Chung couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. At first, he really didn't expect that Sister Su actually had such a big daughter. The key point was that her personality was like a little pepper, and she didn't give people a chance to explain it all. However, if Fang Cheng were given another chance, he would still sign a contract with Su Jie. Because a good seedling like the life dragon is hard to come by. If I hadn't wanted to keep her as a war pet, I would have called Shuaing and killed her. Mr. Fang, open the door. Fang Cheng winked at Shuaing, who smiled slightly and opened the door. Sister Su, why are you here? Who is your sister? Su Miao Miao asked unhappily. Shuaing laughed and said, How can you be so rude, little girl? Call me auntie. Why? Because your mother and I are sisters. Don't even think about it. This kid is so rude. Su Jie smiled and said, Okay, Sister Shuaing, stop teasing her. Is a master here? I'm here. I was just about to leave when I saw you guys. By the way, Sister Su, why did you bring your niece with you? He has a mission. Ask. Well, he was ordered to protect the master. By the way, we will live across from you from now on. Su Miao Miao said unhappily. Don't be happy too soon. It's not me who wants to come here. It's the captain who insisted that I come. I have no choice. Really? Can we change someone else? Do you think I want to come? Okay, stop talking. Su Jie gently poked her daughter, then said to Shu Ying, Can we go in? Sorry, come in quickly. At this time, Fang Cheng came out. Forget it, it's getting late, let's go. Fang, what do you mean? My mother is here, but you won't even let her in? Call me uncle. Shu Ying chuckled. Considering her master's age, it was normal for her to call her sister, but she actually followed her example and asked her to call her uncle. I used to think that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were lying to me, but I didn't expect that the master would actually joke seriously. Rest. Sister Su, this little niece needs to be properly educated. Su Jie was stunned and said quickly, I'm sorry, master. I will definitely teach her a lesson in the future. Shu Ying took Su Jie's hand and said with a smile, The master is joking with you. Did you take it seriously? You only know how to bully my mother. If you keep arguing, I'll put your mother into the battle pet space. You dare. What am I afraid of? Do you want to try it? You. By the way, what does Lao Chi mean by asking you to protect me? How should I know? Why don't you ask the captain? You're just causing me trouble. Hey, what do you mean? Literally. Wait until the next master. You haven't changed your shoes yet. When the four of them arrived at the light rail station, they immediately became a beautiful landscape. Su Jie's gracefulness, Shu Ying's charmingness, and Su Miao Miao's youthful beauty made the male compatriots stare at her in amazement, and Fang Cheng immediately became the object that all the male compatriots wanted to replace. But jealousy is human nature, especially for some single people. Fang Cheng's behavior is indeed a bit too much. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, but you have 3 beauties around him all of a sudden. Is this something a human would do? But no matter how jealous he was, no one was stupid enough to come and cause trouble for Fang Cheng. After all, this is Dragon Country. Apart from the law, most people still have a moral bottom line. The 4 of them boarded the light rail to the Endless Forest. Master, are we going to the Endless Forest to level up this time? When Su Miao Miao heard her mother calling Fang Cheng master again, she felt a little comfortable in her heart, but she said nothing this time. This is a constraint of contractual force and cannot be changed by personal will. It's okay if she is willful once or twice, but if she is always like this, wouldn't she be a fool? It's mainly for job transfer tasks and to raise your level at the same time. Su Miao Miao felt that she had seized the opportunity and said unhappily, My mother is already over level 30. Does she still need you to help her improve? Take a closer look. Su Miao Miao was stunned and then used the detection technique to take a look at her mother. She was immediately surprised and asked, Mom, what's going on? How did you become level 1? Was it that boy who did it? Su Jie looked at Fang Cheng in embarrassment. Master, can you tell my daughter? Say what you should say, and don't say what you shouldn't say. What do you mean? Su Miao Miao asked. Okay, Miao Miao. Mom already felt like a dead person at the time. If the master hadn't been willing to sign the highest contract with me and complete the sharing of life, Mom would have died long ago. How could she talk to you like this now? So what's up with your level? That's a good thing. Over 30 levels are gone just like that. How can this be a good thing? Mom can only tell you that I will become stronger in the future. Don't ask me anything else. Why? Because I can't trust you yet. Fang Cheng said. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the adventurer camp. Fang Cheng took out a map of the Endless Forest, which was made for him by Lu Wulong. It marked the locations of 19 world bosses. Fang Cheng was confident that he could defeat the world boss. The world boss in the Endless Forest was at most level 34. With his current strength, he didn't need to team up with others. He could accomplish the task alone. The most important thing now is whether the map given by Lu Wulong is reliable. Su Miao Miao glanced at the map in Fong Cheng's hand and asked, "Are you really here to complete the job transfer mission? What else? What's your attitude? I wanted to give you some advice, but given your attitude, I won't say anything. What suggestions? If I'm not mistaken, your job transfer mission should be to kill 6 world bosses, right? So there's something wrong with your map. Is there something wrong with this thing?" Fong Chung thought to himself. I knew that guy's stuff was unreliable. Of course, but why should I tell you? How about I ask your mother to ask you? You? Su Miao Miao glared at Fong Chung, her mouth puffed up like a bun, but she finally swallowed her anger. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, his mother is this kid's war pet, a person with the highest contract, and he has no right to refuse her. The boss location marked here is correct, but it is a universal map, which means that many people who fight boss have in their hands. Look at the camp now. Are there not enough people there? Do you think there will be no one guarding the boss in those places? Now, there are only a dozen days left before the college entrance examination, and the leveling area has already been moved from the novice copy to here. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that there are many adventure teams here who make a living by killing bosses. Fong Chung is not afraid of competing with them, but it would be better if he could avoid competing with them. Do you have a solution? Su Miao Miao took out a scroll. This is the internal map. Although there are not many bosses on it, it is enough for you to complete the task. This is what Lao Chung gave you. How do you know? I just said it casually. You shouldn't be too happy too soon. The reason why no one is fighting the bosses here is because these places are restricted areas. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, they are controlled by the authorities. If you want to fight the boss in there, you should see the boss first. Don't we have you here? A level 29, second level warrior. With you here, I can kill the boss alone, not to mention seeing it. How can you be so shameless? You only know how to rely on others for everything. Who told me I'm a beastmaster? I have a battle pet, but I don't use it. I go up and fight with others. Isn't that stupid? How can there be such a shameless profession in this world? No. How did you figure out my profession and rank? Use your eyes. That's impossible. You're only level 22. Your reconnaissance skills can't possibly work on me. Captain Chin told you that, right? Well, that's really smart. After Fong Chung finished studying the map, he led his men on their journey to the Red Rock Canyon. Chapter 57, Is He Really a Beast Tamer? In the sky, sparse shadows transformed into burning sky swallows, flying at lightning speed. Is she really a burning sky swallow? Why do I feel like she's much faster than other burning sky swallows? I'm your aunt. Why are you saying she or her? That's really rude. You wish. After Su Miao Miao finished speaking, she turned back to look at Su Jia. Mom, you and he have the same owner. You should know what she is, right? Your Aunt Ing is Fun Tianyin. Impossible. Fun Tianyin can't be that fast, and she's not my aunt. Silly girl. Your Aunt Ing and I are sisters. So why am I not your aunt? Shuang smiled and said, Did you hear that? Niece, your mother has said so. Hurry up and call me aunt. I won't scream. What can you do to me? I can't do anything to you, but my master can. If you dare to be so rude again, you can ask the master to let your mother sleep with you. When Su Miao Miao heard this, she immediately got furious. You dare. If you dare to do this, do you believe that I will fight you even if it is a violation of discipline? Su Jia blushed and subconsciously glanced at Fong Chung. He won't really let me sleep with him, will he? That shouldn't be the case. Shuang is younger, prettier, and has a better figure than me. How could he possibly be attracted to me? But men are all lustful. What if that day really comes? At this time, Fong Chung cleared his throat awkwardly. Don't let your imagination run wild. Su Jia's face suddenly turned even redder. Master, did you hear everything? Within 3 meters, if the thoughts are too intense, it is not up to me to decide whether or not they can be heard. How dare you eavesdrop on my mother's thoughts? Su Miao Miao said, If I really had activated my psychic powers, I wouldn't have let your Anning call your mother. As long as it is a contract, it has a mental function, which is used to increase the tacit understanding between the master and the combat pet, including, but not limited to, mind communication, mind surveillance, mind confinement, and memory tampering. Fong Chung signed the highest contract with them, so naturally he had all the mental functions, and, as the master, he had the highest authority. However, the mind involves personal privacy, so Fong Chung turned off this function outside of combat. So much so that their team, like any other ordinary team, usually relies on phone calls for matters, and only during battles will they open up telepathy in order to have mutual understanding. Flying over the dense forest, a red valley appeared before everyone. Desolate, because there is no grass here. But for those who have eaten their fill and have nothing to do, this place is a vast expanse of red clouds for 3,000 miles, a magnificent picture scroll, and is beautiful beyond words. To put it simply, it is Danxiao landform. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Mr. Fong. The boss here is the 31st Fire Scorpion King. Are you sure? Fong Chung nodded. That makes sense, Shuang. Let's land here. Let's practice by killing a few monsters first. Good master. The valley was empty, with no trace of human activity, and there was not even a blade of grass except the wind. It seems like no one comes here. Hearing Fong Cheng's words, Su Miao Miao said disdainfully, Nonsense. Who would come here to die for no reason? So what you mean is that Lao Chen wants me to die? I didn't say that, but I have to admit that it was a bit risky for the captain to do this. Take good care of your mother later. Waste. What did you just say? Su Miao Miao looked at Fong Chung in surprise. But at this moment, a giant red scorpion as big as a buffalo suddenly burst out from the red soil in front. Perhaps they smelled the scent of prey. After the first one appeared, the second and third ones quickly burst out from the ground one after another. In a blink of an eye, there were so many of them, it gave people goosebumps. Fire Scorpion. Level 28. Attack skills. Sprint. Level 3. Flame Ray. Level 2. No wonder this place was designated as a restricted area. Not to mention the level of the Fire Scorpions, which has exceeded that of most adventurers. The number alone is enough to scare people to death. It's still not too late for Fong to run away now. Before Su Miao Miao could finish her words, a ray of flame hit Fong Chung. Master Fong, are you okay? Seeing Fong Chung being hit by the flame ray, everyone was shocked, including Su Miao Miao, who had always been at odds with Fong Chung. The Fire Scorpion's flame ray was so strong that even a second-level knight like Fong Chung would lose at least 1/3 of his health if he was hit by it unexpectedly. Moreover, the rays also have a poison attack effect. If you cannot detoxify immediately, you will die even if you are a second-level professional. If it is a first-level mage with weaker defense, or an archer, he can be killed with one blow when he is completely unprepared. However, Fong Chung has Shuang's immunity to fire and all negative effects of Sujia, with the blessing of these two buff effects. The Fire Scorpion's flame ray hit Fong Chung, but other than making his body shake a bit, it had no effect at all. It's okay. Take good care of your mother. Sister Su activates the life aura, and Shuang attacks freely. Mr. Fong, please stop trying to be too arrogant. Su Miao Miao looked at Fong Chung in surprise. She was not like Lao Chun and the others. She had already witnessed Fong Cheng's perversion and still thought he was just holding on. Go cool down. When Fong Chung and Shu Ying released the fire feather dance together to harvest the fire scorpions in the valley, Su Miao Miao felt numb all over. Isn't the guy named Fong a beastmaster? As a beastmaster in battle, you can either hide behind your battle pet and provide it with real-time treatment, or use dark magic to weaken the opponent and perform auxiliary attacks. In short, any normal beastmaster cannot play the main role and can only play a supporting role. Because their magic power is limited, they cannot use powerful magic and can only use magic with low consumption, such as healing, curse, and poison magic. But the Fong Chung in front of him must have been dazzled because he was actually performing fire feather dance. This is a dark gold level skill in fire magic. For a beastmaster like him, even a level 30 first level mage would find it very difficult to release such a skill. Either wear equipment that increases spirit, or wait until the second transformation, when your magic power is greatly improved, otherwise you will be finished if you release one. On the other hand, Fong Chung in front of him released this skill as if he didn't need any magic power. He released it one after another without even having to chant. Yet, his power was comparable to that of the burning sky swallow, a fire-type beast. This completely overturned her three views. Beastmaster, when will you be able to become like a magician? Well, the reason why Fong Chung had seemingly endless magic power to squander was that her mother also made a lot of contributions. With the blessing of the goddess of life, life and magic power recovery increases by 9% per second, plus Fong Cheng's own tenfold increase, that is 90%, plus Fong Cheng's own magic power base is large enough. The amount of mana restored per second is now almost equivalent to that of a mage of the same level. I told you to protect your mother. What are you doing? Fong Cheng suddenly flashed and appeared beside Su Jie, killing a fire scorpion that had escaped with one sword. The dazed Su Miao Miao was suddenly frightened. Is this how you take care of your mother? Faced with Fong Cheng's questioning, the proud Su Miao Miao was speechless. She was indeed frightened just now. Master, I'm fine. Miao Miao didn't do it on purpose. It was my fault just now. Why are you looking at my mother? If you continue like this, I will put your mother into the battle pet space to prevent her from being implicated by you. Who do you look down on, Fong? After saying that, Su Miao Miao's body flashed with light, and she put on a set of golden warrior armor. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a golden spear. The breeze blew her ponytail, making her look heroic, like an alien version of Mu Guiying. I will naturally protect my mother, so you don't have to worry about her. It's really worrying. Fong Cheng returned to Shuang again, and together they harvested the fire scorpions in the valley. Su Miao Miao, who was standing behind him, looked at his back and couldn't help but ask Su Jie beside her, Mom, did I see it wrong just now? When he killed the fire scorpion just now, did he use a knife? Chapter 58, Outrageously Generous. Su Jie nodded. You are not mistaken. The master is not only a beast master, he is also a magic swordsman. Magic swordsman. It's good that you know this, but you mustn't tell anyone. Why? Su Jie smiled slightly. Look at the master now. Isn't he wearing the mage equipment again? He is your master, not mine. Well, he's your uncle. Mom, am I your biological child? Silly child, of course you're my biological child. But do you understand now? I have acknowledged him as my master, and I have not suffered any loss at all. This time, Su Miao Miao surprisingly did not refute. A beast master needs a powerful battle pet, and a battle pet also needs a powerful master. Only in this way can they become stronger together. 20 minutes later, the whole valley was filled with the aroma of barbecue, and the ground was littered with the charred remains of fire scorpions. At the same time, in just 20 minutes, Su Jie rose from level 1 to level 20. However, although Fong Cheng and Shuang also gained a lot of experience, they were still a little short of leveling up. After clearing out the minions, the only thing left is the boss. The terrain here is like a gourd. Just as everyone arrived at the waist of the gourd, they saw a column of air rising into the sky from the ground in the distance. There was an earthquake and a giant fire scorpion broke out of the ground. Before it completely crawled out of the ground, Shuang sighed with fire, causing its head to split open and a pool of blood like magma exploded. But for the 31 Fire Lizard Lord, such damage was not fatal, but instead aroused its ferocity. Sister Su, the thorn vines are entangled. Yes, master. Su Jie opened a green magic circle with her hands, and countless purple vines rose up from around the fire scorpion lord and instantly wrapped it into a dumpling. Fong Cheng's flame gun turned on the Gatling mode. Continuous flames exploded continuously on the fire scorpion's body, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The enraged fire scorpion tried to get up and broke through one vine after another, but more vines pulled it back to the ground again. Then Shuang's second angry sigh came as expected. This time the direct hit blew away half of its body. The fire scorpion lord fell to the ground with a loud bang, followed by an explosion of equipment all over the ground. It's done. According to the rules of this world, as long as the equipment appears, it means that the opponent is dead. It doesn't seem that difficult, does it? Su Miao Miao glanced at Shuang subconsciously. Not difficult? You're too strong, okay? You don't even look at it. It's a level 31, level 5 beast, and it also comes with a boss halo. As far as she knew, the team that tried to kill the Fire Scorpion Lord last time was wiped out 3 times before they succeeded. Furthermore, among them were 3 professional combat leaders who were hired at a high price, and all of them were second-level talents. Shuang was already sweating profusely, and it was obvious that she had exhausted her magic power. If the Fire Scorpion Lord was not dead yet, Fong Cheng would have no choice but to draw his sword and fight him head-on. Su Jie raised her hand slightly, and a green magic circle instantly appeared under everyone's feet. Countless green lights rose from the ground along with the light and shadow of vines. For a song, this is the only auxiliary skill known to mankind that can restore vitality and magic power at the same time. After a moment of disdain, Everyone's tiredness was swept away. Master, look, a divine outfit has been dropped. Shuang said, holding a gauntlet. Fire Spirit wristband, fire, diamond level. Equipment level, 21. Physical defense, 160 to 225. Magic defense, 188 to 263. Agility plus 50. Strength plus 41. Constitution plus 52. Spirit plus 51. Fire damage plus 30%. Magic recovery plus 20%. 2 pieces activated. Weapon enchantment burning effect. Activate 3 items. Movement speed increased by 200%. 4 item activation. Convert 30% of attack damage into self-generated health. It suits you very well, keep it. Feng Chung said. Thank you, Master. You're just going to give it away like this? Su Miao Miao looked at Feng Chung in surprise. Do you have any objections? Feng Chung asked back. Do you know that this fire spirit suit is a magical suit that cannot be bought even if you have money? All I can buy is garbage. How can my woman wear garbage equipment? This is not the first time that Feng Chung has personally admitted his relationship with Shuang in front of outsiders. Every time Shuang heard it, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Underscore winky face. You. She's just your battle pet. I've never heard of giving a battle pet divine clothing. You have heard it now, and you have seen it too. Sister Sue, please pick up the spoils. Good master. Mr. Fong, what do you mean? Why do you want my mom to pick it up? Don't you have hands? If you keep on complaining, do you believe I will call your mom to massage my shoulders and legs? You dare. Sister Sue. What do you want, master? Mom, don't listen to him. Su miao miao panitskid and witzkli jugitsuya. She knew that under the highest contract, her mother had no human rights at all in front of Mr. Fong. I just saw an experience bead. Please use it. If I use it, the master will have no experience. So I'd better leave it to the master. That's an order. After saying that, he took Shuang to a shady place and waited for the fire scorpion lord to refresh again. Shuang looked at Feng Chung in confusion. Young master, you are stupid. If you use the experience bead, we would all have experience. But if you gave it to Sister Sue, we have nothing. Why are you heartbroken? No, I just think it's not worth it. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to complete my second job transfer today. What does this have to do with the second job change? Of course it does matter. After the second job change, in addition to using experience to improve skills, the attribute points gained from each level up will be doubled. At the same time, the 4-dimensional attributes of attack power, defense power, health value, and magic value will increase by 200% from the moment of job change. As my battle pet, Sister Sue will also gain corresponding benefits, but it will be based on the level of me, her master, when she changes her job. In this case, it is naturally better to change jobs as soon as possible, and Sister Sue must upgrade her level as soon as possible. I actually forgot about that, but it seems like we're about to upgrade, right? So I plan to not go anywhere from now on and just wait here. Anyway, the Fire Scorpion Lord will be refreshed in an hour, not to mention that this guy can also drop the Fire Spirit set. What do you think? Well, are you tired, little master? Sister will massage your shoulders for you. Young master, from now on, you can leave the tasks of massaging shoulders and legs to your elder sister. Don't bother elder sister Sue. Feng Chung turned around and glanced at Shuang. You're not jealous, are you? No, I just don't want to trouble Sister Sue. Besides, she already has a daughter. How dare you? Stop talking about useless things. I think you're just jealous. Shuang slapped Feng Chung on the shoulder and said unhappily, I'm just jealous. What can you do about it? It hurts, be gentle. Did it really hurt? Don't you think about it? You are a divine beast. I can afford to take a few slaps from you. Shuang lowered her body, moved closer to him, and said, How about tonight? Sister asked you to call back? Are you sure? Yeah, I have a lot of flesh on my butt, so it's okay to hit me hard. When I think of Shuang's big buttocks with a severely tilted pelvis, they look like 2 slimes, extremely elastic. One slap can definitely create 1,000 waves. It's a pity that now is not the right time, otherwise I would like to try it now. Su Jie and Su Miao Miao quickly came over after picking up the spoils. Master, all the spoils have been picked up. Do you want to count them? I'll leave it with you first and talk about it when we get home. Mr. Fong, aren't you going to complete a job transformation? I know a place with a wood lord. Do you want to give it a try? Don't you want to help your mother get a set of magical equipment? Don't worry, I won't forget Sister Sue. That's not what I meant. Time passed quickly, and the second Fire Scorpion Lord broke out of the ground. Chapter 59, The Fifth Talent, National Destiny. With previous experience, the Fire Scorpion Lord was dealt with in just 10 minutes. And also, a Fire Spirit robe was revealed. In the past, Feng Sheng always felt that the luck bonus on the Fearless suit seemed to be useless. But today I seem to feel its presence. The world boss will drop legendary equipment, but not every time. Most of them are gold and dark gold level. Otherwise, this set of divine equipment would not have become a rare equipment that cannot be bought even with money. To get magical equipment continuously like this, besides it being related to the difficulty of the boss, the rest depends on luck. The third one dropped a dark gold staff, the fourth one dropped a Fire Elf or wrist guard, the fifth one dropped Fire Elf a leggings, the sixth one dropped Fire Elf magic boots. I have gathered all 6 bosses' equipment. This luck is simply incredible. It's a pity that the attributes of the equipment cannot be transferred, and I can't always wear the Fearless suit. It's really a pity. Then Feng Sheng also had the second job change in his life. Mission accomplished, he opened the job transfer certificate, and a beam of white light shot up into the sky, enveloping him. He has already achieved the second level at level 22. He is truly a monster. Su Miao looked at Feng Sheng in the white light and said sourly. Su Jie smiled slightly and patted her daughter's head. Miao is not bad either. Didn't she also successfully change her job when she reached level 24? Mom, please stop talking. If that guy hears me, I don't know how he will laugh at me. Before the master, level 24 was the limit of the second transformation. Why do you have to belittle yourself? Su Jie was right. Before Feng Sheng, those who could successfully complete the second transformation at level 24 were all geniuses. Because most people have to reach level 30 to successfully change their job, and more people have to reach level 40 or even level 50 to succeed. But as Feng Sheng said, the later you change jobs, the less obvious the advantages of the change will be. There are many cases where a second transfer professional at level 24 can beat a second transfer professional at level 30. It is not uncommon for a level 30 player to beat a level 40 player. Therefore, people who are unable to successfully change their careers at level 40 will generally choose to give up their careers, marry, have children, and return to ordinary life. Feng Sheng, who was in the process of changing jobs, entered the mysterious space again. Under the big tree, with a large canopy, I saw my mother again. My child, congratulations. You're now a second-level professional. As a reward, Mom has a little gift for you. Although Feng Sheng knew that this was just a video of his mother's death, he, like many others, always felt deeply touched when looking at old photos. The same goes for him. Although his mother passed away when he was 3 years old, a normal 3-year-old child probably would not have any impression of his mother. But for Feng Sheng, a time traveler, he remembered clearly his mother's every smile, her gentleness, and even her catchphrases. He could feel his mother's deep love for him. If it wasn't for some special reason, his mother would not have left without saying goodbye. Uncle Chai must have known why his mother left, but he died. The official statement was that his death was an accident, but Feng Sheng didn't believe it, so he wanted to go to the Magic City to find out the truth himself. The mother stretched out her finger and lightly touched Feng Sheng's chest. The pendant on his chest once again turned into an imperial seal. Given the mandate from heaven, you will live long and prosper forever. As a ray of light sank into Feng Sheng's brow, his talent was activated again. National Destiny. Level SSS. Professionals will receive the blessing of the country's national fortune. The stronger the national fortune, the better the professional's fortune, and vice versa. Okay, kid, do you like Mom's little gift? If you like it, then work hard to complete the third transformation. Then Mom will have another gift for you. Onaji, akusanshirukonfurex andarai. The white light faded away, but Feng Sheng still stood there in a daze, gazing up at the starry sky. In Feng Sheng's memory, his mother in this life was named Lin Xiaowan, and she was a very powerful magician. Judging from his current vision, it is at least above the 4th level. But now he was not sure. He had never heard that talents could be awakened in the second transformation, and it is national destiny. In his understanding, although there are many kinds of talents in this world, there is definitely no talent called national destiny. He could also control the imperial seal, which was something from his previous life. He had never heard of such an awesome use for the imperial seal. All of the above made him doubt that his mother in this life might very well be the legendary Immortal cultivator. After all, Even something as ridiculous as time travel happened to me. So what's so strange about having another mother who is a cultivator? Why did I appear in this world? And why did my mother come to this world? Is there any connection between the two? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. The only thing he could think of now was that there were two ways to solve this mystery. One is to go to Shanghai and look for clues from the murderer who killed Uncle Chai. Second, work hard to improve your own strength. Didn't my mother's message say that? There are small gifts for the third turn, but what about the fourth turn? What about the fifth turn? As long as my strength reaches a certain level, will she be able to tell me the truth in person? Hey, what are you thinking about, little master? Shuaing patted Fang Chung gently. I was wondering if I forgot that besides killing monsters, you can also complete quests to level up. Although Shuang didn't know what had just happened to the young master, she knew from the look in his eyes that he had just lied. But what does that matter? He didn't want to tell himself. It was definitely not the right time yet. When the time came, he would definitely tell himself. At this time, Su Miao Miao said, "Don't be ridiculous. You've already reached level 2, and you're still doing novice missions. That little bit of experience is not as good as killing a few more bosses for you. My little niece, how dare you talk to your uncle like that?" Shuaing glared at Su Miao Miao fiercely. "You don't talk nonsense. Who is your niece?" Su Miao Miao said through gritted teeth. Shuaing smiled slightly, looked at Su Jie and said, "Sister Su, are we good sisters?" "Okay, Xiaoying's sister, stop teasing Miao Miao. Did you hear that? Your mother calls me sister. Why don't you just call me Annie? I won't let you do anything to me. How about we fight to see who is the aunt? I don't like bullying children. I don't think you dare. Stop making trouble." Fang Chung said, "Little girl, I won't forget your mother. I will continue to kill the boss tomorrow, but I still have to complete the mission. How dare you call me a little girl? Are you looking for death? If you keep nagging me, I'll ask Sister Su to spank you." "Okay, you're cruel. You better not fall into my hands that day." Sister Su beat her. "Huh? Master, do you really want to smoke?" Of course. Su Jie had no choice but to slap Su Miao Miao's big but lightly. "Mom, I'm your daughter. How dare you help outsiders beat me? I dare not disobey the master's orders. Who told you to make your uncle angry? Mr. Fang, cancel the contract with my mother immediately, or I will kill you now." Fang Chung touched his chin and said, "It seems that Sister Su didn't use enough strength just now. How about another try?" "Forget it. A good woman doesn't fight with a man. Let's go back, Mom." Su Miao Miao knew that she couldn't afford to offend Fang Chung now, so she wanted to quickly pull Su Jie away from this place. As a result, Fang Chung used a summoning spell, and Su Jie returned to his side. "Mr. Fang, I'm going to fight you." Chapter 60 Shuaing's Little Thoughts. Just when Su Miao Miao rushed over with a crazy look on her face, Fang Chung took out a return ticket and almost hit her in the face. "What are you doing?" Su Miao Miao looked confused. "Are you really planning to walk back from such a long distance? There's a thing called a return ticket in this world, do you know? I don't want your stuff. Anyway, I'll take your mother away first, so it's up to you if you want to." After saying this, Su Jie and Xu Ying were taken into the battle pet space by Fang Chung. Then he used the return ticket and disappeared from Su Miao Miao's sight. Looking at the empty valley and the howling night wind, she was completely dazed. This place is more than 70 kilometers away from the adventure camp. Do I really have to walk back by myself in the middle of the night? The worst thing is that this is the deepest part of the Red Rock Canyon. If you can't fly, you will encounter a large number of fire scorpions no matter which direction you go. "Asshole Fang, you're an asshole." Su Miao Miao cursed twice, then quickly covered her mouth, fearing that she would alarm the fire scorpion in the valley. "I feel so wronged. I've never felt so wronged in my life. Not only did Fang take my mother away, he also left me here alone. Didn't he know that this was Red Rock Canyon? I couldn't get out by myself. By then, her mother would surely be very worried about her, and she wouldn't dare to disobey that guy's will. She didn't know how uncomfortable she would feel by then." After Su Miao Miao's imagination went wild, her tears, which had not shed tears for many years, began to fall like beads on a string. Just then, something seemed to roll to her feet. When I looked down, it turned out to be the return ticket from before. Su Miao Miao didn't think twice and quickly picked up the return ticket and started the space transfer. In the adventurer camp, Fang Chung walked out of the teleportation array, and then Xu Ying and Su Jie appeared beside him. "Where's Miao Miao?" Su Jie looked around, but didn't see her daughter. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried. "You wouldn't really leave her there alone, would you?" Shuai leaned close to Fang Cheng's ear and asked softly. Su Jie, who was worried about her daughter, couldn't help but look over there. That place was deep in the Red Rock Canyon. Although Miao Miao was a second-level warrior and was quite powerful, it was not an easy task for her to walk out of there alone. The restricted area is called a restricted area because anyone who enters it is in danger of death. Am I that kind of person? Fang Cheng glared at Shuai unhappily. I'm worried too. Didn't that girl make you angry? Although Master Miao Miao is a little willful, she is actually a good child. The reason why she always bullies you is because of me. If Miao Miao has made the Master angry, I will apologize to you on her behalf. Sister Su, I'm not the kind of petty person, and I really didn't think carefully about what happened between you and me. Master, please stop saying that. I don't feel wronged at all for following you. Don't worry, I left her a return ticket. I believe you will be able to see her soon. Real? Fang Qing nodded. Also, I am different from your previous master, so don't let your imagination run wild. Su Jie's face turned red, and no one knew what she had just thought of. Shuai glanced at her curiously. Although she couldn't hear her thoughts like Fang Cheng, she couldn't resist her curiosity. Seeing Su Jie also looking at him, he suddenly understood. You don't think that just because the young master did that to me, you think he is that kind of person, do you? Sister Xiaoying, please don't talk nonsense. I don't think so. You said no. Your face turned red. Sister Xiaoying, you've got it wrong. Forget it. I'll confess to you, so that you don't have to think about it all day long. In fact, in that kind of thing, the master is the victim? Su Jie looked at Shuai blankly, then at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng cleared his throat awkwardly. What victim? I just don't want you to be embarrassed. Shuai punched Fang Zai on the shoulder. All right, it's okay for me to pay for you, right? Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by paying for it? We are in love with each other. These words immediately made Shuai feel as sweet as eating honey. She took Su Jie's hand and said with a smile, See, I didn't lie to you. Our master, Tian Bongda, is a wretch who is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. You don't have to take that contract to heart. Just live with Miao Miao from now on and ignore him. If there is anything, I will call you. If you agree, I will let him use the summoning technique. For Shuai, she had finally won Fang Cheng over, and their happy life as a couple had just begun. Suddenly, there was a light bulb like Su Jie. Wouldn't that be a hindrance? So if there is a chance to send Su Jie away, she will never let it go. Is this really possible? Su Jie looked at Fang Cheng, hoping to get his consent. Why are you looking at him? I can make the decision about his affairs. Fang Cheng nodded. You have been apart from your daughter for many years. You will have a lot of time to accompany her from now on. Thank you, Master. Su Jie's eyes curved into crescents, and it was obvious that her thank you came from the bottom of her heart. After a while, the poor child Su Miao Miao came out. Soon she found her enemy Fang Cheng in the bustling crowd. The surname Fang. Miao Miao. Before Su Miao Miao could attack Fang Cheng, Su Jie immediately interrupted her. Mom? Mom, this kid didn't bully you, did he? My master treats me very well. Please stop being so willful. Mom, why are you speaking up for him? Did this kid order you to do so? Fang Cheng was too lazy to listen to Su Miao Miao's nagging. So he said to Su Jie, Sister Su, we're leaving first. Master, won't you come? No, Shuai and I have something else to do. Then see you tomorrow, Master. Fang Cheng nodded and took Shuai to the light rail station not far away. This made Su Miao Miao a little confused. Why did he leave by himself? As a beast master, shouldn't he bring his war pet with him wherever he goes? No, Mom is not his battle pet. I would even prefer if he didn't take Mom with him. Okay, Miao Miao, let's go too. Where are you going? Go home. Master said that you can only call me when you are in battle. I will always be by your side at all other times. Real? Well, now you still think that, Mom. Your master is unreliable. TSK, who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's playing hard to get. I think the real unreliable person is you. Damn girl. What's this about playing hard to get? What the hell is going on in your mind all day long? That's right. Mom, you are so beautiful. Which man would not be attracted to you, unless he is blind? You. No matter how beautiful your mother is, can she be prettier than your Anning? She is just a fox. How can she compare with my dignified and virtuous mother? In my heart, my mother will always be the most beautiful in the world. You only know how to say nice things to make your mother happy. But you also have to be careful not to always be hard on others. The master and your Aunt Ing have done nothing to let your mother down. On the contrary, they are very kind to their mother. I don't want to embarrass the master because of you in the future. Okay, I get it. Let's go home. Su Meow Meow held her mother's hand, but her eyes looked at Fong Chung and Shu Ying in the distance. Finally, all eyes fell on Fong Chung. In fact, she had also realized in the past 2 days that her mother's speaking well of the boy had nothing to do with their identities. This shows that the boy has good character, great potential, and a famous master. Mom followed him, and it seemed to be okay. But when he thought about calling him Mom, Master, he felt a little unhappy. Chapter 61, Silly Sister. After having dinner with Shu Ying outside, it was already past 9 o'clock when we got home. After counting today's spoils, I kept some equipment above gold level and rare magic materials, and packed up the rest of the garbage and gave it to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, as usual. In addition, there are 8 second-level experience beads, which are considered a specialty of the world boss. Of course, there are similar rewards for completing tasks. As the level increases, the experience required to upgrade will also increase greatly. For example, Fong Chung needs 110,000 experience points to upgrade from level 22 to level 23, which is more experience points than the one required to upgrade from level 1 to level 20. If there were no props like experience beads, and people only relied on killing monsters to level up, I believe that few people in this world could break through level 40. After using it, Fong Chung gained a total of 100,000 experience points, which allowed Fong Chung to level up by 1.2. However, Fong Chung did not choose to upgrade, but instead raised the level of drawing the sword and breaking the clouds to level 5 in one go. This fighting skill is very powerful, but I seldom use it. I want to use my proficiency to upgrade my level, but I don't know when that will take. So just use experience to improve. As for how Shu Ying and Su Jie will use the share experience, Fong Chung has the right to interfere, but he does not want to interfere. Why don't you choose to upgrade? Fong Chung turned around and looked at Shu Ying lying on the sofa. When Shu Ying returned home, she changed into a black stepmother's dress. The V-neck line was very low, and the 236D slimes seemed to be about to pop out at the next moment. She crossed her legs and leaned forward, with one of her white and tender hands supporting her chin and the other casually resting on her knee. This shape makes the skirt fit tightly around her buttocks, which makes people worry that the material of her clothes will tear into pieces at any moment. Coupled with a pair of black stockings and red-soled high heels, Fong Chung couldn't help feeling a little hot in his heart. Didn't the master upgrade either? Shu Ying raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and her eyes, one of which was curved into a crescent and the other hidden in a red wave, were also smiling. Let me guess, you must have used the experience to upgrade the Breath of Fire, right? Master is really a clever little ghost. You guessed this. Of all the skills you have now, Breath of Fire is the most powerful, but it consumes a lot of mana. With your current mana, even with Sister Sue's recovery aura, you can only use it 4 times at most before you have to rest. Therefore, using experience to increase levels is undoubtedly the best choice. Shu Ying smiled slightly. Okay, Master, it's just the 2 of us at home. Isn't it too boring to talk about this? What's your plan again? What a fool, but it's better for him to be a little stupid. If he is so outstanding and can also pick up girls, who knows how many women will compete with him in the future? Shu Ying patted the sofa beside her and said with a smile, "Come and sit down. Don't your feet feel uncomfortable wearing high heels at home?" It's uncomfortable, but doesn't the master like it? When did I say that? Shu Ying smiled slightly, leaned on Fong Cheng's shoulder, and breathed hot air into his ear. Okay. The master didn't say anything. It's because I'm tired and want you to massage my feet. By the way, I didn't wash my feet today. I warn you, don't challenge my bottom line. Shu Ying simply put her legs up, proving with her actions that she was just provoking her today. What can you do to me? Such long legs and black stockings feel silky smooth when pinched, so Fong Chung didn't bother to be polite with her. Our Fong Chung once again transformed himself into a foot massage master. His technique is very professional, and it seems that he often massages people's feet. After taking off her high heels, Shu Ying raised her toes, as if giving him a thumbs up through her black stockings, proving that our Master Fong's craftsmanship is indeed amazing and makes the customer very satisfied. The smell is a bit strong. I need to wash my feet next time. Why don't we stop here today? I'll give my master a massage. If it's just a little sweaty, it's fun. If it really stinks, Shu Ying will wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So she quickly sat up, lay in front of Fong Chung, put his feet on her knees, took off her slippers, and began to rub them seriously. "How's the strength, master?" "Major." "Master, do you want to wash your feet?" Fong Chung thought his feet smelled and was about to stand up to wash them, but Shuai pressed him down on the sofa. "No, I have learned a new way of foot bathing today. Just sit down and leave the rest to me." Fong Chung looked at her in confusion, but saw her smile slyly and then take off her socks. Legend has it that there was a kind of punishment in ancient times called laughing punishment. They would put salt on the soles of the prisoner's feet, then let a goat lick them, and eventually the prisoner would die of laughter. Fong Chung is now undergoing this cruel shaping method, but the person doing it is obviously unprofessional. He does not target the soles of his feet, but instead targets his toes. Her tongue, estimated to be 4 inches long, sometimes cries out for food like a young swallow, sometimes acts like a snake circling a pillar. If it doesn't itch, I'd be lying. "Who did you learn this from?" Shuai was taking care of her feet while shaking her cell phone. "Why don't you learn something else? Why do you learn from watching action movies? Looks like I have to punish you today." After saying that, he picked up Shuai from the ground. Just as he was about to punish her by making her unable to breathe, she blocked his attack with her hand. "Wait a minute, master. I'll go rinse my mouth." "I don't mind, but I care." Fong Chung smiled slightly and slapped her on the big, but with a severe forward tilt of her pelvis. "Go ahead." After a while, Shuai came out. "Master, let's continue." "Forget it. Your relatives haven't left yet. It would be bad if there was a fire." "It's too late. The fire has already started." Regardless of what he said, Shuai pushed Fong Chung down on the sofa. To prevent him from escaping, she pinned him down from the front and kissed him. As a result, just as she opened the city gate and was ready to defeat the thieves in one fell swoop, the thief took advantage of her opening the door and rushed into the city, and the two sides instantly fought each other. In the end, the thieves' martial arts were so good that they defeated her army. "I really didn't realize that the master is actually such an expert. Tell me the truth. Who did you learn this from?" "I learned this by myself." "Don't be so complacent. I have another trick that I guarantee will kill you without a fight." Shuai was seen kneeling on the ground with her legs in an H-shaped position, and she gently opened Fong Cheng's door with both hands. "Wake up, my little master. See. This move was indeed ruthless. Although the technique was still a little crude, in addition to the physical attack, the movement of her long hair buried under her eyes also had a visual magical attack effect. The only drawback is that it's hard to get her messy hair together. I'll have to let her tie it into a ponytail next time. Half an hour later, Fong Cheng's hundreds of millions of elite troops were defeated. Fong Chung breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Shuai, who was smiling at him foolishly. He wanted to reach out and take away the hair on her mouth that didn't belong to her. As a result, the little fool tilted his head back, and with a gulp, hundreds of millions of brothers who had just fallen into the trap of the thieves were gone forever. Fong Chung was stunned. "You didn't think that I would snatch it from you just now, did you?" Then he took off the annoying hair and asked, "Is it delicious?" Shuai shook her head. "It tastes a bit fishy." "Then you still eat?" "I was scared by you just now. I accidentally." What a silly sister. So cute in a silly way. The next day, Fong Chung and Shu Ying heard someone knocking on the door before they woke up. Fong Chung opened his eyes, looked at the sun outside the window, and found that he had overslept today. Looking back at Shuai, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, this sister was really too busy and made him unable to sleep much the whole night. This is when her relatives are still around. If her relatives pass away one day, who knows what tricks she will play. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Fong Chung had to get up, cover Shuai with a thin blanket, and then go out to open the door. Chapter 62. The Devil's Tree. "Sister Sue, it's so early?" As soon as I opened the door, I saw Su Jie standing at the door, carrying some buns and fried dough sticks. Today she wore an open khaki coat with a white shirt underneath, tucked into a gray knee-length skirt, which fully displayed her feminine beauty while highlighting her graceful temperament. Fong Ching estimated that there were at least 36 E. She wore flesh-colored stockings with black high heels. This outfit looked mature yet sinister, like a smiling face hiding a dagger, or rather a lamp. This reminded Fong Chung of his high school teacher in his previous life. Every time she appeared, she would become the most beautiful scenery on campus. But when I saw Su Jie today, I realized that there's always someone stronger than you, and there's always a mountain higher than the other. "Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, right?" Meow meow, and I just went downstairs to have breakfast, and I brought some for you as well. Sister Sue is really too polite. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Su Jie glanced inside and said, Sister Xiaoying hasn't gotten up yet, right? Fang Chen glanced back and said, he seems to be still sleeping. Pervert. Su Meow Meow spat softly at the door opposite. Fang Chen was a little confused. How could he become a pervert when he and Shuang were in love with each other? Meow Meow, don't talk nonsense. Snort. Su Jie quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Meow Meow is too willful. I will definitely teach her a lesson later. It's okay, you're just a kid. Don't hit me too hard. Just make a noise. You dare. Meow Meow. Although Su Meow Meow was not convinced in her heart, she shut up obediently when she saw that her mother was a little angry. Then we won't bother the master. Okay, I'll call you when we leave. After Fang Cheng closed the door, Su Meow Meow was also pushed into the house by Su Jie. Meow Meow, were all the words I said to you yesterday in vain? Mom, I don't want to either, but I don't know why. I get angry when I see him. Well, you're not a kid anymore. If I really want to hit you, you won't be able to save face. Mom, you're not really going to hit me for him, are you? What do you think? Then, I'll try to be more patient in the future. By the way, Mom, did you see the lipstick marks on that guy's face just now? What happened if you saw it? It looks like a cat. Do you think it looks silly? It's normal for couples to have a little fun together, but now that I hear you say that, it's really funny when I think about it now. What? You wanted to laugh at first, but you held it back. Don't think I didn't see your hands. You clench your fists. Then how did you hold back? Me? I didn't see clearly at first, and thought he got red because he was sleeping on his side. But then I thought, that's not right. There's one on the left and one on the right. Even if it was caused by sleeping, it's impossible for both sides to be red. Later I thought, I must have not wiped off the lipstick thoroughly. And then I was so angry at him that I couldn't laugh anymore. Su Jie looked at Su Meow Meow. If she remembered correctly, her daughter later called herself a pervert. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Is there dirt on my face too? No, but you seem to have a problem. What's the problem? I can't be sure yet, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. It was already 8 o'clock when Fang Cheng and Shuang went out. Today Shuang changed into a white, slim-fitting slit skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and red high heels. She looked in the mirror before leaving the house, picked up another brooch, and tightened her collar. Why are you afraid of it falling out? Shuang blushed and punched Fang Cheng. What? You just like to make fun of others, but the clothes are indeed a little too small. It's okay. When you come back, let Sister Sue accompany you to buy a few more pieces. I don't want it. I bought this dress specially for my master. Seeing that Fang Cheng hadn't reacted yet, she turned around and pulled out the brooch. Then Fang Cheng seemed to hear a duong sound. That's right. It was the sound made by the two slimes that fell halfway and suddenly bounced up. It was so scary, I thought it would fall out. Hee, you like it, right? Onaji. Akusan shirukon furekusu? Carrot. After going out and calling Su Jie and Su Meow Meow, the four of them took the light rail to the endless forest again. Today's destination is the Blackwater Swamp, where the devil tree that Su Meow Meow mentioned is. I had originally planned to take on some quests from the Adventurers Guild to gain some experience beads, or contribution points. The result was just as Su Meow Meow said. The mission in the endless forest was of no value to him now. Not only is the task process cumbersome and time-consuming, but the experience beads given are only first level, and each only gives 7,000 experience points. The tasks that give contribution points are mostly collection and exploration tasks, which are even more troublesome. It would be better to go directly to the restricted area boss. When it comes to hurrying on the road, I naturally rely on Shuang, otherwise a whole day would be wasted just on the journey of hundreds of kilometers. After landing safely, they found that the Blackwater Swamp was shrouded in fog. With Su Jie around, they were not afraid of the poison in the fog. It's this water, and from time to time something suddenly jumps out. Su Meow Meow's spear was like a dragon. Before everyone could react, the monster that attacked them had already jumped on the tip of her spear. The fish had a mouth full of fangs, and its body was covered in ulcers, with black fish bones visible in many places. This is a carrion fish. The fog around here is poisonous. Be careful. Su Meow Meow shook off the corpse fish at the tip of the gun and returned to Su Jie. Su Jie activated the Life Aura, level 1, for everyone, increasing all negative resistances by 50% and restoring health by 6% per second. Although it is impossible to make everyone immune to the toxin, in this case, even if they are poisoned, it is not a big deal. Of course, with the blessing of the goddess of life, Feng Cheng can be completely immune to toxins here. Have you been here before? Feng Cheng asked Su Miao Miao. No. When I was at your stage, I was leveling up in the Dark Elf Forest, not here. But the coordinates on the map are very accurate. The Devil's Tree should be nearby, within 30 meters. 30 meters? That's easy. Feng Cheng immediately fired several flame guns in all directions. Finally, when the sixth one was fired, the fire illuminated a tall black shadow in the fog. It should be there. Su Miao Miao estimated the distance and thought to herself that this was not good. Oh no, we are now within its attack range. The fire just now. Before she could finish her words, several black tree roots suddenly burst out from the wet soil. They were like black swords and stabbed towards her at lightning speed. Feng Cheng decisively changed the staff in his hand, pulled Shuai behind him, and drew his sword. The fifth-level sword drawing and cloud-breaking slash chopped off all the tree roots in one strike. The sword light lingered like a giant shark's dorsal fin, flying sand and rocks all the way and tearing open the fog. Su Miao Miao was dumbfounded. Was this the cloud-breaking slash? It looked like it, but the cloud-breaking slash that she knew of, even if it was a dark gold level skill, could never be so powerful. What kind of fighting skill is this? Draw your sword and slash through the clouds. Impossible. The cloud breaker isn't that powerful. Let's not dwell on this now. At this moment, several vines came flying over like spirit snakes. Su Miao Miao snorted coldly and rushed forward with his gun raised. She swung her gun to cut several vines, then jumped directly onto the thickest vine, carried the gun on her back, and walked away with her ponytail flying all the way. How could a woman be as good as a man? However, her action frightened Su Jia behind her. Miao Miao. Sometimes, it seems that a person's self-esteem is too strong, which is not a good thing. Everyone hurry up and follow. Chapter 63. Good luck. Fortunately, Feng Cheng and others arrived in time, and Su Miao Miao herself was not mentally ill. The reason why she was impulsive just now was that she was choked by Feng Cheng's pretentious look. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, he flipped backwards in the air, using the tip of his spear to gain leverage on a tree branch, and retreated safely to the crowd. Su Jia was very angry when she saw her daughter being so reckless, but it was not a good time to teach her a lesson, so she could only glare at her fiercely. Shuai released Fire Feather Dance, and a fire tornado rose into the sky, turning the vines into fire snakes. Feng Cheng's flame gun bombardment was not fatal to the giant demon tree. There's no way around it. This guy's ability to break free and be reborn is extremely strong. Even if a branch has just been blown off, new branches will soon grow out. When Shuai's Fire Feather Dance became ineffective, countless vines gushed out, so densely packed that it looked like thousands of arrows shot at the same time. Su Jia immediately used thorny vines to wrap around and press most of the vines to the ground. Shuai, cover me, and Su Miao Miao, take good care of them. After cutting off a piece of vine, Su Miao Miao turned around and saw Feng Cheng dragging his sword towards the boss. What are you doing, kid? The scorching flames shot up into the sky again. Feng Cheng came under the tree, sheathed his sword, and then drew his sword to break the clouds. The knife light was like the first ray of sunlight between heaven and earth at dawn, flashing past the roots of the tree. The vines that were attacking everyone stopped abruptly at this moment, and the huge tree collapsed with a loud bang. Not good. When Su Miao Miao saw Feng Cheng standing there motionless, she knew that this kid was killing this thing for the first time, and he didn't know that this thing would self-destruct before dying. Just as Shuai and Su Jia looked at her in surprise, she had already leaped up into the sky. At this moment, the sunlight shines on Hao's body, making her, wearing golden armor, sparkle in the sunlight. Feng Cheng looked back. Under the full golden armor, between the shiny leather and the narrow gap that half covered her face, it made him imagine a lot. There is no way around it. The equipment in this world can be converted according to gender. A man's heavy armor may be an iron can, but a woman's armor is definitely lacking in weight. If it weren't for the metal gloves and high-heeled combat boots, it would be almost the same as wearing a bikini over a black leather bodysuit. In addition, Su Miao Miao had a good figure, and with the addition of those metal pieces, Feng Cheng couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, the next moment, Su Miao Miao threw the spear in his hand, which turned into a murderous golden crow and pounced towards Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng was shocked. I just looked at you twice, There was no need for you to be so hateful, right? Su Meow Meow didn't even look at him. She dived down from the air, hugged his waist, and used her feet to instantly take him away from the area. After landing, Su Meow Meow pushed him away and said angrily, "Are you looking for death? The demon tree will explode by itself, don't you know?" Fang Cheng glanced at the demon tree, only to see that spoils had already exploded around it. "Are you sure? To kill the demon tree, you must destroy its heart. If I hadn't acted in time, you would have been dead." After saying that, Su Meow Meow raised her hand, and the spear that had just destroyed the heart of the tree flew back from a distance. "Thanks." The sudden thanks made Su Meow Meow a little overwhelmed, because she never thought Fang Cheng would thank her. "I'm not trying to save you. I'm just worried that you'll get my mother into trouble." It seemed that what she thought was correct. There was a highest contract between them, and they had established a shared life with each other. Fang Qingjin was about to be fatally injured, although he would not die because of the presence of two large blood banks. Shuang and Su Jie would definitely not feel well. I don't know if it was because of the country's fortune, but after the demon tree fell, a diamond-level suit actually dropped, and there were two of them. This once again refreshed Su Meow Meow's understanding of Fang Cheng. "What kind of monster are you? Your luck is too good. You can actually get 2 pieces of divine equipment in one explosion." In Fang Cheng's opinion, although Su Meow Meow is willful, she is still capable. If she hadn't acted in time, I would have suffered a great loss. But she was also responsible. It was because the scenery was too bright that she was careless for a moment and almost made a big mistake. All in all, Su Meow Meow has now been recognized by Fang Cheng. Who can predict luck? Maybe nothing will happen next time. Not bad, still modest, not hopeless. Oh, carrot oh. Su Meow Meow snorted, raised her proud chin, turned, and walked towards her mother. As a result, she got slapped on the butt by her mother. "It hurts, Mom. Why did you hit me again? Who told you to be so active just now? If something happens to you, what will you do to your mother? Didn't I just save that kid? I mean, who told you to rush forward alone? Do you know how dangerous that is? Okay, I'll pay more attention next time. How dare you do it again? I don't even know what reckless things you've done in all these years when I wasn't by your side. Don't fight, don't fight. There are people here. I'm this old now. Don't I have any dignity?" Shuang picked up a cane and handed it to her. "Sister Su, use this, don't hurt your hand." "You little sparrow, who asked you to meddle in other people's business?" "Little sparrow? Duh." There was a throbbing pain on Shuang's temple. "Sister Su, let me help you. Take off your pants and beat you hard." Fang Cheng chuckled. "Little sparrow? That girl's nickname for people is really poetic." Ignoring the mess made by the 3 women, he walked over to the devil's tree and collected the spoils. Green devil bracelet. Equipment level, 22. Magic attack, plus 132. Magic points, plus 560. 2 items activated. Life plus 10%. 3 pieces activated, plus 300 poison damage per second. Duration, 7 seconds. Wood elf robe. Equipment level, 22. Physical defense, 140 to 193. Magic defense, 168 to 283. Agility plus 40. Strength plus 35. Constitution plus 72. Spirit plus 57. Magic recovery plus 20%. 2 items activated. 40% of damage converted into own magic power. Activate 3 items. Increase all negative immunity by 70%. In addition, there is a 3rd level test bead, which can gain 40,000 experience points after use. Then, the upgrade light appeared on Fang Cheng's body, and he reached level 23. Soon Shuang's body also began to glow, followed by Su Jie. Now all 3 of them have reached level 23. The sudden upgrade finally freed Su Meow Meow's big butt from under the vine. She ran to the side pitifully, rubbing her butt, glanced at Fang Cheng, and a blush rose on her face. Fang Cheng also looked at her. What's going on? It didn't hurt at all, although he was not involved in the incident. Looking at the 3rd level gold armor Su Meow Meow was wearing, a normal cane hitting her buttocks would be like slapping dust. Just as he was about to hit him, Fang Cheng suggested using Shuang's suggestion, which was to take off the man's pants and hit him, so that it would hurt. The 2 men came over and cleaned up the spoils with Fang Cheng. For equipment worth more than 50,000, he would keep it for himself and sell it for money, and pack up the rest of the garbage and give it to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Even though it's garbage, that's just judging from Fang Cheng's perspective. In fact, there are quite a few of them, some rare materials. After all, they're all produced by Boss. How can it really be a bunch of garbage? In a high-end office building in Shanghai, a secret meeting is underway. As if to highlight the high-level status of this meeting, all the windows and doors were closed tightly. The entire conference room was pitch dark, with only one lamp installed above the chairman's seat. You couldn't see who was sitting under the lamp at all. Chapter 64, Your Dad is Always Your Dad. Sitting on the left-hand side of the oval conference table is Park Taiwan, the representative of the sauerkraut country. Sitting on the right is the representative of plaster country, Mataro Koinama. Sitting in the main seat, hiding in the shadow under the lamp, was Magni Thatcher from England, the Northern Federation. An old man from the Mediterranean, a fourth-level great mage. The thick-eye bags pulled the lower eyelids outward, and the bloodshot eyes were clearly visible, as if she had applied red eyeshadow. Coupled with his pale complexion, one can tell at first glance that he is an elderly man who works hard at night. He sat there without saying anything, and no one at the table dared to speak. Suddenly, he smacked his lips twice. The little dog Maturo and Park Taiwan quickly sat up straight, thinking that the old man had something to say and were ready to listen attentively. As a result, the old man was reminiscing about the two female liaison officers he and the other man had sent last night. They are reserved and obedient, and they know all the tricks you can think of. The fuel tank that Zahn had accumulated for decades was almost destroyed by those two girls in less than one night. As I was thinking about it, I realized that the atmosphere at the scene was a little off. Magni then cleared his throat and said, "Who will speak first?" Park Taiwan and the little dog Mataro looked at each other, then stood up at the same time and said, "I'll go first." All right. Magni waved his hand impatiently, pointed at the puppy Mataru, and said, "You go first, the puppy." "My lord Magni, my name is Xiaoquan." "Okay, in Dragon Country terms, isn't it just a puppy? I've been studying Dragon Country culture for years. Do you think I don't know?" The little dog Mataro looked very embarrassed, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of their father. Park Taiwan, who was standing by, chuckled, but Magni asked again, "Park Taiwan, did your father have a child in his old age?" Park Taiwan was completely confused. Magni explained, "If you didn't have a child in old age, then it was because I named you whore too late." Park Taiwan's expression suddenly turned ugly. But the same thing goes. He is the father. What else can he do? People are like this. They don't worry about scarcity, but inequality. When the little dog Mataro is alone and frustrated, he feels like he has eaten shit and is constipated. But after seeing Park Taiwan also suffer a setback, his mood instantly became better. "Lord Magnico, let me report the situation here. This time we have prepared 15 second-level professionals, all of whom are well-trained killers." "Wait a minute," Magni suddenly interrupted him and said, "I heard that you guys have launched a national service plan, right?" "Yes, Lord Magna, but they're only cannon fodder to confuse the enemy. In addition, we have secretly dispatched 15 professional assassins to ensure that this mission is foolproof." "Yes," Magni nodded. "This is what we should do." The little dog Mataro immediately stood at attention and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. "So what's your plan, Park Taiwan?" Park Taiwan cleared his throat awkwardly, stood up, and said, "Our Swansai country suffered huge losses in the last mission, and we are currently unable to send out professional killers. But our beauty plan is very successful. We have recruited many young people from Dragon Country and let them fight each other. Even if Xiao Qiuan's plan fails, Fong Cheng's killing of so many of his compatriots will make him infamous. As the saying goes, if you want to destroy a person, you don't have to kill him." Before Park Taiwan could finish his words, he was interrupted by the little dog Maturo, because he felt very annoyed by the call of little dog just now. "So naive. Do you really think that the demon hunting department of Dragon Country is a vegetarian? And to destroy a person, you don't have to kill him. Only people from your country of pickled cabbage can come up with such a naive reason. Although the sour cabbage country and the plaster country are both godsons of the same father, due to some historical reasons and the arrogance of both countries, they have long been at odds with each other and both wish to kill each other." When Park Taiwan heard what he said, he was naturally furious. "You also said that the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunting Division is no pushover. I want to know, how did you get those 15 well-trained assassins of yours into the examination room? Don't worry about this. We have our own way. I don't want you to look at me with those inexperienced eyes. This technology is a top secret in our great plaster empire, and I can't tell you even if you ask me. When Magni saw that the two were about to fight again, he couldn't help but think to himself, this is really a headache. If they weren't still valuable in containing manhwa, I would have flushed these two idiots down the toilet long ago. Okay, let's stop here for today. Your plans are all very good. Just follow this, and after the mission is completed, you will definitely get the benefits. After sending away the little dog Mataro in Park Taiwan, Magni turned around and went to the lounge behind the meeting room. There is only a one-way glass separating this place from the conference room. Sitting here, I can not only see, but also hear what just happened in the conference room. At this moment, there was an old woman sitting here. Although she was dressed brightly, her wrinkled skin made her look like an old witch. Her name is Granley. She belongs to Langsabang of the Northwest Federation and is a 4th-level holy priest. Magni came in and leaned on the sofa. Did you hear what I just said? Granley nodded, and then said disdainfully, what a bunch of childish things. Do you really think you can kill people under the nose of the demon hunting department? In fact, their plan is still very feasible. The key is that they lack this. After that, Magni took out a palm-sized crystal and continued. The people of Plaster Country should have mastered some basics of space technology, but they still don't know how to seal space or can't do that kind of large-scale space sealing. You mean to seal the entire examination room? There's a saying in Dragon Country, to close the door and beat the dog. Why don't we call this plan the beat the dog plan? A dog-beating plan? Dogs. Lock them up together and let them kill each other. The Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunting Division can only watch helplessly this time, but can't do anything. Just think about how excited I am. Then Granley also took out a potion and said with a smile, I also prepared something this time. Who do you think I should give it to? Berserk potion? Anyway, none of them will survive this time, so it doesn't matter who you give it to. Endless Forest. Thanks to the country's fortune, after defeating 10 bosses, Fong Chung obtained 2 sets of 2nd-level diamond grade suits and 6 3rd-level experience beads. Excluding the one he used before, the remaining 5 have 200,000 experience points. It seems like a lot, but for level 24, the experience bar is less than half full. In order to maximize his abilities before the college entrance examination, Fong Chung decisively put these experiences to use in his skills. The same is true for Shuang and Sujia, especially Sujia. However, after equipping a set of green magic jewelry, her Vine Entanglement has poison attacks and can also restore mana. He upgraded this skill to level 6 in one go. In addition, I also obtained a dark gold level martial art today, Void Gun Shadow. This skill allows the user to project a shadow, and the main body can teleport between shadows. The higher the level, the more shadows can be projected. Su Miao Miao had heard of this skill a long time ago. She had spent a month on a dungeon for this, and the money she spent on potions alone amounted to millions. But unfortunately, I returned empty-handed. But today, Fong Chung got the monster just by killing a random boss. This made her very surprised at Fong Cheng's luck, but also very jealous. So now, wherever she looked at Fong Chung, she liked it. Student Fong Chung, are you tired? I have some stamina potion for you. Chapter 65. Listen, there's a kid being beaten over there. Even if Shuang didn't show any interest, Fong Chung was still prepared to give her the Void Spear Shadow. Firstly, this martial art is spearmanship, which he cannot use. Secondly, she is Sister Sue's daughter. For Sister Sue's sake, this skill must be given to her. After all, the higher the loyalty of the battle pet, the more powerful the Beastmaster will be. Also, she is the bodyguard assigned to him by Lao Chun. Although she is a little rash in her work, her professional ability is still remarkable. For people were slightly drunk downstairs in the unit where Fong Chung lived. In order to obtain martial arts skills, Su Miao Miao took the initiative to invite Fong Chung to dinner today. At the dinner table, Fong Chung-kai discovered that this woman was actually a wine lover. A bottle of beer and 2 bottles of white wine. According to her plan, she was supposed to get Fong Chung drunk so that she could ask for his martial arts skills. As a result, almost all of the wine ended up in her stomach. But when I think about her profession being a warrior, being able to drink is also a major feature of the warrior profession. Xiao Fong, I didn't expect you like pine nut fish. I'll ask my mom to make it for you someday. My mom's cooking is delicious. Su Miao Miao and Fong Chung were arm in arm, with sleepy eyes, and it was unclear whether they were really drunk or just pretending. Real. Of course it's true. Then she clapped her slime and made it jump. Su Miao Miao, always say what I say. Tomorrow I'll let my mom make it for you. How about I be a nice person, right? Fong Chung smiled and nodded. He knew exactly why this woman's temperament changed so drastically today. I just thought it was fun to watch her like this, so I kept acting with her. That skill book? Seeing that they were already at the door of their home, Fong Chung took out his skill book. Here you go. This skill isn't suitable for me anyway. Really? Don't regret it. This was meant for you. Why should I regret it? Su Miao Miao grabbed the skill book with her left hand and pushed Fong Chung aside with her right hand. Hey, shouldn't you say thank you? You wish. I drank so much wine today. You have to treat me next time. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will beat you up. After saying that, he ran upstairs happily. After thanking Fong Chung, Su Jie also followed. Shu Ying came over to take a look and said, "This is good now. The book was stolen. That skill book must be worth tens of millions at least, right? What's the point of talking about money? I just want to know how Sister Su will deal with her next." Sister Su must have been pissed off by her today, starting with when they were fighting the boss. The newly spawned boss was confused for about a second. Before it could react, Fong Chung chopped it to death with one blow. Su Miao Miao looked jealous, or perhaps she didn't want to see Fong Chung being so arrogant, so she pushed Fong Chung aside and wanted to try it too. As a result, he was a little slow and was almost killed by the demon tree. But this girl refused to accept the defeat and continued to fight with the devil tree. Finally, Su Jie couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her away. Then it was dinner time. She drank so much that, in Su Jie's words, she didn't act like a girl at all. If it wasn't difficult to teach her a lesson in front of others, I would have spanked her big, but into 8 pieces right then and there. On the way home, Su Jie remained silent. Fong Chung and Shu Ying both knew that Sister Su's anger was probably off the charts, and she would start spitting fire as soon as she opened her mouth. Do you want to go and have a look together? Shu Ying was a typical example. She enjoyed watching the fun without any hesitation. Forget it. What's so good about beating a child? I went home and changed my shoes. Shu Ying smelled her body and smelled of alcohol. Master, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to come? Our bathroom is so small that you can't do anything you want. Shu Ying originally wanted to give Fong Chung a bubble bath, but after hearing what he said, she had to admit that the bathroom at home was too small. When we get to Shanghai, I will definitely buy a bigger house so that I can give my master a bubble bath. So he said with a bitter face, "Yes, then I will go wash first." As soon as Shu Ying left, Fong Chung came to the gate, put his ear against it, and listened to the movement on the other side. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me again?" Su Jie shouted angrily. "No reason. Why don't you stick your butt out?" "I don't. I think you are rebelling against the heavens." Su Miao Miao relied on her warrior's agility, and Su Jie couldn't catch her at all. All she heard was a commotion on the other side. "If you want to hit me, you better catch me first." "Su Miao Miao, don't let me catch you. If I don't spank your butt into 8 pieces today, I'm not your mother. Everyone can say harsh words, but catch me first." Su Miao Miao was drunk and not afraid at all. Fong Chung listened to the noise from the other side, while hiding behind the door and laughing. He really hoped that Sister Su could catch her quickly, so that he could hear Su Miao Miao screams as her, but was spanked into 8 pieces. Sister Su, don't you know how to use thorn vines? If you take off the green demon jewelry, it will become a control skill. Can't you just trap her? I feel anxious for you when I hear you running out of breath." Su Jie had thought about using her skills, but she was afraid of hurting her daughter. As for taking off the green goblin jewelry, she was so mad at her daughter that she didn't think of this option for a moment. At this time, Shu Ying came out after taking a shower, wrapped in a white bath towel. She was tall and wore white slippers. She was wiping her wet long hair as she walked. Seeing Fong Chung squatting at the door, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Master, what are you doing squatting here? Listen, there's a kid being beaten over there." Shu Ying listened carefully and said, "Why haven't you caught him yet? Just wrap him up with thorny vines. The house is so small. Shouldn't you be able to catch him in no time?" Fong Chung said, maybe he was so angry that he lost his mind. Finally, a scream was heard from the other side. "Ah, let me go. Su Jie, you are cheating. Can't you afford to play?" Upon hearing this, Fong Chung and Shu Ying were both shocked. That girl must have been drunk today. She actually called her mother Su Jie. I think this time they have probably caught her. I really want to go over and see with my own eyes how that little girl gets beaten. By the way, Master, can't you project your mind? Can't you just project the image that Sister Su sees over here? It's a bit inappropriate, isn't it, since it involves personal privacy? Just once, what's wrong with that? Besides, don't you want to see how that girl gets beaten? Fong Chung thought about it, and thought that beating children was not a private matter anyway. Of course, he still wanted to see how ferociously the girl would cry. So under Fong Cheng's operation, a picture was projected in front of the two of them. The two of them leaned against the door and watched as if they were watching a movie. In the picture, Su Miao Miao's hands and feet were tangled in thorny vines, and she was squatting on the ground, with her blue slim jeans pulled down to her ankles. Did he really take off his pants and beat me? That's right. Sister Su was really angry today. Then a cane was used to whip the T-shaped panties, leaving a red mark on each side. If I'm not mistaken, that vine should have come from the Blackwater Swamp. It seems that Su Jie wanted to beat her at that time. Su Jie said, "Why are you so troublesome and reckless all the time? If something happens to you, what do you want me to do?" Bang, another one. There was a cross drawn on the plump and elastic buttocks. "Do you know you're wrong?" Su Miao Miao didn't say anything, which made Su Jie angry again. Shuang said, "That girl is really stubborn. Isn't she asking for a beating? As a soldier, you have thick skin and tough flesh. Sister Su's strength is not enough to hurt you. It doesn't hurt at all, but there are marks on it. It hurts just looking at it. Don't forget that Sister Su is a giant dragon now." I don't know if Shuang really felt it, but she subconsciously touched her big butt. Not long after, a shocking scene appeared. The girl suddenly collapsed, and a puddle of water spread from her knees to the floor. "Mom, I know my daughter is wrong. Please stop hitting me." Just when Fong Chung and Xu Ying were surprised, Su Miao Miao finally asked for mercy. From Su Jie's perspective, Su Miao Miao's face was red and sweaty, and she had a strand of hair bitten at the corner of her mouth. Her sleepy eyes collapsed, as if all her strength was drained away, and her arms, which were supporting herself on the ground, trembled continuously. "Is she in pain?" Shuang was a little unsure, and Fong Chung seems to have discovered a new password. Chapter 66, The Magical Effects of Healing. Fong Chung turned off the projection screen and was about to stand up when Shuang pulled him back to sit down again. "What's wrong?" Shuang hugged Fong Cheng's arm and said with a red face, "Master, I want to try it too." Fong Chung scratched her chin and smiled knowingly. "I don't know what you were talking about. I'm also a bad woman. I want the master to punish me like Sister Su did." "How bad?" "Very bad, very bad." "Show me the bad one." "Well, wait a minute." Shuang crawled over and picked out a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles from the shoe cabinet. She hooked the heels with 2 fingers and walked into the bedroom. Before closing the door, she threw a wink at Fong Chung. Fong Chung smiled slightly, brushed the dust off his butt, and sat down on the sofa. After a while, Shuang came out after changing her clothes, lying on the door frame and posing in a seductive manner. Fong Chung looked up and felt that the night was hazy at this moment, and a tropical sound of saxophone seemed to ring in his ears. It's still the same one as last time, a black cat ear girl suit. She had long, fiery red hair tied into a bun at the back of her head, so that Fong Chung could see clearly the black collar with a metal nameplate around her neck. "My little master, do you think my sister is bad?" Fong Chung was stunned for a moment. Did she recharge her membership on her phone? Well, she did. But why did you have to learn these tunes when there are so many other things to learn? But to be honest, it would be a lie to say that I don't like the way she dresses. It's not too late for you to regret now. Fong Chung also quickly adjusted his state and looked at Shuang coldly. Shuang smiled charmingly. "Whoever regrets is a puppy. You don't regret that you're a puppy too." Shuang was stunned. If such humiliating words were uttered by someone else, she guaranteed that that person would regret coming into this world. But when it came out of Fong Cheng's mouth at this time, it made her feel nervous and a little excited. So he cleared his throat and said, "Woof, woof, woof. Come over." Shuang came over, but Fong Chung was a little embarrassed. "What should I do next? Should I take out my phone and look up some tips?" "What's wrong, master? Who told you to look up? Lower your head." "Oh, you have to say yes." Seeing Shuang lower her head, he really went to look for his cell phone. There was nothing he could do since he had never played it before. The most important thing was that if he made a fool of himself, Shuang would laugh to death. Shuang lowered her head and couldn't see Fong Chung, but she could hear him walking around and had no idea what Fong Chung was doing. "Master, are you all right? Where's your cell phone?" There was no way Fong Chung could even rarely play with his phone, let alone recharging his membership. "Cell phone. Could it be that my master was going to take a picture of me at this time?" Shuang's heart tightened, but she thought it was a little exciting. Besides, wasn't the master looking for her phone? At worst, she could just hide it away. "Master, do you want to take a picture of your puppy?" "Photograph." Fang Chung was stunned. Can you play it like this? Don't think I'll praise you for being smart. Tell me the truth. Where did you hide your phone? On the dresser in the room. I found my phone and immediately started flipping through the guide. I had no idea what the hell Shuang usually reads. However, Fang Chung had no idea how much effort the inexperienced Shuang had put in to find these teaching materials in order to please him. After all, he couldn't ask anyone for help with this kind of thing and could only look for it secretly by himself. I hid in the room and quickly read the guide several times. After all, Shuang was still waiting outside. But as soon as he came out, he bumped into Shuang. This was so embarrassing. Fortunately, Fang Cheng's brain reacted quickly. He cleared his throat and said, "Who asked you to come here?" Am I not worried about the master? You still dare to be stubborn? No. What was I doing? Oh, I wanted to get a mask. But before Shuang could speak, Fang Chung took the leash and tied her to the leg of the table in the living room. Lie down and don't get up without my order. Do you understand? Yes, master. Fang Chung nodded with satisfaction, having finally fooled the person. Then he opened the door and went straight to the small supermarket outside the community. I first bought a pack of sanitary napkins for Shuang, and when I was checking out, I took a box of small umbrellas from the cashier, preparing to take another approach. The cashier held a scanner gun, looked at the two packages in front of him, then looked at Fang Chung and said earnestly, "Little brother, don't blame me for being nosy. These two things can't be used together." Spare. Oh, spare then it's all right. But little brother, you still have to be moderate in some things. Although it is said that if the young do not work hard, the old will be sad, but in this case, it is the young who work too hard and the old is sad in vain. I didn't expect that this cashier guy is a man with a story. After paying the bill, Fang Chung held the plastic bag and walked home with one hand in his pocket. Ever since Fang Chung left home, the quiet environment made Shuang feel lonely, but also caused her heart to tremble in a different way. When will the master come back? What if Sister Sue and the others come over? See me like this. Aren't you ashamed to death? Oh no, my stomach hurts a little and I want to go to the bathroom, but when I pulled the leash, I found it was too short, so I could only look at the toilet and sigh. Just then, there was a sound of a key opening the door from outside. This made Shuang's heart hang in the air. I knew it was definitely Fang Chung who opened the door, but what if it wasn't him? Fortunately, Fang Cheng's figure appeared in the crack of the door, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Fang Chung casually threw the key into the glass plate on the shoe cabinet, changed into slippers, and looked back at Shuang, who was kneeling on the ground. Have you been obedient while I was away? Stop talking. You scared me to death just now. Why did you come back just now? Kneel down. Who told you to stand up? My feet are numb. Shuang sat on the ground, raised her fists, and lowered her legs. Fang Chung squatted in front of Shuang and slapped her in the face. Master. Shuang covered her face, a little confused. Fang Chung was stunned. Did it hurt? Forget it. Let's not play the villain anymore. No, master, it's just that you haven't been back for so long that I forgot. Let's continue. Why don't you kneel down obediently? Master, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you help me untie it? Carrot, it's really a lazy donkey that has a lot of shit and piss. Fang Chung casually pulled off the leash on the table leg and let her go to the bathroom. Tonight will definitely be a sleepless night. There is no way. Shuang has read too many strategy guides. Although he is a novice, he is already a master. The next day, the four of them went to the forbidden area to fight the boss again. However, when they met in the morning, Su Jie, who was an experienced person, seemed to have seen something between the two of them. She pulled Shuang aside and said something to them. However, during dinner in the evening, Shuang brought over two dishes from the opposite side. One was stir-fried kidney, and the other was leek and eggs. When the two of them are alone, they become more honest than before. But for the two who have tasted the sweetness of life, this honesty is relative. Time passed day by day, and suddenly one day, Shuang held up her phone and said, "This is too outrageous, master. You see, these guys are getting more and more excessive. How about we not go and kill the boss today, and give them a good beating, not to kill them, but beat them half to death?" Chapter 67 Departure. Fang Chung took the phone and took a look at it. It turned out to be a male anchor with air bangs, broadcasting live in an endless forest. Family, I am part Donching again. This is the entrance to the endless forest. Today is the 7th day since I challenged that scum Fang Chung. So far, I haven't found any trace of that scum. In fact, his last name is not Park, but there are many fans in the country of Kim Jong-un. They heard that Park is a common surname in the country, which sounds very domineering. At the same time, in order to show his loyalty to his idol, he changed his surname to Park. Brother Park is awesome. Brother Park, that dog is a beastmaster. You have to be careful. Brother Park, do you need help? There are many of us here who want to cut him down. Park Dongqing looked at the barrage and smiled slightly. Don't worry, family members. I know that Scum has recently acquired a new battle pet. I will definitely suffer if I fight him alone, but we have many brothers here today. At this point, Park Dongqing shook his head. It turned out that there was a group of men and women of all kinds behind him. The woman had a dark, oval face, as if they were carved from the same mold. The men all had swollen chins and airbangs. There are all kinds of professions, and looking at the badges on their chests, there are actually a few second-level professionals among them. Brother Pooh, with so many people beating up that scum, while others say that our victory was unfair. Fang Chung is a scumbag, and everyone should punish him. Brother Park will definitely beat the shit out of him this time. Family members, please don't misunderstand. These family members behind me are only here to bear witness to my case and to prevent that scum from playing dirty tricks. I promise to be fair in this challenge to him. Fang Chung returned the phone to Shuang. What a boring thing. Master, there are many people like him, you see. Shuang raised her hand and swiped a few more sections in front of Fang Chung. How many exits are there in the adventurers camp? 8. These guys are really thoughtful. They actually blocked all the exits. Then what shall we do, Master? Fang Chung thought that with the help of the Demon Hunting Bureau, the last incident was over. He didn't expect that after just a few days of not playing with his mobile phone, he would become a villain. It is obvious that someone is trying to stir up trouble here. Those Koreans in the country of sauerkraut are really still harboring evil intentions. Everything remains the same. Fang Chung said, Everything remains the same? Master, aren't you angry at all? When you get angry, you fall into someone else's trap. You just saw that those guys have been outside the camp, blocking us for 7 days. Have we seen them when we entered and left the camp these days? Shuang shook her head lightly. I don't think I saw it. But if I don't teach them a lesson, I will be really angry. Fang Chung smiled slightly. If God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Old Chin's preparation for a big move. Shuang was stunned for a moment, but soon her eyes regained clarity. Master, when you say that, I think of my little niece across the street. She must have seen this video a long time ago, but she never mentioned it in front of us. This is really inconsistent. She wants to see you get into trouble. Why do you think this is? She must have been told by her superiors. They definitely don't care about small fry like this. They must be trying to catch the big fish. I think so too. If there is shit in the house, there will be flies. It's useless to just drive away the flies. You have to shovel the shit out so that the flies won't come back. Master, your metaphor is really disgusting. Is this disgusting? Then why didn't you clean it at night? It's all stuck to the umbrella. Oh, Master, if you keep doing this, I will ignore you. Heh. After a while, Shuang came over shyly again, blushing and asking, Master, how do I wash it? Why don't you check it on your phone? That makes sense. Let me check it out. Let's check it out later when we get home. We should set off now. In the next few days, the 4 of them continued to fight the boss in the restricted area, as usual. First of all, the experience gained is high. Compared with the experience gained from killing monsters and completing tasks, it is much higher. Secondly, there are equipments to pick up, and they are all rare equipments. With Su Miao Miao's recommendation, such rare equipments can actually be exchanged for contribution points with the Demon Hunting Bureau. Although the contribution points for the second-level rare equipment are not much, it is definitely more cost-effective than exchanging it directly for money. More importantly, Fang Chung didn't want the equipment he had obtained to fall into the hands of those idiots, so that they would wear his equipment and use it against him. Although the 4 of them have gained a lot of experience in the past few days. But except for Su Miao Miao, who reached level 30, Fang Chung and the other 3 were still at level 23, and no one chose to upgrade. Instead, use all your experience to improve your skill level. Although after the second transformation, the attribute points of the upgrade reward increased by 20 points, the conversion of attribute points to strength also increased by 50%. However, the increase in level by 1 or 2 does not result in much change in strength. On the other hand, the power will increase by 30% to 45% with each level of skill improvement. So all 3 of them chose to upgrade their skill levels. In other words, this is called consolidating the foundation. No matter how high the level is, if the skills are not good enough, it is just a paper tiger. Now, the skills of the three of them have all been upgraded to around level 6. Since Fang Chung has few skills, he upgraded all of his skills to level 8. As for Su Miao Miao, that was because her last upgrade was 3 months ago. According to her, she had almost forgotten the feeling of upgrading, so she chose to upgrade to experience it again for fear that she would forget it. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is the last day of July. Today is also the first day of the National College entrance examination in this world. Shuai dressed up specially in the morning. A silky white one-shoulder dress with layers of white lace lotus flowers on the chest, budding under the support of 2 slimlers. The slit of the skirt is below the knee, and the delicate long legs are matched with flesh-colored stockings, and on the feet are a pair of beige high-heeled sandals. A big wave of fiery red hair casually draped over the shoulders. Although it is just an ordinary piece of clothing, it is worth 120,000. A month ago, Fang Chung wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, looking at Shuai, who was both sexy and had a strong aura, Fang Chung felt that the money was well spent. Before going out, Shuai looked at herself in the mirror and reapplied her lipstick. Then she took Fang Cheng's hand and went out. Just as Fang Chung closed the door, Su Jie and Su Miao Miao also came out from the opposite side. Su Miao Miao wore a beige JK suit today, over-the-knee white stockings, purple sneakers, and a high ponytail with a bow, looking like a beautiful high school student. Her mother, Su Jie, wore a long-sleeve coffee-colored suit dress, flesh-colored stockings on her long legs, an exquisite green goblin necklace around her smooth neck, and khaki-pointed stilettos on her feet. A head of smooth, long hair casually draped over the right chest. She doesn't look like a woman who has given birth to a child at all, but just a young woman who has just entered the workplace. When 3 women walk together, they are 3 sisters that attract countless attention. The master looks good today. Su Jie looked at Fang Chung with a smile in her eyes. The exam is almost here, so it's time to focus. Su Miao Miao spoke, still as unpleasant as ever. Fang Chung looked Su Miao Miao up and down. Why are you dressed like this today? This is obviously not your style, but what? But she's much prettier than before. A girl should look like a girl. TSK, you think I want to dress like this? Isn't it because Lao Chan wants me to go to the exam with you? Although Su Miao Miao didn't take it seriously, she felt happy in her heart because Fang Chung finally spoke sensible words today. Master, it's getting late. Let's go. Well, let's go. Chapter 68 School Focus. Number 13 Middle School, which had been deserted for a month, became lively again today. Senior high school graduates need to come back today to collect their admission tickets and tickets to the examination center. The college entrance examination venue is a transformed secret place, divided into 2 floors. The vast lower class is divided into 8 regions according to the 8 provinces of Dragon Country, with a provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination will compete. The second floor is smaller, but those who can come here are talented young people from various provinces. They will compete here to become the national top scholar. At this time, in a secret room in Plaster Country Folk Street, the little dog Mataro cursed all night long. Today is the college entrance examination for Long Kingdom, but the bunch of losers under him haven't yet deciphered the spatial coordinates of the examination room. Report to the puppy Sama. The spatial coordinates have been deciphered. A codebreaker dressed in black respectfully handed an open folder to the little dog Mataro. The little dog Mataro took the black folder and took a look at it. Is it accurate? We haven't had time to check it a second time. Why don't we check it again? Okay, how confident do you feel? At least 80%. Kona Mataro slapped the folder on the other person's chest and said, there's no time to wait for you to verify it. Just make a teleportation ticket based on this. Hurry up, E. In a high-end office building in Shanghai, Park Sung-kyung sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gracefully drawing circles on the wine glass. Captain Park, you look so distracted. Is there any flaw in this plan? Park Taiwan sat in front of him with a glass of wine. This plan has been simulated countless times. In addition, the Northwest Federation highly appreciates our plan. There is absolutely no way there will be any loopholes. So what are you worried about? Park Taiwan sighed. I am worried that man proposes, God disposes. Park Sung-jong chuckled. My lord Park Taiwan, if I remember correctly, this should be a proverb in the Dragon Kingdom. As an official of our great Sour Cabbage Emperor, when did you believe this? Don't you think that Longwa's luck is always good? Every mission we complete is perfect, but because of Longhwa's damn luck, we always fail. Only incompetent people will blame everything on luck. What did you say? Okay, it's just a joke. I think you're taking the success or failure of this event too seriously. There's a proverb in Longhwa. I wonder if you have heard of it? It says that worrying too much will lead to confusion. Maybe. Actually, you don't need to care about this. The people who carried out the mission for us this time were all from Dragon Country. What does it have to do with us if they all died? They're all your fans. What will you do if they all die? Just look for it after you die. Dragon Country doesn't have anything else, but a lot of people. Magni's sealing array is ready. As soon as everyone enters the examination room, he will immediately seal the entire secret realm and seal everyone inside forever. That is to say, according to their plan, there will be a gap in the talent training of Longhwa in this generation. Compared with the small-scale fights between the Sour Cabbage Country and the Plaster Country, the move made by the Northwest Federation this time can be said to be huge. Either don't do it, or do it completely. While the federal officials were plotting against the 5 states of Gran, the people of those 5 states were also plotting against them. Taking advantage of this major college entrance examination accident, they stirred up the hatred of Dragon Country towards the Federation and started a war between Dragon Country and the Federation. At that time, the former Western European countries such as Granada, Gaul, France, and Osman will be able to take advantage of this favorable situation to fight for their own democracy, independence, and freedom. At Yujiang No. 13 Middle School, classmates who had not seen each other for a month got together again and told each other about the hardships they had gone through in leveling up over the past month and their aspirations for the future. The atmosphere should have been warm and lively, but when Fong Chang appeared on campus, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. This guy is really brave. If I were him, I would definitely wait until the storm is over before coming out. It's best to stay away from him. Haven't you seen on the internet that there are many people who want to deal with him now? 2A scum, a disgrace to our No. 13 middle school. What a waste of his good looks. When I heard that Li Meng dumped him, I felt sad for him. I didn't expect he'd turn out to be such a scumbag. Excuse me, could you tell me what's going on? Hey brother, haven't you watched Trimmer these days? How can I have the time when I am busy with my mission? No wonder, that guy went to the Bath Center to do a project some time ago. As for what project it was, he ran into the other person's boyfriend. No way, there are such melons. I heard that he was taken to police station later. Oh my god, this guy has quite a lot of life experience. That's not all. Do you know why so many people want to get him now? Why? I also heard that when the matter was brought to the police station, that guy falsely accused the other party of setting up a honey trap, and the other party has not been released until now, but this guy was not punished at all and was released on the same day. No way. The people in this bureau are not stupid. It's impossible for them to just follow what he says. Stupid. A student. A gangster. Who do you believe? Then why don't you believe it? Everyone is saying this now. You have to believe it. Su Miao Miao had long expected that this would be the effect when Fong Chang came to school today. So in order to avoid harming innocent people, he deliberately kept Shuai and her mother away from him, just to see him being humiliated. It's this kid's fault for always using her mother to threaten me these days. He deserves it. I'm so angry. How can they be so indiscriminate? I'm going to tear their mouths apart. Seeing Shuai was about to rush out, Su Miao Miao quickly grabbed her and said, "What are you doing? This is a school. Do you want that boy to be expelled?" But they're talking nonsense. Things are not like that at all. If the authorities don't care, how can you care? Besides, look at that kid. Isn't he angry? Su Jie said, "Whether the host is angry or not is one thing, but what they did was really excessive. I think it is necessary to talk to the school leaders." "Oh, Mom, please don't make things worse." Okay, let me tell you straight. Actually, all of this was planned by Uncle Chun and his men, so please don't make things worse." "Really?" Shuai and Su Jie said in unison. "I swear I never lied to you. The master has gone in. Why are you still standing here? I already have my admission ticket and transfer voucher. Why would I go in? Besides, I'm not from this school. So what are you doing here today? Come and see that boy get humiliated. I think you want to be beaten again." "No, Mom, it really hurts. How about this? I'll take you around the school and show you where the boy studies." Su Jie and Shuing looked at each other and thought this was a good suggestion. Fong Cheng, the focus of the whole school, walked towards Class 3's classroom with everyone's attention. The people who were originally lying on the balcony watching him saw him coming up and all rushed into the classroom. He had his hands in his pockets again, with no expression on his face. It was obvious that he didn't take the gossip to heart at all. He is not a saint either, but would a lion care about what the ants say about it? Of course. He remembered all the anchors who had been blocking him outside the adventure camp. If the classmates in the school are just a group of spectators who are ignorant of the truth, then these people are the real bad guys. Fang Chung will never show mercy to bad guys. Just then a soft and sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Student Fang Chung, you're back. Chapter 69, Beautiful Teacher, Final Farewell. Fang Chung looked up and saw that it was Yi Qinxue, a teacher who came here for internship. A top student at Shanghai Normal University, 21 years old, a professional shooter. She has shoulder-length hair, wears black-framed glasses, and is wearing a white short-sleeve shirt. Her features are full and sharp. She wore a gray hip skirt and a black shirt, and a pair of beige-pointed high-heeled leather shoes on her feet, outlining a perfect and tight classic line. Holding the attendance book in his hand, he adjusted his glasses and smiled at Fang Chung. As long as a woman is white, she will look good in anything she wears, especially when she has a tall figure. Not only is she beautiful, but she also speaks gently, which has caused the LSPs in the school to howl for her in the bathroom and toilet for countless days and nights. Hello, Teacher Yi. Hello, classmate Fang Chung. I didn't expect that in just 1 month, you have already reached level 23. You are indeed a genius in our number 13 middle school. Fang Chung smiled slightly. Just good luck. Don't be so modest. I've heard everything about you. Fang Chung was slightly stunned. Really? Well, I didn't expect that you could complete the task of clearing Hua Qinggu at level 11. That's really great. That's it. Then what else? Oh, you mean someone challenged you. Yi Qinxue suddenly leaned close to Fang Cheng's ear, letting him smell a refreshing fragrance. Yi Qinxue put her palm to her mouth and whispered in his ear, Let me tell you a secret. The teacher has someone in the demon hunting division, so the teacher knows everything about you. After saying that, he straightened up and smiled at Fang Chung. Fang Chung picked his ears and reminded, Teacher, should we go in? Oops, I forgot to talk to you. Come on in. Fang Cheng's seat was originally in front of the podium, but after what happened with Li Meng, the head teacher thought he was a hopeless case and moved him to the last row to keep company with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. As soon as I sat down in the back, Lu Wulong came over. Boss, you are quite charming. Just now I saw our school beauty, Yi pulling you outside and biting your ear for a long time. What did you say? Tell your brothers a little bit. He praised me for my ability and told me to stay away from you two scums and be careful not to be led astray by you. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were originally looking forward to it, but upon hearing what he said, they immediately looked disdainful. Just blow it. Okay, I've called the name. After Yi Qinxue called the roll at the podium, she began to distribute admission tickets and teleportation tickets. At first, these were two things, but later, with the advancement of Dragon Country's magical capabilities and technology, these two things have now become one thing. A sci-fi metal bracelet that records the candidate's information. Just touch it, and the fingerprint array on it will project the information out. At the same time, he also has the function of teleportation, which is responsible for sending everyone to the examination room thousands of miles away. At the same time, if an accident occurs in the examination room, he can also instantly teleport the candidates back to the safe area. However, for life professionals like Wulong Fengchu, there is no teleportation function in the bracelet. Their examination venue is in this city. The first day is for a theoretical knowledge test, the second day is for talent test, and the last 3 days are for professional skills test. The talent test only accounts for 20% of the total score, so as long as these two guys do not fail in theoretical knowledge, with their professional abilities, go to the Magic City is a sure thing. Of course, it is hard to say whether you can enter the legendary Magic City College. After all, there is more than one college in Magic City, and the admissions of the Warcraft College are the most stringent. The time to enter the examination hall is 10 o'clock in the morning, and it is not until 9 o'clock after receiving the admission ticket. There is still an hour in between, so everyone has to gather in the playground to listen to the old principal's last nagging. The 3 people who were visiting the school walked around the school and came to the grove outside the playground. At around 8 or 9 in the morning, the sun shines through the leaves and creates a beautiful dingle effect in the grove. Su Miao Miao took out her cell phone and took a photo of Shuang smoking in the light and shadow. Soft curly hair, a fragrant neck, a delicate jade-like collarbone, and a wisp of green smoke coming out of the red lips. Under the light and shadow, even if there's only a head, it can make people's mouths dry. What are you doing, niece? We're about to graduate. Let's take a picture as a souvenir. Shuaing blew out the smoke from her mouth, flicked the cigarette but in her hand, and waved to Su Meow Meow, saying, "Give it to your Aunt Ing to see." Well, how about it? My photography skills are pretty good. I didn't realize you were so good at this. Take a picture of me and your mother. Shuaing pushed Su Jie in front of her and rested her head on her shoulder. Su Jie was wearing a long-sleeved, coffee-colored suit dress. She stood tall and graceful with her hands clasped in front of her, smiling. Click! A pair of sisters in the morning light, frozen in the camera. The elder sister is gentle and virtuous, and the younger sister is beautiful and generous. Let's take another photo together, 3 of us. Okay, come here. The 2 men hugged Su Meow Meow in the middle and shouted cheese to the camera. Looking at the 3 people on the phone smiling like flowers, Shuaing sighed. It's a pity that the master is not here. It doesn't look good. It's okay. We'll just take a picture together when he comes out. Look, have a master and the others come out. Students walked out of the teaching building one after another and entered the playground. A shrill noise came from the school's loudspeaker, and then the teacher patted the microphone and began to test the sound. Looking at the students who were not enthusiastic about the assembly, the dean, who was known for his strictness, miraculously did not rush them this time. Instead, he stood on the podium with a smile on his face, waiting patiently for his students. This was not a lecture at all, but a farewell to the students during the break before departure. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly relaxed. 3 years later, the classmates discovered for the first time that this evil guy with glasses would actually tell jokes on the loudspeaker in front of all the students. The reason why he is called Brother Glasses is because he always wears his metal-framed glasses and appears outside your window without you noticing, then scares you. At the same time, those glasses that could only glow at night were also the nightmare of young couples in the school. I don't know how many young couples in the woods had their psychological traumas cast on them. The man with glasses looked at his watch and said, "Okay, classmates, I wish you a bright future. I hope you will still be young after going through so many hardships." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience cheered. We still have a little time left, so let our old principal say a few words to the students. Hello, classmates. Meeting and parting, returning and leaving, is the end of past happiness and the beginning of future happiness. First of all, I wish you all good results in the upcoming exams. At the same time, I also wish you better results in your future life. Finally, I want to tell you something about our classmate Fong Chung. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to whisper to each other. Those who were far away from Fong Chung looked around, and those who were close to him all looked at him. I didn't expect that even the old principal knew about the good things that kid did. Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. This farewell party, which was already unforgettable, will really be unforgettable for him for the rest of his life. The old principal is really dishonest. Why are you saying these things today? It seems that the old principal wants to make an example of this. It's all my own fault. Who can blame me? I just want to ask him if he is ugly for saying it in front of so many people. Don't gloat over your misfortune. After all, you have been classmates for 3 years. There is no need to do so. What do you mean it's unnecessary? Don't you know that ever since that incident with him, I don't even dare to tell anyone outside that I'm from number 13 middle school. Who said it wasn't true? The reputation of our number 13 middle school has been ruined by that kid. However, the next words of the old principal surprised everyone. I hope all of you can learn from Fong Chung. Chapter 70, This dog food is eaten unexpectedly. The whole audience was silent for 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned when they heard the old principal's words. Did I hear correctly? The old principal actually wants us to learn from him? What are you learning? Are you learning from him to be shameless? Just now, the glasses guy was joking with us. Is the old principal also joking with us? Seeing the messy playground, the old principal patted the microphone and said, "Students, please be quiet. I know there have been a lot of rumors about Fong Chung recently, but these are all rumors, hyped by people with ulterior motives. Some people just can't stand seeing us do well, can't stand seeing geniuses appear in our dragon country, and are even more afraid of our dragon country's rise. So they slandered, threatened, and even assassinated us, using every possible means to stop the rise of our dragon nation." The old principal spoke passionately on the stage, but few students in the audience believed him. That's true, but is Fong Chung a genius? Just tell me if there is any evidence. Speaking up for him like that, That kid Fong Chung, could he be a relative of the old principal? Fong Chung has changed his job to a rare profession, but to say he is a genius is still a little far from it. Isn't it normal for a young man full of vigor and vitality to go to such a place? The key is that if you have the ability to go, you must also have the ability to avoid being caught. That's right. I think the old principal must have taken money from that kid. I heard that kid got a lot of good equipment in a dungeon before. TSK. He just relied on the advantage of the battle pet. Besides, the ceiling for a Beastmaster is very low. Look at how much limelight he had before, but didn't he disappear after reaching level 10? Seeing the noise getting louder and louder, the old principal had to tap the microphone again. I just heard some classmates ask for evidence. I can actually produce this evidence. No way. Can the old principal produce evidence? I don't know. Maybe the old principal has surveillance video from that night. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, the old principal waved his hand toward the playground from the high podium and said, "Miss Shuang, please come out and testify for your boyfriend." The previous moment, Shuang was still feeling indignant for Fong Qingming, but the next moment she was stunned by the old principal's words. How did the principal know that I was the master's girlfriend? And he said it in front of so many people. Would this cause trouble for the master? After all, I am just a fierce beast. Seeing Shuang still in a daze, Su Miao Miao pushed her and said, "The principal is calling you. Why are you still standing there?" Don't you want to redress the injustice done to that kid? Of course I do. Why don't you go over there soon? When everyone saw the principal waving towards the outside of the playground, they all looked over at once. This glance is destined to be unforgettable for everyone. Many years later, when many people recalled this moment, they would sigh and say, "That was definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. It's a pity that such a good cabbage was taken away by a pig." Some people would say, "Do you know why I'm still single in this life? Because when you see the most beautiful woman, all the others will fade away." Some people often sit on the curb with a bottle of wine in their hands late at night when they are drunk and sigh to the sky, "That woman has ruined my life." Then a tear of sadness flowed from the corner of his eye. Shuang walked slowly to the podium and said to the old principal, "Principal, thank you for speaking up for my master, but how can I testify for my master?" Master? Did I hear correctly? That beautiful lady actually called Fong Chung the master. That boy's really good at playing around. How could he have the heart to lay his hands on such a beautiful woman? I've decided. I'm going to save my goddess. I can't just watch her suffer at the hands of that beast Fong Chung. At this time, the old principal spoke again. "This is easy. You just need to say that Fong Chung is your lover." Shuang nodded. "Yes." The old principal smiled slightly, looked at everyone and said, "Students, have you learned Shuang beautifully?" "Of course I'll explain it. She is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How can my goddess not be beautiful?" But the old principal's next words once again sprained everyone's back. "Since everyone agrees with Miss Shuang's beauty, let me ask you, since Fong Chung has such a beautiful girlfriend, do you think he would still go to that kind of place?" The old principal is not right. Doesn't what he said hit me right in the heart? Oh, my heart seems to be shot by thousands of arrows all at once. Words are not enough. Who knows if they're acting or not? Anyway, I don't believe that Fong Chung can find such a beautiful girlfriend. I don't believe it either. This must be someone the old principal hired to help Fong Chung get away with his crime. With this argument, everyone suddenly found hope. They all clamored that the old principal was unkind and had deliberately found a beautiful woman to act as a stand-in in order to vindicate Fong Chung. Although this argument is full of loopholes, no one wants Shuang to be Fong Cheng's woman, because if so, they would have no hope. Be quiet, be quiet. When the noise died down, the old principal continued, "Miss Shuang, can you prove it?" Shuang answered neatly, "Yes." After saying that, she turned and walked into the crowd. Everyone made way for her and saluted her. When Shuang came in front of Fong Chung, everyone's attention was focused at that moment. Shuang smiled at Fong Chung, then held Fong Cheng's cheeks with both hands, tiptoed slightly, and gave Fong Chung a happy kiss. "Master?" Oh. Fong Chung smiled and ran his fingers through her hair. He said, "I have nothing to ask for in my life. Anyone who said I went to a place like that for fun is simply out of their mind." Shuang smiled slightly, hugged Fong Cheng's arm, leaned her head on his chest, and said to the people around her, "He is my man. Now you believe it." Puff. My heart was stabbed. It's really heartbreaking. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. MD, are those ostentatious people sick? They almost made me die from eating this dog food. The old principal's actions were entirely out of his own selfish motives. Although the teaching results of number 13 middle school are not at the bottom every year, it has not achieved good results in recent years. After much difficulty, a genius like Fong Chung emerged, who could lead this class of students to soar into the sky. However, he was alienated by foreign forces, and all students avoided him as a plague. This is very unfavorable for the upcoming big exams. That's why he risked his reputation and put on today's seemingly child's play. First, resolve everyone's misunderstanding of Fong Chung, and then use Fong Cheng's strength to shock everyone and establish his prestige. In this way, in the next major exam, the boy will be able to lead everyone better and achieve unprecedented good results in the school's history. Looking at the people who were still eating dog food in the audience, the old principal sighed slightly. For you, I even risked my old face. From now on, you must not let an old man like me down. Then the man with glasses came over and pointed to the watch on his wrist. Old principal, it's almost time. So soon. Does the old principal have anything else to say? That kid hasn't proven his strength yet. How can he obey? There's no time. Alas, man proposes, God disposes. I believe that with that kid here this year, even if our number 13 middle school is bad, it won't be that bad. Chapter 71, A Sudden Change. As the watch beeped, the examination room transmission entered a 3-second countdown. The next moment, a huge magic circle slowly appeared above the playground. As the prompt sound stopped, everyone turned into pillars of light and soared into the sky. Fong Cheng only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a beautiful scene of green mountains and clear waters. This is a campsite outside the forest, and its area is as large as 6 or 7 number 13 middle schools. The bright sunlight shines through the dome-shaped protective shield and falls on my face, making me feel warm. There's a lot of noise in my ears, and the students are whispering to each other, expressing their excitement or nervousness. The sudden change in environment also made everyone temporarily forget Fong Cheng's previous wave of dog food. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the scene of Fong Chung and Xu Ying showing off their affection on the playground had been made into a short video by Lao Chen's people and was being broadcast crazily on the internet. In less than 10 minutes, the number of likes exceeded 100,000. I was really caught off guard by this wave of dog food. I wish I had such a beautiful girlfriend. It's definitely hype. I want to report it. Hiring such a beautiful person to hype it up hurts my heart. MD, it's true that good cabbages are taken away by pigs. But to be honest, if I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would never go to that kind of place, even if I was beaten to death. It can't be a trick. How could such a beautiful girl like that boy? Now I don't know who to turn to. I look forward to the truth. If this video is real, then have we been deceived before? In that high-end office building in Shanghai, Park Sung-kyung also saw this video. Don't you think it's too late to fight back now? I didn't expect this boy to be so handsome. It's such a pity that he died like this. Just at this moment, Park Taiwan pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Park Sung-kyung's happy face, he immediately frowned. What the hell are you watching? I told you to watch Dragon Country's official live broadcast. What are you doing? I just woke up. Can't you give me a break? Park Taiwan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He picked up the remote control on the table, turned on the smart TV on the wall, and found the official live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Such live broadcasts are held every year, which can help supervise candidates and prevent cheating. Secondly, it can also show the society the fairness and justice of the college entrance examination and prevent corruption in the examination system. Soon Park Taiwan found the campsite in Yujiang City, Southwest District. But there were thousands of people in the camp, standing densely together. It was not easy to find Fong Chung among them. Park Sung-kyung heard a sudden silence behind him, turned around, and saw that Park Taiwan's eyes were almost glued to the TV. Those who know that he is looking for Fong Chung may think he is still licking some beautiful girl. No matter how good your eyesight is, it's useless if the image resolution is not good enough. Park Taiwan turned around and glared at him, but saw Park Sung-kyung laughing and said, "It's no use glaring at me. There are so many people here. How can you possibly find that guy in there? Let's wait a little longer. With that kid's ability, he will definitely stand out." By then, the Dragon Country officials will have live broadcasts tracking these teenagers, so it won't be so difficult. But at this moment, the live screen suddenly flashed. What's going on? But maybe the signal is bad. Don't make such a fuss. Jinling, Plaster Country Folk Street, the office of the little dog Mataro. The little dog Mataro, who was tired after a night of work, put his short legs on the desk and curled up in the boss chair, dozing off while staring at the live broadcast on the wall. His live broadcast screen also flickered, but he thought it was a signal problem and didn't take it seriously. However, not long after, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open. Little dog Sama, it's bad. Our transmission coordinates just now have been seriously offset. The little dog Mataro originally wanted to scold this subordinate who did not know etiquette, but when he heard what he said, he quickly swallowed the scolding that was about to come out of his mouth and stood up immediately. What did you just say? Just now, the examination room of Longwa was attacked by a mysterious force, which happened to catch up with our personnel transmission, causing the transmission coordinates to be seriously offset. All dead. It's not certain yet, but according to the coordinates, they should appear in Luanshabo. Teleportation is like skydiving. The quality of the terrain is closely related to the success rate. However, when skydiving and encountering situations such as tree branches or high-voltage wires, the parachutist still has time to save himself before the danger occurs. Teleportation is different. What if there happens to be a stone at the place where you were teleported? If you are teleported into the stone, you will be killed immediately. In the area of Luanshabo, there are dozens of huge rocks everywhere. Get in touch with them immediately. I want to know their casualties as soon as possible. In a village outside the Magic City, the crystal that Magni used to seal the space gradually disappeared in the magic circle. Did it succeed? Asked Granley. Magni nodded and said, this time we have to thank Tianjibwa for providing the space parameters. The parameters we got before were all wrong. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to wipe away the magic circle on the ground, completely destroying all traces. In this way, even if the demon hunting department of Dragon Country found this place, they had no other choice but to use the existing magic circle to break the seal. It's good that it succeeded. Now we just have to wait quietly. When the Dragon Kingdom goes to war with the Federation, we can take the opportunity to implement our independence plan. Long live independence and freedom. Let's go. Let's celebrate somewhere else. I believe it won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunting Division will find this place. The headquarters of the Jingen Guard of the Anti-Demon Bureau. Commander Yi Longcheng had a gloomy expression on his face. Just now he received the news that the examination room seemed to be sealed. Report. Enter. What is the situation in the examination room now? Was it a misjudgment? The person who came to report had a serious expression on his face. He opened the folder in his hand and said, report to the commander. Currently, the transmission between the examination room and the outside world has been cut off. According to the analysis of the technical department, the entire secret realm has been completely sealed. After hearing the result, Yi Longcheng sat down on the chair dejectedly. He frowned and asked, isn't there any good news? Well, at present, spatial communication has not been affected. We have already contacted the people in the examination room. The point-to-point transmission channels in the examination room can still be used normally. The return to the city transmission of the transmission bracelet is only affected by the distance. Anything else? The emotions of the candidates are stable for the time being. In order to avoid causing public panic, this matter will be kept confidential for the time being and only known to us internally. Understood. By the way, the scouts just detected abnormal magical fluctuations in the suburbs of Magic City. It may be related to the terrorists who attacked the examination hall this time. Don't bother me with trivial matters like arresting people. Prepare the Marshall video conference room for me now. I must report this matter immediately. You can tell who did this just by thinking with your ass. The only country in the entire blue planet that possesses such means is the North Atlantic Federation. Even if we go to catch someone, what we catch now is just a small fry. And according to past experience, after doing something like this, these bastards will directly destroy the magic circle, leaving you no chance of rescue. So what Yi Longcheng has to do now is not how to bring those bastards to justice, but to find a way to rescue the students in the examination room. That's tens of millions of students. If they would be banned, I would not only be unable to explain to the motherland, but also to the parents of those tens of millions of students. What's more, he has two nieces who are also in the examination room. If they are sealed like this, the old man will skin himself alive when he returns.